Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 251 Chapter 69 Tanking Guild Wars Chapter 69 Tanking Guild Wars. Wow, Zijian is watching. The monster is coming out again to save the monster. Hua Chenglu grabbed Yu Zijian's arm and swayed. Oh why? Hua Chengzhen took a picture of her head. Don't move. At this time, the three people sat together on a paper crane. The paper cranes were spread all over the rune, swinging their wings, just like the real immortal crane, soaring in the sky. After the initial panic, Hua Chenglu's mood has been settled. If she doesn't understand her, she has completely regarded the following fierce battle as a good show. Yu Zijian asked, does monster also have love? Whoever is born in this world, how can it be heartless? Just did not expect that there is such a life and death in different kinds of monster. Hua Chengzhen suddenly opened his mouth and his eyes filled with feelings. Yu Zijian said, is that person demon? Is it right? Of course, between people, it is still necessary to kill each other, not to mention the different kinds, and if it is not the oppression of people, how can monster organize together? Killing each other is the normal state. All things are born. As long as they are born in this world, how can we not kill the competition? Hua Chengzhen's face turned into a murder. Love, killing, right or wrong? Yu Zijian has a confused mind. At this time, in the Tanking, the fierce battle has already begun. Hua Chenglu looked at the eyes and did not distract to hear the words of Hua Chengzhen. Millipede grabbed the spirit turtle dark armor and pulled Li Qingshan out of the ball of vines. The 3 mountains old man were all overjoyed. Golden rooster is full of wings, green vine grows, and ancient bronze corpse general rides its corpse and jumps up. The situation of the encirclement has been completed, and this time it is bound to no longer give this monstrous talent a break. Millipede wriggles like a divine dragon, sweeping the army and slamming on the golden rooster. Golden light ruptured. Golden rooster old man the kite that wanted to break the line, hitting the mountain rock, fell deep into the rock wall, leaving only the feathers. At this time, ancient bronze corpse general rushed to the front. Li Qingshan removed the spirit turtle dark armor and brought all the monster chi together, like a big river, regardless of the beat. Ancient bronze corpse general felt as if a big cloud was over the top of the head. And then a black thunder hit. The fist is not unusual, the size is like a boulder. Martial arts is too high to be evasive, let alone in midair. Ancient bronze corpse general has also been aroused. Fierce, roaring, canine teeth burst, the same punch. Solitary grave old man sneer in the heart. Eucalyptus, not self-sufficient, dare to wrestle with ancient bronze corpse general. Really be monster general? Monster originally is such a stupid creature that I think I can win if I am tall, and then I will become a demon. Under my control, I might be smart. The 2 fists collided and stood still in the air. The corpse and the monster chi violently collided, and the smoke and gas were all stirred up to form a hollow. Solitary grave old man, a slight accident. Can you use the brute force and the ancient bronze corpse general? But only a moment later, ancient bronze corpse general couldn't help. Loud rumble, fell to the ground and pulled a big hole on the ground. Li Qingshan refining the bull demon second layer, which has a huge advantage and is condescending. If he loses to a corpse general in the wrestling, he will not go up and the green bull will go up. Although the ancient bronze corpse general lost the game, it did not suffer any harm. The raw Orden just got up. The dark clouds fell from the sky. If you are sick and want your life, how can Li Qingshan let go of such a great opportunity? Descending from the sky, and the iron hoof is stepping on ancient bronze corpse general. At the bottom of the Tanking, it roars like a sea surface, and the earth are soaring. Only the place where the iron hoof is stepped is constantly sagged. Bull demon hoof stamp. Innate divine ability. All the lethality was concentrated on the body of ancient bronze corpse general, passing through his body and spreading to the surrounding ground. Ancient bronze corpse general, the bronze armor of the copper wall is suddenly cracked and twisted. In fact, the damage inside the ancient bronze corpse general is far greater than the surface looks. The bronze armor resists the flying sword, flying blade and other sharp effects. but in the face of the most primitive and savage blunt, the effect it is much worse. In the ancient battlefield of the earth, with the development of armor technology, the weapons of the fierce players are constantly changing. When the sword can't open the armor, the hammer will smash and the enemy will rupture the lungs and vomit blood 3 liters. Li Qingshan lifted the iron hooves, but never stupidly gave the enemy any chance. It was also a bull demon hoof stamp. I saw a monster with a bullhorn tiger tail. It was crazy and trampled. The earth was like a boiling, rolling water, undulating. Above the tanking, the vines tried to stretch to Millipede and wanted to tie the restraint again, but this time Millipede was prepared, and there was a distance between the rock wall and the ground. The vines wanted to stretch, they had to spend more time. Millipede got rid of the entanglement of a few vines, the tail shot on the rock wall, the Kratu once again showed a huge gap, and Millipede rushed to the green vine old man. The speed is amazing. The sharp mouth is sharp. Green Vine Old Man is a big green man. He is a Green Vine sect leader. He hasn't played with many people for many years. Although his mana is deep, he is old and weak. How can he be close to such a terrible monster general? The virtual wind is swaying and fleeing. Millipede suddenly bent his body around the Green Vine Old Man and shrank it into a worm ball. With a huge body, he wrapped the Green Vine Old Man in the ball. Thousands of feet are like guns, and under the strong force of the joints, from every direction, to the Green Vine Old Man, as long as the stab, the poison will be injected, and soon his body will be corrupted. Wood spirit body, dead wood every spring. Green Vine Old Man handcuffed. His whole person was wrapped in a piece of dead wood. The insects stabbed on it, making a muffled sound. The dead wood is condensed by the power of the pure wood spirit, but it is consumed by the insects and the poisonous gas. Green Vine Old Man horrified. 2 fellow Taoist help. Without the vine's restraint, Millipede immediately exerted a horrible power and demonstrated the power of an insect race monster general. Golden Rooster cheered his wings and once again flew up and landed on the insect ball. The Golden Rooster Old Man was also fighting for his life. At the expense of spiritual power, he opened a blood hole in the insert armor. These holes, if they fall on the human race cultivator, are fatal wounds. But Millipede's body is huge. These injuries can only be considered as minor injuries. But with the powerful vitality of the insect race monster, it is restored very fast. Green Vine Old Man is a spiritual power, but it consumes most of the time. On the dead wood, the sawdust splashes and respins into the spiritual power. In a flash, it is only a lot thinner, and it looks like 1,000 feet and a poisonous gas. In a flash, the situation reversed, and Hua Chengzhen couldn't help but admire. Insect race monster general, really? If it weren't for the 3 mountains old man, the vines of Green Vine Old Man could restrain live. Action. The usual 3 foundation establishment cultivator, it is really difficult to deal with it, will be backed up in case of carelessness. Hua Chenglu asked, brother, are the 3 old people going to lose? Although they hate Green Vine Old Man, the strong man in the human race cultivator will die from demon's hand, and there will be rabbits and foxes. Sense. Hua Chengzhen shook his head and said, the mixed monster, but it is a good time. How can you really win the foundation establishment cultivator? Just kill him, rebuild the battle, and win. His eyes suddenly turned to the sky. And that person has not yet shot it. I was afraid that I didn't expect this change, and almost let the monster general escape, but he would never make the mistake of second. Solitary Grave Old Man finally changed his face. Can't believe his ancient bronze corpse general, how can it be beaten by a district monster? Ancient bronze corpse general should have been dodged, but Bull Demon Hoof Stamp has a strong vibration effect. Although every vibration can only give a moment to Ancient Bronze Corpse General, but it is enough for Li Qingshan to exhibit the second. Bull Demon Hoof Stamp is coming. Ancient Bronze Corpse General is very strong, but he was taken care of by Li Qingshan because of carelessness. This is obviously an unintentional move, but it is like a deep plan. Li Qingshan is a real combat faction. It is usually not a clever one, but in the midst of fighting, it is always a blessing to the heart. Bursting out of 12% fighting power, monstrous talent is dead. Solitary grave old man, who has never been directly shot, can't help but shoot. His skinny wrist also carries a copper ring, but it is thick and thick. It is better than eldest senior brother. How many times is it? The copper ring runs one bright, 12 steel armor corps lined up in a neat queue, rushing to Li Qingshan. With these 12 steel armor corps, it's easy to deal with any ordinary monster. Solitary grave old man was not called out from the beginning because it was not very useful for monster general, and it was easy to be eroded and destroyed in the gas. At this moment, see Li Qingshan to destroy his life roots, and immediately come up with all the strength. Steel armor corpse rushed. Li Qingshan frowned, and he felt that the ancient bronze corpse general at his feet had been shaken many times but was not fatally damaged. If you use the spirit turtle dark armor, of course you can be innocent, but the ancient bronze corpse general can get out of trouble and let the solitary grave old man make a lot of money to rescue the green vine old man. He has to fight for Millipede. Li Qingshan grabbed a steel armor corpse and stabbed his neck with his thumb. The sharp tiger claws pierced the first level steel armor, and the black corpse poured out. Steel armor corpse suddenly softened and motionless, like the ragdoll was thrown aside by Li Qingshan. But other steel armor corps took the opportunity to rush to Li Qingshan. Some climbed up to the shoulders and hit Li Qingshan's ears. Some bite Li Qingshan's neck, and some hug Li Qingshan's thighs, wanting to influence his movements and let the ancient bronze corpse general get out of trouble. Li Qingshan is like a big tree full of monkeys. He grabs his hand and the steel armor corpse climbs extremely sensitively to other places. It is itchy and tingling everywhere, but it is 100 times stronger than the armor. The leather, steel armor corpse's claws are also difficult to tear. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 252. Chapter 70. Verdant Ruins Sword. Chapter 70. Verdant Ruins Sword. Even so, these steel armor corps still caused a lot of trouble for Li Qingshan, but Little An is not here. Otherwise these are not the hand to deal with steel armor corps. He has let Little An temporarily hide in subterranean world, ready to respond at critical times, give the enemy a fatal blow. 1-in-1. However, several strong impacts, coupled with the destruction of the bull demon hoof stamp, the cave opening in the Tanking has completely collapsed, and the earth and stone are pressed down, which is the end of the 3 mountains collecting herbs, and Little An is also pressed below. For a moment, it is difficult to come out and help. Solitary grave old man see steel armor corpse. I can't knock Li Qingshan down. I have a small bone stick in my hand. The top of the stick is a small skull. A dance, a shot in the eye socket, a red light. Li Qingshan felt a strong crisis. The Foundation establishment cultivator did not want to receive a full blow. But if the spirit turtle dark armor is used to get Jiangshi out of the foot, the situation is even more difficult. It is a dilemma. A steel armor corpse was in front of Li Qingshan, and it happened to be on the road of red light, silent, and steel armor corpse was immediately dissolved halfway. Solitary grave old man was taken aback. All steel armor corpse was under his control. How could one more out of thin air? I don't know when a black cave opening appeared on the ground, and steel armor corpse got out of the hole. Under subterranean world, under the command of the head of Little An, giant rock viper played his own ground and played a deep cave. But it was impossible for them to participate in the battle. 2 skulls were drilled and spurted to Li Qingshan. Solitary grave old man was shocked, but he did not know that the enemy was an enemy or a friend. Li Qingshan didn't sneak, as if bathing, let the flames wash on the body, and the steel armor corpse fell down in the flames. The flame burned to the ancient bronze corpse general at the foot of Li Qingshan, but was blocked by the first-level black corpse. Ancient bronze corpse general felt a great crisis and struggled. Solitary grave old man feels that all the links with steel armor corpse are cut off, his face is discolored, and he shouted, "Where is monstrous talent? come out true form. All the steel armor corps smashed the red light and straightened up and turned to the solitary grave old man. Solitary grave old man feels cold behind. He has been practicing for many years and has never seen such a strange scene. If Jiangshi, who has worked hard, can be taken away in such a simple way, there is still refining corpse in the world, and the flame does not know what it is, but it has such a function. Solitary grave old man retreats, red light beam bursts in and out, hit 3 steel armor corps, all dissolved in the bulk, but the body immediately ignited the flame into the skull. Solitary grave old man, great heartache. These steel armor corpse refining is not easy. I did not expect that one day will be ruined in my own hands. The feet swelled and black, holding him up. Steel armor corpse rushed. The capacity of a bomb. High jump, touched the black cloud, but no flying power to fall. At this time, the 2 skull rosary became even bigger, flying around, taking all the steel armor corpse and rushing to the solitary grave old man, like 2 transport ships. Li Qingshan knows that with the power of himself and Little An, there is no possibility of killing the Foundation establishment cultivator, but with a little restraint, give Millipede the opportunity to kill one, and then you can break through each other. Even if you can't kill it, at least, you can leave with ease. Green Vine old man's dead wood, leaving only a thin first level, shouted, "Fellow Taoist, save me." This time, but not the golden rooster and solitary grave. Demon is rampant. It's a disaster. Hidden sword palace Fu Qingjin, special help, demon slayer. In the sky, a man's voice suddenly sounded, but there was no such thing as passionate and heroic, but it was somewhat boring, as if it were a demon slayer, nor could he make him too interesting. Thousands of times of blue light, falling from the sky, will cover the sky. Time seems to be stagnation, a kind of unmatched power to let Li Qingshan feel cold, look around, collapse the abandoned pavilion palace, and rise up. It is also true. A blue light cut through the sky, like a silent thunder, like a fierce scar. Millipede screamed, falling from the sky, falling heavily in the ruins. A huge wound behind his back, blood flowing like a stream. His strongest carapace cannot stop the power of the flash. Above verdant ruins, in the sky, Fu Qingjin stands with a sword, an old green shirt, drifting in the wind. Green Vine old man, who was still alive, was still scared on his face, and he looked forward to worship, thanks to fellow Taoist for his help. Golden Rooster old man and solitary grave old man also followed. Fu Qingjin's indifferent gaze, passing over the faces of the 3 men, as if the king looked at the incompetent courtiers. The 3 faces looked like they had been cut a sword, and the burning tingling. This person is amazing. Hua Chenglu is greatly admired. It's you. Yu Zijian lost his voice. Fu Qingjin turned his head. His eyes suddenly softened, as if he had changed from a lonely king to a fallen swordsman, but only slightly decapitated, did not say anything. Instead, he said to Hua Chengzhen, "You have done your duty, but it is hard to protect everyone. With your qualification, if you resign from Hawks and Hounds, you will have something to do in the future." Although it is a reassurance of Hua Chengzhen's failure, even a lot of appreciation, but it is like the predecessors of the predecessors, but also pointed to the Eagle Wolf Guard for Hawks and Hounds, and their age is not far behind. Everything is too peaceful. What do you do with me? What do you want to do? Even if you do it well, beware and let people run away. His face is embarrassed. Hua Chengzhen resumed the lazy state. However, Hua Chenglu felt that in the face of this person, Hua Chengzhen lost his usual calm and had no choice but to deal with it. Yeah. What to do with me? Fu Qingjin was not annoyed, sighed as if he was deeply emotional, and suddenly he was shocked and shouted, "The world is rising and falling, the husband is responsible. How can you avoid responsibility?" It's to Hua Chengzhen, and it's like saying to myself. A flash of blue light, Fu Qingjin disappeared. Hua Chenglu pointed his head and lowered his voice. "Is this person a problem?" Yu Zijian said, "He seems to be very sad." Hua Chengzhen asked, Do you know? Yu Zijian shook his head, but he saw where he had seen it, not on the Green Vine Mountain, on the side of a small pond, but at a later age. Hua Chengzhen bowed his head and thought that Verdant Ruins' sword was born. Fu Qingjin has such strength. It is not worthy of surprise. He has long suspected that such a big event involves no one less than a heavenly tribulation, but only sent him. A chi-refining warrior is coming. I am afraid that originally has no determination to stop this. Maybe it is just a compromise on Soaring Dragon Elder. Today, this Verdant Ruins sword proves this. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 253. Chapter 71 is in a state of desperation. Chapter 71 is in a state of desperation. In the Hidden Sword Palace, there is a mountain called Hidden Sword. This mountain is not connected to the earth. It is suspended in the sky and filled with swords. Hidden Sword Palace disciple has just passed heavenly tribulation and becomes a formal discipline. Pull out a sword as your own sword, and on the day that passed, the sword will return to Hidden Sword Peak and wait for the next master. The cultivation technique of Hidden Sword Palace's cultivation focuses on one with the sword. The cultivation is the sword, and the cultivation is the cultivation. Even if it is a piece of iron, after several generations of expert tempered, it will become a weapon of divine weapon. These swords can be imagined. The rumors include the divine will of the masters of the past. Only the right owner will be met. Was pulled out. So not only people choose the sword, but also the sword to choose people. It is impossible to take advantage of it, just by chance. Once the swords are matched, it is as simple as a powerful sword, as if it is a good teacher and friend, and a confidant, the benefit to the sword bearer. This is the root of Hidden Sword Palace and the origin of Hidden Sword. The sword cultivator is originally stronger than the ordinary cultivator in the battle, and there is such a sword, and it is a tiger that has grown wings. Among the swords, there are also high scores, among which 10 handles are famous in the world and are called 10 exalted sword, regardless of which discipline is pulled out. Hidden Sword Palace is cultivated. Almost every generation of Hidden Sword Palace Lord comes from this, and Verdant Ruins sword is one of them. This is not as simple as adding wings, but directly from the tiger to the tiger demon, dealing with 3 old man, it is easy, but it is strange that Fu Qingjin should only spend heavenly tribulation. How can I control Verdant Ruins so quickly? What about sword? Hua Cheng's aristocratic family was born. Fascinating, and fascinating, and there were more things in his head than on the Nature Myriad Forms book. Naturally, the history of Verdant Province's big sects would not be known. Suddenly remembered, Verdant Ruins is another famous reason, because it is the only set of male and female swords in 10 exalted sword. Verdant Ruins is a female sword, and the male sword is called purple, and the power is above Verdant Ruins. When the sword is born, another sword will not be far away. Verdant Ruins is out. What is purple? Thinking of this, Hua Chengzhen suddenly looked at Yu Zijian. She was looking at the bottom without looking at it. Is she? Looking back, Fu Qingjin looked at Yu Zijian's gaze, and his heart suddenly became bright. Yes, Verdant Province is so big. Fu Qingjin is not far away from Clear River Prefecture, a monster general, and with his strength, several monster general are his opponents. His purpose is this: in the big sect, there must be people who are good at divination and who are in the sky. They are the big sects. In addition to ordinary sect, there is a very special way to find the children with qualification and the others to learn. That is to find the destined person. In this way, there are very few disciplines collected, but each time you can pull out some amazing characters from the vast sea of people. These characters are like Jade, and often they don't seem to have any special cultivation qualification. They should have no life and cultivation. They can only engage in mortal occupations for the rest of their lives. Once I got the point, I entered the cultivation channel and immediately went into the sea like a dragon. If his guess is correct, Chenglu is climbing her high. Although Hua family has some strength in Clear River Prefecture, it has nothing to do with Hidden Sword Palace. His ideas suddenly extended to a very far-reaching point. thinking about how to use this message to seek benefits for the Hua family. The underlying war is no longer within the scope of his concern. Anyway, the victory and defeat has long been clear. Fu Qingjin appeared on Verdant Ruins, based on a half-cut column, and was independent. There are dozens of people in the temple to be able to hold together, but how magnificent it is to support the palace that was originally supported. Hidden Sword Palace. Li Qingshan's pupils swelled. Fu Qingjin coincided with a figure in memory. Although it was wiped out by Green Bull, the sharp sword chi still remains in the heart. Forget it. Have you heard that? Fu Qingjin turned back and Verdant Ruins' sword had just lifted and stopped. Li Qingshan has not yet answered. Ancient Bronze Corps General finally got out of trouble. His bronze armor was broken, the bones were twisted and broken, and he snarled to Li Qingshan violent rage. Fu Qingjin glanced at it and screamed. Ancient Bronze Corps General fled to the solitary grave old man, like a frightened dog running towards the owner. 3 mountains old man gather together, slowly and evenly mix spiritual chi, no more meaning, because they understand that since he has already shot, then they do not need them. Recalling the situation of Green Vine Mountain, cannot help but feel. What else do you want to say? Well, it's nonsense, it's no good. Just like the original Soaring Dragon Elders decisive, Fu Qingjin swung a sword. Jiangwen is like a green scorpion, Senbi is green, as if in the void, a blue eye is opened, and all the minds are taken into it. It contains endless emptiness and sighs, telling the changes of the rise and fall, and smashing the sea. The glory of civilization, and the day of demise, and then the mighty empire, cannot escape the destruction of the end, only for future generations to hang. The little creatures in this, what counted? Li Qingshan was very determined and unconventional. When the mind was shocked, he reacted with a punch, his body retreated, and the spirit turtle dark armor was picked up. The 3 movements were almost completed at the same time. Li Qingshan instantly retreated to dozens of feet. Jiangwen swept on the spirit turtle dark armor, monster chi, and consumed quickly. The spirit turtle dark armor trembled, but it was supported. He gasped slightly, and the red smoldering fire was not the original Li Qingshan, and he would never be unresponsive. 3 mountains old man face to face. You can see the horror of each other's face. What is this monster? Li Qingshan can block their blows, but they are more acceptable. But for the strength of Fu Qingjin, they have a deep understanding. Oh? Fu Qingjin also showed an unexpected color. He had intended to smash the little demon with a sword, and then went to clean up the monster general. Now he is a little surprised. From the perspective of monster, you can count it. It's a mixed blood, but because of this, the more you want to kill now, the more you will get rid of the trouble. Fu Qingjin was about to shoot. A black shadow shrouded it, turned his head slightly, and the millipede mouthwash was close at hand, with a large mouth and a mouth, more like the entrance to hell. Within such a short distance, Fu Qingjin suddenly launched an attack. Fu Qingjin wanted to dodge, and it was too late. The wind blew his face and raised his long hair. His face did not change. There was a loud bang, and millipede smashed the pillar. Li Qingshan's face was not happy. He never underestimated any enemy. Fu Qingjin is not an underestimated existence. Stepping forward step by step, a crack quickly spread forward, and the pile of rocks exploded, but there was no trace of Fu Qingjin. A little cyan flow smoothed through the line of sight, and then thousands of points, like a firefly, gathered together, turned into Fu Qingjin. Look. Li Qingshan's eyes wide. This is the power of Verdant Ruins sword. Is this not invincible? Fu Qingjin throws Verdant Ruins sword and refers to the sword, which makes the most common sword controlling technique. But Verdant Ruins sword turns completely and completely disappears from the blade, interweaving a rough and complex geometry in the air. Shrouded in millipede. Millipede screamed in pain, splattered with blood and turned to bite. Fu Qingjin turned into a blue light, gathered in another place, and touched his chin and said to himself, it really is the insect race monster, the vitality is different. it seems that you need to break the head. The eyes fell on the head of Millipede wherever, ordinary swords. It was the third-class swordsman like Uzigian, who knew the moves and made them in his hands, all of which became the unstoppable law. Rolling monster Chi turned into a flood of floods to Fu Qingjin, and the sword turned and the flood was over. Two skulls roared from the sky, and all the remaining steel armor corps, roaring and rushing to Fu Qingjin. Sword Chi was full of thousands of blue silk, and steel armor corpse was broken. Fu Qingjin suddenly smiled, turned back to a sword and a crystal bone sword confronted together, praised, good sword art. The sword intent that broke out in a moment, even he was a little surprised. See the swordsman, it is awkward and even more surprising. Little Un has been for a long time, sacrificing all of Steel Armor Corpse's enemies, and stabbed him with a sword, but he only had to admire him. Sword art is changing, sometimes light and flexible, sometimes dignified and thick, sometimes as an antelope hanging angle. No way to find out. Little Un will learn from the surface of the sword art from cursive sword script, pinnacle, crosshook, and each trick is the same as the desperate play, adding even more power. Fu Qingjin doesn't use sword controlling technique. He holds a sword, runs sword art, fights with Little Un, and wants to take a look at her sword art. Little Un enters. The sword changes to pinnacle. Fu Qingjin retreats and squats, but can always block the sword of Little Un. In an instant, the two swords slammed thousands of times, and made a strange long humming sound. Countless screaming sword chi slammed into the ground, and the two men passed by. A relatively complete pavilion along the way collapsed and was completely destroyed by sword chi and collapsed by its own gravity. There are countless cracks on Little Un's skeleton sword. She only attacked it. If it was flesh and blood, it was also shattered by sword chi. Li Qingshan yelled to Millipede, quickly become true form. The advantage brought by the huge body has disappeared. This battle has no chance of winning and must be fleeing. But everything in front of you is covered by the illusion, not to mention the hole in the hole, that is, even the Tanking cannot be found. If you want to escape, you can only break through the illusion, but it is easier said. Millipede this time didn't listen to him, shook his body and rushed to Fu Qingjin again. Every movement of his movement is as fierce as thunder, but Fu Qingjin is useless, and the attack is no use no matter how many times it is launched. Sure enough, Fu Qingjin's body once again turned into a streamer, gathered in the air, shaking his head, dull. Little Un pulls off the air and is caught by Li Qingshan. No, it won't work. I must think of a way. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 254. Chapter 72. The Millennium. At this time, Millipede opened his mouth. A pink monster coursed under the sky, like a pink lightning, scratching this empty dark world. Fu Qingjin's body has gathered more than half, looking at the pink monster core at the chest. This is his biggest goal of the trip. The round monster core twisted, his face finally changed color, and some unbelievable run. Millipede turned his head and looked at Li Qingshan. His eyes turned out to be an unprecedented clear understanding. The way Li Qingshan had never thought of was thought of by him. The radiant radiance, straight into the Han, the crystallization of thousands of years, released in an instant. The sun is also bleak. Verdant ruins tears and smashes, revealing the original Tanking, but in the violent explosion, it is 10 times widened by hard life. At this time, the explosion sounded, and the circular shockwave smoothed all the trees in the 100. Li Qingshan slammed into the sky, but the sound was hidden in the roar. Hua Chengzhen took a paper crane and took Yuzijian and Hua Chenglu to the sky. The paper crane was instantly torn and shattered by the waves. 3 mountains old man. The horrible display of the magic spell spirit artifact is instantly engulfed by brilliance. When the glory flashed away, it was deeply imprinted in the people's scorpion. and it only disappeared for a long time. Everything on the ground was wiped out and everyone disappeared. The horror of Hua Chengzhen's heart has not subsided for a long time. He has underestimated the strength of Hidden Sword Palace and underestimated the decision of this monster general. Self-donation monster core is tantamount to suicide. For all monsters, survival is the first instinct, even if it is a dangerous situation. There is also the possibility of 1 in 10,000. It may be possible to escape the birth of a battle, and the self-donation monster core really ruined all hope. 3 mountains old man drilled from the lime soil and covered in clothes. Each spit out a blood, fell to the ground, and the face was still horrified. Green vine old man shouted, "Fellow Taoist Fu! Fellow Taoist Fu!" A King Wang descended from the sky. Fu Qingjin was covered in dust, and his hair was slightly messy. His face was pale, and he was also injured. Fu Qingjin looked at the basin that was exploded by the monster core. Some admire and some surprises. Only instinct can be decided. It was really unexpected. Demon is dead. He disregards the covenant, drills the ground, finds his way out, and asks 3 to testify. 3 mountains old man is busy. Fu Qingjin slammed into the sky at Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen said, "Some of the monsters are really dead." Fu Qingjin said, "It's not a bad thing to get rid of 2 little demons." Hua Chengzhen said, "I see those 2 but not ordinary monster." Fu Qingjin said, "They are some means. If you are honestly staying at Subterranean World Cultivation, you will dare to come to the ground to make waves. You will be annihilated and you must not die." Hua Chengzhen is silent. Knowing that it does have the confidence to say such words, the 2 monster strengths are strong. If you don't cross that step, don't try to pose a threat to him. At the speed of monster cultivation, you can't say that you have to go through that step. You don't have to be 100 years old. At that time, Fu Qingjin's strength is not known to what extent. For fear of retaliation, Fu Qingjin, I will kill you personally, and you have 3 old things. Live well, wait for me. At this time, a voice came from the depths of Subterranean World, passing through the thick layers of soil, and clearly passed to everyone's ears. The voice was so calm, but it was clear that the master of the voice forcibly suppressed the violent rage, revealing a sense of chill. 3 mountains old man, the face is discolored, and the always gentle green vine old man is arrogant. I don't know the monstrous talent. Only Fu Qingjin looks the same. The backhand stabbed a sword, and the sword light penetrated the soil. 3 mountains old man looking at Fu Qingjin together. Fu Qingjin shook his head, "It's gone." 3 mountains old man, the face also showed disappointment. Fu Qingjin, I said, 3 people are not afraid. Golden Rooster old man exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The 3 faces face each other. No one wants to admit the faint fear in the heart. Endless dark subterranean world. Li Qingshan said nothing, rushing, squinting, jaw-biting, bleeding, holding millipede in his hand, but has been reduced to a foot length, was called back to true form. The body was broken and motionless. Little An is walking fast, but I don't know how to persuade. At the monster core self-donation, millipede fell from the sky and his body shape shrank dramatically, becoming this look. Li Qingshan's heart seemed to be burning with a fire. The burning body was hot and painful. He forced himself to calm down, but he could not do it. He clearly rushed to the road, and the road in front of him changed, like an exit that could never be found. Maze. Sea of flowers sprawled in the vast subterranean world. The blue butterfly flower shines brightly like a blue flame. Li Qingshan passes the sea of flowers and puts millipede on the stone platform. This is his favorite big bed, and spiritual power above. Maybe it can help him. He took all the healing medicine pill from 100 treasure pouch, applied it to the outside, and all of his brain was used on millipede. But millipede just lie on the stone platform. Li Qingshan's hopeful eyes faded, and the sky made a madness, but only the dark rock formations. The sound rolled in the caves. No one listened, as if he had returned to Ice Sword Cliff. He was naive to think that he had broken the cycle and nothing changed. He stood upright in front of the stone platform, and the scarlet hair fell, covering his face like a stone statue that stood for thousands of years. I don't know how long it took. Little Un's cold bones stroked Li Qingshan's face. His heart was warm and faint. Little Un, why am I so weak? No, your enemy is too strong. You have just started cultivation. In the future, you will be better than everyone else. At this time, the stone platform flashed on the stone platform, only a very slight humming. In Li Qingshan's unbelievable eyes, Millipede made a roll, moved 1,000 feet, climbed up, set up his predecessor, and swayed his tentacles to him as if he was greeting. Li Qingshan was busy bringing him to his eyes. You are still alive. Millipede nodded, with the only faint monster chi on the body, play dead. Li Qingshan squatted and hanged down, feeling dumbfounded, but his heart seemed to relax. Sitting on the floor with a shit, you guy. Millipede said again, hungry. Li Qingshan was busy putting a pile of food in front of Millipede, and Millipede immediately ate and ate. There were heavy and noisy footsteps around, and I don't know when the demon soldiers gathered around and whispered. What happened to him? There was no brains and rushed out. And the trap of human race. He can't do it. It seems that this place has to be replaced by a new king. Li Qingshan jerked back, and the group demon immediately snorted and stopped speaking. Li Qingshan regained her calmness and indulged in a moment, sitting on the stone platform and starting to issue orders. The king was only slightly injured for a while. Now, put everything up and start calculating contribution points. The demons will bring together the collected 100 treasure pouch and a variety of spirit artifact talisman. The spirit artifact of every various in disorder does not say that the number of 100 treasure pouch has exceeded 1,000 and piled up into a small mountain bag, which even Li Qingshan did not expect. A little ask. In addition to this collection of herbs, there have been many human race cultivators entering subterranean world, and the spirit artifact 100 treasure pouch on their body has brought a glimmer of light to the group. I don't know how to use it, but I also collected it and I have experienced it for many years. It is impossible for other regions to have so many 100 treasure pouch. Other monster general will take care of the ground plate of their own site, and there will be few chi refining warrior to die. It is because of Millipede's roughness that this area has always been the battle zone of humans and monsters, and there are many kinds of spoils. These trophies have no practical effect on the monsters. All of them have been used for the rich food. Even though most of them are the 100 treasure pouch of the low-level chi refining warrior, Li Qingshan feels a lot of excitement. Calmly thinking, if this is not him, Millipede is lured to the ground, even if the self-donation monster core cannot escape, and now has a life, then there is no limit to this. The lost cultivation base can make up, the hatred under can also be retaliated. Although it is very difficult, it is not that nothing has changed. He has saved his friend's life in the distance of bit by bit. He has been cultivation for more than a year now. If he complains again, he will sigh. And what a man! 3 mountains old man, Fu Qingjin, hey, he clenched his fists fiercely. This hatred does not report, swears not to be human, no, swears not to be a demon. These 100 treasure pouch is the source of his strength. At this time Millipede said, I have it too. Li Qingshan, I didn't expect Millipede to have 100 treasure pouch, but I want to come. For so many years, no one can come here. This blue butterfly flower is an indispensable drug for refining true spiritual pill. It makes people risk their lives. In addition, Millipede has the habit of hibernating, and it gives people a chance to take risks. This time, there are many powerful chi refining warrior, which are running against these blue butterfly flowers. Millipede cocked up and pointed the direction like a compass. Li Qingshan dug down in the corner of the cave, and dug a bunch of 100 treasure pouch, and a few brightly colored spirit artifacts, none of which was below middle grade. Dare to eat in the tiger's mouth. No strength cannot be achieved, no strength cannot go through the deep caves, to the deep subterranean world. But no matter how high the strength is only chi refining warrior. When I was not able to meet Millipede, I woke up in the middle of my sleep and saw someone walking around at home, stealing my own food, and catching a tooth sacrifice. These people's things can't be eaten naturally, buried, and then continue to sleep. Li Qingshan took out all the food and distributed it to the group demon according to the contribution points, letting the group demon first. Li Qingshan took out the things in 100 treasure pouch in his hand. The richness of the content is far beyond Li Qingshan's imagination. In addition to the common spirit talisman spirit stones, all kinds of strange spirit artifact, spiritual pill, and cultivating technique cheat, there are countless. Let him open his eyes. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 255 Chapter 73 The Little Woman Chapter 73 The Little Woman. Li Qingshan also unintentionally carefully summarized and browsed it in a big way. At this time, Li Qingshan opened a strange 100 treasure pouch and found that it was not spirit artifact spirit stones, but many poisonous insects such as scorpion. In the cultivator, in addition to the control ghost refining corpse, there is no shortage of deworming, but the ordinary 100 treasure pouch cannot be used to store living things. The Grave Hill Disciple is a special qualitative corpse coppering, and this is a rare insect sac. Li Qingshan released one of the poisonous scorpions. The scorpion was covered in auburn. At first glance, it was huge. The body was full of adults and Li Qingshan was taken aback. The giant cicada is dancing giant cheeks, clawing his teeth, suddenly seeing Millipede, cringing and wanting to escape. Millipede's body shrank, like a sharp arrow shot, and got into the giant with the body. The giant struggled a few times, turned over and died. Millipede ate the scorpion meat, only the empty shell, only to drill out the mouth parts intertwined, screaming, very like. Li Qingshan suddenly moved in the heart, releasing all the poisonous insects together. They were flying and jumping. Millipede released a pink poisonous mist, shrouded these poisonous insects, fell to the ground, and ate them one by one. If there is a cure, Millipede is the king, and these poisonous insects are still far away. The skinny dead camel is bigger than the horse. Millipede is also a monster general. As long as it takes some time, it will be able to restore its original strength. Li Qingshan finally made up his mind and began to catch butterflies in the cave. 3 days later, Li Qingshan was picking up water plants in the water, and then listening to the demon soldiers to report, head collar, not good, monster in the west killed. The voice fell, and another demon rushed. The east is coming. There is also the south. The same is true in the north. Li Qingshan calmly straightens up, and my heart is coming. These 4 monster slaves are located on the border of the Millipede territory with other monster general territories, and he has been keeping them focused on the surrounding monster general. Millipede's business is bound to be nothing but the old neighbors. There is no order law under subterranean world. The strong is the respect. The Millipede loses momentum. These monster general must compete for the territory, even if monster marshal comes, cannot violate this principle. Li Qingshan took the last water and returned to the immortal cave in Millipede, where the flying blue butterflies were much less and the beautiful sea of flowers dimmed. He has picked all the mature, blue medicine flowers that can be used as medicine, and put them into the jade in the 100 treasure pouch. More precisely, all the mature spirit grass in the territory has been swept by him and Littleton. Picking these spiral grass is not as simple as you think. Many of them use special tools, such as the blue butterfly flower. If you pick it directly by hand, it will destroy the medicine and bring a special jinsei. Gloves. Fortunately, in those 100 treasure pouch, these tools are not missing. The demon soldiers have gathered in front of the stone platform. All of them are nervous, although they dare not violate Li Qingshan's command of the demon leader. But fighting monster is no better than fighting with human race. But there is monster general's existence. There is no monster general, will definitely lose. Li Qingshan's eyes swept over the group of demons, and the stunned group of demons quieted down, quietly waiting for his orders. After a test, Li Qingshan's kindness and humility were gradually honed out. Gradually it is more than power and interest. Now the quartet monster general came in, to capture this territory. The king of Millipede was injured, and I did not stop their strength. I and Vice Commander will take the king of Millipede temporarily to leave. Healed. Without concealment and no deception, Li Qingshan was frank and blunt. Hey, where are you heading? What should we do? Ice Frog asked with a jump. You are waiting for the recruitment here, but you have to remember, unite. No matter which side wants to seize this territory, you will need your strength. There is also a principle between Subterranean World Monster. Monster General can't kill monster as long as it doesn't resist. But the invasion of foreign forces will inevitably harm the interests of the indigenous people. But as long as they unite together, they are the important players that influence this war of division. The monsters also tasted the benefits of unity. At the time of collecting the herbs, it was hard to hear that several monsters were killed in the nest. At this time, only a few weak monsters were killed and delicious food was available. Eat, see Li Qingshan to go. There will be some disappointment. Li Qingshan took Little Ann and walked outside the cave. The group demon separated a road. Millipede sleeps in the worm pouch. After losing the monster core, he is more and more instinctively driven. He can eat and sleep, and his emotions are not affected. If he suddenly loses monster core, and his strength is greatly reduced. Can only sigh that silly demon is stupid. Are you still coming back? Li Qingshan went to the cave opening, and Giant Rock Viper couldn't help but ask. This is also the question that the group demon wants to ask. Of course, soon. Wait a moment. Li Qingshan didn't turn his head back, and he was shocked by a blue light butterfly. He was stunned by the light, but the glory was still faint, but still beautiful as a dream. Li Qingshan took only the longer spiral grass, and the short ones were unmoved, and most of them were harvested, not moving at all. Because he would come back sooner or later, for Millipede, for himself. To get back this territory. The roar of monster came from a very distant cave. It is time to leave. In Boundless Mountain, at the foot of an inconspicuous hill, Li Qingshan set aside the vines and walked out of it. The cold wind blew the face, and it was cool. The big clouds crossed the sky, and some of the sparse stars leaked out, coldly blinking. Spirit Turtle Monster Core. Let out. Li Qingshan gradually shrinks and becomes the original appearance. He touches his cheeks and seems to have a faint beard. He looks at one of the strange teenagers and looks back at it. He smiles and squeezes a smile, but it is not a good class. Not beautiful, not ugly, like a piece of stone. The angle of the body, the more polished, the sharper. People say that appearance lives from the heart. Now Fang Xin. In the past few months, he has been practicing demon. He has experienced countless dangers, killing people, and revenge. A hostility will be born, and personalization will be done. There is also demon's phase. Li Qingshan did not care, confirmed that his description had been restored, and then found a set of clothes to replace, and then put the glass mirror on his body, injecting true chi. His whole body twitched and twisted, disappeared in place. This is Li Qingshan's very interesting spirit artifact from the many hundred treasure pouch. It can hide the user's body shape and even evade various explorations to a certain extent. It is very rare. The auxiliary class high-grade spirit artifact. He named it Stealth Mirror. This glazed mirror was found in the pit dug by Millipede. Apparently there was a chi refining warrior, trying to use this method to pass Millipede and free to pick the spiral grass. But obviously he failed. Li Qingshan guessed that although this stealth mirror can completely hide the figure, the cultivator naturally exudes a breath, but it is difficult to hide. But he has no such anxiety. His ability to hide breath is very strong, and this stealth mirror is matched. It can be said to complement each other and instantly turn him into a super assassin. Be prepared. Li Qingshan headed for Greenvine Mountain, and before leaving, there was a small grievances that needed to be settled. When I came to Greenvine Mountain, Li Qingshan looked at Drifting Cloud Street, But I saw an amazing scene. Drifting Cloud Street is getting smaller. In the mechanical operation of Kakakaka, Balu is dumped, folded together, like building blocks or origami, and finally becomes a small module. This change is happening everywhere. Drifting Cloud Street has reduced by half. It turns out that this whole Drifting Cloud Street is a giant mechanism building. The lights in the city are bleak, and only the grocery store in the center is still bright, but it seems to be weak. In the past, the Three Mountains collected herbs ceremony. This is the most lively scene. The cultivators bring the adventure grass that comes from the adventure back here, trade, and this time, all the cultivators are gone. In the grocery store, the voices are full of people. In the originally quiet hall, the cultivator is filled with cultivators. Most of them are in the square market, and they are sitting around together. Xiao Sponge, who sells weapons at Golden Spear Shop. This time it was really ruined by the whole army. I only escaped a few people. Fortunately, I didn't bother to try my luck. These monsters are really embarrassing. Loser of King Liang Tea House. Monster is not awkward. What monster is? The earthen jar is not broken from the well. The general is inevitably dead. And the monster is demon. Monster is so good. It is buried in it, but it is a matter of time. Only I hope that you will not make any trouble. Drink tea. Old Sun. How worried you are. It turned out that Sun Fubai was also in it, and Li Qingshan, or the great hero bull, was fascinated. Although it was only a few in a hurry, it was very affectionate, almost to be a forgotten year, and took a sip of tea. I miss the safety of a small friend. I don't know how he is. Xiao Jiang is the most transparent, laughing. You are talking about the great hero bull. Sun Fubai surprised. How do you know? Luzu said, in this city, what can lick his ears? Lulo Jiao won the award. A few days ago, he killed the eldest senior brother of Chicken Mountain. All kinds of news went off his ear together. I don't know if I can. I even have a few cups of tea at you. I still remember now. That is really a personal thing. Oh. I can't escape him if I see him. The people turned their heads and saw Liu Riping, who was on the sidelines, who was obedient. She heard the Chicken Mountain eldest senior brother, died in the hands of the great hero bull, and he escaped from the Golden Rooster old man. Difficult, I am afraid that he knows the role of her in it, and comes back to revenge. After a long period of time, my heart has a hate for him. Why don't you just die? When you see expert, you can escape the man. Xiao Jiang said, Riping, where did he offend you? Liu Riping couldn't tell, and the great hero bull didn't offend her, but she also made a fortune. Sun Fubai put the teapot on the table and said it was unpleasant. It really is that women and villains are hard to raise. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 256 Chapter 74, Returning to Blessed Peace. Chapter 74, Returning to Blessed Peace. Liu Riping's face changed slightly, but he did not dare to talk back to Sun Fubai and turn to other tables. Li Qingshan asked Little Un to wait outside and walk through the square. The old buildings around him, like the futuristic technology in the movie, were suddenly transformed. He came to the grocery store. The door was wide open, the lights poured out and fell on the dark streets. Li Qingshan heard a few familiar voices, heard the words of Liu Riping, raised eyebrows, but did not feel any strong anger, just looking for a hidden corner. Waiting quietly, the opportunity was more than he imagined. Come soon. After a few hours, the entire market was closed, leaving only the small building of the grocery store, standing alone, and then began to transform. The cultivators have stepped out of the grocery store. The last one to come out is a wealthy old woman, Shi Pei, the owner of the grocery store. Every time there was a breakout, there would be a party, but after all this change, everyone had no thoughts. Finally, the entire Drifting Cloud Street, gathered into a cube of small cubes, fell into the hands of Shi Pei, put back into the 100 treasure pouch, took out a small wooden boat, thrown into the air, 100 times larger, suspended in the air. Go back to Clear River Prefecture and go to Patriarch to report. If you want to go to Clear River Prefecture, please go on board. If you have other things to do, please go and cook. Don't send Drifting Cloud Street next time. Fangxi, Yangchuan March, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy opening trial. Don't miss it. The white sails are open and the wind is blowing. The spaceship is like a light leaf, flying to the night sky. For a moment, it is like a mustard. It enters a cloud and disappears. On the empty wasteland, only a dozen people looked up at this scene and bowed their heads to bid farewell to each other. Li Qingshan is also one of them. Although I have seen a lot of the magical mystery of this world, I still feel amazed every time I see you. Then look down and look at the direction of Liu Riping's departure, like a beast, into the darkness. In the depths of subterranean world, the group of monsters huddled together, colliding with each other, showing claws and fangs, trying to make the realized difficult to retreat. If it is human race, 100% will become a big melee in the corpse. After all, they will be inferior to one eye, and then smash from the smash to the creature of one another. And monsters' wisdom is not enough to give them a complex concept of dignity. Anger is not worth mentioning in the face of survival. If a war is over, no matter which side wins, at least half of the demon will be lost, even its own life is threatened. What kind of fool will choose to go to war? Human race. So the 4 monster generals have chosen to negotiate. But the way of negotiation may seem to be very brutal in human race, and there is no physical collision, and claws and fangs add up. Among the group demon, standing with 4 different descriptions of monster general, is constantly improving monster chi. Suddenly, a blind soldier who does not know which side, flustered to report. Great King, below, here is coming. The voice did not fall, and in the dark caves, 8 lantern-sized eyes suddenly appeared, each of which was filled with cruel vicious that ordinary people could not imagine. Under the gaze of the gaze, the enchanting horror, many of the huge monsters, who were screaming and clawing, climbed down, and even the powerful monster general, which was a nightmare by chi-refining warrior, showed panic and fear. Nightmare. But from the darkness, it was a glamorous lady who was dragging a bright red dress. The scarlet lips were slightly open, and the cold road said, "What about Millipede?" Liu Riping complained that Shi Pei refused to send it, otherwise he would return to the family on the big ship. I don't know how glorious it is. She sits on a silk rug, embroidered rune on the corners of the carpet, flying against the ground, although the height is very low, but also makes the rugged terrain no longer a problem. She is imagining, returning to the family, how to be welcomed. A sudden gust of wind hit. She has not figured out what happened. The neck was held tightly by an invisible big hand. Held in midair, Li Qingshan showed his figure and held huge whale absorbing water. He asked, "Do you have this knife?" Liu Riping couldn't know. His eyes filled with fear and pleading. And suddenly his neck loosened. You are the great hero Bull. Thank goodness, you are fine. I heard that you were chased by Chicken Mountain. I am worried. I can't sleep for a few days. Is it worth it now? Li Qingshan, if she didn't listen to her, might have deceived her. That's all his words. How can I do this? Liu Riping had some sophistry, but it sounded reasonable and more beautiful, and he couldn't tell the details. Li Qingshan picked it up and wanted to let her die convinced. How she expected to die, except for the words of the black-masked man, he had no evidence to prove that Liu Riping was behind him. Liu Riping said, "As long as you let me go, I will rely on you." Li Qingshan suddenly laughed and said, "I am not a government office. If I want to die, then I want to take a step forward." The hand is falling. The blood is shining, and it has not yet fallen to the ground. The flame of Little Un was melted and the corpse was destroyed. The more beautiful the creature, the more pleasing it is to destroy. This is probably only the case with human race. The killing of this kind of thing is always given too much meaning. Monster is much simpler, eating a word most of the time. Li Qingshan didn't want to be a pervert, but he tried to make himself a little simple. Of course, he didn't plan to eat. When Li Dongshan was in the middle of the dynasty, Li Qingshan stopped and looked at the magnificent city in the distance. After a few months, he finally returned to blessed Peace City. Li Qingshan put on a dark wolf clothes and wears the wind-stitching blade. Little An also restored the human form and put on a new dress. Li Qingshan took Little An's little hand and walked to blessed Peace City. In a few months, he slowed down for the first time, strolling along the road. The roads were on both sides. The snow was not clear. The buildings on both sides gradually became dense and tall, and the lights were everywhere. Let Li Qingshan suddenly remember that now is the new year. Calculating the time, in addition to the old age, his age is 1 year old and becomes 17. The sound of reimbursement of the roosters, one after another, smog and smoke, rose to the sky, so that the entire city is covered in blue smog. What are you doing at the age of 17? Still studying at school, doing a dull monotonous high school career, but now it is already contaminated with thousands of human life killers. Demon, have to admit, or the latter life is interesting. There may be feelings of self-pity and self-harm, and ordinary people are true, or miss the quiet life. Li Qingshan has no such feeling in his heart. He would rather take more risks and abandon more morality to get such an interesting. At the foot of the mountain, Li Qingshan looked up at the iron-casting eagle and picked it up. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 257. Chapter 75. Spider Queen Rose. Dark subterranean world. The atmosphere is cold like ice. Ice Frog is jumping and telling the story, which is also related to the coldness of its unconsciousness. Oh why? From beginning to end, the face of the lady in red is full of expressionless expressions. The beautiful face looks like a delicate mask. It is a beautiful pair of eyes, but it seems to flash the vicious light, which makes people shudder. After listening to it, she turned and walked, and the scarlet long skirt dragged behind. A black-faced big man who must be ashamed, loudly said, "Adult, how is the territory divided? I will assign it later, and I will see your performance when I see it." She said that her lips are swaying in a curve, and the cold face is full of charming smiles, but it is like colorful venom. The 4 monster generals were all trembled. They immediately decided to quickly distribute the territory and no longer dispute the details. Otherwise, with the adult's disposition, peace negotiations will inevitably become bloody battles, not for any special the reason, just because of her love. Her bloody and cruel preference not only far exceeds monsters' survival instinct, even the human race is far behind. Ice Frog said, "Hey, the king of Millipede is still dead, and the leader said he will return. He is dead." She is unquestionable, her eyes sweeping through all monster, as if to engrave these 3 words as a law in their hearts. A monster general that lost monster core is no different from death. She doesn't feel a trace of sadness about the incompetent stupid thing. Instead, she sees some kind of opportunity. I will avenge him. There was a sinister smile on her face that blended into the darkness. On the Green Vine Mountain. In the hall, there is silence. Fu Qingjian sits cross-legged in front of the main hall. Above the steps, the moonlight falls, looking at the mountains. Verdant ruins. Sword rested on his lap and remained quiet. He was waiting quietly, and the news of the 3 mountains collecting herbs was passed on in all directions. 3 Mountains Old Man is sitting not far behind him, in the dark hall. His face is a little uneasy. Green Vine Old Man said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, is there really demon to retaliate?" Golden Rooster Old Man said, "How dare this group of monstrous talents? It is obvious that they first rebelled the covenant to the ground." Green Vine Old Man said, "Would you like to avoid it first?" Solitary Grave Old Man said, "Yes." When the anger of the killing of the discipline cools down, the fear begins to hang over, and if monster really revenge, they will definitely attack a lot. They are very old and they are afraid of death. Fu Qingjian turned his back to them. His lips smirked, but patiently explained, "I stay here just to guard against this situation. Look at the demon in your hands. We cultivator, you can be before the threat of demon shrinking." 3 Mountains Old Man hearing this looking down at the little token in his hand. It's not Jinfu. There is a glimmer of light, engraved with the word dot. Cannot help but recall 3 days ago, just after the end of the war, Fu Qingjin took out these 3 tokens and invited the 3 to join the Monster Execution Union, with the Hidden Sword Palace as the core, combined with the Major Rites Path sect, recruiting people with lofty ideals in the human race cultivator. Together with the Demon Slayer, it is currently in preparation, and the 3 are the veterans. The 3 are in the extreme hatred of monster, and there are many benefits to joining the League. Hidden Sword Palace shares the advanced culture technique. The secret message, if the demon is successful, and the spirit artifact medicine pill reward. Fu Qingjin promised that this time he went back and asked for 3 people to help the 3 mountains to rebuild the threshold. The 3 immediately agreed to accept the token. Then Fu Qingjin started here, waiting for Demon's revenge. The 3 people became more and more uneasy. In the hands of Millipede, they saw the horror of Demon. They didn't have the strength of Fu Qingjin, even a monster general. If you ignore the self-donation monster core, you can also have their life. And Subterranean World is so stupid to send a monster general to die, but also to a group, even a higher level powerful demon, when it is really dead, do not know how to die. But regret is already late. Joining the Monster Execution Union is naturally driven by the Monster Execution Union. Now I want to quit. Is it really a play for Hidden Sword Palace? Not waiting for monster's revenge, Fu Qingjin will now kill them, and this little demon will become more and more hot. My Hidden Sword Palace's reinforcements are already on the road. Fu Qingjin. The next words. Let the 3 mountains old man feel a little bit in their heart, look at each other, each bitter, and only so. But there is no reinforcement at all. Fu Qingjin shook his head slightly, and he succumbed to the big things, and saw the small profits and forgotten his life. The dead wood could not be carved. He stayed here, that is, let the 3 pieces of dead wood play their remaining light and heat, with verdant ruins sword in hand, that is monster martial. He also has the grasp of getting away. Demon not only cruelly slaughtered all the 3 mountains in Subterranean World, but also destroyed the Covenant, rushed out of the ground, slashed and killed, and finally was shackled by him. But this was not enough. Those who were mad at Demon quickly retaliated and killed 3 mountains. Sect leader, he has to fight to escape. His patience is, to a large extent, his patience with the dying people, the 3 martyrs and sacrifices. This is the story arranged by Hidden Sword Palace. Fu Qingjin is just an absent-minded protagonist. Just as the player plays chess, step out. The purpose of the implication is definitely more than one, and it must contain a series of subsequent changes. At this time, Fu Qingjin suddenly raised the head and raised his brow. Hua Chengzhen is picking up the stairs, followed by Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian. Fu Qingjin said, "You haven't gone yet?" Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, "Why should I go? The following market has to be collected. I have nowhere to go. I am going to come to Green Vine for 2 days. Then you shouldn't come again. Bring them." Fu Qingjin's eyes only looked to Yu Zijian. "I wanted to wait until this time, and then took her back to Hidden Sword Palace. But unexpected changes. It is natural and easy for him to get out of his own, but if you want to protect a low-level chi-refining warrior at the same time, it is very difficult, and she must let her go down the mountain." Hua Chengzhen has been observing Fu Qingjin's look. She is more convinced of her own inference and smiles. "Do not worry, what you worry about will not happen." "What?" "She is already here." Hua Chengzhen pointed to the sky. Fu Qingjin raised the head, but only saw the clouds and the stars, but he understood what he meant. Ruai County is her place, and she should have known that things are not that simple. She shuttled through the cave. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and the long-lost moonlight was in front of her eyes, but she could not help but stop. Under the moonlight, a white woman leaned against the rock wall and stood with her arms yannying. She frowned. "Aluo, I haven't seen you for a long time," Yannying said with a smile, and relaxed as if she was going out in the morning to meet the next door neighbor. Seeing her frowning should not, Yannying smiles, "I have to go to the door, Don't you ask me to sit at home. Still have to be respected. Spider Queen Rose Monster Marshall Big Talents. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 258. Chapter 76. Black Dragon Talisman. Don't stop my way. The sly scarlet dress, dancing, turned into a red light. Rose plunged out of the hole. The white shadow flashed. Gyanning blocked her in front of her, and the blue silk danced. It's hard to die. Rose immediately turned, and changed direction 100 times in an instant, but every time it was blocked by white shadows. In an instant, I saw a red light flooding the hole, constantly looping around, and a white shadow appeared at the same time in the cave opening, forming a copper wall. In a blink of an eye, the two returned to the distance, as if they had never moved. Rose opened his lips and spit out a line of spider silk, turning into a big spider in the air, covering Gyanning. Gyanning didn't move, and there was a small whirlwind around him, and the clothes floated. This kind of small whirlwind is not uncommon for mortals. At most, only a few dead leaves can be blown up. But the spider silk, which is 10 times stronger than steel, touches the wind and steers and smashes silently. Astral wind. Rose smashed, angered even more, screaming and screaming. The body shape began to change dramatically. The long skirt was supported, the lower body turned into a black spider, the pointed and long legs, the big belly with color, the spotted markings spread straight to the upper body, and the white skin became dark, and the sputum glowed. In a sharp, hoarse voice, "You don't let it. Don't forget, half of your own blood is demon." Gyanning said, "Because I have half of the demon lineage, I have to stop you." This is the Dragon King command. Dragon King, do you want to use Dragon King to marry me? Rose leaned down close to Gyanning's face, two beautiful faces, almost attached together, a bewitching magnificent, a chic and calm. Who doesn't know? Eagle God and Dragon King are on fire. Eagle God is Eagle God. I am me, demon and demon. Update is still getting along, right? He also sent me this stuff. Gyanning took out a thing, a black disc that I did not know what material was carved. The dragon, the claws of the teeth, the prestige. Black Dragon Talisman. The name of the good soil. Gyanning grinned. But he said, see this person. See his deity, the demon of Verdant Province. Listen to the dispatch. Rose can't channel. This is impossible. How can Dragon King give you the Black Dragon Talisman? Rose, step back. Black Dragon Talisman suddenly turned around, coiled around, sounding a majestic voice and giving orders. Rose was shocked and his body gradually shrunk to restore his human form. Leaning down, respectfully said, yes. Dragon King unwillingly glanced at Gyanning and turned to disappear into the darkness. Gyanning plays Black Dragon Talisman. Old man, still want to continue to bear. The Black Dragon Talisman was silent, motionless, and even closed his eyes. Gyanning said, all right. The figure flashed and disappeared. Green Vine Mountain top. Gyanning descended from the sky, quietly falling on the top of the main hall, looking like an eagle, burning behind the back of Fu Qingjun. Fu Qingjun sighed leisurely, stood up and turned back and said, there is no command Gu. There is no regret or dissatisfaction. Green Vine, Golden Rooster, Solitary Grave, I have seen Gudaran. 3 mountains. Old man in the heart of the big pine, busy out to salute. Do not dare to rely on the old and old. Yu Zijian said, good. Hua Chenglu looked up and thought, I would like to see. This Gyanning is what it looks like. Only under the moon, white winds, snow, wide sleeves, windward, worldly face, also as a woman, cannot help but admire. But if it's just that, it's nothing great. Hua Chenglu, I have never seen how many beautiful people I have seen since I was a child. It is only a matter of time. I can hear the medical sage and be able to change my life. No matter how beautiful I want to be, I can do it. But her style is unparalleled. Turning around, I saw that Hua Chengzhen was staring up, suddenly remembering that he had said that if you saw her with your own eyes, you might understand me. Hua Chenglu, though reluctant, had to start to understand, even though she looked plain. he would be fascinated by her. Little Hua, this is your sister. Gu Yanning floated down and looked at Hua Chenglu. Between a smile, like a spring breeze, Hua Chenglu is also awkward. Chenglu meets Gudaran, and my brother does not mention you. It's better to meet up. Gu Yanning teased. Hua Chenglu turned red and bowed his head. It's better to meet up. Hua Chengzhen chuckled. It's almost the same. Gu Yanning said, you are Zijian. Do you know my name? I also listened to Little Hua about you. Gu Yanning looked up and down Zijian, and his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the hearts of the people. Zijian can only be regarded as some qualification, not to mention innate skill, but Gu Yanning does not doubt Hua Chengzhen's judging. Her understanding of Hidden Sword Palace is much deeper than that of Hua Chengzhen, and her keen instinct tells her that this child is the next owner of Purple Night Sword. Gu Yanning only talked to them and set Fu Qingjin and San Lao to the side. The three old faces are red, and they are not angry. Fu Qingjin smiled and put a hand down. Didn't feel embarrassed, and added trouble to others. It was inevitable to be aired and aired. Gu Yanning suddenly turned his head and said to Fu Qingjin, you haven't gone yet. This will go. If you want to go, go quickly. I see a headache when I take the sword. A mount. Zijian looked innocent. Oh, not to say you. Before this, the palace lord also asked me to bring a message to Commander Gu, humans and monsters, only in one thought. In the future, please Commander to be self-sufficient, do not make mistakes. Fu Qingjin talking, temperament change, Sui and Tang dynasties disappeared, eyes like a sword. There is an atmosphere, as if not only brought the words of Hidden Sword Palace Lord thousands of miles away, but also brought its momentum. You also help me with a sentence, find trouble, please change a place. Verdant province is very big. As long as the oath of all kings is not a day, I will maintain one day. As for the future, I will talk about it in the future. Gu Yanning smiles. His eyes are like eagle, tit for tat. Although the two did not use the slightest spiritual power, but the people around them felt repression. Fu Qingjin looks aloof and restores the normal state, the look of the palace lord. I can't learn, Commander Gu said, I must bring it. Then Zijian said, you girl, you have a relationship with the sword, but will you follow me to Hidden Sword Palace to practice Sword Dao? The eyes are serious and the words are earnest. I came here this time, not for others, just for you. As soon as this statement came out, the three mountains old man were shocked. The destined person of Hidden Sword Palace? This is just the heavens by, it is simply the descendants of heavens hanging down. Even they are envious. Zijian, who was the most inconspicuous and weakest, became the focus of his attention. He was helpless and his face was red. Sorry, I have already promised to accompany Chenglu to the 100 family. Hey, you are stupid. Hua Chenglu, who has been blaspheming, reacted and grabbed her mouth. That is Hidden Sword Palace. Peas, I will change the volume soon. Li Qingshan will really step onto the stage, start the journey, and join the vast Xianxia world. The front paving seems to be a bit long, but the wonderful start is right. I am full of confidence, but in order to achieve the expected effect also requires me to take a little more thought to consider. If the update is not strong, please include it again, and finally there will be a satisfactory answer for you. Give it to me. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 259 Chapter 77 One Mind Chapter 77 One Mind. In the view of three mountains old man, this is stupid, it is simply foolish. Every year, I go to Hidden Sword Palace to worship the mountain. The people who ask to join are in a constant stream. Every year, some people are squatting outside the palace. They don't drink or eat, to show their sincerity, and even some people are alive and dead. Green Vine old man advised, Zijian, you have been in my Green Vine mountain for so long, and it is a bit of a law. The old man would have liked to teach you the secrets of Green Vine Mountain and train you to be the future sect leader. Today, sincerely advise you, go to Hidden Sword Palace, whether you or your family have endless benefits. Missed this opportunity, I am afraid to regret life. Between the words, Yu Zijian was polite and three-pointed. He looked at Yu Zijian qualification, but he thought that she would train her to be a Green Vine Mountain sect leader, so she said that she had a good relationship. However, this is not all false. Now the Green Vine Mountain disciples are dying and almost killed. If it is not Fu Qingjin, he will really teach it. Fu Qingjin is not talking much, just looking at Yu Zijian silently. He has an imposing manner in his own authority. Otherwise, he can't simply convince the 3 mountains old man. It is rare to show such a sincere look, which is even more irresistible. Yu Zijian lowered his head, pinched his clothes, and knuckles white. She is not good at rejecting the good intentions of others. She is not unclear. It is human instinct to avoid disadvantages. It is not really dull and stubborn, because in one sentence, she has to go to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy with Hua Chenglu. Her true heart is unexpected, the stalwart figure that has repeatedly saved her in distress, and life and death is still uncertain. How can she leave and seek her own future, staying in Clear River Prefecture, even though it doesn't help? Maybe I can see him again. This thought is deeply rooted in the heart. I support you. Ge Yanning patted Yu Zijian's shoulder and said with a smile. Fu Qingjin looked at the first time and showed his unhappiness for the first time. Path of cultivation, cares about the heart, can't be forced, has no chance. Is it by your mouth? I am the Eagle Wolf Guard, guarding the Diexia law, even if it is Hidden Sword Palace, can't be in front of me. What? Yu Zijian is busy, not abduct. It is me. It is me. Fu Qingjin looked at her deeply and looked up and sighed. But it must be that the chance has not arrived. You are staying here, but I believe that in the future, you will come to Hidden Sword Palace and do it. What you should do. Ge Yanning also gave a gift. Please ask Commander Ge to take care of it. Don't let people hurt her. The eyes swept over other people. Today's business, if there is a partial leak, I will blame my sword under Heartless. Verdant Ruins sword made dragon chant tremble in the scabbard, chilling, and filled the audience. Hidden Sword Palace is not an enemy. It can be the enemy of Hidden Sword Palace. It must be the most terrible enemy. If you know the next inheritor of Purple Knight Sword, you will be killed in the bud. 3 mountains old man. The micro feeling is not a taste. Their 3 foundation establishment cultivators, in the eyes of Fu Qingjin, are not as important as a little girl, but in the long run, they are really not as important as this little girl. Ge Yanning smiled. I can guarantee this. Fu Qingjin has another hand, and he has turned into a blue rainbow and flew straight into the sky. In an instant, it has disappeared. Acting without any delay. Decisive. Ge Yanning also said goodbye. Before leaving, he said to the 3 mountains old man, I have some death chi on your face, and I will be careful later. 3 mountains old man. The face is ugly. Golden Rooster old man smiled and said, do adults still face each other? Ge Yanning smiled and said, no, I will talk about it. 3 people don't have to worry about it. 4 people crossed the mountainside formation, and the cold wind swept over from all directions, blowing the clothes and hunting. Yu Zijian and Hua Chenglu walked hand in hand. Ge Yanning and Hua Chengzhen fell behind, only listening to Hua Chenglu constantly counting Yu Zijian idiots. Yu Zijian constantly argued, where is there? Ge Yanning smiled at Hua Chengzhen. Ge Yanning said, the child arrived at Clear River Prefecture and you entrusted you. Hua Chengzhen hangs his eyes. Commander is assured, I know the stakes. Ge Yanning smiled. Speaking doesn't look at people, but disrespect. Hua Chengzhen is busy raising the head, and Mingrui's nephew. There is very little confusion. Ge Yanning didn't go straight out. He knew she had something to say to herself. Ge Yanning's gaze is already looking to the sky. He can't measure the ethereal place. There is the place where the stars are. Fu Qingjin, oh, this decision alone will not be the successor of Verdant Ruins sword. I am the 18th commander. Your cultivation base is the lowest, but if you are resourceful and considerate, and you can't beat you, I am naturally relieved. But I have no such decision. Since ancient times, I have become a major event, and I have never had a courage. Hua Chengzhen said, The subordinates do not seek anything big. Guyanyin sighed. In addition to the millipede, there are two monsters, which are extraordinary. If not Fu Qingjin, the three old men are almost killed. Guyanyin came together and only listened to Hua Chengzhen's simple narrative, and went straight to stop Spider Queen's revenge. Hua Chengzhen has written a very detailed report on the three mountains collecting herbs, and has not yet submitted it. Oh, what is it like? Guyanyin didn't care, but asked. A very tall, arrogant human form, but the first bull horn, the bull hoof, the tail, the scarlet hair, should be after the monster mixed. The other is a small cockroach, somehow, break into in the illusion of verdant ruins. The sword art is perfect. Guyanying's eyebrows rise. On the ice sword cliff, the sly figure in the blizzard naturally emerges in the heart, and the impression of Li Qingshan is not profound. Why did they have the means to deal with the Foundation Establishment cultivator? According to her memory, just a year ago, Li Qingshan was just a monster that didn't even condense monster core, and it's impossible to threaten the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Hua Chengzhen, seeing Guyanyin interested, he will see what he sees, and he will be able to express his life in the scene. Even the other two parties, Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian, couldn't help but take a step and listen to them. They interrupted from time to time and added two sentences. Guyanyin said, he is really making progress, and he has reached this level in a year. So, this time, Chi Refining Warrior is completely annihilated in Subterranean world, mostly from his plan. Being able to step out of this step so quickly is even more amazing than the progress of the cultivation base. Hidden Sword Palace Lord is right, humans and monsters is only a matter of thought, but how many people can easily decide this? Guyanyin said, you can remember last year outside Sunxia City. Hua Chengzhen, if you open your voice, like to stop some thoughts in your heart, follow Guyanying's words, unceasing torrent. Of course, remember, old Wang invited the wine. Yes, you have a cup. That kid, called Li Qingshan, really came to be the Eagle Wolf Guard. Guyanyin was shocked when she arrived. She thought that Li Qingshan had already been completely involved in the Demon Daemon Dao. She couldn't forget that she had no intention of planting the willow. It really had a result, and her face was quiet, only to hear Hua Chengzhen. This time, Hua Chenglu has more say, and couldn't help but take over the words and talk about the situation when he saw Li Qingshan on Xiwu Island. He even got Chi Refining. What exactly does this kid want to do? Guyanyin raised interest. Li Qingshan is going to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the base camp of the Clear River Prefecture cultivator. Only then can he go deep into the world of human race cultivator, and the things in his more than 1,100 treasure pouch can be transformed into what he needs. Those who picked the collected grass had the opportunity to make a single spiritual pill. All of this requires him to use Li Qingshan's identity and needs Zhu Wenbin's recommendation. Of course, this is not without any risk. It is inevitable to be investigated by Eagle Wolf Guard, but according to the information he got from Qian Rongzi, Eagle Wolf Guard did not use him as a prisoner to pursue. There is a great chance mixed up. In the worst case, it is actually a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He built the Tiger Demon second layer and confidently faced the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if he lost, he could escape. It's only one step. Subterranean world. Find a hidden place for a decade and 8 years. He is not far from Monster General Realm, and with the resources of the more than 1,100 treasure pouch, it will take up to 20 years to reach that line. For 20 years, Monster is nothing, even progressing. But he does not want to wait for these 20 years. 20 years later, who knows what will happen in the world? If you don't say anything, 3 mountains old man may be old and dead, and Fu Qingjin is supported by Hidden Sword Palace. What kind of realm will it be? Cultivation. Li Qingshan is confident that he can live longer than this, but there is no way to comfort himself with this reason. He must find shortcuts, brave and savage, a little sinister, and even more. So far, Li Qingshan finally set foot on the top of Eagle Wolf Mountain. After several months, returning to it, there is a feeling of being separated from the world. He puts these feelings in his heart and walks to his original small building to find Qian Rongzi. Knocking on the door, Qian Rongzi saw Li Qingshan. A slight glimpse, did not reveal any unexpected color, gentle and happy said, "You are back." As if the wife waited for a distant husband. Both friendly and gentle, they will not be separated for too long, so they are not too excited, but they are not too short, and they seem to be used to it. Li Qingshan said, "It seems that Cloud and Rain sect's cultural technique is right for you." Four eyes met, they all noticed the change of the other side, one more tender and gentle, the other is more calm and sharp, silently practicing each other's way of survival. Fortunately, Qian Rongzi sideways, let Li Qingshan into the house, and see Little An behind Li Qingshan, his eyes softer and softer. Little An is back. Little An whispered a little, and Qian Rongzi snorted for a while, revealing a sincere smile. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 260 Chapter 78, Qian Chapter 78, Qian Rongzi heard about Li Qingshan's plan. That's not a self-investment. The first floor of Cloud and Rain sect is in Clear River Prefecture. They won't let you go, and they won't miss Little An unless they let Little An also enter the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. 11. I am doing this. Sect is strong and can't be directly against me at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan touches Little An's head. With her qualification, it is not difficult to enter the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Qian Rongzi said, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is the foundation of the Imperial Court. It is the most invulnerable place for sect to intervene. The most dangerous place is the safest. Now I have to leave the hospital for some time. What are your plans? Retreat. Li Qingshan calmly said that he would use the resources he had to get to break through to a higher realm. In this world, only strength is the greatest guarantee. Smart. There is a special retreat Immortal Cave on the mountain. As long as you don't leave this mountain, Cloud and Rain sect can't take you. This is another reason why Li Qingshan chose to return to Eagle Wolf Guard. Human race world is different from demon world. The rules are more complicated and strict. In the case of losing Millipede, it is far safer in this Eagle Wolf Guard than under Subterranean world. Li Qingshan can go from a safe place to another safe place, avoiding the conflict with Cloud and Rain sect until the day when he has power. But the premise of all this is based on his ability to fall on the mountain. Qian Rongzi smiled and said, "This matter will be handed over to me. I am now a commander. Let Little An stay in the room." Qian Rongzi gently brushed the mirror, did not apply grease, and took Li Qingshan to see the current Dark Eagle commander. Li Qingshan feels that Qian Rongzi has changed a lot, and she is not under her own. There is no such thing as a flirtatious thing. When she first saw it, the arrogant young lady temper seemed to wash away the lead, dignified and elegant. However, this change is not so much a matter of understanding. It is better to adapt to the new environment and make new camouflage. It is only because of that this kind of disguise is more difficult to be seen through, and the heart is also sinking deeper. The value of charm technique is fully realized in her hands. Not so simple as seduce men. And Li Qingshan remembers that this woman is by no means a good class, an ordinary wicked person. And perhaps the idea of putting down the knife to become a Buddha, but only the wisdom and the next foolishness, ordinary people will be confused. The first two ends only the most intelligent people and the most stupid people can persist. Although he does not like this woman, he has to admit that she can almost get smart. Once such a person has identified something, it is almost impossible to change. At this time in the morning, some Dark Wolf guards walked out of their respective small buildings and went to eat. Li Qingshan found that most of them were strangers. Qian Rongzi said, "After you left, you called a person on a large scale to fill the vacancy. The scene was very intense. Unfortunately, you didn't see it. However, you are not bad at this scene. Look, Commander, early. The new people, who met Qian Rongzi, greeted with enthusiasm and met Li Qingshan around him. They were a little surprised. This boy is also a Dark Wolf Guard. Why haven't seen it before? What is Commander relationship? And a few of them know Li Qingshan. The reaction will be more intense. Wide eyes, stunned. Blessed Peace City. 2 Eagle Wolf commanders, plus a group of elite Dark Wolf Guard, almost died, rooted in the source, just on Li Qingshan. Early. Qianrongzi smiled and responded, kindly like a big sister next door, so that people can feel good when they see it, and they can't give birth to 3 respects. Li Qingshan feels that she is now talking to these people about the vicious of Qianrongzi, and no one will believe it. When I think of a word, the people who are really deep in the city will never show the city's deep look, and even look like ordinary people. Still more gentle. At this point, the original Zuozibo was far worse. When the snake hides the fangs and even hides itself as a viper, it is the most terrifying time. Commander, who is this kid? At this time, 4 or 5 Dark Wolf Guards were in front of them, and they all looked bad. The head of the man is a chi refining 5th level man, 30 years old, with a face full of ugly face, curious looking up and down. Li Qingshan. Qianrongzi said, this is your predecessor. Ha, Mao is not long. You can be my predecessor. Our predecessors are really a lot, but also women, but also children. Women, it should be right under the man. The ugly man and a few Dark Wolf Guards around him sneered. Li Qingshan thought it was boring to be jealous at the beginning, but after a closer look, I realized that they were rushing to Qianrongzi. The ugly man headed by Chi refining 5th level was afraid of being too convinced by Qianrongzi. Li Qingshan guessed it, in order to make up for the Eagle Wolf Guard as soon as possible. This time recruitment, the standard of relaxation, all kinds of people are included, it is inevitable, and this ugly male is not kind. Born in a tiny sect, tangled with a group of senior brothers, specializing in killing chi refining warrior, not touching ordinary people. Did not go to the blacklist. Like Qianrongzi, he is chi refining 5th level. He believes that the culture is deep and there is a group of senior brothers supporting him. How can he succumb to Qianrongzi? And he has repeatedly challenged and destroyed his authority. Qianrongzi slightly frowning, and feeling wronged and helpless. The Dark Wolf Guard passing by was showing dissatisfaction, but she was afraid of anger, and her temper was too soft. Li Qingshan glanced at her. It seems that you are not able to fully serve the public. The means of forbearing camouflage is too high, so that some people feel weak and can be bullied, but also helpless. Ugly male refers to Li Qingshan. Kid, mix with me later. He had planned to recruit Eagle Wolf Guard and pull all the newcomers into his team, but the stinky girls were not good enough. But they knew how to pull them together. People's hearts, but it has caused many people to hate, and sooner or later, we must do a good job. Suddenly seeing Li Qingshan's strength is good, she refining 4th level, young and easy to control, it will be the heart of the draw. Li Qingshan said, roll, big brother, this kid doesn't know how to lift. Court death. The ugly man is also very angry. He is about to put a few words of swearing. Suddenly on Li Qingshan's eyes, his heart is about to be raging, and suddenly it will cool down. What kind of eyes are there? When you look at yourself, it seems that it is not looking at the living things. There was a cold sweat in the back. Li Qingshan chi refining 6th level or above chi refining warrior does not know how much to kill. Under subterranean world, it is to break through the boundaries and open the ring. Look at these people, even more like pigs and dogs. If it is in the wilderness, even needless to say, this roll word is all killed. You don't have to deliberately expose the murderous aura, and this idea will come to life, killing the enemy's liver and gallbladder. Qianrongzi is the most adept at seeing the color, the hole in the heart, and the slight tremor. This guy is getting more and more horrible. He will be more careful in the future. What has he experienced in these months? This is the majesty of the tiger. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 261. Chapter 79. 3 people reunite. Chapter 79. 3 people reunite. The ugly man, with the instinct of looting for many years, also felt that this boy was not easy to deal with. He saw several senior brothers still screaming uninformedly, even trying to shoot, and shouted, "Give me a mouthful." Cautiously asked, "Dare to ask, honor the name of the name." "Come on," Li Qingshan said to Qian Rongzi, walking straight ahead, as if he did not exist. The ugly man's face changed for a while. When Li Qingshan was about to hit him, he jumped out and watched him and Qian Rongzi leave, whispering, "Big brother, don't provoke him, this person is very dangerous." The ugly man looked at Li Qingshan's back. If this boy is the Dark Wolf commander, he rooted originally not to dare to fight. This woman got this arm help. It is really difficult dealing with it. On the main building, Fang Enshang opened the curtains, arranged the desks, sprinkled the water, and prepared to handle the official duties. He was full of enthusiasm for the job. Heard the footsteps, said the head, "Rongzi, you are here." This is Li Qingshan II. See the party Enshang, originally in the Valley of the Springs. If there is no party Enshang from the middle, it is bound to evolve into a fight. The impression is not bad. Qian Rongzi gave an introduction to the two people. Li Qingshan handed a hand. "Li Qingshan, see commander." "You are Li Qingshan?" Fang Enshang looked at the tall and straight-eyed boy, looked up and down a bit, and did not believe that this person is the murderous tiger slaughterer. Could not help but wonder, where are you going during this time? Already, Li Qingshan will put the long-prepared rhetoric, and the 7-point true 3-point leave, confessing that he was persecuted by Zhao Zibo, had to enter Subterranean World, and fleeing Subterranean World, a powerful monster, Zhao Zibo. They were all over the army, only he escaped. In addition to this, except Li Qingshan is the monster, there is no lie. Qian Rongzi has helped a few words in a timely manner. With her temperament, in the past few months, she has been very harmonious with her side, and she knows her temperament and manipulates his ideas. Sure enough, Fang Enshang listened to the righteous indignation. There is such a collusion of sinners, and I am obsessed with my own commander. It is really a pity. What about the original Dark Wolf commander Lao Xishan? Li Qingshan said, "I was there to part with the vice commander. I was afraid that vice commander would not believe it and went to Subterranean World." "Then why are you coming back now?" Qian Rongzi said, "This is a well-known thing. Li Why she has offended Cloud and Rain sect for the sake of a child. For this, Cloud and Rain sect's vice sect master and for when I arrived at Blessed Peace City, if I didn't tell him to run away, he was killed now." Fang Enshang took a table and said, "It is simply lawless." Li Qingshan said, "I know that Cloud and Rain sect is very big. This time I came back and wanted to retreat on this mountain for a while. I know that I want to go 200 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. I just want to go 200 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and Rain sect will be a bit of a scruple." Fang Enshang patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, "Reassure, as long as you are in this Eagle Wolf Guard, no matter who wants to hurt you, waiting for 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it is even more impossible for these sects to do nothing. My Eagle Wolf Guard will not be deceived." Sincerely, Li Qingshan felt a little embarrassed to lie to him, and finally took out the body of Taoist Jiangshi, delivered the task, and exchanged more than 10,000 contribution points. The chi condensing pills or spirit stones that these contribution points can exchange for are no longer in Li Qingshan's eyes, but to retreat in the immortal cave on this mountain, it also costs contribution points, and the price is not low, 50 per day. Point contribution points. Qian Rongzi took Li Qingshan to the retreat, which is also a wide stone cave that was cut on the mountain. Li Qingshan can feel that the spiritual chi inside is really richer than the outside. There are no tables and chairs on the bed. Only on the ground, there is a huge great formation map. Qian Rongzi said, "This is gathering spirit formation, but if you want to start, you have to spend extra stones." Li Qingshan looked at the formation, and she left a lot of grooves, slightly decapitated, and said, "It is a good calculation." Qian Rongzi pressed his hand on a disc on the wall, injected true chi, and turned it gently. He saw a boulder stone and rumbling. When this stone door is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. If you want to open it from the outside, you just need to forcibly break through. I don't think even the Cloud and Rain sect master will do this kind of thing. Li Qingshan nodded. The entire Eagle Wolf Guard can't tolerate this kind of thing. Take a spiritual pill from 100 treasure pouch and give it to Qian Rongzi. When I retreat, if there is anything unexpected outside, I will work for you. If you are in danger, please do not hesitate. Although those lies have deceived Fang and Shang, but it is related to the two commanders, the death of a group of Eagle Wolf Guard. Fang and Shang cannot be arbitrary to report this to the above report. Although according to Qian Rongzi's analysis, there should be no big problems, just to prevent it. Qi Si Dan. Qian Rongzi was in the eye. Qi Si Dan, the key medicine pill that breaks through the 6th level from Qi refining 5th level, helps Qi refining warrior to condense Qi Si, which is not invaluable. But Li Qingshan found nearly 100 from the more than 1,100 treasure pouch, and took out one, which is nothing. I have collected one piece, plus this one, and can improve the 30%. Qian Rongzi took the medicine pill and said nothing. This is the relationship between the two. No melons, no O's, no O, simple and clear use of each other, never involving any falsehood, or even a nonsense. At this time, with a bang, the boulder sealed the door and the hole was dark. Qian Rongzi also feels very relaxed. In this absolutely closed space, her temperament has changed, a wonderful change. The gentle and intimate feeling has disappeared. The feeling of yin cold is slippery, once again in the heart of Li Qingshan. She is like a snake ready to smother, her eyes flashing with faint cold light, licking her lips, smiling. In this way, the few medicines that have been left behind can be used. The ugly man and the accomplices are the medicine primers she prepared to break through the Qi refining 6th level. At the crucial time, she provided a large number of true Qi. Li Qingshan frowned, turned the mechanism, and as the stone door slowly opened, the light once again fell on her face, like magic. After the light came, her expression changed slightly, and the light was completely shrouded. She regained the image of a friendly and gentle older sister. Li Qingshan feels that she is more like the legendary demon than she is. Light will put a long shadow into the hole. Li Qingshan looks to the owner of the shadow. Dai Auf sighed. I heard that you are back. He is a Qi refining 4th level. Although the progress is far less than that after Li Qingshan and Qian Rongzi came to the Eagle Wolf Guard, but there is no ruin. The three people who entered the Eagle Wolf Guard together once again gathered together. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 262 Chapter 80 Qi Refining 5th Level Chapter 80 Qi Refining 5th Level. Under the mountain, in an early shop, a few dishes, 3 bowls of porridge, and several kinds of steamed buns. Dai Auf wanted to find a restaurant, but Li Qingshan said, drinking in the morning, not the time. Come here. 3 Eagle Wolf Guards sat down, no one dared to enter, and they were rushing to eat. Dai Auf threw tentacles of silver to ease the bitterness on the boss's face. Little and lowered her head and ate her steamed buns. Dai Auf snorted. How old is this child? Li Qingshan smiled and said, if you have anything, just say it. Qian Rongzi added a bun to Little and smiled. You have something to look for me? Everyone is an acquaintance, you are welcome, even though you are coming. Dai Auf lowered his voice. Do you know that 3 mountains disciple are lost to subterranean world? Qian Rongzi said, this is well known in Clear River Prefecture. But everyone's eyes are on the Hidden Sword Palace disciple to kill monster general, which has not received much attention. The rise and fall of the 3 small sects is nothing compared to the turmoil of the whole world. Dai Auf sighed, you know, I am also a variant of Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan said, thank you for congratulating you on your escape. Blessings and sorrows, who can say it right? Dai Auf eyes confused, he was squeezed out before he joined the Eagle Wolf Guard, thinking of painstaking cultivation, looking for opportunities to be a shame, but now crowding him people, but they are dead and dry. Once the hatred was empty, Dai Alf took out a letter from Greenvine Old Man, but he wanted to return to Greenvine Mountain. Li Qingshan understands the meaning of the words blessings and sorrows. Greenvine Mountain disciple is so damned that it is natural to summon the disciplines that have been left out. This kind of discipline will not be much, but it will suddenly become a marginal person from sect. Key people. Greenvine Mountain's discipline is dead 7 or 8. But the basic resources are still there. When the entire sect resources are poured into these core characters, the benefits are not generally big, at least better than staying at the Eagle Wolf Guard. Many. But where is the Eagle Wolf Guard? You can come and say it, just leave and ask for Qian Rongzi, the vice commander. Sure enough, Qian Rongzi said, it's not that easy to resign from the Eagle Wolf Guard. Dai Alf also knows that he can't speak empty-mouthed. He has already prepared a bribe. He glanced at Li Qingshan and hesitated to take it out in person. I have to go to county office and take a step. Li Qingshan immediately got up and picked up Little An and walked outside the door. Behind the county office, Zhu Wenbin is pacing in the garden. Steward report. Adult. Li Qingshan is looking out the door. Zhu Wenbin said, come on. Waiting for Li Qingshan to step forward, my heart was a little surprised. In a few months, Li Qingshan seemed to have changed from chi refining 3rd level to chi refining 4th level, but with cultivation base. Into the 4 words, it seems not enough to describe this change. There is a sultry discouragement. Li Qingshan see adults. Zhu Wenbin was busy with a ceremony and didn't dare to be a former adult. Li Qingshan knew Minglai. Zhu Wenbin promised no problem. Li Qingshan's heart was ignorant, and after a brief discussion of the old friendship, Zhu Wenbin's retention was declined and he left. After he left, Zhu Wenbin sighed. The fruit is not in the pool. Li Qingshan returned to their mountain and did not touch Qian Rongzi and Dai Alf. He went straight to the retreat, turned the stone plate and closed the stone door. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingshan took out a dozen pieces of spiral stones and placed them in the grooves of the gathering spirit formation. The lines carved by the stones suddenly lit up, and spiritual chi began to gather in the formation. The most intensive. It is the center of the formation. Li Qingshan licked Little An and let her not forget to eat for millipede. Then I took a cross-legged seat and started chi refining, urging with the body true chi to flow. The chi refining cultivation base is especially important. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the foundation establishment cultivator is afraid of a lot. You can't always kill the enemy with a change, even if you don't leave evidence. It will take a long time. It is suspicion. Moreover, the cultivation base is high and the trouble is small. This retreat, Li Qingshan put most of his spirit on chi refining. But this does not mean that Li Qingshan has relaxed Monster Cultivator, but Monster Cultivator is far less complicated than chi refining, but it requires a lot of resources. The only thing that is missing Li Qingshan is medicine pill. The more than 1,100 treasure pouch, the various medicine pill provided to Li Qingshan, can be said to be a huge volume, which can support at least a few months. He first took out a pair of chi condensing pills, and said that there were hundreds of them, and then stuffed them into the mouth. Just entering the belly, they were surrounded by a streamlined monster chi, a spirit turtle monster in the center. Core ups and downs, slowly transforming these medicine pill into monster chi. As the demon body continues to grow and refining hundreds of chi condensing pills, it will not burden him too much. This process is like eating a meal and then slowly digesting it, without affecting other activities. Li Qingshan took out the jade slip and took a look at the heart law of the 5th level of 10th water condensate chi technique. Then the mind began to sink into a vast ocean. Li Qingshan sea of consciousness. In an instant, he entered the final stage. 10th water condensate chi technique started to work, and spiritual chi, which was brought together by gathering spirit formation, poured into Li Qingshan within the body and was transformed into true chi, which hit Yin Heel Meridian. Li Qingshan, a light fog visible to the naked eye. Look carefully. The fog is not scattered around, but is in the body with him. that is the spiritual chi condensed to a certain extent before it appears. Li Qingshan can't help but admire the wisdom of the human race cultivator. This little gathering spirit formation is not as good as the giant stone bed lying on millipede, but it is not too bad. Chi refining is not suitable for directly absorbing the spiritual power in the spirit stones, but using the spirit stones to drive the formation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which seems to have been processed, becomes suitable for absorption. The sleek 10th water true chi, rolling in the tide, constantly rushes to the shank of the calf, which is the beginning of the yin linking meridian. The Tsubin hole opens, and true chi enters the house corner, and the house is opened, and the hole is broken, and then the waist is too thick. True chi has been exhausted, but spiritual chi is surging, almost pushing true chi and moving on. Die Heng, belly sorrow, period door, Dan 2, all the big points of the road, one by one, and finally to the Lianquan point of the throat. Li Qingshan was shocked. True chi Dakeng, yin linking meridian opened, he finally reached the chi refining 5th level. The whole process was smooth and unexpected. At this point, yang heel meridian, yin heel meridian, yang linking meridian, yin linking meridian, Li Qingshan yin yang are all connected, and true chi is rolling, and it seems to be light. A few points. It is very similar to the feeling of feathering flying fairy that mortal people say, but Li Qingshan knows that this is just a feeling. It is not so simple to want to fly. However, this goal is not far away. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and it was 3 days past. Hundreds of chi condensing pills in the abdomen were digested, and the spiral stones on the gathering spirit formation were dim and the spiritual chi was almost gone. Little Un sits on the wall and seems to be in the post. She devours a lot of flesh and blood in subterranean world. Chi refining warrior is comparable to ordinary people. The essence of it is more than 10 people, even 100 people. Opportunity to refining this force. Li Qingshan didn't bother her, quietly looking inside, feeling true chi rolling, trying to motivate true chi, bringing it together in Danshan. True chi merged into a piece like a chi si. But as long as the mind is slightly divided, true chi is self-sufficient among the meridians. Yes, Li Qingshan wants to make a sigh of relief, take advantage of this retreat, break through the chi refining 6th level, and open up the Danshan chi si. When he is involved, many of the spirit artifacts in his 100 treasure pouch can be used for real artifacts. Controlling. Moreover, the speed and strength of his body will also increase greatly. Without any intentional change of the monster body, he can fight with any chi refining warrior. However, according to 10th water condensate chi technique, chi refining, the former 5th level is simple. Starting from the 6th level, it will be more and more difficult. Renduo 2 veins and the second pulse, opened up. Very different yin-yang's 4 veins are so simple, not by an endless stream of true chi, regardless of the breakthrough of the punch. The chi si is the foundation of the period, and it is necessary to balance the yin-yang 4 veins, involving extremely complicated and exquisite methods. The process of opening up belt meridian is the most difficult, except that it is difficult to open itself, but also because of the relationship with chi si. Belt meridian, like its name, is like a belt, wrapped around the waist, is the only meridians that are horizontal, which has the effect of restraining the veins. And Danshan is also surrounded by it, relying on the effect of this constraint, to bring together all the true chi in the meridians and condense into chi si. The process of opening the belt meridian requires great care. If you are not careful, you will have chi deviation, which is a danger of damaging the meridians. But there is also good news. 10th water condensate chi technique is the easiest to condense chi si. 10th water true chi is more supple, not easy to chi deviation, but still need to be cautious. Li Qingshan also knows the truth and does not reach the point. He has just reached the chi refining 5th level. It takes a while to stabilize the cultivation base. He is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is still a long time for him to retreat. After another cultivation, the spiritual power of the spirit stones was exhausted, and the spiral stones were taken out, placed in new spirit stones, and the gathering spirit formation was started. At the same time, another medicine pill was stuffed into the mouth. Li Qingshan thought about it and picked up the 10th water condensate chi technique and started to study magic spell above. Water element magic spell. Killing the enemy is less than the golden fire. The enemy is not as good as the civil engineering, and multiple assists. For example, if there is a water mirror technique, you can peek into the surrounding situation and see the autumn. The higher the cultivation base, the wider the scope of the peep. The invisibility technique is also a water element. It is a very famous magic spell. The stealth effect is also enhanced with the improvement of the cultivation base. It is initially a hazy mist that can be detected by the naked eye. Only in the heights can you be truly invisible. But Li Qingshan already has high-grade spirit artifact stealth glass mirror and is not in a hurry to practice this magic spell. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 263 Chapter 81 Teni'an. Chapter 81, Teni'an. As for what water archery and water dung are not in Li Qingshan's choice, he does not lack the means of attack. Why? In the end, his eyes fell on two paintings, and each magic spell had such a simple painting. In one painting, a cultivator walks under the first level of thin white clouds, and on the other, the cultivator is surrounded by rolling fog, which seems to be moving fast. He now wants to practice soaring cloud technique and riding fog technique. These two magic spells are both interrelated and independent. Soaring cloud technique is on the top and bottom, but the speed of travel is not as good as a good horse, while riding fog technique is on the move, but can only fly on the ground. The two are one. It is the clouds, so you can fly freely between heaven and earth. There is no special reason. Flying is the dream of everyone. Li Qingshan is no exception, and the value of flying in the battle, not to mention rumors. By the time he left the customs, he went straight to the sky and used stealth glass mirror to hide his body. Even though the Foundation establishment cultivator wanted to find him in the sky, it was not that easy. Learning magic spell also helps deepen the control of 10th water true chi and stabilize the cultivation base. He wanted to do it, and immediately began to study. In the secret room, he saw Li Qingshan's handcuffs, and he rested, and a white mist began to gather in his hands. In another retreat, Qian Rongzi also began his own practice. Diaof looked at the stone door slowly and closed. Qian Rongzi smiled and waved at him. I wish you a good trip. I saw the deepest part of the cave, piled up with a few black bags, which were rounded. The thing seems to be still shaking slightly, the bright red liquid slowly oozing out. They should have performed the task outside. That can be called a gentle and amiable smile. But it made Diaof feel a chill in his heart. Qian Rongzi didn't ask for his bribe. He just asked him to help him with a small busy. He walked outside for many years and killed people. It's not soft, but it's as simple and cute as a child's murderous hand. Avatar. Those people will disappear into the world forever, and no one will even suspect her. The stone door slammed shut, and Diaof couldn't wait to turn around. As if to avoid something terrible. With the help of Qian Rongzi, he was suspended from the Dark Wolf Guard and went back to Green Vine Mountain for cultivation. The verdant mountain that once made him resentful suddenly became a dream, like a green pearl, at least compared to the two on the Eagle Wolf Mountain. Green Vine Mountain be safer. Once she imagines and knows her secret, will she come to deal with herself? He will become difficult to eat. Good. And now he can finally go back. A few days after the non-stop rush, Diaof returned to Green Vine Mountain again, and it was extraordinarily cold compared to the original prosperity. When I came to the main hall, Green Vine Old Man personally met him, encouraged him to say a few words, and looked awkward, but he experienced too much wind and rain, and his heart was not so simple to be agitated by one or two sentences. Just pretending to be grateful. Look like it. In addition to him, there are a few unfamiliar men and women. Some seem familiar, some don't know, but the cultivation base is not too high. He is ranked 3rd in terms of chi refining 4th level. They were all promoted to Insect Disciple. each of which arranged a job, each of which was a factor that could not be defeated by the original head. Now, it can only barely support sect, and the resources given are almost always in the first place. The level of eldest senior brother is up. Dai Auf was arranged to take charge of teaching the new disciple to introduce the cultural technique. This work is inconspicuous, but it is the most popular. Green Vine Old Man also taught a few words and returned to the cultivation. Several remaining Green Vine Mountain disciple, greeting each other. One of the unshaven men came forward and said, "In Yu Shukyang, I have seen senior brother. Look around and no one," and lower the voice, "Hey senior brother, I heard that you just returned from Blessed Peace Eagle Wolf Guard." Dai Auf is slightly embarrassed. The court of Imperial Court Hawks and Hounds cannot be seen in sect, which is not the pot, but it is still in. Yu Shukyang said, "That, can you be familiar with Li Qingshan?" Dai Auf didn't dare to neglect. "Do you know him?" Yu Shukyang said, "Tiger Slaughterer's name, who doesn't know?" See Dai Auf, do not believe. Fang said, "It is a side. There is nothing to hide. And Dai Auf will tell Li Qingshan back." Yu Shukyang is thick and thin inside, and it doesn't move on the surface. Naturally, the topic is turned away and I talk about my daughter who is proud of her. In the heart, he was relieved. In the past, Liu Fengrui passed Wild Sword Villa to the jurisdiction of Green Vine Mountain. His village lord is also a half Green Vine Mountain person, but he can come to this Green Vine Mountain. The light of Yuzijian. Green Vine Old Man knows that Yuzijian has a bright future and he has a heartfelt mind. Yu Shukyang has been able to change from half of Green Vine Mountain to Green Vine Mountain and in a sect disciple. Adults like him would not have sect, and Green Vine Mountain would fade again. Green Vine Old Man would rather grab the doll. The old Jiang who like Yu Shukyang. There will be half of the loyalty to sect's mind. The reason why Li Qingshan was asked, in addition to his own gratitude, is mostly because of Yuzijian. Yuzijian returned from Green Vine Mountain safely and told his father all the time. Yu Shukyang. Unfortunately, Yuzijian did not agree to Hidden Sword Palace's invitation, but also felt that he had made a lot of good luck this year and greatly celebrated in the mountain village. But Yuzijian always thought deeply and became quiet. Many, not to restore the liveliness, cannot help but sigh. Her daughter grew up. Before he came to Green Vine Mountain, Yuzijian asked him to pay attention to a character, the character, naturally after the three mountains collecting herbs, the Great Hero Bull. Yu Shukyang naturally knows what the Great Hero Bull is. He jumps in his heart. His daughter doesn't have a heart, but looking at her appearance, it doesn't mean that the little daughter's family moved the heart of the spring, so she said one more. Under that situation, I am afraid that he has already. What do you want to do? I was afraid that she would say something that was widowed. Yuzijian turned his head and silenced for a long time, and said, the daughter must revenge for him. That decisive meaning made him doubt that the person in front of him was still not his own daughter, and he couldn't help feeling, Zaya, our daughter, was not as weak as you. Now that Li Qingshan is returning to the safe and sound, he is in a headache. How to inform her? Dai Auf suddenly said, Li Qingshan will soon go to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to practice, and maybe even become a classmate with Love. Yu Shukyang was shocked and smiled. It seems that this matter does not require a headache. But between them, is it true that there is still some fate? I hope that it will not be a good thing. Li Qingshan is back. Hua Chengzhen took a paper and threw it in front of Wang Pushi. It was the report of Fang Enchang that not only wrote Li Qingshan's explanation of the Zhao Zibo case, but also the appreciation of Fang Enchang, and urged Li Qingshan to join Legalist School. This is not just Qian Rongzi's credit. Li Qingshan has scored dozens of old cases as soon as he entered the Eagle Wolf Guard. He also used the power of Mohist school disciple to bring back the body of the first blacklist Taoist Jiangshi, which is smart and capable. Although it is a three-pointer, it is in line with the spirit of the Legalist School. Wang Pushi looked at it, but he was slightly angry. He really dared to come back. Really? When we are fools, we can't understand his tricks. Xiao Fang is too shallow for the world to know. Hua Chengzhen said, Old Wang, you should not be too preconceived. En Shang is also real. Li Qingshan is a good clerk in his work. The cultivation speed is also very fast. It is a rare person who can grow my legalist school. Sound. Wang Pushi looked at Hua Chengzhen with a glance. How come you suddenly look at him so much? Then stop. Then do it. I am too lazy to worry about this kid. Annihilating White Lotus cult remnants is serious. Go with. Hua Chengzhen looked out the window. Winter snow began to melt, and the horror was brewing. For the real reason, he did not tell Wang Pushi that he was at Green Vine Mountain. Before leaving, Ge Yanying said casually, if you see him again in the future, I might as well give some care. How can I count it out? How can he not pay attention to her words? These words are inconvenient to explain to Wang Pushi. Otherwise there will be less lessons. For the teenager who dared to look at her, he was also a little interested, but the minds like are impossible. For many years, the people who were picked up by her did not know how much. On the way back from Green Vine Mountain to Clear River Prefecture, Hua Chenglu said that for many years, he thought the most mature sentence, brother, you still give up? I can't imagine. She loves a man. Hua Chengzhen only smiles and smiles hard. He can imagine, and she has known her for many years. She is like a wind, a sorrowful grief, and she is not artificial. She still feels that she can't understand her mind. When she is gentle, she is like a spring breeze. When the wind is like a knife, as the wind is uncertain, since it is the wind, how can it stay in the arms of someone? Little An opened her eyes from the entrance and in her hand condensed the third skull rosary. Then I heard the voice that Li Qingshan couldn't wait. Look, Little An, I will fly. Little An looked back and smiled. He saw Li Qingshan sitting cross-legged. His hands were printed, and layers of white clouds were born under his body. He was lifted up, but he could only walk 1 foot from the ground and sway. From the fly realm, I don't know how far it is. Li Qingshan didn't feel ashamed. He smiled. This is the first step in the long march. And look at the day of the November Nov heavens. Little An's eyes are gentle. We are together. Of course, Peas. Okay, the preparations are almost ready. The 4th volume is finished. The normal update will be resumed tomorrow, and a new journey will begin. The 5th volume is 100. And tomorrow is the double monthly ticket. Everyone supports the dream and makes a good start. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 264. The first chapter begins with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The first chapter begins with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. These days, Li Qingshan devoted himself to magic spell, but in a few days, he touched the door of soaring cloud technique. Although he could only fly like this, he had already passed the threshold, and he only had to practice more in the future. Why? It is not that he is highly savvy, but that 5 elements is water, and the phase is extremely high. Especially true chi is very pure. When casting a spell, the advantage is fully revealed. Manipulating true chi, like an arm, is like a group of soldiers who are forbidden. With the minds of the generals, all kinds of battles are made, and there is no chaos. And these battles are the key to casting spells. Li Qingshan went to the riding fog technique again. It took a few days to repair the hole filled with clouds. Li Qingshan was like a spacewalk, surrounded by holes. Just to combine these 2 magic spells into one, to make a real cloud, the difficulty is much higher than one of the single cultivation magic spell, which can only be bit by bit, gain experience. And at least half of it. Li Qingshan is also very qualitative, and is very thoughtful, only as a very interesting game, and with Little An, not bored. The so-called retreat is actually like jail, but it can temporarily reject all disputes outside the stone door. The mind can't say the relaxation. Don't think it's hard, think it's fun. All cultivation goes with the flow, never ask for it. The effect of cultivation is excellent. This state of mind is even more important than the gathering spirit formation in the cave. The path of cultivation is an indispensable foundation. but the accumulation of resources alone cannot create a powerful cultivator. A heart, a comprehension, can be a stone. At this time, Li Qingshan became more and more aware of the importance of spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets. As more and more medicine pill was converted into monster chi and incorporated into the spirit turtle monster core, his mind became more and more calm. Anxious. Time passes by, the clouds that linger in the caves are getting smaller and smaller, more and more full, and it seems that if there is substance, Li Qingshan will grab the hand as if to catch a soft and flexible rubber, but it is very slippery and light, flying in a circle in the hole. Li Qingshan showed a happy smile. This riding fog technique, finally he was repaired to small accomplishment. He sat down on the cloud undulating, holding him steady. He sat cross-legged on it. He asked with a smile, "How? Like divine immortal?" "Not like." Little An honestly. "Where is it?" "It's not like anywhere." Little An looked left and right. "Oh, you're Little An, dare to say that this fairy is not like divine immortal? Come over to me." Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed it like a water, true chi, swaying out and stalking Little An. Little An smiled and didn't dodge. Let him grab, pinch his cheeks and lick his nose and lick it. If Dialf saw this scene, he would feel that Li Qingshan was not so scary, but unless he was in front of Little An and outside the sinister world, how could he not show his teeth? Suddenly, there was a shock in the distant sky. Li Qingshan said, "It's spring thunder. Spring has arrived and the earth is recovering." The worm's sac is agitated, and Millipede, who has been sleeping for a long time, wakes up from his sleep and is twisting his body. Little An said, "It's a shock." Consternation, thunder, and wake up. Li Qingshan opened the sack. Millipede got out. The body seemed to get bigger, swinging the tentacles. Eat food." Li Qingshan smiled and took out the food, letting Millipede bury himself. It's already February, and it's been about a month since the opening of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan wants to break through the Chi Refining 6th level in this month. Chi Refining 6th level and Chi Refining 5th level are two concepts. They are very different in strength and status. As long as they are at the Chi Refining 6th level, he believes that even to the talented place of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, don't worry about being buried. He did not go to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to take refuge. He did not intend to follow the principles of Locke and Honest. Regardless of the environment, the natural principle of the survival of the fittest is indispensable. The superior can get more resources and have a better environment for cultivation. This is the way he has to go. After waiting for this period of time, he with the body yin-yang, true chi, has already reached a full state, which is not difficult for him to absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the process of practicing magic spell, the skills of manipulating 10th water true chi have become extremely sophisticated. Ready? He doesn't know, but it's time to fight. Li Qingshan's eyes have become firm. Yamashita, Cloud and Rain Building. The building was dark, and after several changes, Cloud and Rain Building Primal Chi was seriously injured, and it was suppressed by all sides, and it was difficult to restore the original grand occasion. The structure of the patio has once brought the bustling and lively atmosphere of the Cloud and Rain Building into a piece from top to bottom. But this time, it is also very quiet. Only the murals of the Jade Girl flying still do not change. "Is that little beast really on the mountain?" asked a middle-aged man with white hair in the underground palace downstairs. The current landlord of Cloud and Rain Building cautiously said, "Sect Master, absolutely no mistake, many people have seen him." Then, Li Qingshan is retreating in the stone cave on the mountain. As soon as he leaves the customs, he will report to me immediately. I don't believe he will not go down the mountain. This middle-aged man is Cloud and Rain Sect Vice Sect Master Zongyi Yuan. He is not wearing a luxurious purple dress, but wearing an old grey clothing. It is obvious to hide the traces. Mention Li Qingshan's name, and bite his teeth. From Li Qingshan, the Cloud and Rain Building, killing the female brothel owner, and the Cloud and Rain Sect. Until then, even the son of Huizong Yiyuan, and the two of Cloud and Rain sect, are unclear. White Huizong Yiyuan does not believe that Li Qingshan has the strength to kill two crickets, but he is convinced that he can't get away with him. The lurking in the foothills is precisely because of Li Dashan's determination. As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, he took out the torture, forced the export, and only hated it. As long as the Eagle Wolf Guard had no direct evidence, he would have no choice. Of course, now he wants him to go to Lashan, killing Li Qingshan directly, and he is not that powerful. Sect Master, please put down our eyeliner under the mountain. As long as he goes out, Sect Master will know immediately. When Li Qingshan passed through the Belt Meridian, he finally realized that the last 4 meridians of the 8 meridians were different in the first 4 meridians. What he has to do now is not only to get through the acupuncture points, but in the process, it is necessary to constantly balance the flow of true qi in the yin-yang 4 veins. The difficulty is 4 times more. It is superimposed by geometric level. He also tried to run 4 meridians at the same time, but quickly realized that this was an impossible task for him. Only to be patient, first drive the true qi in the 2 meridians of Yin-Heel Meridian and Yang-Heel Meridian. Even if they have the foundation to concise magic spell, they often lose sight of it. Fortunately, Li Qingshan bought the total ginseng of 10th water condensate qi technique. The experience of the seniors was extremely detailed, but Li Qingshan tried to imitate, but it was not successful. At this time, Li Qingshan naturally has to ask Little An how to balance true qi. It's not enough to have a snack. Little An was surprised. Divided snacks, how to divide? Little An's eyes widened, and Li Qingshan couldn't help for the first time because she couldn't understand the difficulty. I know that I am savvy, and you don't have to hit me like this. Li Qingshan patted Little An's shoulder and said to Millipede, who was on the body, "Yes, Millipede, this kind of thing, you and I are so easy to master." Millipede open mouth spouted a monster chi, although meager, but divided into more than 10 trickles, interspersed with each other to form a very rhythmic and dynamic pattern. Although he lost the monster core, the culture was badly damaged, but he was once a monster general. He had reached realm that Li Qingshan had never experienced. Although he was slow in the world, he couldn't help him by manipulating monster chi. Li Qingshan wants to find a balance from him. It is really looking for the wrong demon. Little An said, "It's very simple, right?" Li Qingshan said nothing. "Go back and then cultivation." In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Li Qingshan was just able to distract him and use true qi in Yin-Heel Meridian and Yang-Heel Meridian. One day later, he achieved the balance needed to condense qi in Yin-Linking Meridian and Yang-Linking Meridian. But to unite these 4 meridians, it is still extremely difficult. He just tried his best time and again. He didn't drink or eat, and he didn't sleep. He looked like a konjac in the eyes of others. Little An can't help but worry. But Li Qingshan knows for himself that he is not in a hurry or discouraged, but he is constantly looking for feelings. Since it is not genius, it will be used to make up for it. If it fails 100 times, it will try 1,000 times and fail 1,000 times. Try 10,000 times. The patient who has patience, after failing 10,000 times, is inevitably angry and frustrated, but Li Qingshan does not. Spirit Turtle is not only monster chi but also his heart. On the 9th, 151, once, 4 shares of true qi, rising at the same time, have maintained a wonderful balance, while true qi in Belt Meridian has turned sharply, like the belt. True qi is constrained and floods into Danshan. Seeing qi high, but it dissipated, it fell short. Li Qingshan smiled, but it is a big step forward to achieve this step, but to really open up qi, it takes months to talk less, and spending a year is not slow. There are only a few days left before the opening of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. In addition to diligence to make up, money can also. He took out nearly 100 Qi Sidan all, lined up, and took one. The role of Qi Sidan is to make these 4 true Qi, merge together, but the success rate is not 100%. This first Chi Dan failed unexpectedly. Failure, and then serve. Cycle back and forth, until more than 20 Chi Dan, it still has no success. Li Qingshan looks the same. Chi refining warrior sees that he is taking Chi Dan. I am afraid that he will not help but swear that he is wasting medicine pill. They will wait until they have certainty to come up with the precious Chi Dan to pursue a success. But Li Qingshan is not afraid of waste. He is wasted. The most fundamental purpose of all medicine pill is to save him cultivation time. As long as he becomes stronger, he can naturally include more and better medicine pill, and time does not have the others. Under the 37 Chi Dan suits, under the constraint of belt meridian, the 4 shares of true Chi poured into Danshan. Under the influence of Chi Dan, they condensed with each other. The 46 Chi Dan's medicinal forces still have a large residual that is almost to force true Chi to bond together. But this time, there seems to be a loud rumble in the lower abdomen, 4 true Chi, yin-yang, and 1 true Chi undulates in Danshan, forming a vast ocean, no longer a Xing, but a sea of rivers, becoming the source and return of all true Chi. 6th level is broken, Chi is. Li Qingshan finally showed a smile, and the whole person fell down. The exhaustion and tiredness forced by the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets surged up, making him almost unable to stand up and sleep. In the past 2 months, he has kept his mental state in the best condition with Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets. He only won the experience of every attempt and will not waste in the pause and rest. This arrogant means has a great loss to his spirit, and even the danger of breaking that string, but he finally persisted and reached the other side. Little Anne stepped forward and stroked his forehead, said in a soft voice, "Sleep for a while. Don't forget to wake up." The words of Little Anne seemed to have magical powers. Li Qingshan's words had not finished, and they fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. This feeling, he slept very deeply, has been in a state of dreams and dreams. He feels like he is floating in the sea, with the undercurrents and waves, and sometimes sneak into the deep sea, and sometimes float to the surface. Without waiting for Little Anne to call, he woke up from his sleep and felt a little pain in his head. He shook his head and asked, "How long have I slept?" "About 7 hours." "It's time to go." Li Qingshan suddenly got up, a wide grin. "Okay." Li Qingshan opened the worm pouch and said to Millipede, feeling wronged again, "Rest assured, it won't feel wronged for too long." Millipede plunged into the worm pouch and found that the various foods that Little Anne prepared for him immediately began to eat and drink, and did not think that he was being treated wrong. Turning the stone plate, the stone door slowly opens, and a fresh air comes in, and the eyes are spring. The retreat is the back mountain, originally secluded, and he did not specifically inform anyone to directly display the technique of rolling clouds, and the rolling clouds gathered at his feet. After opening up Chi-Hai, he realized that magic spell was being used as an unprecedented ease, and the effect was strong. The clouds held Li Qingshan and Little Anne straight to the sky, but just flew a few feet high. They disappeared in the clear light. Sect Master, Li Qingshan is out. In the Cloud and Rain building, the Cloud and Rain building is in a hurry to report. What about him now? Wise Yuan had already waited for impatientness, and he was hearing this. No, it's gone. Cloud and Rain building, the main stuttering road, the mountain uploaded a message, retreating Immortal Cave, but it was empty. No one knows where Li Qingshan went. This little animal. Wise Yuan waved his hand, and the Cloud and Rain building ran out, slamming on the wall and spitting out a blood, but Wise Yuan, who was furious, did not dare to resist or dare to say more. "What?" Wise Yuan roared, "Wherever you go, I will find you out." Corpse. The clouds have flown to the highest point where they can fly. The blue sky is dazzling. Li Qingshan reaches out to the sky and seems to want to touch the phantom. The promise of above the 9 heavens. Although the tentacles are just a void, his mouth is smiling, and under the bright spring, the bright ones cannot be seen directly. Looking directly at him, Little Un looks like a phantom, meditation on his promise, not the hometown of the south, which has long been forgotten, but with him until the above the 9 heavens. After a long time, Li Qingshan looked down at the mountains, and the clear river water turned into a shining arc. The Eagle Wolf Mountain was like a small mound. Wai Zongyuan's roar is probably even worse than the mosquitoes, and Li Qingshan did not pay attention to it. He took out the Verdant Province mind map, calibrated the direction and pointed to the southeast. Departure, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Ps, the road has been opened, saying that the dreamer is moving forward. During the double period, the monthly ticket is sought. For me, the real challenge has just begun. It is necessary to decide the outcome by the plot. I don't believe that I am writing better than others. Also, please guess, where will Li Qingshan and Little Un enter? The answer is ahead. I guess no one can guess. _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 265. Chapter 2 comes to Clear River Prefecture City. Chapter 2 comes to Clear River Prefecture City. The clouds were raging, dragging a small white tail and crossing the sky. The wind rushed to the face and raised the clothes of Li Qingshan and Little Un. The spring breeze in March still had a hint of coolness, but the feeling of warmth seemed to be really intoxicating. The scenery on the earth receded. Li Qingshan's previous life also took the plane, but the feeling of the clouds, the cockroaches are comparable in the cabin. Under the control of Li Qingshan, the clouds suddenly swooped down and rushed to a large lake. The green lake rushed to the surface, and when it approached the Great Lake, it suddenly stabilized and ignited a clear wave, splashing on Li Qingshan's face. Sticking to the surface of the water, draw a trace of water on the lake. When I was about to hit a hill, I yanked and rushed to the blue sky. The surrounding scenery is constantly changing, and the village of Ngo disappeared. The mountain tower stood aground and calmed down. In the early spring, the natural scenery that has not been destroyed by any human race is full of eyes. For a time, Li Qingshan only felt that his heart was unprecedented and broad. Li Qingshan released Millipede from the sack, and let him climb the guy in the subterranean world for a lifetime, look at the scenery in the sky, and when Millipede came out, he immediately shrank his body. Li Qingshan ha laughs, Little Un giggles. The speed of the flight is not particularly fast, at least not to catch up with Li Qingshan's footsteps, but fortunately, there are no obstacles in the sky. You can walk out of a straight line. Blessed Peace City is 1,000 miles away from Clear River Prefecture, but it's a foggy day. They set off in the afternoon, and the sky above their heads gradually faded down, highlighting the stars, and finally turning into a star. A small cloud, like a small island, hovering under the stars. Li Qingshan cannot help but be shocked by the sights in front of him, sincerely praised. It's beautiful. Little Un nod. Li Qingshan touched her head and took out the Verdant Province mind map. She looked and said, "It's coming soon." The clear river water turns into a gleaming jade belt that leads to the heart of the entire Clear River Prefecture, where ships on the river are getting denser. As the clouds sprinted, on the dark earth, a flame suddenly appeared, burning in the dazzling. Li Qingshan came close, and saw the flame, which was composed of thousands of lights, showing a hint of surprise. He originally thought that Clear River Prefecture City, which is an enlarged version of Blessed Peace City, can be up to several times larger. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he felt like he had crossed back and went to a modern city with high-rise buildings. The buildings were rising from the ground, and the 10th level was no more than a few, and the shapes were all exquisite and beautiful. It is like a giant art gallery, not a concrete forest like the modern city. These traditional civil buildings should not have such a majestic appearance, especially a few special-looking pavilions. Even Li Qingshan, a layman, feels that it is not in line with engineering, but still stands proudly. Li Qingshan immediately understood that this is the civil engineering of Mohist school. This is the world of a cultivator. Their influence has penetrated into every corner of the world. Instead of flying in the sky every day, taking magic spell against. Before coming to Clear River Prefecture City, Li Qingshan also dispersed the clouds and walked with Little An, but still used stealth glass mirror to hide his body shape and hide all the breath. In such a big city, people who come to Cloud and Rain sector are unlikely, and there is nothing wrong with being careful. When I came to the ground, I felt more and more the city's grandeur, and there was still no city wall. If one day, a war really happens, the end of the war must be written in the sky. The wall on the ground is just a small slope. It is even more unnecessary to guard against the mountain bandit. This is the base camp of the Eagle River Guard in the entire Clear River Prefecture. The two commanders are stationed, dare to come here to make trouble, and they are caught and cramped in the first time. Li Qingshan's first destination is the headquarters of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Every new person who joined the Eagle Wolf Guard, after a period of investigation, came to Clear River Prefecture to see the two red copper level commanders. It is a routine. Both Gain Rongzi and Diaof have been to Clear River Prefecture. Only Li Qingshan has not done so. Before the retreat, Fang Enshang reminded him that it was the first time to report to Clear River Prefecture. He had to go to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for cultivation, and this thing can't be done. He couldn't help but emerge from his mind more than a year ago. The commander Hua is so beautiful and the old Wang is not laughable. I don't know what they would look like when they saw themselves again. And the time is so late, these two are afraid that they are not in the office. Li Qingshan thought about it, and suddenly there was a movement, like a wave of waves swept from him. Li Qingshan suddenly became vigilant, but no one was close. And it was a little strange. Little An said, "This is formation." "How do you know?" "On the Nature Myriad Forms book." Li Qingshan was amazed at the formation of such a big city, which is equivalent to an invisible wall, guarding the chi-refining warrior that can really threaten it. However, he suspects that this formation, I am afraid the role of deterrence, is much larger than the actual effect. Li Qingshan along the river, the wide and large river on the boat, as if it is the city in the city, the pier is boiling against the sky, the light is shining like a white, illuminating the willow tree that is sprouting on the river, like a mist. On the road, people flow and intertwined, and they are both prosperous and happy. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that these mortals lived under the care of the gods. Li Qingshan, with Little An, shuttled between the roads and quickly found her destination, a red building with a 10th level. At the very top of the building, there is a larger copper eagle than the Blessed Peace City, which is equally eye-catching. Li Qingshan can't help but think about it. If it is Ruai County and Guiyanying, isn't it necessary to use silver to make such a big bird? If it is South Hub City, I am afraid I have to get a golden eagle. But the cultivation base went to the realm. What did these gold and silver count? Li Qingshan eliminated the invisibility technique, stepped up and entered this magnificent building. The hall was quiet, and the only road connecting it was a spiral staircase. The marble floor is light, and only one woman is dozing off behind the marble table. Li Qingshan deliberately did not hide the footsteps, nor did she wake up the woman. She finally found out that she was just an ordinary person. The guards were lax and could not be linked to the words Eagle Wolf Guard. They only walked over and knocked on the table. The woman woke up. "Who are you looking for?" Li Qingshan said. "Blessed Peace City Dark Wolf Guard." Li Qingshan, come to see the two commanders. "Commander Wang has gone home." The woman saw Li Qingshan's waist and didn't dare to neglect. Li Qingshan said, "What about Commander Hua?" The woman immediately said, "Commander Hua has been drinking wine and drinking." Busy to cover his mouth, knowing his words. Li Qingshan grinning, "It seems that Commander Hua is here. There is no majesty." The woman is obviously just an ordinary waiter. Probably no chi-refining warrior is willing to do this kind of work, and will choose an ordinary person who looks like a good person. You can take a break upstairs for one night and see two commanders tomorrow. The role of this magnificent building is obviously not just for office use, but also for the guards who come to the place. When Li Qingshan was considering, the voice sounded from above. "You are finally here. Rongzi slowly descended from the spiral staircase. She did not wear the uniform of Eagle Wolf Guard. She changed her thin purple spring dress and put her head on the head to reveal the white neck. It is a bit more elegant than the gentle affinity of Blessed Peace City. At this time, even Li Qingshan could not connect her with the original Rongzi. The temperament was not only changed, but sublimated. She is a cultivation base and is already a chi refining 6th level, which is probably a crucial part. Li Qingshan frowned. How are you here? Rongzi touching the hair. I want to come to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy cultivation. Maybe we will be classmates in the future, right, Little An? Chong Little An blinked and said to Li Qingshan, congratulations, promotion. Chi refining 6th level. Although the face is not showing up, my heart is amazed. When I first saw him, it was just Chi refining 1st level. In less than a year, I got to the Chi refining 6th level. It's really fast, and the real strength is far more than that. She can cultivate so fast, although it is the overbearing cultivation technique of devouring yuan technique. But it is also not unrelated to her accumulation for many years. In order to open she sees success in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan said, let each other. Her triumphant celebration is not to pretend, and it is worthwhile to take any chi refining warrior to the chi refining 6th level. But this exquisite dress seems to be not that simple. Rongzi, what are you doing here? Not saying it, go to dinner together? A young man walked down the stairs to Rongzi. Li Qingshan eyes. The man he also saw was the Wu Zhen who led the team to the Seeking Truth Society. It is no surprise that Rongzi met him. Wu Zhen and Fang Enshang are familiar with each other and are brought to the Clear River Prefecture by his heavy Rongzi. Of course, he should take care of this friend. When I saw Wu Zhen seeing the eyes of Rongzi, Li Qingshan had a more open-mindedness. It was the look of a man who looked at a woman. Although it was intentionally hidden, the desire was still naked. Prey is already hooked. Wu brother, this is my colleague who entered Eagle Wolf Guard with me, named Li Qingshan. Qingshan, this is our friend of Commander, named Wu Zhen. Rongzi has a generous introduction, but always keeps with Wu Zhen a certain distance. It seems to be close to Li Qingshan, but the more so, the more Wu Zhen feels anxious. When I saw her under Green Vine Mountain, I felt that this woman was different. Seeing it again in Clear River Prefecture, changing her spring clothes, it was like reborn, which made him feel excited. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 266 Chapter 3, Cloud and Rain Building. Chapter 3, Cloud and Rain Building. Rongzi is no longer when she first came to Blessed Peace City, the Rongzi who was eager to change her destiny and rushed to hook up Shangguan. But this is based on the cultivation base. Only with the cultivation base of Chi refining 6th level can Wu Zhen be valued and not dare to use tough methods. In Blessed Peace City, she could not do it even if she wanted to hang Zibo in this way. Only strength can win respect. This is the most fundamental principle of cultivation. Li Qingshan looked in the eyes, like a hole in the fire, not to say broken, he and Wu Zhen a little bit of hatred, but at this time a little pitiful to come, and a ceremony. I have seen Wu Daran. Wu General C. Li Qingshan is Chi refining 6th level, and it is not too proud. Just a gift. Yes, there is a little innate skill. You can consider changing your clothes, and enter 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in a few days. Everyone is a family, and I don't want to be close. Let me go to see Commander Hua. I don't know where Commander Hua is. Of course, Cloud and Rain Building, let's go together. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse, and Rongzi also showed a distressed look. She was expelled just after joining Cloud and Rain's sect. The son of Wise Ong Yuan was her own, and the cultivation base was from the middle school of ... Rongzi, I said earlier, there is not a lot of interesting things that you think. There are a lot of interesting things in the entire Clear River Prefecture. There are 10 there. You will not be disappointed when you go. Wu Zhen also thought that Rongzi did not want to go to the brothel hall, softly persuaded. Qianrongzi said the grievances of Li Qingshan and Cloud and Rain sect. Wu Zhen looked up and down. Li Qingshan, I can't see it. Your kid is quite troublesome. Li Qingshan said, the tree is quiet and the wind is not stop. I stay here for one night and wait until tomorrow to see Commander Hui again. Wait. Wu Zhen touched the Scarlet Wolf card, and with a flash of light, the flash of light flashed, and he spoke to him. Elder brother Hui, who came from Blessed Peace, called Li Qingshan, is coming. But it seems to be a bit contradictory with elder sister Ku. Yes, good. Then raised the head. Let's wait. He said he came here. Only Li Qingshan had another feeling of going back. He stunned and wondered. What kind of character is that elder sister Ku? Qianrongzi whisper, Cloud and Rain sect master, Kuihaitang, Foundation establishment cultivator. Li Qingshan was shocked, and the Eagle Wolf Guard in Clear River Prefecture had such a deep involvement with Cloud and Rain sect. In the presence of his peers, Wu Zhen is not as crazy as in the Valley of the Springs, but it is indispensable for himself. Li Qingshan and Qianrongzi have the same mind, barely perfunctory, and exchange their eyes from time to time, making Wu Zhen somewhat unhappy. After a while, I only heard a long squat outside the door. A silver horse was parked in front of the door. It was actually a hoof that did not touch the ground. The horse is taller than the ordinary horse, with fine scales on the body, divine steed on the end, a strong figure, turning over. It is Hua Chengzhen. Wu Zhen smiled and said, Elder brother Hua, how are you selling this silver dragon horse? 1,000 spirit stones. Hua Chengzhen took a look at Wu Zhen. I bought a horse leg almost the same. He showed a whine, his face flushed red, like the first level rouge. It looked very gorgeous, but his eyes were still clear. Looking at Li Qingshan, the eyes were bright, and the person who was not told by her, appeared in front of him so soon. Seeing Li Qingshan's cultivation base, I was taken aback again, and said, Qi refining 6th level. No. Li Qingshan is not humble. I have seen Commander Hua Chengzhen waved his hand. Now, when you are not working, you are not allowed to call Commander. Wu Zhen said, my age is almost the same as the Qi refining 6th level. There is nothing wrong with it. Wu Zhen is the Qi refining 8th level. In this talented Clear River Prefecture, it is called the innate skill wizard. The only one who is convinced is Hua Chengzhen. He is acquainted with Li Qingshan's cultivation base, or at Qianrongzi. In front of me, I can't help but feel uncomfortable. Although Li Qingshan is only 17 years old, but he is calm and condensed. No matter who sees it, he can't be seen as a normal young person, but a man with his own charm. Hua Chengzhen said, how many years have you used to repair the Qi refining 6th level? About 10 years. What does it have to do with this? Wu Zhen is also from the aristocratic family. He started cultivation from a young age and was sent to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy after a little foundation. Hua Chengzhen raised a finger. He only used it for a year. Elder brother Hua, you are not kidding. Wu Zhen was shocked when he was on the scene, looking at Li Qingshan with amazement. How can he not see this somewhat rustic guy, such a talent? Hua Chengzhen said to Li Qingshan, is right. Li Qingshan said, almost. Wu Zhen looked at Li Qingshan's gaze again, and he was careful. Hua Chengzhen naturally took Li Qingshan's shoulder. Go, sit with me to the Cloud and Rain building. Immediately, Li Qingshan felt tight and smiled, revealing white teeth, although with a 3-point drunk, but more romantic. Qianrongzi said, the so-called peerless beauty man. But that's it. She did not dare to play this manism casually, although his use value was much greater, because she had seen the Cloud and Rain sect master Kuihaitang. Li Qingshan never thought about it. Once in Clear River Prefecture, I went to the nest of the biggest enemy right now. There is a foundation establishment cultivator overseas. Isn't this self-investment? Seeing that Hua Chengzhen has a lot to do with Cloud and Rain sect, I don't want to unite with Cloud and Rain sect to harm myself. Hua Chengzhen said, don't be so nervous, relax. Although a woman is fierce like a tiger, but in the end it is not eating people, right, Rongzi? Qian Rongzi smiled and said, yes. Wu Zhen is more liked in the heart, but it is a woman I admire. Ordinary women see Hua Chengzhen, their eyes are straight. How can they cope with him like this? Li Qingshan is slightly indulgent. Hua Chengzhen slams Li Qingshan back, reassured, this is my sight, to keep you okay. If anything, just make it clear, I am the Eagle Wolf Guard, hiding is not a way. Qian Rongzi said, yes, Shan Shan, let's go see it. But Commander told me. Li Qingshan knows that he can't refuse, pushing and dragging is more suspicious and decisive. Qian Rongzi, although her heart is poisonous, her eyes are also very pungent. Since she dares to go, it shows that she has a judgment. He believes in her judgment. In this case, they are grasshoppers tied to a rope. She is a traitor and she is much more sinful than him. She dares to go. He has nothing to dare. If it can solve the worries, it is a good thing. It's not allowed to call commander, but it's right. Hua Chengzhen squatted again and said to Little Un next to Li Qingshan, you are the Little Un that Cloud and Rain sect wants. Little Un ignored him and only took Li Qingshan's hand. Wu Zhen haha laughed, you also have time to eat. Hua Chengzhen touched the nose, it seems that my charm has not been able to involve a woman of this age. You grow up quickly, then you will know. I am with this surname Li who is better. Wu Zhen laughed even more, and Li Qingshan snorted and couldn't feel bad about him. A few people went out the door. Li Qingshan looked at the silver dragon horse with the hoof and the hoof. Looking at it, the horse is beautiful. Every muscle in the body has a rhythmic beauty. The floating spirit chi is also extremely pure. Li Qingshan knows that this is the human race's domesticated spirit beast. If it is monster's standard, it is already a very powerful monster. The saddle and the horseshoe of the four-hoof are flashing, at least worth a piece. High-grade spirit artifact. If coupled with the cost of daily storage, it is not the usual chi-refining warrior, it is the responsibility. It is not necessary. However, the strength of the Hua family is manifested in this unnecessary place. Would you like to ride and ride? Come, I will take you up. Seeing Little Un also looking straight at the silver dragon horse, Hua Chengzhen seems to be reluctant to lose his charm and smile. Little Un is still shaking her head. Li Qingshan immediately hugged her up and placed it on the horse. She patted the horse. Sit down, there is a way to go. Beware. Hua Chengzhen reminded me. But I saw Silver Dragon Horse standing there, motionless, just like being stuck. Weird, this is usually very strong. If I don't discuss it, I will never give people a ride. Although the horse is far less intelligent than the human race, there is also a sense of danger that human race does not have for danger. Wu Zhen also took out a seesaw-like thing, and summoned a horse. Although it was not as good as the divine steed of the white dragon horse, it was also an extraordinary spirit beast. Please ask Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongzi thanks for the dagger, elegant sitting on the horse. Hua Chengzhen and Wu Zhen took the lead. A group of people walked along the street to the Cloud and Rain building. Along the way, Hua Chengzhen talked with Wu Zhen about the quality of all kinds of riding animals. There are more than one horse, and the price is really not Philippines extreme, plus a whole set of lines, less to say thousands of spiral stones. Li Qingshan can't plug in, it feels like a kid from the country, listening to the young masters in the city, talking about buying a car. Although he can't afford it, he never spends the spirit stones in this place. He wants to transform every spiral stones into his own power, so that he can fly to a higher sky. Of course, if you really want to mount, there are a few good sellers in the monsters under subterranean world. These wild monsters, even if they are caught by the human race, can't be domesticated, but the head of the demon is bullying, it is justified. But if he wants to go back there, the identity of a demon leader alone is not enough. He must spend heavenly tribulation and become a monster general to retake the area. From time to time, Hua Chengzhen also introduces the customs of the Clear River Prefecture city. The humanities are in the hands of the people, and the whispers are inconspicuous, so that no one feels left out. Before coming to a splendid building, The three characters Cloud and Rain building are hanging upstairs. Legend of the Great Saint chapter 267. The fourth chapter is about alcohol, the height of dozens of feet, even in this city full of tall buildings, is also outstanding. A string of red lanterns hang from the corners of tall and slender. The walls are painted with large enchanting jade flying sky murals. The most incredible thing is that those murals are actually dancing. Eyebrows provoke passers-by, and they are really moving. The sound of the string, beautiful, like a fairyland. Wu Zhen said, "What does Rongzi think?" Qian Rongzi said, "It's very beautiful. She has already been here once." Wu Zhen said again, "You, King Shan, in a small place like Blessed Peace, but you can't see this kind of scenery for a lifetime." Hua Chengzhen thought that Li Qingshan would be stunned and didn't know what to say. The first time he came here, the metropolis had such a performance. But Li Qingshan had a lot of praise on his face, but he was still calm and somewhat appreciative. Li Qingshan said, "Let me remember my hometown." Wu Zhen haha laughed. "This is the joke I heard the best laugh today." Li Qingshan is not arguing. It really reminds him of the previous life. The world of light and shadow, the flashing neon, the fake movie, the sight that makes him stunned in the visual. "I am afraid not too much." Wu Zhen took out the slave-like thing again. Li Qingshan knew that the object was called subduing seal, which was used to control the spirit beast. Hua Chengzhen also put the silver dragon horse away. Stepping into the building, a fragrant wind rushed to the surface. A group of girls wearing thin bochun sang greeted them, each beautiful and beautiful, exuding the youthful atmosphere, met with Hua Chengzhen, screaming, "Dandy, the singer's call is endless." Hua Chengzhen also refused to accept the left and right, and they were very familiar with their names, so that this group of girls was excited again. "I have no rules, I am not busy with my own business." A woman like Steward looks up and dispels this group of unhappy girls. Li Qingshan, the original road is very different from the ordinary brothel, but seeing the group of girls who went to welcome each other after the break, they immediately changed their faces. The courtesy was obviously trained, and everyone was dignified. And the woman of Steward gave a gift to Hua Chengzhen Yinying, but it was also a gaze, and she was shameless. "You are back, you are a few friends, you have to wait." Realized Hua Chengzhen received special treatment, Li Qingshan and Wu Zhen, two men, they completely became a foil to look at each other, but some pity. Li Qingshan looked up. The Cloud and Rain building is also a patio structure, but the shape is not a round fish. It is bigger than the Cloud and Rain building of Blessed Peace City. More than 10 times the numerous bridges meet in the sky. People flow on it, like a city in the middle of the building. There are people in the building, all men and women, and some chi refining warrior are mixed in, like ordinary tourists, looking around and enjoying the wonders of this Cloud and Rain building. Hua Chengzhen teased the steward woman and asked, "Where is Haitang?" "Sect master in the later cultivation." "Let her come, I have a few friends to introduce her." The woman married Li Qingshan and Qian Rongzi, and reluctantly said, "I will go here." Li Qingshan is vigilant in her heart, calling her name to Cloud and Rain sect master, and so free to let her come over, enough to prove the relationship between the two. "Let's go to the top first." Hua Chengzhen leads the way to the corner of the building. Li Qingshan feels a white cloud in his feet, but gently holds the people, slowly rising to the side and seeing a small engraved on the floor formation, flashing brilliance, apparently a form that can make a cloud. Hua Chengzhen see Li Qingshan's face is different, jokingly said, "Why, remembering your hometown?" Li Qingshan said, "Isn't it this thing? Isn't this the elevator?" Although the way it is used is different, the direction of human race's pursuit of pleasure is really bad. Wu Zhen patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and smiled. "I can't see it, Qingshan, you love to laugh." As the height keeps rising, Li Qingshan is very eye-catching. Seeing that the Cloud and Rain building is divided into layers according to layers, some areas are set up with gambling tables, and some areas are sitting and eating. Diner, of course. The traditional service industry still occupies a large area. Everyone's face is filled with laughter. Even Li Qingshan can't help but infect this happy atmosphere. The mind gradually relaxes and temporarily forgets the troubles and hatred. With a smile on his face, Hua Chengzhen said, "Where, no matter what your identity or interest, you can get what you want. And you will have fun." Li Qingshan suddenly felt something wrong. With Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Is there any formation that affects people's minds? Seeing Little An is not affected at all. Rongzi is also in a state of mind, probably related to her cultivation. Good. Hua Chengzhen slightly dagger Li Qingshan's keenness, so he is very appreciated. Li Qingshan said, "It doesn't matter if you confuse people." Wu Zhen said, "What confuses people? Don't be alarmist." Hua Chengzhen said, "Wine is the color of money, which is not to confuse the people, who does not like it. Compared to these things, you don't feel that using a little magic spell, it makes people happy, neither hurting nor hurting. Better more." Li Qingshan shook her head slightly. "This kind of joy is worse than nothing." Hua Chengzhen smiled. "Everyone is drunk. Why should you wake up alone?" Li Qingshan looked at Hua Chengzhen's nephew and asked, "Are you drunk?" He always thought that Hua Chengzhen was not the one who indulged this way. Hua Chengzhen blinked. "Did you not hear it? Solve it with alcohol." Two people look at each other. Wu Zhen is impatient. "What are you doing?" Suddenly all around, everyone has come to the top of the Cloud and Rain building. The stars are twinkling. But there is a garden scenery around them. Bamboo forests, rock garden ponds, everything, and even a small stream. I can't imagine that this is a few pavilions on the high-rise building. It is located in the garden, and there is a sound of silken string. A few people walked along the path and ran into a half-drunk middle-aged man who was drunk, and was supported by a charming woman. Both were Chi Refining Warrior. The man was also Chi Refining 10th level, and the green shirt was crumpled. The hand touched the woman's hips, and the two beards were hard to add. The middle-aged man saw Hua Chengzhen, who was busy with the woman's body, dressed in a uniform, and was a gentleman. "Yes, Commander." Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, "What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man coughed twice. "Gas collecting wind." The woman stared at his chest. "You are not saying that you want to go to bed, so that you are comfortable?" The middle-aged man scolded. "Don't talk nonsense." The woman just smiles, obviously not afraid of him, but also throws eyes at Hua Chengzhen. Wu Zhen smiles. Hua Chengzhen gives a step forward. "Then you please, don't delay your business." Wu Zhen disdains. "This is always old." The middle-aged man wandered away. Li Qingshan curiously said, "Who is he?" He has also seen a lot of senior Chi Refining Warrior. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, there is always a demeanor, which is like this is not like this. Unfinished. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 268. Chapter 5 Cloud and Rain Sect Master. Chapter 5 Cloud and Rain Sect Master. Wu Zhen said, "This is always endless." Hua Chengzhen said, "Hey, Whisper." Afraid of what he is doing, let's go. In the bamboo forest, there is a bamboo building. Two strange stone people outside the door carry lanterns, which are full of exotic customs. The creek flows in from the bamboo raft. Li Qingshan followed Hua Chengzhen and entered the building. I saw only a dozen young men and women who were drinking water and drinking. None of them is Chi Refining Warrior, and there is no one below Chi Refining 6th level. Seeing that Hua Chengzhen came in, a young man with white-effaced whiskers came up to pull the sleeves of Hua Chengzhen. "Senior brother, sip half a drink and run." What to say? 3 drinks. The crowd began to say, 3 cups of fine wine. Someone also asked, "Who are these two?" Hua Chengzhen said, "Well, don't make trouble. Introduce 2 friends to you. This is Li Qingshan, this is Qian Rongzi. I have to enter my legalist school." These are the people of the legalist school in Clear River Prefecture. Although they look a bit unbearable, they are actually a bit unbearable. I don't introduce them one by one, but I will get along with them in the future. He has not spoken yet, and everyone has laughed. "You are unbearable." Prior to this, Li Qingshan had already learned about the legalist school from the Nature Myriad Forms book. Today, it is Red Eagle Commander Wang Pushi who is the legalist school patriarch. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is not a school that completely severs contact with the outside world, but has a very close relationship with Diexia dynasty. The discipline is very free, as long as you pay tuition, let you do anything. Of course, this tuition is a lot of spirit stones. This kind of freedom is exactly what Li Qingshan likes. It is not as restrictive as sect. It is more convenient to go out for something. Some legalist school disciple, while studying in the scholastic, act as the Eagle Wolf Guard, as long as you can kill a few blacklist characters from time to time. The current chief disc of the legalist school is Hua Chengzhen. Li Qingshan is particularly unwilling to refuse. These people, at first sight, are the elite discipline of the legalist school. The young and proud pride is completely hidden. Li Qingshan was on all sides, and everyone still didn't care. Qian Rongzi walked out from behind and gave a good gift, but it made many men's eyes shine. Well, you are a Wu Zhen. I said that I will not come out to play with us for a few days. I said that I came to a friend from afar. It turned out to be a gold house. Let's play less fart. Wu Zhen refused to admit it, but his face was more beautiful. When everyone saw Little An, they were amazed. For a while, the scene was extremely lively. Hua Chengzhen took Li Qingshan with a seat and gave him a glass of wine. He smiled and said, "Let's stay for a moment. Your enemies will arrive in an instant." This courtesy has surprised others. Hua Chengzhen, although everyone is polite, the pride of his heart is not under anyone. He is so close to one person, but it is rare. Li Qingshan said, "I hope that it is not an enemy meeting, it will be extraordinarily jealous." Hua Chengzhen patted his shoulder, reassured. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly felt that the wind was coming from behind, and the body was tight like a bowstring. Hua Chengzhen smiled and patted his hand, as if to say, "Relax." A woman hooked the necks of Hua Chengzhen and Li Qingshan from behind, and a beautiful face appeared between the two, laughing. What enemy? Li Qingshan was softly pressed behind her, and her fragrance was astounding. Her heart was a little surprised because the woman was not the Cloud and Rain sect disciple, but also the legalist school disciple. The cultivation base was higher than Wu Zhen. It is also the Qi refining 9th level, which is second only to Hua Chengzhen in the legalist school disciple. Hua Chengzhen said, "You don't want to scare others. You can't eat it if you punch it." Is he willing? The woman turned to Li Qingshan again. "Do you say that you are willing?" Zilip is close at hand. A burst of alcohol rushes in the face, with the movement, the feeling behind the shoulders, more and more clear. Li Qingshan coughs. Even if he is willing, cannot hit. "Are you really willing?" The woman blinked and made it closer. "It's also hit." Li Qingshan said. Hua Chengzhen introduced Han Qiangzi, the second of legalist school, eldest young lady of Han family. Han Qiangzi said, "You can say that I am not happy." "What Han family eldest young lady, kid, call me senior sister." "Yes, my brother did not come today." Hua Chengzhen said, "He has never been in this place, you don't know, go, don't delay us drinking." Han Qiangzi said, "I can't go, they all go around the new woman. And of course I have to turn around the new man." Li Qingshan saw that Qian Rongzi had already been mingled with the legalist school disciple. Han Qiangzi suddenly felt a gaze and looked back. He saw Xiaoan staring straight at her, an eyebrow, not pleased. "Little girl, what do you see?" She didn't see anyone. Li Qingshan's voice was very cold, and she took Little An into her arms and lowered her head and said, "Would you like to eat something?" "Hey, it's quite awkward." Han Qiangzi's voice has attracted a lot of attention. Hua Chengzhen secretly thought, "Oops, Han Qiangzi is unrestrained, but can't stand a little disobedience. It's just a country." Han Qiangzi's words have not yet been spoken, and he was imported into a glass of wine by Hua Chengzhen. "Drink your bar." Han Qiangzi dissatisfied. "Why am I?" But I saw Hua Chengzhen's face still laughing, but with warnings in his eyes. He vented his breath and took the wine cup. "Drink and drink." Senior sister was drained by elder brother Hua. A little legate at school female disciples laughed. I rip your mouth. Han Qianzi glanced at Li Qingshan and went to the girl to make together. Hua Chengzhen said, she has such a personality, there is nothing malicious. Li Qingshan smiled, it doesn't matter, in 9th level Qi refining warrior, this character is good. The poor personality made him slaughter. If you can follow her, at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, no, in Clear River Prefecture, you can get a lot of help, and she doesn't hate you. Maybe there is still a chance to be a Han family. East bed is fast. Li Qingshan smiled and said, this opportunity is still brother Hua's own grasp. Hua Chengzhen haha smiled, and a laugh outside the door. He has too many opportunities, and he can't grasp it. The sound is slightly hoarse, but it is very magnetic, and the laughter can infect people's hearts, making people feel inexplicably happy. Li Qingshan looked out the door. A woman stepping into the entrance, holding a peach fan, half a mask of peach blossoms, a fierce look, like a sweet girl of 15 or 6 years old, but that charm. But it is mature beautiful woman has a thrilling curve. The tall and straight double peaks seem to be splitting out. The waist is tightened and the waist is stretched. The round hips will hold up the powder skirt. The eyes are attracted. Li Qingshan, although I have seen many beautiful women, my heart is also slightly admired, so beautiful. Non-Cloud and Rain sect live Kuheitang more people, but the vigilance is even heavier. There isn't any foundation establishment cultivated that can be taken lightly. Elder Sister Ku, how come you? The white-faced Microzelda legalist school disciple rushed forward, coveted, but did not dare to show it. Kuheitang smiled and greeted everyone. When he saw Qian Rongzi, he paused. Qian Rongzi was busy bowing his head, and his heart was just sneer. Kuheitang's gaze fell on Li Qingshan's face, but slipped a little and without stopping. He sighed and said, National Grace, Divine Fragrance, really good. I am a good man, thank you. Chengzhen. A burst of scent, in the blink of an eye, Kuheitang has come to the front, said to Littlean, child, let me go. Li Qingshan said solemnly, you can't think about it. Kuheitang flies like a fly fan. You are Li Qingshan, look at the face of your elder brother Hua. You are with my Cloud and Rain sect's grievances, a write-off. Li Qingshan saw the pattern on the fan changing and moving, and the mind turned around in a hurry. He was busy with the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets and calmed his mind. A long, white-solded hand came out from the side, like a butterfly wearing a flower, and caught Kuheitang's hand. The fan immediately stopped. Heitang, if you have someone to meet, you have to ask someone else if you want to. Hua Chengzhen am I? He doesn't know National Grace, Divine Fragrance, for the meaning of Cloud and Rain sect. Many words are prepared. If you have time to come, you will come up with the person directly and use charm technique. Kuheitang was a little surprised. But it wasn't because Hua Chengzhen would block it from her expectations. Li Qingshan could remain calm and not too unexpected. But she was only a charm technique, and she used it almost exclusively on the child. The child was so quiet that it was incredible. However, he was not discouraged. For a moment, his eyes were like water fluctuations, and he gave birth to a phantom. He asked softly, would you like to go with your sister? Little Anne is crisp, I don't want to. Kuheitang looks slightly changed. Li Qingshan said, hear it. Let Cloud and Rain sect die first. Hua Chengzhen said, Heitang, it seems that there is no teacher and apprenticeship, you have to force it. I brought Qingshan over to dispel his misunderstanding with Cloud and Rain sect. The realized Hua Chengzhen brought Li Qingshan to come for this reason. If that's the case, then calculate the general ledger. Li Qingshan, I suspect that you have a lot to do with the death of several disciplines in my door. Kuheitang looks changed. In the eyes of Li Qingshan, the charming beauty suddenly became a demon evil, but he was just sneer. If you want to use charm technique to lure him, maybe it still has some functions. If you want to scare him, it will be far worse. If you are afraid of this, then when he is in demonic incarnation, he is not afraid to be scared by himself. In fact, he is very satisfied with his appearance as demon. Li Qingshan said, Yes, blessed Peace City Cloud and Rain building, the female brothel owner, was killed by me, but she joins Ozebo, bullying me first, and then selling a good family, according to the Dxia law, the law of righteousness. The case is that the county is a judgment. What do you say? Everyone was taken aback. I didn't expect Li Qingshan to kill the Cloud and Rain sect. I dared to hit a foundation establishment cultivator. It was a daring day. They were very familiar with Kuei Tang and they called her elder sister Ku. And looking at Li Qingshan's eyes is a bit bad. Peas, there are so many things today. Only this chapter, please bear with me. The sky is going to be dark soon. I wish you all look up at the moon, look down on your hometown, the reunion of the moon. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 269 Chapter 6 Gambling Chapter 6 Gambling, Xindao, this guy is still a bit sturdy. Unlike ordinary men, when I met this Lang Dunganf, I forgot my mum's surname. I wanted to find a chance to teach him later, and forgive him once. And this chapter is provided by friends to update. In the presence of the man, even if the envy child is difficult to block the charm of Kuei Tang, Han Kaiengzi is a special case. The higher the cultivation base is, the stronger the resistance to charm technique, but the decision to play Xing, or the envy person's heart. Han Kaiengzi, regardless of the cultivation base or the appearance of the body, it belongs to the first class, and it must be overwhelmed by Kuei Tang. Kuei Tang looked at Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen, since it is doubtful, there is no evidence. Our Eagle Wolf Guard will investigate it clearly. You must not be entangled in the Autumn Master. Autumn men, Hua Chengzhen, you will only help outsiders to bully me. Kuei Tang angrily said. The eyes are slightly reddish. Others did not expect that Hua Chengzhen would be so Ting Li Qingshan. The matter became Hua Chengzhen and Kuei Tang. No, it was the battle between Eagle Wolf Guard and men. They really did not know where to stand. Li Qingshan more dissatisfied. But in the end, Hua Chengzhen is in charge of them, and they have persuaded elder sister Ku, but it is a small horn. So forget it. Li Qingshan looked at Hua Chengzhen. I was a little surprised and a little moved. For him, it was a rare goodwill. If he is standing in the position of Hua Chengzhen, I am afraid that he is more willing to help Kuei Tang, who is the best in the world, instead of Li Qingshan, who has only one side. Kuei Tang cold channel, Hugh. The voice turned soft, some resentment, some helplessness. Chengzhen, 2 of my sons are missing, even the son of White Deputy Master is dead, which is related to Li Qingshan. As a master, how can I let it go? Everyone saw her appearance, and she was full of pity, but listening to her said it was even more shocking. Han Kaiengzi said, Sister elder sister Ku, you are not laughing, but 9th level Qi refining warrior, I think he just has reached the Qi refining 6th level. How to relate to the death of 2 Qi refining 9th level? Kuei Tang said, Qian Rongzi, you came out to speak, the son of Wise Deputy. How did you die? Qian Rongzi didn't say a word, standing behind the crowd, smelling this speech, knowing that it was a curse, but Wu Zhen smiled at the side, and came out with a generous appearance. Wai Yingji, the son of Wai, went to Li Qingshan revenge. I don't know where to go. This is exactly the same as originally said, but Kuei Tang feels awkward and feels wrong. Li Qingshan said, you listened well. I was just a normal case. This thief came to the Eagle Wolf Guard revenge. Don't say that I didn't kill it. Even if I killed it, what's wrong? The legalist school disciple was present. Some of them have already entered the Eagle Wolf Guard, and most of them will also enter the Eagle Wolf Guard. Their education. The men's faction are the targets of the restrictions, and dare to re-elect the Eagle Wolf Guard. Not to mention that Wai Yingji is acting in a down-to-earth manner. He has always been dissatisfied with them and feels better to die. Li Qingshan see Kuei Tang's face is changing, although not so many people face their own hands. But he is ready for stealth. Glass mirror, ready to face the assassination on the road. He dared to come to this Cloud and Rain building. Naturally, he not only believed in the judgment of Qian Rongzi, but also had confidence in his strength. Although Kuhei Tang is a foundation establishment cultivator, the charm technique of King is not very effective for him. Not as good as Three Mountains Old Man. And his current top-grade spirit talisman has collected nearly 10 pieces, and he will not be slaughtered. If Kuhei Tang really wants to shoot himself, he must fail, and then he has to bear the pressure from all sides. Hua Chengzhen said, "But Hei Tang, this is just a misunderstanding." Kuhei Tang said, "If you want me to stop, it is a matter of men and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you are also a man, just hiding behind others?" Li Qingshan said, "What are you going to do?" Kuhei Tang said, "Can you dare to gamble with me?" Li Qingshan said, "Autumn men will really laugh. You are a foundation establishment cultivator, Li Qingshan he can gamble with you? If you can demonic incarnation." He is a bit confident, but human race state, set the enemy but a foundation establishment cultivator. Kuhei Tang said, "It is not me who is gambling with you. His cultivation base is not lower than you. Can you dare to gamble?" Li Qingshan said, "If you want to have a child then embroidery, I am not sure." Han Qiangzi laughed out and couldn't see the rogue phase that he had a bit of Han. Hua Chengzhen is also a smile, but I can see that Li Qingshan really has a bit of gambling, and it does not stop. Although he promised Gu Yanying to take care of him, he is not a nanny. As a man, he has his own decision. Li Qingshan did have a mind. He didn't believe that with Hua Chengzhen a few words, he could let men not retaliate, not to smash Little An. At most, he would temporarily suppress the contradiction and will break out in the future. Everything will happen on their own. And even if men is willing to give up, he has to ask him if he is willing to refuse. He has already made up his mind that he will not let the yin thief Dang Fu sneak out and bleed it out. He will not surname Li. After spending heavenly tribulation, the 4 accounts of Monster General Realm, 3 mountains and men will be taken out. Kuhei Tang said, "The gambling is naturally something that men are good at." Li Qingshan said, "What are you gambling?" "Drinking, wrestling, and competition." Kuhei Tang said 3 things. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh at ha. These 3 things are what he is good at. Looking at Kuhei Tang, the heart, this time you are looking for a dead end. On the surface, he did not say, and asked, "What is the bet?" Kuhei Tang points the finger at Li Qingshan, "It's you." Then it slides down to Little Un's body, and her. Li Qingshan said, "If I lose, the head cuts it to you." Momo Little Un's head, but I will never take her bet, unless the autumn men are willing to bet. He shook his head again, "Number. That's not worth it." Kuhei Tang's face changed greatly. Li Qingshan said that it was a shame to let her bet, but she turned her head and told her clearly that you are willing to bet and not equal to Little An. This is simply a shame of Liu O. The identity of the foundation establishment cultivator is not comparable to a little girl. The legalist school disciple is also a piece of land. They have always been familiar with Kuhei Tang, and Li Qingshan's eyes are even worse. Wu Zhen said, "This kid has caused a lot of trouble." Han Qiangzi praised the good boy in the heart. The Langdong people really thought that everyone had to turn around her. Now I know that it is embarrassing. Hua Chengzhen sighs gently. These grievances are difficult to resolve. Not because of this sentence, he has already seen it. Men is determined to be the child, and the child is not touching the scales for Li Qingshan. It must be angry. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 270 Chapter 7 Giant Treeman Chapter 7 Giant Treeman. In fact, Li Qingshan did not humiliate Kuhei Tang, because this is originally his heart. Kuhei Tang is naturally a beautiful woman. He will see the same as ordinary men, but it will be nothing more than you. Compared with his affection for Little An, it is insignificant. But the person present, who can really recognize his idea, I am afraid that only Zhenrongzi alone. I am willing to make a bet. A delicate voice suddenly sounded, and Little An, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Little An." Li Qingshan said. Little An looked at Li Qingshan and said, "What kind of bet are you willing to come up with?" Kuhei Tang's anger in the heart was temporarily suppressed by this good news. Coldly said, "My bet is this. She took out a brocade box, opened the brocade box, and revealed one of them by Dan Yao. If Bo is like a fog, the light is scattered, and it is full of holes. The Bisa Dan Yao, Li Qingshan seems very familiar. This is the kind of Dan Yao that Half Moon gave him. It is the kind of Dan Yao that he has gone through a long period of accumulation and directly condenses Monster Core Dao Elements Pill. Han Kaiangzi exclaimed. The other legalist school disciple, all looking straight at the Dan Yao, full of desire. In essence, Dao Elements Pill is a kind of Dan Yao with Qi condensing pills and Qi gathering pill. The reason why it is called cultivation is Dao Elements Pill. It is because of taking one. It can be worth the last year of culture. That is the year of cultivation. Time is the biggest enemy of the cultivator, and Dao Elements Pill can save cultivation for 1 year. This Dan Yao is a very precious spiritual pill for any cultivation-based cultivator. You are willing to take this Dan Yao out. Hua Chengzhen, am I using Dao Elements Pill to change the life of a 6th level Qi refining warrior? This bet is not only not light, but too heavy, which proves that she is this time the gambling is also a must. Kuei Tang ignored Hua Chengzhen and said to Li Qingshan, I don't want your head. If you lose, you will stay in my autumn dream. Li Qingshan and Little Un's eyes have changed their minds. If he loses, he really can't cut his head. Of course, it is immediately rushing. He is willing to bet on Little An because there is no bet at all. Kuei Tang certainly didn't take this into consideration. But she didn't believe it at all. A 6th level Qi refining warrior could go under her eyes. This bet was just to block the mouth of Hua Chengzhen. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment and finally said, Good. You wait, I will prepare. Kuei Tang turned and walked, but listened to Li Qingshan and shouted, Wait, leave the bet. Kuei Tang looked back at him and threw Dao Elements Pill to Hua Chengzhen. You are the witness. After Kuei Tang left, legalist school disciple gathered up. No one dared to swear Li Qingshan, dare to challenge the foundation establishment cultivator, although it is considered to be arrogant, but this daring cannot help but admire, just admire. In addition, it is deeply disgusting. Li Qingshan hasn't been strong yet. With a few words, he has turned Kuei Tang's people who have been in business for many years to his own side. Wu Zhen whispered, Why are you turning this face with elder sister Ku? Hua Chengzhen laughed and didn't answer. He said what he said at the beginning. Others have a guilty conscience. He said to Li Qingshan, You can't gamble now. If you are there, he can't take you. Li Qingshan said, I have some confidence in those three. Wu Zhen sighed and saw that Hua Chengzhen was iron to the top of this kid. Han Kaiangzi slammed Li Qingshan's shoulder. Good boy, I see you can do it. Win Dao Elements Pill and give Eagle Wolf Guard a long face. After half an hour, Kuei Tang came back. Come with me. The face has recovered a smile, and there is no anger. Tenian descended slowly from the rooftop. Li Qingshan saw the roar of the mechanical rotation. A large piece of wood slid out and docked in the air, separating the layers above the Cloud and Rain building. Let Li Qingshan think of what I saw at Drifting Cloud Street. Obviously, this Cloud and Rain building is also designed by Mahist School. When the last two giants bite together, they form an empty space, and several floors upstairs. At least hundreds of Qi refining warriors are leaning on the sidelines. It is the opening test of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The Qi refining warriors from other places, the metropolis, chose to visit the first building in Clear River Prefecture. Kuei Tang has already opened a gamble, which can benefit from it and make everyone witness. It is like a huge arena. Li Qingshan's feet fell to the ground, stepping on it, feeling very strong, and then letting Little Un wait on her side and walked alone to the middle of the field. Lang said, Autumn men, who are gambling with me? Kuei Tang gently clapped. Li Qingshan saw a big man in front of him open, a huge figure, taking a heavy footsteps, slowly coming out, accompanied by a burst of creaking. Hua Chengzhen said, It was eccentrics. The huge figure has come out of the darkness and came to the light, and the whole building is up and down. Li Qingshan's body was originally ting tall, but when the figure came to him, He could only look up at his head to see his fierce face. Peng Liuan's hair had blocked most of his face. His nose was high and the two eyes were deeply sunken, and the red eyes showed fierce light. It seems that although it is also a human race, the figure is more than a foot tall, almost equal to the height of 3 people. The muscles of the knot are white and yellow, and the says is like the wood that has just been cut down, but he is all hands and feet. The neck is strained with a shackle chain. In addition to the ordinary human race, there are many eccentrics in the world. They look similar to the human race, but they have many special features, or double duet or 4 arms. It is said that these eccentrics have been born in 9 provinces and established various tribal kingdoms. However, with the human race rise greatly, not only the demon slayers, but these eccentrics are also expelled as aliens, gradually disappearing into the eyes of ordinary people. The land of the wilderness can only be seen. This giant is one of many eccentrics, named Giant Demon Race, born in the mountains. It is rumored that they can take nutrients from the earth like trees, and grow like trees, so they are all in shape. Very tall, called the giant treeman. Hua Chengzhen did not expect that Kuei Tang could find a giant treeman to gamble with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is a fierce and rare one. With that huge body shape, drinking alcohol is too, no need to lose. Hey Tang, you are using eccentrics to make a bet. It's a bit of a slap. Kuei Tang smiled lightly. Eccentrics is also a human, and his chi refining cultivation base has never reached the chi refining 6th level. Is there anything wrong with it? If you want to abstain, you can do it early, don't say too much. Although it did not reach the chi refining 6th level, the true chi stored in the huge body was only a lot more than the 6th level chi refining warrior. Han Kaiangzi, although there is something wrong with it, it can't help but admit it. Kuei Tang is really awkward and worthy of being a master of the family, foundation establishment cultivator, and then looking at Li Qingshan's back as if he was scared. It is a bit pitiful. Dare to bet with the foundation establishment cultivator, the courage is not small, the brain is a little worse. As if looking at a fool who touched a stone with a jig. Wu Zhen said to Qian Rongzi, this does not blame him. It is a small place. I don't know the foundation establishment cultivator. Qian Rongzi said, this is also possible. One person upstairs shouted, Autumn Men, are you kidding? What is the gamble? Kuei Tang said, even if you bet, you will win the spirit stones, and the right is a gift for everyone. Can I bet? Li Qingshan suddenly spoke. Hua Chengzhen, a slight glimpse. Li Qingshan's voice, without any discouragement, is still full of firm confidence. Kuei Tang's gaze fell back on Li Qingshan, scornfully, as long as you dare. My next 1,000 spiral stones, bet I win. Full of upstairs, quiet, and then burst into a sneer. On the 3rd floor, a white boy is next to 2 beautiful little NVS, one of which is less NV, elder brother Tan. Is this person crazy? Madmen in the world, there are many, but if you don't have these madmen, you are not a lot less joy. The teenager's eyes patrolled, passing Qian Rongzi and Han Kaiangzi, and finally fell on Kuei Tang. A little envy does not depend on, elder brother Tan, you are moving again. Is it not enough to have us too? The white boy smiled and said, people don't want to be a teenager. Hey, I know that elder brother Tan is not comparable to people in this world, nor can it be bound by secular ideas. We don't care how many envy people you have, as long as you have us in your heart. The white boy is affectionate, you will always be my baby. Qian Rongzi felt the gaze from above and didn't care. He only listened to Wu Zhen, who was next to him, laughing. He still laughs like this, but he loses his life as a slave anyway. His own things are not owned by him. There is no loss in gambling. I listened to Qian Rongzi and said, I bet 500 pieces of spirit stones and bet Li Qingshan wins. Wu Zhen glanced, face sane sinking. What are you doing? He really doubts what Qian Rongzi has to do with Li Qingshan. Qian Rongzi smiled and said, I think I can win. Hua Chengzhen suddenly said, I also bet 1,000 pieces of spirit stones, I also think I can win. Kuei Tang said, since you have to send the spirit stones to me, I can't stop it. After a while, the bet is fixed. Most of them bought the giant treeman, and the white boy took 1,000 pieces of spirit stones. Only a few people want to have a cold guy, and the odds are quite different. Kuei-ai-tang waved his hand and the chain on the giant treeman was unloaded and swelled. Giant treeman turned suddenly and stared at Kuei-ai-tang, leaned forward, as if he was ready to fight. Peas, there is still one more in the evening. Trying to break out the monthly ticket. There were too many things last month, and the update was not too strong. I will start to work hard this month. No matter the plot or update, I urge everyone to support it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 271 Chapter 8 Drinking. Kuei-ai-tang simply ignored the giant treeman hostility. If you lose, do you know what is going on? Giant treeman whispered, but turned around and faced Li Qingshan. Go. At this time, hundreds of altar wines were pulled up and placed aside. Not far away, a long sandalwood was inserted into an incense burner with a fragrant thyme. Within 1 hour, whoever drinks more, whoever wins. Kuei-ai-tang gently hits the palm. Giant treeman almost rushed over, grabbed a big hand, and brought up a jar of wine, like venting, screaming and drinking, the big jar, for him, more like a big cup. In an instant, the pot of wine saw the bottom and was thrown aside by him. With this momentum alone, those who were lucky enough to Li Qingshan felt that Li Qingshan had lost. Li Qingshan walked over without hesitation, opened the jar, opened the mouth, like huge whale absorbing water, a crystal wine column fell into the entrance, and instantly, a jar of wine bottomed out. He praised, "Good wine. The wine is rich in flavor and the wine is very strong. Although it is not as good as spirit wine, it is also a rare wine and spirit in the world. It is a kind of burning pleasure in drinking into the throat." Giant treeman glanced at him, and the third altar wine was already smashed. Li Qingshan's juxing was hooked up. He loved this taste from the moment Green Bull taught him to drink, but after coming to Blessed Peace City, things were bothering, and he couldn't drink anymore. There are regrets. I can finally have a drink tonight. Li Qingshan sat down without a hand, and pressed the jar with one hand. He said to Kuei-ai-tang, "There is no meat and no meat, and there is always a lack of taste." Han Kaiengzi was surprised that when he was alone, he was too big enough to eat. Kuei-ai-tang said, hey, give him." In a moment, a long table was carried to Li Qingshan, in the middle of a roast whole sheep, and a roast raw pig, surrounded by roast chicken and crystal duck elbow, all the meat that ordinary people can think of, everything. Li Qingshan didn't take the chopsticks and grabbed the crystal elbows directly to take a bite. The fragrance was not greasy. The entrance was instant and praised, "Good taste." Wu Zhen said that Clear River chefs gathered in the Cloud and Rain building. In fact, it is really empty. Li Qingshan was officially started drinking, and the giant treeman had already had the 7th altar. Li Qingshan still didn't look over there. He ate and drank himself. Unlike the giant treeman, everyone could see that he was enjoying the process. After drinking a jar of wine, he took another altar. Never deliberately increase the speed, partiality and drink very fast. After a while, a few altars of wine were drunk, and the roasting raw pig was already down. People who were not too hungry can't help but look at his appearance. Han Kaiengzi asked Hua Chengzhen, "Can he win?" She was Hua Chengzhen, and also gnawed 500 spiral stones on Li Qingshan. Afterwards, she felt a little bit painful. 500 spirit stones could buy a bad piece, a bit of high-grade spirit artifact. Hua Chengzhen said, "It's not easy." He opened up Qi Si. The cultivation base is higher, but he drinks so fast. He is afraid that he will not be able to refining alcohol. He is far from the height of giant treeman and he is suffering. Han Kaiengzi said, "Then you still press 1,000 spiral stones. I think you have confidence." "I am not confident, he is confident. Do you think he is not worth the trust of 1,000 spirit stones?" Han Kaiengzi looked at Li Qingshan again. He opened the liao, and revealed the Xung of the bronze, say. The angular cheeks were on the cheeks with a smile. Although not beautiful, They showed the heroic spirit of the man. She looked in her eyes. I also feel a little heart moving. 1 byte, value. This man is worthy of this number anyway. But see little N on the side. God say from the beginning to the end, no change, just looking at him silently, it is no doubt, unreserved trust. She vaguely understands why Li Qingshan is so supportive of her. Even the Foundation establishment cultivator dares to fight back. The ash collapsed and a musk was burned in half. Around Li Qingshan and Giant Treeman, 12:12, 25, 18 GMT, LH, 33,041. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 272 Chapter 9 Victory Chapter 9 Victory. Giant Treeman is also not to be outdone, holding a big hand with one hand. It is also as easy as holding a toy, throwing a throw in his hands, showing divine power, and then throwing it to Li Qingshan. This chapter is updated by friends. Hua Chengzhen said, be careful. Ding got bigger in the air. Li Qingshan was in his hands and felt that he was a lot heavier, but he didn't care. He threw himself at the Giant Treeman, and the tripod grew bigger again in the air. A big tripod was thrown around between the two, and it became bigger and bigger. Li Qingshan had to pick up his hands and let the many chi refining warrior see the stunned. Is this power still human? Even if they use talisman or magic spell to increase their power with divine power, they can't be so light. Only the body refining cultivator can see the men's road, revealed to admire the god say, cannot think of this boy's body refining technique so powerful, can compete with the Giant Treeman in strength. Kuei-Tang slightly frowns, where did the kid come from? And the body refining technique is so brilliant. To know that body refining is not 1 or 2 divine art cheat, you can refine it in the mountains. The demand for various Yao is much bigger than chi refining. The gamble that was originally intended to be a must, has become completely unsure. The onlookers of the chi refining warrior, holding their breath, nervously watching the big drip back and forth. Giant Treeman has lost a game. If they lose another game, they bet the spirit stones can be beaten. Giant Treeman once again caught dating. His face flushed red, his eyes were cracked, his body was sweating, and the wine was completely awake. The tripod had tripled, pressed against his shoulders, and gasped, even him. They all started to feel a little hard. Look at Li Qingshan, and also faded on its own clothing. The body of the bronze, say, there is no trace of Ru, nor like the Giant Treeman, the muscle Ru is arrogant, but a perfect streamlined shape, like metal casting. If the power that Bull Demon brings to him is a stone, then Tiger Demon will make this piece of iron into a steel knife. He didn't sweat on his body, and he didn't seem to be defeated. He is not necessarily stronger than the Giant Treeman, but he is not as strong as any body refining cultivator. At this point, the gambling is not far from the winner. Giant Treeman screamed in his heart, screaming, and through his whole body and through the big tripod. Ding narrow wind and thunder, whistling to Li Qingshan. Get away! Han Qiangzi exclaimed. Hua Chengzhen is a god of change, but it will still become a big circle. If he does not do this, it is unfair. Only now, only Li Qingshan will give up this game. Dingguo will be lost if it falls. Fellow Taoist Li can be connected. Kuei-Tang smiled and saw that both of them had reached pinnacle. If Li Qingshan didn't pick it up, then it would be lost. If it is hard, then better. Even if you don't die, you have to be seriously injured. The third game will be defeated. Li Qingshan, these voices are deaf to the ear, and the eyes are condensed, and the gas sinks stanchion, reaching out to the big ding that comes from the whistling. Ding slammed Li Qingshan and exclaimed. Li Qingshan feels that a huge force has come from Ding. If it can change the demon body, this force is not a big deal. But with the shape of human race, it is a little stubborn. But it is a bite of jaw. Danshan Qi. See, spins up, rushes out a line of true Qi, flows to the limbs, turns into a kind of burr-like soft force, which resolves the impact of Ding. Li Qingshan was pushed back by Ding for more than 10 steps, and his feet dragged 2 deep trajectories on the ground. With a support on the right foot, I suddenly slammed my body shape and only listened to Kaka, and the foot fell into the floor. Li Qingshan steadily stayed at Dading, grinned, and said, "Return to you. Step forward, one step forward, pick up the whole body, and round your arms and throw the big tripod." Dading was more fierce than the time to come, and went straight out. Giant Dreamin was revealed and scared, and Kuhei-Tang looked at Kuhei-Tang and screamed out his hands. When his hand just touched the moment of Dading, he knew that this force could not be blocked by him. It was the end of the 5 internal organs. Only eyes closed. The wind blew his face, but the impact did not follow. He opened his eyes, and Dading suddenly stopped in front of him, only a few feet away from him. Giant Dreamin blinked and seemed to wonder what was going on. He looked down at a young man in black and took Ding in his hands. The black man turned his head and revealed a handsome face of the sword eyebrow, but it was like an ice cream cast, revealing the chill of the forest. Coldly said, "So far, you have lost." Giant Dreamin revealed the stunned say, and grateful look at the black youth. If not the black youth, he is afraid that Xing life is difficult to protect. The black color youth will throw Dading to Hua Chengzhen, and fly to the hands of Hua Chengzhen. The size of the palm has been restored. True Chi is quoted and sent 100 treasure pouch. The young man who suddenly smashed out said, "Tai Yi, how come you already?" Han Kaiangzi waved. "Hey, boy." The black youth did not seem to see them, turned to look at Li Qingshan, coldly said, "Body refining is good." Good to say. Li Qingshan looked very clear. Only after he threw out Ding Ding, the young man in black wore out from the side, like a healthy black panther, and then sent it to the hand. The body was in the hands. Fierce. Even Li Qingshan is a little surprised. Is it the legendary body refining cultivator? When the young man in black was picking up, he was not hard-hitting, but he gave a light touch to Ding, which made him smart and showed a very high martial arts. Hua Chengzhen seems to have been used to the indifference of this black youth. He said, "Military school chief, Han Tai-Yi, said that I am the first person under the foundation establishment. I must have never seen him." Li Qingshan slightly decapitated, agreeing with Hua Chengzhen's statement that Han Tai-Yi is not only fierce, but also the cultivation base is Qi refining 10th level. Both of them are simple cultivation. In Qi refining warrior, it is difficult to have rivals. One hand, Li Qingshan. Han Tai-Yi ignored him and turned to the frowning Kuhei-Tang. "How much is this eccentric spirit stones?" "I buy it." Hua Chengzhen gave a soft breath. "Hai-Tang, you lost." Kuhei-Tang clenched his fist and loosened it. He seemed to refuse to accept the result. He finally sighed. "But, Li Qingshan, mend your grievances. This is written off. You better not want to appear in front of me again." If she insists that Han Tai-Yi has interrupted the test, she can also be dragged to the 3rd game, but she is not the kind of envy person who is so entangled, and with the performance of Li Qingshan, even if it is dragged to the 3rd game, I am afraid it is difficult to win. Instead of acknowledging the loss, it was just a Tao Elements pill, which really made her feel a bit sore, and Li Qingshan hated her teeth. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I hope the sky will follow people." Thousands of spirit stones arrived. Tao Elements pill started. Got this resource. Probably can sing the big daughter monster general realm now. As for whether it appears in front of her, it is not that she can decide. Good boy, good job. Han Kaiangzi came over and slammed Li Qingshan's shoulder. The group of legalist school disciple was scornful, and with that Han divine power, none of them were opponents. Han Tai-Yi, who can be chilled to the bones, praises it. It is even more rare. It is no wonder that Hua Chengzhen is so valued. Wu Zhen also had to admit that this country boy did have extraordinary things. He looked at Qian Rongzi with a complex look. She saw that she was only slightly smiling, and she did not reveal what the joy of say, which made him feel very excited. Some people are happy, and there are people who are worried. As Kuhei-Tang admits, the building is full of gloom. The gambling that was supposed to win was defeated, and the defeat was so thorough that there was no match for the 3rd game. No, this is a trap. Retreat the spirit stones. Someone shouted. This statement immediately won a response, shouting loudly to let men retreat the spirit stones. Many chi refining warriors have dropped hundreds of spiral stones, and for many chi refining warriors, all the family, in an instant, disappeared. How to get them? Who doubts mine authorization? Hua Chengzhen's face disappeared, and the head looked around, his eyes swept over, and the voice of screaming immediately subsided. Heaven, we lost. Forget it, it's just 1,000 spiral stones. It's nothing. The white boy didn't care about it, but his heart seemed to be bleeding. This time he came to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He didn't bring much spirit stones. Almost half of this time, I read, Li Qingshan. I hate to go. How many spiral stones? Han Tai-yi asked Kuei Tang again, and the eccentrics was determined to win. Since it is Tai-yi, you want, my sister, how to collect your spirit stones, people take it away. Kuei Tang throws a contract. Giant Treeman looked straight at the thin piece of paper and couldn't help but reach out and grab it. But even if it was robbed and torn, it didn't have any effect. Not only stunned. Hua Chengzhen said, my gambling account is written off. It is to buy this eccentrics. Li Qingshan's heart, this Hua brother is really rich and rich. Thousands of spiral stones said not to be unnecessary, but also his relationship with this Han Tai-yi is extraordinary. Kuei Tang took a look at Hua Chengzhen. I said to Tai-yi, you're gambling, you just want, I will not give. Han Tai-yi took the contract and was still cold and did not thank any of Hua Chengzhen and Kuei Tang. It was just a wave of the hand, and the contract was immediately turned into powder. More to Giant Treeman, you are free, come to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and enter my military school. It is a commanding taste, cold and unquestionable. I looked at Li Qingshan and looked at Hua Chengzhen. I didn't open my mouth and walked away. Hua Chengzhen Momo nose, smiled bitterly, I still gave me some face. Did not directly dig my corner. Is this even the face? Li Qingshan didn't know that Han Tai-yi didn't give him face, but he was born with a dead face, no bird, and he noticed that his stride and pace were consistent, there was no difference. And Jing was monotonous. Is it a clock? Is this the style of the military school disciple? Military school may also be a good choice. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 273. Chapter 10 is Temperament and Hard Temper. Chapter 10 is Temperament and Hard Temper. Giant Treeman replied, whispering to the back with a quirky tone, I am going. It's not just a memory of Han Tai-yi's life-saving grace. Giant Treeman is free. But eccentrics is hard to do in this world. Maybe it still has to be taken and become a slave. The pace of Han Tai-yi has not changed at all, as if it has not been heard at all, or it has already been counted in the heart, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Han Qiangzi muttered, giggle. Li Qingshan is secretly admiring, Han Tai-yi seems to be chilly and inhuman. But there is a general style that can stand out among the billions of people in Clear River Prefecture and become the chief of the military school. He is like this, you don't want to be surprised. Hua Chengzhen handed the box with Tao Elements pill to Li Qingshan and let the legalist school disciple look at the formations. I read this thing, many people have heard that they have never seen it before. Li Qingshan looked at the medicine pill that the half moon gave him. But his heart was a little embarrassed. Even the Foundation Establishment Cultivator is like the treasure of Tao Elements pill. The half moon is just a handout, just as easy as it is with chi condensing pills. A moment later, Kuei Tang also sent the thousands of spirit stones that Li Qingshan won. The surrounding eyes are getting more and more red, and thousands of spiral stones, no matter what chi refining warrior, is a huge sum of money. Han Qiangzi also won a lot, and Li Qingshan's gaze will become more and more smooth. Once he was a little unhappy, he has already been thrown into the clouds. Li Qingshan's look is always the appearance of peace. I can't see you. It's quite rich. If it is the ordinary chi refining warrior, get a huge sum of money from Tao Elements pill and thousands of spiral stones, It is inevitable to be happy. How can it be so light? It's also a good idea to use 1,000 spirit stones to make a bet, which is also a family-born son, young lady. There is also this fabulous body refining technique, which seems to hang over the mysterious aura of first level. When he praised the style of others, others were also amazed at him, whether it is Han Kaienzi or Hua Chengzhen or even Kuhei Tang. He is no longer treated as an ordinary 6th level chi refining warrior. Korean senior sister, are you not interested in King Shan? Wu Zhen is awkward. Han Kaienzi is also a big sister in their circle. He is very talented, temperamental and beautiful. Between the bumps and touches, many people have thought about it, and Wu Zhen is one of them. But she is extremely proud, not to put ordinary men in her eyes, but also close to Hua Chengzhen. But there is a love for her, and only one person who cultivation base exceeds me to say can't speak, and gradually loses his mind, only to be treated as a big sister. But seeing her show to other men, it is inevitable that it is not very happy. The other legalist school disciple followed suit. King Shan is so strong. It must be very good. No wonder Han's sister likes it. Han Kaienzi couldn't eat too much, and he looked at Li Qingshan's shoulder. I think this kid is much better than your soft eggs. Although she is not low in body, she still has a gap with Li Qingshan, so that she looks like this. I leaned on Li Qingshan and I felt like a couple. More counterattack, Rongzi, you said yes. Korean senior sister said it. Gian Rongzi laughed. She has seen that the biggest offense in this circle is not Hua Chengzhen but Han Kaienzi. Although Hua Chengzhen is thoughtful, but after all, there is a man's dignity, and she will not be casual about her little girl. Han Kaienzi is coming up very hard, and she will deal with her regardless of her care. As for whether this will make these men unhappy, then don't worry, men will respect beautiful women who make them unhappy. Wu Zhen suddenly felt a strong pressure. He did not regard Li Qingshan as an opponent. Li Qingshan had a big gap with him, both in appearance and in cultivation base. It was a far cry from his insights. It is a country boy with some innate skills and luck. Even if it seems to be a bit of a hindrance with Qian Rongzi, he will not be concerned. But now, he has no such confidence. Han Kaienzi haha smiled. It was a bit annoying to see you at first, but now I like it a bit. Bait Li Qingshan's shoulder. King Shan, you went to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, cultivation. If you can catch my cultivation base, I give you a chance. How? She hasn't seen a man before. It's impossible to casually sway, and at most it is a bit of recognition and recognition for Li Qingshan. This is also to encourage more people, not to believe that Li Qingshan can really surpass her on the cultivation base. Chi refining 6th level and Chi refining 9th level, although only the 3rd level is different. At the Chi refining 6th level, every first level is a difficult time. It takes time to count the years, and 10 years can be used to the 8 meridians. Fully open, even if it is not slow. With her qualification, it may be that the foundation establishment cultivator is almost impossible, and there is no thought. In the cultivation world, the relationship between men and women is indulgent, and the gap in the cultivation base is an insurmountable Scorpio. The mortal world, perhaps the myth of the rich family young lady and the poor scholars, and the female cultivator is impossible to succumb to the lower male cultivator of the cultivation base, which is not a simple trend. The foundation establishment cultivator compared with the chi refining warrior. The life expectancy varies by more than 100 years. Li Qingshan licked his mouth and didn't talk. Han Kaienzi said that although he had no physical appearance, he could not wait for this temperament. What a pretty girlfriend. What has been seen in previous life has to change the taste once. Han Kaienzi was annoyed at the time, and Lium was upside down. Why? Your kid still thinks that I can't match you. Wu Zhen said, I think it is self-aware. The other legalist school disciple also followed, and it was not only Wu Zhen. Li Qingshan looked away and knew that today's business has already offended this group of people. In the future, if you want to get along well and make good relations, you should not be modest and loque. Li Qingshan showed Han Kaienzi in his arms and bowed his head and smiled. Kaienzi, then please treat it for a while. The round, elastic chest is pressed against his chest, only through the first level. Clothing. I feel pretty good. Others are willing to get along with him, he is willing to get along well with others. If others do not want to get along with him, then go to his mother. He came to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy not for Loke, and he did not act to satisfy others. Hua Chengzhen shook his head and got a hard temper. This is not to say to Han Kaienzi, it is the first time I saw her. He is also looking straight. However, he is now stunned by the head tigress, and there is a danger of being scratched at any time. The legalist school disciple was wide-eyed. He did not expect Li Qingshan to be so light and thin, Han Kaienzi, and sneered in his heart. This guy is unlucky. Han Kaienzi is acting casually, and there is not much care between men and women. But if a man thinks that he can take advantage of it and dare to talk to her casually, then try the 9th level Qi refining warrior. Han Kaienzi knew that he was courageous, but he was shocked when he was brave. He was angry and raised his head. He had to attack, but he was facing his black and white voice. There was no hesitation and doubt, and nothing thin to laugh, only absolute confidence. There is nowhere to happen when a raging fire is on the scene. She couldn't help but look away, sniffing the smell of alcohol in his body. She was drinking like a drink. Her face was red, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. Her heartbeat did not come faster. The legalist school disciple took a breath of air, and if they had eyes, they really had to stun. Han Kaienzi, who has never seen a fierce tiger like a tiger, will show up like this. Han Kaienzi true Qi, a free hair. His face has returned to nature, smiled and said, well, this is like a man. But everyone saw that her eyes were flashing and some were embarrassed. Han Kaienzi said, what do you see? Today is not early, you are scattered. Hua Chengzhen exit for Han Kaienzi, but did not expect Han Kaienzi to behave like this. Suddenly remembered, Li Qingshan's nickname is not called Tiger Come. This time the tigress has encountered a male tiger. At this time, the Qi refining warrior upstairs and downstairs was mostly scattered. Whether it was anger or resentment, they all recorded a name, Li Qingshan. Giant Treeman is ignorant, just listen to Hua Chengzhen and say, what is your name? The gentle attitude made Giant Treeman warm, knowing that this is a friend of the benefactor, and replied, Mewq, come with me too. I will send you to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy the day after tomorrow. Since Han Tai is a valued person, he wants to take care of one or two and let an eccentrics go on the street. I don't know what troubles are caused. In the eyes of mortals, eccentrics are weird and violent, or the senses of the cultivator are similar. Ironically, many people are more afraid of these seemingly human rather than human monsters than the grotesque demon. Mewq nodded, hanging far behind everyone, especially with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan threw the trip and almost killed his life. Wu Zhen glanced back in disgust. Elder brother Hua, really want to bring him. Elder brother Han doesn't know what to think. Eccentric's innate skill is high, it's just eccentrics. But we have a feud. Maybe when you have a knife behind you. Hua Chengzhen is not okay, he has his ideas. Giant Treeman race is temperamental, not competing for killing. We battled with eccentrics, mainly with eccentrics such as Fire Eater race and Wingman race. Giant Treeman race is also divided into many ethnic groups. He casually introduced the life and lifestyle of the Giant Treeman race, such as a few treasures, showing a wide range of insights, so that the legalist school disciple was amazed. Mewq listened to Hua Chengzhen talking about his hometown in the deep mountains of the south, but he was so sad that he wanted to cry. Suddenly I felt a figure close, and I looked up at Li Qingshan. I couldn't help but be alarmed, but I saw a very bright smile. Peas, there is still one more in the evening. Please comrades, rest assured that you still have to talk. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 274. The 11th chapter is 90%. Li Qingshan, after holding Han Kaienzi, knew that he would not go with them in this group of legalist school elite disciples, and they fell in love with them. He was interested in Giant Treeman original, but in the gambling can't be distracted, he wants. At this moment, the gambling is over. Listening to the introduction of Hua Chengzhen, the more you can't hold it. The world is like this strange human race, and more than that, what else is Fire Eater race, Wingman race? I don't know what it looks like. Stepping through the world of 9 provinces, reading the wonders of the world, is also his vows. Do you all belong to the giant Streaman race? Mewtwo stiff nodded. Where is your hometown? Mewtwo tightened his mouth and was wary of the fact that he still wanted to fight his own family's idea. Well, change the question. Are there other eccentrics in your hometown? Mewtwo does not answer. Li Qingshan suddenly reached out and Mewtwo almost subconsciously wanted to fight back. But Li Qingshan just tapped his skin with wood texture. It really isn't wood. Of course, Mewtwo replied in a quirky tone, some of which are dumbfounded, and the fierce man is now a curious child. But there is no malice and discrimination. Li Qingshan said, one day, I will definitely go to your hometown, no matter what you disagree with. A lot of high-ganked Treeman, I think it is very interesting. Mewtwo said, if you don't have a bad heart, I can take you there. But in my hometown, how far is it? At this time, Kuei-Tang suddenly appeared, and Li Qingshan and Mewtwo were both surprised in front of Li Qingshan. They couldn't help but immediately shoot, and the former enemy was naturally dispelled. Hua Chengzhen Road, Hai-Tang. Li Qingshan said, it seems that the sky is not a wish. I don't want to see you again, but I will see you again. Kuei-Tang ignored him and his eyes fell on Little An. This kid will follow you and will only waste a good innate skill. As long as you are nodded, Cloud and Rain sect resources can be used for her. Cloud and Rain sect, I can promise her to the future sect leader. Everyone was shocked. This promise was too heavy. Kuei-Tang lost a while today, but Cloud and Rain sect is still a first-class sect in Clear River Prefecture. Although it has less resources than Confucian School and Legalist School. Everyone, but if you are better than the music school and the medical school, you will be better. The most important thing is that the resources of 100 families are not free to give the identification of the discipline. The tasks are completed, and even competing with each other. In the end, many people are still assigned. Even Hua Chengzhen's resources from Legalist School are not enough to match the promise of Cloud and Rain sect. It's a sect's willingness to pour all the power to train one person. As long as it is Chi Refining Warrior, it's going to be heartwarming. Hua Chengzhen is also amazed. Is this national grace, divine fragrance really so important to Cloud and Rain sect? I have to say that Little An has to say that this is indeed a very handsome child who can see the type of chi refining qualification at a glance, but to what extent this qualification is good, no one can say. Only wait until the test is realized. And to be honest, he doesn't like this child very much, because this child is not like a child. Not only does this child have the liveliness of this age, sometimes seeing people's eyes will make him feel cold. For this huge temptation, Li Qingshan just smiled and touched Little An's head. Where is her innate skill? I know better than you. The resources you can give, I can give her 10 times. In this case, even Hua Chengzhen feels arrogant. How can one person have a sect that has been accumulated for thousands of years? Li Qingshan now has all the resources he has, and he is no less than a small sect. But Little An needs is not such a resource. And even if I was wasting an innate skill, I won't win it. He kept his words. No woman would want to hear his next evaluation, and he didn't want to use this to provoke a foundation establishment cultivator. Kuei-Tang's face was raging, and the next words were no longer exported. He took a look at Hua Chengzhen and walked away. When you ask clearly, come back and talk. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Looking at Kuei-Tang's appearance, it's not like being stabbed in a sore place. It's like being smashed. Han Qianzi said, do you really know or not? Out of the Cloud and Rain building, everyone shook hands and made a difference. Li Qingshan was going to go to Eagle Wolf Guard for a night and was taken by Hua Chengzhen. There are many inconveniences. When I go to the government, I have something to say to you. Good. Li Qingshan immediately agreed that he is a grievances distinct person. Today he can be so hard in front of Kuei-Tang, He also won a Tao element spill and thousands of spiral stones, and got a promise of no more trouble, but said to rely on Hua Chengzhen to help. Throw the brightly lit Cloud and Rain building behind you and step into the dark streets. The huge buildings of different shapes are like a giant beast. Only the remaining lights are like the eyes of giant beasts. Wu Zhen and Qian Rongzi were on the same road. Outside the Cloud and Rain building, he was very confident in the eyes of other senior brothers. He was a very confident person, whether for cultivation or women. He has the confidence of his own money. With his identity as innate skill, at this age, he can be called a countless female. I thought it was also a hand for her. But when there were only two of them left around, this confidence suddenly disappeared, and the side of the contemplative side made him feel that he could not master it. There are countless questions in my heart. What is her relationship with Li Qingshan, and why Kuei Tang recognizes her? But when I talked to my mouth, I didn't dare to ask, and my heart seemed to be back to the youthful time of the beginning of love. Qian Rongzi suddenly stood still and showed him a smile, which made him sway, but listened to her. I still have something to do. Wu senior brother, you go back first and then wait for him to answer, then turn around. If another woman dared to do this to him, he would swear, but at this moment he stood still, unable to speak, and watched her disappear into the darkness. Qian Rongzi rises up. The brightly lit Cloud and Rain building reversed image shows up in her eyes. This gamble, 90%. Do you dare to come back? Suddenly remembered the voice of Kuei Tang. Qian Rongzi smiled slightly. 10%. Under the lead of the voice, she walked along the winding road, and did not touch anyone along the way. She came to Zhu and slammed the door. Incoming Kuei Tang's voice came from the door, and the threshold was automatically separated on both sides. The curtain was hung in the room. As the night wind moved, it was ethereal and flirtatized. After the curtain, there was a fascinating figure on the couch. The threshold slammed shut, and Qian Rongzi glanced back and walked towards the heavy curtain. Suddenly, the veil looks like alive, like a snake, winding her up. She did not resist, and finally saw the figure behind the curtain, but only saw a pair of illusory eyes, immediately confused. Kuei Tang said to Qian Rongzi, who is both eyes and eyes, now, I ask, you answer. Yes. Qian Rongzi Mu Ran Dao. Where did you come from? Cultivation. Why Yingji? Sure enough, as I expected, if it is not devouring Yuan technique, how can it be repaired so quickly with your qualification? Kuei Tang snorted. She felt the change of Qian Rongzi from the beginning. But at that time, her mind was all about Little An, who had national grace and divine fragrance. Even if she was dealing with Li Qingshan, it was not immediately attacked for this purpose. Anyway, I have to deal with a district, Rongzi, not simple. That's the truth. Who killed Wei Yingji? It's me. Kuei Tang's face sinks. No one knows that you are here. No, that's dying. The fiber is jade, and I grabbed the cover of Qian Rongzi. Why Vice Sect Master, you are back in the Cloud and Rain building, a female disciple cautious salute. She rarely sees the face of Why Vice Sect Master so ugly. Fortunately, Wai Zongyuan simply ignored her, and let her breathe a sigh of relief. But in a blink of an eye, Wai Zongyuan returned to her and grabbed his shoulder and said, Sect Master Ku. After getting the answer, Wai Zongyuan left her aside and went to find Kuei Tang. Wai Zongyuan lost Li Qingshan in Blessed Peace City. When he was furious, a confidant discipline used a senior message to inform him, Li Qingshan is here. He rushed back to Clear River Prefecture overnight, and when he returned to the Cloud and Rain building, he learned all the things from the disciple. Li Qingshan not only appeared in the Cloud and Rain building, but also won a Dao with arrogant victory. Elements pill and thousands of spiral stones, which made him endure, and filled with anger. Cloud and Rain sect has not been so bullied, and Wai Zongyuan has not been played like this. Almost directly into Kuei Tang's cultivation department, in the face of Kuei Tang's unhappy eyes, he suddenly saved his identity and performed a ceremony. Wai Zongyuan has seen Sect Master. If there is rudeness, please. Sect Master Heihan. Sect Master and Vice Sect Master, although only one word difference, is a world apart. The foundation between the Foundation establishment and the Qi refining 10th level is only separated by the first level. So late, is there anything? Kuhei Wai Zongyi Yuan angrily said, Li Qingshan is so arrogant, and has been implicated in the death of Yingji. It is the enemy of my Cloud and Rain sect. Sect Master really wants to let him go for the surname. Kuhei said, the surname is Scarlet Wolf Commander. The last time I asked you to act arbitrarily, I have already annoyed him. I confess to gambling. You don't need to say anything. I am tired. Wai Zongyi Yuan's mind was cold, biting his teeth. If that's the case, then I will retreat first. Finally, I slammed Kuhei, and I was exposed to lust and greed. I stayed at the Foundation establishment realm and let you look good for Li Qingshan. He will never let go. Wai Zongyi Yuan. After walking, a figure came out from the screen, and it was Qin Rongzi. Shi Yinglai gave a ceremony to Kuhei. Why Vice Sect Master has a pain in the heart of the child, and it is difficult to break through this level. Master, Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 275 Chapter 12 Idea Seeds. And Kuhei jade hand. The long nails have already touched the skin of Qin Rongzi. As long as it is a moment, it is the end of the brain. Qin Rongzi is still in a state of sorrow, and it seems that I can't feel the tight curtain of the whole body. Kuhei laughed at herself, and she was miscalculated twice today. She was so skeptical about her charming technique that Qi refining 6th level could resist her charm. He also asked, why are the two brothers of Xemen and Dongmen? How did they die? Qin Rongzi open mouth. After a while, Kuhei had a general understanding of the matter and looked directly at Qin Rongzi's eyes. From today, I will accept you as a kiss. You must be absolutely loyal to me, never deceive me. Her flash of light flashed, turning these words into an unshakable mind, deeply planted into the heart of Qin Rongzi, and then sighed with relief and revealed some tiredness. The veil dissipated, and Qin Rongzi fell to the ground, as if the big dream woke up from the stunned, shook his head, and saw Kuhei, blurted out, Master, and then covered his mouth, surprised. Not to say she has been expelled from Cloud and Rain sect. In Cloud and Rain sect, she only has a sect master. Charming technique. For people like Li Qingshan and Little and such cultivation special divine ability, maybe it is nothing, but its real role, once played out, is terrible. Mohist school can only drive corpse refiner can only drive dead bodies, but they can drive the living as a magic spell that is extremely demanding for innate skill, and it can still be passed down to the present without any loss. Kuhei said, do you want to thank you? Qin Rongzi said, disciple is not afraid of discipline. It is also a fluke. What about Xemen and Dongmen? Is it your luck? Kuhei suddenly asked. She was very suspicious, and asked questions that she had asked. In the state of being charmed, Qin Rongzi should have no memory. Qin Rongzi said, Master knows that Wai Yingji is just a straw bag. How can he compare 2 shackles and kill 2 shackles? Only 10th level Qi refining warrior and even Foundation establishment cultivator can do it. I see this. Among them, Why Vice Sect Master is somewhat suspected. This is not what you should say. Kuhei has a smile on the corner of the mouth, and she and the talents are generally not the same. Looking at Qin Rongzi in a condescending position, letting you know what your heart is, the calculations are all in the face of absolute power, and it has no effect. From today, your mind is innate skill. Qin Rongzi said, yes, Master. In my heart, I am sneer, absolutely loyal to you. Can't deceive you. If you are crazy, you want to say to Hua Chengzhen, everything is in the plan. Everyone is accustomed to using what they do best. Just as the Hidden Sword Palace's discipline can't be without a sword, Grave Hill's discipline can't be without Jiangxi Kuhei or impossible without charm. Compared to playing tricks, Sect Master Ku is still used to directly controlling the opponent's mind. When Kuhei runs mana, casts charm. Qian Rongzi feels that her consciousness has been ruined like a tide. The shallow charming technique she did not help her. The meditation pill that she took before did not play any role in the power of the foundation establishment cultivator. Prepare and resist. Not worth mentioning. But these are just blinds. What she really relies on is the profound understanding of charming technique through this period of cultivation. So she has no fear. She can't be controlled by Kuei-Tang, not even her own. I used to support the long big accomplishment with the deep resentment of Ruhai, but in order to revenge, I had to bring a mask, suppress myself, and hide my resentment. This is not as easy as imagined. Except for absolute reason. Nothing can suppress this fire of sin. But as time went by, everything developed completely beyond her expectations. From what time, revenge is no longer the most important. If Qian Yanyan is willing to give her the position of Qian family patriarch, she can continue to hold on. Just to become strong, it burnt her nearly 10 years of sinister fire and began to appear bleak. Reason has overwhelmed hatred, and means have gone too far. Therefore, when she got what she wanted, when she was successful, she finally was able to uncover the layers of masks, but found that there was nothing left. But she was crying, but she did not have the enlightenment to wash away the lead, and did not put down the butcher knife to become a Buddha. Just dry your tears and continue to go with reason. Human race's instinctive and emotions still provide meager power, like the natural growth and entanglement of vines, even if the vines don't know what it means. That awkward state is not pretending, but absolute reason is still driving this body. Ridiculous Kuei-Tang still wants to use her low-level means to test her. Kuei-Tang's last seed of thought was insignificant compared to the hateful seeds she had planted for herself. But even hatred could not control her. How can the body of the master Bing King Uji be defiled by this old man? I see that except Commander Hua, no one can deserve the master. If you really think so, I will be relieved. Kuei-Tang's face is a little bit, and my heart is that you can't think of anything other than that. Sure enough, Qian Rongzi said, as a discipline, even if it is going to the fire, I have to help the master to get the Li Qingshan, and I will not let him go. Although the cultivation base is shallow, even if it is the same, it must be revenge for the master. The bet has been gambling, and the bet is charged. Kuei-Tang took a jade slip from 100 treasure pouch. You and my relationship are inconvenient to know. You can't teach you every day. This jade slip records the cultivation experience of. There is also a technique of adding charm to the deep. You can go back and enlighten, revenge, and not rush for a while. Then I took out a few bottles of medicine pill and gave them to Qian Rongzi, both of whom were Qian Rongzi cultivation and charming technique. This kind of preferential treatment is also rare in Cloud and Rain sect. Not only does disciple have enough talent, but it also takes many years of loyalty to test the loyalty of Qian Rongzi. Naturally, it is no problem. Give some sweetness and help that one. Growth of mind seeds. Kuei-Tang is not worried that Qian Rongzi's strength is strong enough to obliterate her ideas. The chi-refining warrior, which has been planted with the seeds of thought, has a distorted mental will. The cultivation will become very difficult, even if the chi-refining realm world can growth, and never possible to break through foundation establishment realm. Qian Rongzi Darkseid said, "Thank you, Master." Kuei-Tang said, "You go." Qian Rongzi was very respectful and bowed. Disciple retired and turned to the door. Hearing Kuei-Tang said, "Do you like Li Qingshan?" Qian Rongzi turned around. His face was blushing, biting his lip for a while, as if it was difficult to talk, but under the influence of the seed of the idea, he had to say, I like the master," and screamed down, "Please ask master for forgiveness." Kuei-Tang smiled a little. "You are very honest, how can I blame you? Absolute loyalty will produce emotions similar to love, if not, it will be strange." Unknowingly, Qian Rongzi also planted a seed in the heart of Kuei-Tang. This woman is absolutely loyal to me, will not betray me, and has no threat to me. Gainrong Xianron stepped out of the Cloud and Rain building. It's a stupid woman who wants to control others. Charming technique is just an assistant. If you want to be a master of Littleton, you are not qualified. Hua Chengzhen and Li Qingshan, Littleton, and Mu Q, walking slowly, all have their own thoughts, not much speech. Hua Chengzhen suddenly said, "Some things, Qingshan, you still know what it is." Li Qingshan said, "About Cloud and Rain sect?" "Yes, the diversity in Cloud and Rain sect, regardless of gender, is based on the Tao of cultivation, but only the method of qualification is not good. Those who really have excellent innate skills will be specially selected for cultivation alone, with the former compared to the slutty. The latter is almost harsh, and it is necessary to ensure that primordial yin is not lost until the foundation establishment realm. Then find another foundation establishment cultivator, yin-yang dual cultivation, and once the object of this dual cultivation is selected, it can't be changed at will, until the millennium, more stable than the mortal marriage, is the most Taoism orthodox. Yin-yang dual cultivation is a shortcut. Li Qingshan, this is the case. See little and slightly sorrowful, simply hugged her up and squatted on her shoulders. Reassure, don't go anywhere, you just go with me, you still believe me? Little unbites her lip and smiles embarrassedly. At this time, Hua Chengzhen felt that she was an innocent child. Even Li Qingshan seemed to be contaminated with her childishness. I really don't know how they got together. The inexplicable words in the heart are the ones that depend on each other. Some are looking forward to seeing Hua Chenglu. Li Qingshan asked, "Brother Hua, are you familiar with Kuhai-Tang?" Hua Chengzhen said, "If you don't feel it, call me Chengzhen." When I was a child, I met with Hai-Tang. It was the last Cloud and Rain sect master who took her to my house because they are in Clear River Prefecture. Medium, so communication is more frequent. Hua Chengzhen is simple, but Li Qingshan looks at the meaning of his face, and knows that the two are very familiar, just a childhood, the same cultivation wizard. The age is not much difference, if there is no spark, is strange. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "That would be a good idea for Brother Hua. You will get the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. I will look at the sect master Ku. It is very interesting to you. As long as you have no eyes, you can see the heart of Kuhai-Tang. But it's a bit unpleasant to be a part of this standee." This is really a puzzling reason. If Kuhai-Tang would like to come to him with dual cultivation, he is 100% agreeing. Although he still recites Guyanning, but the long-term goal, the rice has to be eaten, the wine has to drink, and when he thinks of it, he suddenly seems to understand. What's up? Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 276. Chapter 13, Artifact Controlling, Sword Controlling. #_Hu Hua Cheng also have any thoughts on Guyanning? From a man's point of view, this is simply too normal. If there is no idea is not normal, but each other is just the first time, ask this kind of question. It is a bit too shallow. Deep words. Hua Chengzhen said, "That I also wish you. The cultivation base is brave and daring, and you can do Han family's fast ride as soon as possible." The two looked at each other and they all smiled and smiled. Unconsciously, a few people came out of the Clear River Prefecture city, through the invisible formation. The grass outside the city grows. It is the spring when the night, but all kinds of flowers, still screaming. We are on the road. Hua Chengzhen summoned the silver dragon horse from the subduing seal, pulling the reins, and the silver dragon horse raised its front hoof, and screamed and fled. It seemed to dispel the thoughts. Li Qingshan is in the fog, followed by Littleton. Giant Treeman Mu. It takes a big step, but the degree is not slow. In less than a quarter of an hour, I saw a rolling city, nestled between the mountains, shining in the darkness. Li Qingshan was surprised. This is the Hua family? The land of the family, on the scale, but above the Suncheer city, and if the building is magnificent, even 100 Suncheer city cannot match. The family has been around for a long time, and there are more people. Hua Cheng's Limu is in front of the city gate. A team of guards on the wall patrolled. Everyone is full of spirit, full of blood, not only chi refining warrior, but also the trace of body refining. The sun is back. A shouting on the gate of the city gate, the door of a few feet, opened up. Hua Chengzhen took the lead and entered Li Qingshan. However, it was not only the gate but also the formation of the entire Hua family. As soon as he entered the formation, he immediately felt the surrounding spiritual chi in Blessed Peace City. Above the closed cave of the Eagle Wolf Guard, the Hua family site is originally a good place. This formation is not only a defensive function, but also a huge gathering spirit formation. It can be imagined here that cultivation is more advantageous than the ordinary loose cultivator. It's just that ordinary people live here, and the body is stronger than the outside. Entering the city gate, an all-night grand Dao, pointing to a tower-like building in the center of the city. There is no particularly tall building except this building. The flying horns are hidden in the shade, and the whole city is like a big garden. Those buildings are just the embellishments. The grass and the green onion, the gallery back to the rockery pond, one step at a time. The eye-catching but overall layout seems to coincide with the Five Elements Road, and this formation echoes. In the city, there are inlaid treasure beads, and in the darkness, there is a faint glow of light. Crossing the bridge, Hua Chengzhen took them to a pavilion in front of a small river, flowing from the front of the building. Behind the building is a forest. Hua Chengzhen said, "My residence is not far from here. It is in that direction. The place around the stream is my place. You can walk at will. It is better not to go outside. You should rest first." Hua Chengzhen gave a confession and went to courteously. Li Qingshan and Little An entered the pavilion to rest. Mu Qiu went to the back of the pavilion, together with the forest stationed together, put 2 bare feet into the ground. The body stood straight and closed his eyes. The next morning, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in front of the creek, and the stream was shining brightly. Under the sunshine, the surrounding scenery became more pleasant and looked around, as in the painting. The pavilions in the woods are not awkward, but they add a lot of popularity, and the words "one with the heaven" have been pinnacle. Li Qingshan is more and more peaceful, taking out a thing from 100 treasure pouch, a green sword. The sword is only 1 foot long, only the blade, no hilt. The blade is as thin as a hair, faintly transparent, cast with fine wavy lines, and gently flicks like a water. After reaching the chi refining 6th level, you can control the artifact. Li Qingshan came out of the customs and went directly to Clear River Prefecture. He hadn't had time to refining his own flying sword. This little sword is a carefully selected one from thousands of spirit artifacts. Not only high-grade spirit artifact, but also 5 elements is water. The sword itself has no special magic spell, but the quality is extremely light, extremely fast and extremely sharp. Li Qingshan holds Xiaojian in the palm, within the body, the perfect 10th water true chi, of the diffuse up, filled into the sword on the flash of light, one bright and one dark, as if breathing rhythm. Hua Chengzhen walked over the bridge, followed by Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian. Hua Chenglu is complaining, "Really? There is such a lively, don't ask us to see. I know what I missed last night, I am regretting it." Hua Chengzhen snorted and pointed to Li Qingshan, not far away, sitting by the stream. Li Qingshan, he really is chi refining 6th level, Hua Chenglu said. The last time he met, he was just the chi refining 2nd level. In a few months, he crossed 4 levels and it was amazing. Time, she did not relax cultivation, but it is only chi refining 4th level. Of course, at her age, this is quite worth it. What is he doing? Yu Zijian was curious. Although it only took a few months, what she experienced made her feel that the affairs of Xiwu Island were extremely far away. The teenager who couldn't sit still could only be regarded as strangers. Hua Chengzhen said, "He is in the refining flying sword. Chenglu, you should not envy, although his degree of cultivation is fast, but the foundation will be somewhat unstable. True chi is not pure enough. This step will be much more difficult." Hua family is not without the method of pushing Hua Chenglu to high realm. but the means of quick success and instant benefit, the sequelae must be many, and the foundation is unstable. True Qi is not pure, and the cultivation will become more and more difficult. Hua Chengzhen's voice did not fall, only Yu Zijian pointed to Li Qingshan and said, "Flying up." Hua Chengzhen jerked back and saw Li Qingshan's small sword in the palm of his hand. The sound of rushed straight into the sky, and the brush flew back, silently penetrating a rockery, and then flew back to Li Qingshan, parked in front of him. Hua Chengzhen's eyes are so hot, although the flying sword is still blunt and not smooth enough between the turning points, but the first time the word controlling, this effect is incredible, especially, he noticed that the flying sword flew out. Distance, beyond 100 steps. The distance of the 6th level Qi refining warrior sword controlling is comparable to the Qi refining 7th level, and even the 8 refining warrior of the 8th level. This only shows one thing: Li Qingshan's true Qi is extremely perfect. In the face of Hua Chenglu's questioning, Hua Chengzhen touched his nose and smiled. I really don't know how he repaired it. Even though there are many spirit medicines that can purify true Qi, it is impossible to be pure to this extent. It also requires Qi refining warrior to spend a lot of time to hone, and once purification true Qi, it means that the cultivation is extended. Time, he's been a few days in the past few months. I'm afraid it's really a day and night cultivation. He can value her. It's really a lot of people. Hua Chengzhen, even though he is smart, he never imagined that Li Qingshan would have a spatial ring that foundation establishment cultivator could not have, and could absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Qi refining realm. Li Qingshan has long noticed the arrival of Hua Chengzhen, but concentrates on word control and is innocent. He smashed his sword. Danshan Qi couldn't help but sway, and there was a mysterious induction between the flying sword, stimulating the flying sword, wearing stone and broken wood, and the power was amazing, showing a high-grade spirit artifact. Power. He can master artifact controlling technique so quickly, and it is a purely true Qi. It plays a decisive role. Water attribute is soft, although it is not good at attacking, but it is extremely peaceful, easy to control, and does not have a pure true Qi. It is also difficult to do so. Refining a high-grade spirit artifact in a short time. Slightly estimated, he is now controlling the distance of the sword, about 100 steps. Can really do 100 steps within the first level of the person. Once this distance, it will greatly reduce the power, and even lose control. I do not know what year and month in order to reach the 100 miles away. Take the first level of realm, but now the power has made him very satisfied, and the more invented, why the body refining technique has degraded how much effort the body refining cultivator will take to make it faster than this little flying sword. The sword edge refers to the use of steel bars, but it is useless. Refining the flying sword, Li Qingshan grew up and smiled. You are here. The little sword moved, retracted into the sleeve, wrapped around his arm, like an armband as his first flying sword. Later in human race world, it will be the main attacking method. Always with it, to reach the end of the arm, the operation is satisfactory. Hua Chengzhen. 3 people just came forward. Li Qingshan gave a tribute to Hua Chenglu. Young lady Hua, long time no see. The help of the original, unforgettable, thinking about the newspaper. At this time, I want to come. Their brothers and sisters have both tried him once, and they all face cloud and rain sect. Hua Chenglu held a smile. At the beginning, it was just a little effort. I can't talk about any kindness. I don't need to call young lady. I can call my name. After tomorrow, we are the classmates. When you come to Qingshan, please take care of you. Li Qingshan said, let's make everyone look good. Above Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, no. Everyone else said, I am also sighing. Hua Chenglu. Originally, how can you not see that the two are teasing her? For this younger sister, Hua Chengzhen is also helpless. Yu Zijian grinned and showed the innocence of the past. There is this Yu girl, but it hasn't been seen for a long time. Li Qingshan sees Yu Zijian. It is still a purple coat. The temperament has become much quieter. A long sword is hanging over the waist. Concerned, Lee, Big Brother Lee, I heard that Cloud and Rain sect is going to deal with you. Are you okay? Nothing. Li Qingshan felt awkward in his heart. At the time of Subterranean World, he called the great hero Bull, now called Big Brother Lee. At this time, there was a heavy footstep in the forest. Yuzijian moved in the heart and jerked back. After seeing the figure coming out of the forest, the color of disappointment was revealed. The great hero Bull was not so high. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 277 Chapter 14 The First Battle of Huizong Yuan #Huachenglu is the child's heart, looking at the eccentric Smu Q. A burst of exclamation. Sword is good, what is the name? Although Huacheng's an high-grade spirit artifact has seen more, but also know it's precious, ordinary chi refining warrior, to the 8th level 9th level, it is not bad. Li Qingshan said, I got a handful of luck, I don't know the name, right? What is the name of this stream? There is no decent name, but it is a clear stream. Li Qingshan said, okay, that sword is called Clear Creek Sword. High-grade spirit artifact is good, it is nothing in his eyes, the price of a top-grade spirit artifact. He also took it out now, but it is not so wasteful. With Clear Creek Sword as an introduction, it is very good. It is now a Qingxi River, and there will be a Yangtze River in the future. Hua Chengzhen said, what about Little An? Li Qingshan said, still sleeping. In fact, Little An was waiting at the side, but when they felt their arrival, they hid back to the attic. Hua Chengzhen knows that Li Qingshan has decided that he will not let Little An into Cloud and Rain sect, and he will not persuade him. Can you decide? What is it to be? Don't you want me to enter legalist school? If you are willing to enter, I am naturally happy. If you refuse, I will not be reluctant. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is coming soon, the spring rain is fine under the sky, the air is moist and cool, and the surrounding scenery is also very clear. I wonder if it is because of the practice of 10th water true chi. He likes it so much now. The weather. The climate of Clear River Prefecture is like the south of the previous life. From the clouds, the water on the ground is intertwined. Many farmers are transplanting in the paddy fields. Seeing such a small cloud, flying low through the sky, the farmers did not reveal any surprised expression. The existence of cultivator, not a secret in this world. Living in the vicinity of Clear River Prefecture, their vision is much wider than that of their counterparts in Sunshia City or Blessed Peace City. It's no wonder that when you see more, it's more important than that. It's decided for a year. Harvest. Only the children looked up and pointed at the clouds, and even followed the running scorpion flashing with the hope of the light. Today is the opening test of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan has not been with Hua Chenglu. In addition to Hua Chenglu and Yuzijian, Hua family has other children. Also enter 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy this year. It doesn't mean anything. Just meet before 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, 180 miles from Clear River Prefecture City. It's not too far away, and it's impossible to get there in 1 hour. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry. He rushed through the small halfway. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura, coming straight from the ground. There is a rolling hill on the ground, and there are few people in the tens of miles. It is a good place to ambush. One of the hilltops stands proudly with a man in a luxurious purple dress and a grey hair. The cultivation base is an amazing chi refining 10th level. It is a Cloud and Rain sect vice sect master Huizong Yuan. He was dissatisfied with Kuhei Tang's decision. He couldn't report his hatred. It took no effort to investigate Li Qingshan in the Hua family and prepare to go to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He never dared to break into the Hua family, and Li Qingshan entered the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and he couldn't help anymore. I will keep my heart down and stay on the road. Even if I can't catch Li Qingshan, I will ask for the ins and outs of things, and kill them. I only want to worry about it. Li Qingshan and Hua family are walking, but see Li Qingshan alone. My heart is overjoyed. A murderous aura bursts out. At this moment, he is full of anger. His body is purple, no wind is automatic, and he is very powerful. Li Qingshan knew that it was the Qi refining 10th level. Although he did not know the identity of Wai Zongyuan, he also guessed a few points. He stopped in the clouds and asked aloud, "You are Cloud and Rain Sect Vice Sect Master Wai Zongyuan? Give me down." Wai Zongyuan lifts his hand. White true Qi condenses in the palm of his hand. A white light rises into the sky. That white light let Li Qingshan instantly think of Hao Pinyang's Huanglong swallowing cannon. The white light is amazing. Even on the ground, it is not easy to dodge, let alone in heavens. But he was shocked, picked up Little An, and jumped up, only to see white light piercing the torn clouds. Secretly scared, the body shape fell to the ground. Riding fog technique, it takes time to condense. Wai Zongyuan obviously will not give him this time. Wai Zongyuan waved back and forth. The mountain rock broke under the foot, the earth and stone flew, and others had been like a cannonball, straight into the place where Li Qingshan fell. The right hand is vain, and once again, Li Qingshan will be born. But at this time, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly disappeared. Stealth talisman? Insignificant skill. Wai Zongyuan coldly snort, followed by a slight change in face, because Li Qingshan's breath also disappeared, and with his Qi refining 10th level's cultivation base, he couldn't grasp it. He raised his hands and went to where Li Qingshan might fall. He slammed 100 punches, thundered and banged, and a series of explosions. A small mountain peak was directly cut off by first level, and there was no smoke. But there was no trace of Li Qingshan. Will frowned tightly. It's not a bad thing to be able to hide the figure. It's so clean that it's so clear that it's a secret technique. It's a secret technique. So hold your breath. No matter what secret technique, once you show magic spell, there will be a breath leak. Even if it is arousing an unnatural breeze, it will give him a sense of inspiration and break Li Qingshan's stealth method. Li Qingshan naturally used stealth glass mirror to hide her body shape. Seeing that Wai Zongyuan is like a lion, it knows that it is wrong. Raise the hand to call Clear Creek Sword. Clear Creek Sword hovered in the air. He stepped on the Clear Creek Sword, although flying away from the sword controlling, but still not know how far. But supporting his weight is not difficult. The only thing that needs to be considered is how to deal with this Wai Zongyuan. If it is the ordinary Qi refining warrior, facing such a terrible enemy, thinking and thinking, it must be how to escape. But Li Qingshan is thinking about how to kill it. Adding 100 treasure pouch from 10th level Qi refining warrior, the promotion of monster general is bound to be bigger. However, although it seems to be a barren hill, it is too close to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy or Clear River Prefecture. It is very dangerous to change the monster body. But now, he is in the clear. Wai Zongyuan in the dark, with Little An help, nearly 10 top-grade spirit talisman, plus cursive sword script may not have no chance, right? And learned sword control. Clear Greek sword crossed a green light arc and stabbed the back neck of Wai Zongyuan. Wai Zongyuan slammed his head and smiled. Find it. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 278 Chapter 15 Goodbye to the Old Man. The flying sword of Qi refining 6th level utilizes not in the eyes of Wai Zongyuan, even his body, true Qi, can't be warm. So he didn't even look at Clear Creek sword, raised his hand and released a beam of light, blasting at the flying sword. A bang, a smashing stone, a giant wood dumping, but no trace of Li Qingshan. Wai Zongyuan's brow wrinkles. Li Qingshan's hidden technique is even better than he imagined. Li Qingshan is holding a Little An, standing not far away. The body is spotless, the handcuffs are smashed. One finger and one finger. Clear Greek sword cuts the air silently and spurs Wai Zongyuan throat. A bang, stabbed on the body of true Qi, cannot be inched. We are not self-reliant. Wai Zongyuan disdainful, reaching out to Clear Creek sword. As long as you catch the flying sword, you can find the existence of Li Qingshan through the breath of the sword. Clear Greek sword suddenly vibrated like a wave, and drilled into the body of Tru Chi little by little. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and slammed Clear Creek's sword. The sword light flashed and turned into a blue light. It penetrated the body of Tru Chi and was wiped from the face of Wai Zongyuan. Wai Zongyuan touched a tiny invisible scar on his cheek, and he was afraid of anger after a while. If he was not in time, he had a skull. Li Qingshan also just knows that Clear Creek sword originally had the effect of breaking the body of Tru Chi. Although it is simple, it is a real killer with the speed of it. It does not bear high-grade spirit. The name of artifact just failed to kill Wai Zongyuan in one fell swoop, making him secretly thought. However, if you want to kill a 10th level Chi refining warrior by this means, it is too much to think about. What he has to do is to use this flying sword to completely irritate Wai Zongyuan and find opportunities to start. Clear Creek sword turns and spurs again. Wai Zongyuan no longer dared to display a protective body magic spell, forming an elliptical light film around the body. Clear Creek sword stabbed it, and there was no way to easily pierce it. If you want to hard puncture, I am afraid to take Wai Zongyuan, and go back and forth, disturbing Wai Zongyuan's mind. Anyway, Wai Zongyuan can't find him. It's time to spend with him. Clear Creek sword transforms a blue shadow. Wai Zongyuan is getting irritated. Tomorrow and glory, bright and shining. Wai Zongyuan with one hand, the body shines brightly across the mountain. The grass is yellow and anxious, burning up, and the smoke is rolling. If this trick is used by ordinary people, it is enough to turn thousands of people into scorpions, burn hundreds of people, but the effect on Chi refining warrior is very general, but the scope is extremely broad. Wai Zongyuan glimpsed, seeing the endless light, a vague silhouette of the big sleeve, a handful of bright 3-foot sword in the hands of San Yang. Also high grade, turned into a white light. Electric shot go. Oops, Clear Creek sword, disease. Li Qingshan snorted. Hey, a touch of green shadow crosses the white light and shows the blade. One big and one small, two flying swords wrestled in a group, bursting into a string of jingles. 3 yang swords are just fierce and strong, and every time they hit, Clear Creek sword wants to fly out. Li Qingshan is also the first time to compete with people flying swords, but with the sense of manipulation. No matter experience or skill is greatly insufficient, Clear Creek sword is being defeated, and in the twinkling of an eye, 3 yang swords are pressed to the front. Wai Zongyuan killing intent, Danshan Chi Si, Tru Chi a drum, 3 yang swords shine. Clear Creek sword swaying more than 10 feet, sharply cut to Li Qingshan's legs, but it is set determined to directly abolish Li Qingshan. 2 sounds, 2 white rosaries flying across, blasting 3 yang swords. You can optimize 3 pieces of spirit artifact. Wai Zongyuan's face changed. Although the ordinary cultivator can refining multiple pieces of spirit artifact for their own use, when they are really against the enemy, they will never come out to the enemy, especially the flying sword. The spirit artifact of the class needs to focus on otherwise, but Tru Chi is scattered, but not as focused on one. But the 2 rosaries that hit the 3 yang swords, the great strength, the power on the Clear Creek sword, made him feel incredible. Never imagined that this is a little and on the side of the seemingly no mana. Li Qingshan, what would he say? His body shape is not retreating, wind-stitching blade is slanting in his hand, and the arrow is shot at Wai Zongyuan, lurking for a long time, and he is full of my invincible spirit. Wai Zongyuan is not surprised, but dare to approach. Do you think that body refining can make up for the gap between Chi refining 6th level and Chi refining 10th level? But I don't dare to neglect, my body is like a mountain, my hands are vain. White Tru Chi fly collection. Behind Li Qingshan, Little Un is hiding, holding skeleton sword in one hand and holding a top-grade spirit talisman in one hand. 50 steps away, but in an instant, life and death is also in between. Stop. The hand in the sky. A big drink, an iron shield descended from the sky, slammed between Wai Zongyuan and Li Qingshan, turned into an iron wall. Li Qingshan secretly thought, a pity, a gentle step on the iron wall, borrowed the force, and came to the air. Clear Greek sword flew to his foot. He stood on the sword, and said, Han senior sister, how come you come? It was Han Kyungzi who drove a shuttle and followed several familiar faces. Han Kyungzi said, I am the deputy captain of the law enforcement team of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. I am maintaining the law and order of the opening trial. You have made such a big battle. Can I not take a look? The opening trial is a gathering of chi-refining warrior. It is rare for many enemies to meet and get angry. It is also a matter of seeing money and killing people, or even making a big mistake. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will arrange legalist school. Disciple forms a law enforcement team to maintain discipline. The captain is naturally Hua Chengzhen, and he is light flashed in the distance. In this daytime, ordinary people will not notice it. Chi-refining warrior will not notice it. He immediately feels wrong, secretly thought is miscalculated, and urgently, Chi Kyungzi come to help. Han Kyungzi turned to face Wai Zong Yiyuan, and his face was a bit solemn. Wai Zong Yiyuan, are you going to kill Eagle Wolf Guard? She met Wai Zong Yiyuan, but she never liked this person, a big one. I can't let her have the slightest value when she is young, and she doesn't have the slightest respect. Wai Zong Yiyuan is not willing to take back the 3 Yang swords, and said, this is our private grievances have nothing to do with the Eagle Wolf Guard. Gui Sect Master Kui has promised to understand the grievances with Li Qingshan. You have to entangle. Even if Eagle Wolf Guard has spared you, Sect Master Ku can't spare you. Han Kyungzi is annoyed Wai Zong Yiyuan, but Cloud and Rain Sect is clear of a prefecture counts sect. Only Wang Pushi is qualified to order Sect Master. Unless Wai Zong Yiyuan really kills Li Qingshan in front of them, Wang Pushi is not willing to work for a Dark Wolf Guard, and Cloud and Rain Sect turned face. In the end, it takes a lot of heart to hit the iron. The Eagle Wolf Guard's banner is useful, but it is by no means a versatile amulet. Wai Zong Yiyuan coldly snort, put away 3 Yang swords, and go to Li Qingshan before going to the wind. Today, your life is good. This will not be the case. You wash your neck and die. Li Qingshan impatiently said, roll your eggs. Don't know who is going to live. 1 or 2 will know what to say. Wai Zong Yiyuan's face rose red. Han Kyungzi, hate and go. Han Kyungzi shook his head. If he didn't know from Hua Chengzhen that he really came from a small mountain village, he thought he had a great background, but it always laughed louder than the soft egg. Get up, open the hospital. Just started. Go quickly. Li Qingshan took the little one and boarded the shuttle. He bowed his head and meditated. Every time he went to war, he had to reflect on it, especially the Wai Zong Yiyuan, or the enemies that must face again in the future. I have to think about it. After more than 10 miles, the shuttle suddenly stopped, and Han Kyungzi's face was like a sinking water. Go down. Li Qingshan strangely said, what happened? Han Kyungzi said, you don't think you forgot something? Forgot what? Han Kyungzi bit his teeth. Thank you. If it wasn't me, your little life has been lost there. She spent her flight to save him, but she didn't even have a thank you word. The average person may only complain in her heart, her disposition, but can't stand it. Li Qingshan smiled and said, well, thank you, but if you don't come, I will have a little bit of control and leave him here forever. Several legalist school disciples all showed a mocking look, but with their Hua Chengzhen grade 10th level chi-refining warrior, even boasts said that there is a chance to win. It is not self-reliant. Li Qingshan rushed to Wai Zong Yiyuan's posture, although full of heroic spirit, but like a moth to fight fire, do not measure. Han Kyungzi said, I don't believe. Thank you too. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders, jumped off the shuttle, and continued to fly in the clouds. Others helped him, even if it was a little goodwill, he would remember it. But if someone believes in him or does not believe him, it is not he can decide. He doesn't care. Is it necessary for him to come up with a few top-grade spirit talisman or cursive sword script to explain? Han Kyungzi took a nap and asked Li Qingshan to thank him for saying a few soft words. She forgave him for this little rudeness, but did not expect him to be so crisp and gnashing his teeth. Good Li Qingshan. The shuttlecock passed by the clouds. Han Qiangzi cold face, forced to look at Li Qingshan. Little An whispered, "It's a weirdo." It's rare that Little An will also evaluate others. Li Qingshan smiles and squeezes her face. I don't know her. At this time, there was a smoky wave at the end of the line of sight. Under the sunshine, the reviver image. Li Qingshan smiled and finally arrived. Yes, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, right in this great lake. The lake named Dragon Snake, taken from the Confucian school classic, Deep Mountain Great Lake, live Dragon Snake language, meaning that the lake, or can take off the tires, by the dragonification, step into the infinite grand Tao. Here is the beginning. On the bank of the Great Lakes, there is a vast expanse of Tingzu, standing in 1,000 people, in groups of 3 or 5, or whispering, or talking loudly, extremely lively. There are constantly chi-refining warrior coming from all directions. Li Qingshan is coming down. There is no how much attention has been caused. In the Black Legalist school disciple, maintaining order around, Hua Chengzhen stood on a high post and was talking to several high-level chi-refining warrior who sent his own disciple to see Li Qingshan coming, letting go, slightly dagger, said that you can't get away. One refers to the tip of Tingzu. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of Hua Chengzhen, only to see hundreds of children standing there, separated from the chi-refining warrior. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy recruits 2 types of disciplines. One is the usual chi-refining warrior, maybe from some small families, or some loose cultivator, as long as it is not too old, and willing to pay tuition, basically can into the scholastic study, can be described as compatible and packaged, all the sand. The other is the same as the ordinary sect. Children who have been selected from various places and have no foundation in the innate skill will not enter the 100 directly, nor will they have to pay tuition, but they must first cultivate innate chi refining secrets for a while. If chi condensation is successful, after you have laid the foundation, you can choose 100. If you are unsuccessful, you will be sent back to your hometown. Li Qingshan took the hand of Little An and walked there. Qingshan, you are finally here. A fat man yelled and rushed up. Li Qingshan at first glance, it was Yi Daquan. The children couldn't come by themselves, and Zhu Wenbin wouldn't personally lead the team. Yi Daquan wouldn't let go of this great opportunity in Clear River Prefecture. Superior Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I was the one who was driving the cloud. I don't dare to recognize it. You really built it. Yi Daquan came forward and wanted to pat Li Qingshan's shoulder, but he didn't dare. He looked up and down. Li Qingshan, surprisingly, who can think of it? The agriculturist school kid in Suncheer City. There is a cloud, and Gao Lei Gao went to that day. In the past few months, I have not listened to your story. You are too uncomfortable. If you develop, you forget your old friend. Li Qingshan smiled. How can I forget the promotion of Superior Yi? Can I register? No, I have already recorded the name. It's called Little An, right? Wait a minute. There will be a boat to pick up. The 2 are here. You are waiting here. I will call them over. The 2? It's too late to ask. Yi Daquan has been in the crowd, after a while, but brought a group of people. The head of the person is a middle-aged man with a wide-mouthed, arrogant attitude. He said to Li Qingshan, this is young hero Li, long awaited. It is a 6th level chi refining warrior, Bai Jianghu. Li Qingshan said, are you? The eyes swept, and I saw 2 old and 1 familiar people in the crowd. It was with him that he came out of Suncheer City. Iron Fist Gate Yan Song Protector Yan and Li Long, known as Wonu Shuangji. Yan Song is still chi refining 2nd level. Li Long has changed from a 3rd class master to a 2nd level chi refining warrior. It hasn't been wasted for nearly a year. When I saw Li Qingshan, I didn't dare to recognize it. In a year, Li Qingshan was completely reborn. His eyes were calm and his momentum was strong, standing in front of their Iron Sect master, without falling into the wind. Yan Song lost his voice. Qingshan, You are already chi refining 6th level. He is no better than Yi Daquan, knowing that cultivation is not easy. He has been stuck in the chi refining 2nd level for so many years. Seeing this has no foundation at all. Innate chi refining secrets is still a teenager who has studied with him. In less than a year, he reached the chi refining 6th level and he was filled with enthusiasm. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 279 Chapter 16 Water Moon Plate _ Friends upload Chapter 16 Water Moon Plate Legend of the Great Saint Vertical bar. Select the font size, Q6, :00ZH, A?1U, ?H, L0E3N1 Xacox, NA #EBG, B, Slma 35X, M2 Kaif %, Utvni, 4DTLL, M, Q, Big caret %61 %, Q, Xacox, C, S, B, Schxcharks, C, F2 Xacox 9R, JDJ, B, HTM Xcharks, Early D %V0, SBGRXL #P321 A0 Xcharks from $E, RK, at Castupxant 5TS, J, Q, C, mu, B, Q8, Xcox %, W, P, 4, E, LSX6 H, W, 5 S2, plus, N equals P (1 M B, M, QR, VS, Klo #1 ZT, L, Liax #hash, DK vertical bar, MJ, GIS, Y, no 5XB, T, no. If, J, P1 %R. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 280 Chapter 17 Pure Yang Body. At the same time, Beijia will also provide various rewards to the excellent discipline. Following the simple principle of the survival of the fittest, the better your performance, the more resources you will get and the more difficult it will be. Finally, I have to go out of the house to get a job. Li Long on the boat shouted excitedly, King Shan, here. Li Qingshan never found out that someone peeped at himself, touched the back of his head and went on board. I don't know his performance, it's in the eyes of Patriarch. The feeling of this child is sharp, and the cultivation base is also good. In this opening trial, it is considered a talent. Liu Chenqing judged and brought everyone's attention back to the focus of the opening test. There may be talents among the group of children, but it will take at least a few months to appear. Unfortunately, the old man who has entered the old Wang Ma Yi Gao Guan shakes his head. This kid is a troublesome one. I don't know which one to choose. Wang Pushi has some people who don't like Li Qingshan, but the talents that come out of Eagle Wolf Gart of glory on his face. I see this son has a relationship with my Buddha. I wonder if Commander Wang can cut love. He refined the body refining technique, which is better than the legalist school and the military school. He did not wait for Wang Pushi to answer. He sat on his side and remained silent. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth. Even if he sat there, he put his waist straight and his hands on his knees. There was no extra movement, his eyes stared at the front, and when he was not talking, he was like a carved stone statue, even when he was slack. It is also the strength of the condensed power that is the military school Patriarch, Generals and Han Jun. Is it a good idea to have a little innate skill with your Buddha? Old Han, your son is in the Cloud and Rain building, but you haven't competed with little Hua. If he really wants to choose military school, I can't say anything. The Buddha in the heart of Buddha is the Buddha of all beings. It is not the relationship with your Buddha. It is related to the I Buddha. There is no Amitabha in the south. The water moon plate did not stay too much in Li Qingshan, but turned to other people. It was the opening of the trial. The younger, the higher the cultivation base, and the attribution of each person could trigger a discussion. Among them, Hua Chenglu has followed the footsteps of Hua Chengzhen and must enter the legalist school. Although she has not stayed in her for a long time, Qian Rongzi has also taken a photo. She is from Eagle Wolf Guard, who is also a member of legalist school. Wang Pushy face is bright. The problem of eccentrics Yuan Kui caused a dispute. The dispute between eccentrics and human race did not completely stop now, but in the end Han Anjun bowed. I accept patriarch and there is nothing to say. In addition to a few of them, Shuayu Mirror has taken another 20 people to be the ones who opened the exam. Li Qingshan is outstanding in the ordinary chi refining warrior, but compared with these people, it is ordinary. Clear of a prefecture, 3 miles away, is resting on Li Qingshan previous life Earth, which is equivalent to the entire area of Jiangnan, where the number of people with innate skills and adventures is endless. Li Qingshan can stand out from so many people and be photographed by the water moon mirror. It is extremely rare to be discussed by various patriarchs. I really want to be shocked but still far away. Which one can sit here? Not originally genius. On the big ship, Li Qingshan and Li Long leaned against the ship's side and talked about something else, because Li Qingshan's experience was too secretive. And there were too many secrets. So most of the time, Li Long said, Li Qingshan is listening. Li Long was also a talented person in the Iron Fist Gate. In less than a year, from Jianghu 3rd class master to chi refining 2nd level, it was already an amazing leap. Iron Fist Gate is ready to upgrade him to Protector. There was a high fog wall on the horizontal surface. It was very strange in such weather. Li Qingshan did not feel any of the spiritual power. But when the big ship sailed into the fog, Li Qingshan had a dizzy sense of reversal. When it came to understand, the fog wall was part of a great formation, but the spiritual power was gathered and looked at Li Long. Any feeling? Just look around. Suddenly, there was a huge black shadow in the fog, and it was still getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of me, but it was a strange fish, 10 times bigger than the big ship. In the near, it was like a mountain, full of knife-like teeth, swallowed in a big boat. The boat exclaimed and screamed. Many spirit talisman magic spell flew out. Li Qingshan shook her head. No murderous aura, no monster chi, no anger. Just fake. The strange fish sailed by boat, and it was just a virtual image. The spirit talisman magic spell naturally fell into the air, but the virtual image was too real. Many people were pale and frightened. The male teacher clapped his hands and smiled. Don't be afraid, it's just a joke. But if you don't allow it, you can get in and out of this fog, and the jokes may come true. The performance of the people naturally falls into the water mirror, causing a burst of laughter, and there is a general judgment in the heart. But the best is not necessarily despised, not being accepted by the family. Not courage does not mean that you cannot make mechanism, cannot be divined, cannot learn medicine, since the lack of courage to fight people, honestly do their own work. Of course, those cultivators who are so scared that they have lost their qualifications in the hearts of Han Nango and Wang Pushi, the core of the two are indispensable for the word striving. At this time, the fog began to dissipate. The bright sunshine once again spilled the bow, and the big ship entered the border of light little by little. The people involuntarily gave a cry. Li Qingshan couldn't help but widen his eyes. The blue lake seemed to be clearer than the fog. Many rare big fish swimming in the water like azure blue, a huge white waterfowl, from flying over the ship. The rich spiritual chi seems to make the breathing a lot faster. A green island stretching through the mountains stands at the end of the line of sight, surrounded by many large and small islands, like jadeite scattered on blue silk. Li Qingshan suddenly has a realization that it is these islands that formed this great formation, one with the heaven. Here is the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and the name of the big island in the center is Contention. The big ship went straight to the island of Zengming, and everyone's mood was excited. After a while, the big ship is quite stable. The teaching led everyone to a square on the shore, which was engraved with a formation. The appearance of the formation made Li Qingshan feel familiar. When she first tested the yin-yang 5 elements attribute under Green Vine Mountain, Sun Fu by the one that I took out is probably the same, but this one is much bigger and more complicated. For 100, yin-yang 5 elements attribute is extremely important, even the first prerequisite. Li Qingshan has learned about it in the Nature Myriad Forms book. Legalist School High Profound Yin, Buddhism, Confucian School High Black Yang, Mahist School Agriculturist School, Civil School, Military School, Logicist School, Novel School, School of Yin-Yang wants Yin-Yang to be held, Taoism, Miscellaneous School. Of course, this attribute requirement is not absolute. Even if the 5 elements belong to each other, it can be entered into the family. What is the attribute of the Legalist School? The Military School is not aware of the arrogance, but the Buddhism is easy to open the door. The main heart law is still the masculine Confucian schools or inspiring, also need black yang. Among them, you can write a big book, and Li Qingshan just probably did some understanding to ensure that there is no mistake in the big place. All chi refining warriors are in the order of boarding, listening to the teachings and calling them, then embarking on the formation. Chen Han. A man walked out of the crowd and went to the center of the formation. 5 elements lit up at the same time. The gold and wood were very weak, but the fire was a 7-foot fire. The yin-yang was on the head of the fire, showing the light and dark colors. Dark. Li Qingshan knows why the form of this test is so large that it can measure the strength of various attributes at the same time. The male teacher recorded on the side, Fire B, Yang Yi, the rest are down. When Hua Chenglu walked into the formation, the sky immediately formed a huge shadow, which was designated as under the genitals. It was the perfect Legalist School disciple, and walked down the formation in the crowd's praise. Followed by Yu Zijian. Her heart is slightly nervous, she is still repairing innate chi refining secrets, has not yet tested yin-yang 5 elements. On the formation, Huagyang flashed, making a very faint humming, blazing white light, dazzling, a dazzling ball of light rising up in her head like a small sun. That Guihua, also through the water mirror, spilled into the darkroom, illuminating everyone's face. Each patriarch is slightly moving. Liu Chenqing smiled and said, on the Yangjiao, it is suitable for cultivation, and there is no one to fight with me this time. Yin-yang 5 elements, whether it is pinnacle in any way, is a rare genius. You know a fart. The Taoist Sloppy, who hasn't spoken much, just bowed his head, suddenly opened the way. Please also ask the seniors to see that teacher Liu Chenqing is very good. And he showed his grace and showed the warmth of Confucian school. Of course, the important reason is that he is not the opponent of this old Taoist. He is the foundation establishment initial stage. This old Taoist is the foundation establishment late stage. I saw that Taoist Sloppy didn't look at him at all. He only looked at the scene in the water moon plate. The appearance was a little eager. This look made everyone who knows him patriarch surprised. Who doesn't know that old Taoist has a bad temper and a big mouth? Nothing is in the eye. Yu Zijian's innate skill is not so good. It's not worth making him look like this. But this does not matter. Liu Chenqing lost the voice, pure yang body. On Yu Zijian's head, except for the blazing ball of light, there is no darkness. The ordinary people are both yin-yang. The so-called yin-yin is not long and the yang is not long. Only the cultivator is extremely high, the anode is cloudy, and the pure yang realm is the best. There must be darkness, there will be yin and yang. However, there are very few people who are born pure yang, but the holy body of the monastic but the male main female yin, pure yang body will appear on a woman, which is an odd number in the odd unfinished continued. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 281 Chapter 18, 5 Elements Body. At the same time, in Yu Zijian's 5 elements attribute, the location of the gold, directly condensed or well-textured sword, can also evaluate a class, but no one has noticed. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Taoist Sloppy suddenly regretted it. Sure enough, Liu Chenking said, I am Confucian school disciple also. Taoist Sloppy shook his head, pure yang body, if you don't practice it, it's a violent thing, it's awesome, but little Doyle. Amitabha, two benefactor, do not want to fight. This son has a relationship with my Buddha, will come to Japan to prove Vajra condensed Sarira. Liu Chenking is not yet refuted, a chanting Buddha statue. Taoist Sloppy smiled and said, you ask this female doll to refuse to shave a bald head and be a thief? I have a sigh of sorrow, although it is called trouble, but if it is not the heart, the young woman will go to Buddhism and everyone, but the number of discipline is far less than that of this Taoist Sloppy, because these rules are not retelling, just bowing his head and chanting, and making up your mind. You have to fight for it. Taoist Sloppy mind, bald donkey is not enough. As for Liu Chenking, it is a hassle. However, when I talk to the female doll, I will talk about the beauty of the convention governor. Liu Chenking gave him a cold smile, knowing that this Taoist Sloppy is not well behaved, but it is just a smile, showing the heart that is in the heart. These three people have opened their mouths, and the other patriarchs simply stopped talking. It is not only because pure yang body is indeed the best of the three, but among the 100 schools, the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are the biggest and the resources to fight. The 100 companies themselves only provide a platform for cultivation. Even the mentoring points are not as harsh as the sect, various cultivation resources, and they have to disciple themselves to earn some schools similar to Li Qingshan previous life. But as long as you meet the real genius, it is a means of unscrupulous, not hesitate to spend the money, but also contend for 100 schools of thought, a genius disciple from the self-contained faction, and more power in the future. Originally, no one paid much attention to this little girl who was next to Hua Chenglu, but she showed the light at this moment, but everyone was taken aback. Hua Chengzhen looked at him and saw Yu Zijian hurry down from the formation. He smiled at Pure Yang's face. It turned out that the few should be seen. Among these people, no, in this entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I am afraid that no one can add more light to her future than this moment, but it is the first time. After a while, Miu also set foot on the formation, directly in the position of the wood attribute, condensed a towering tree and was named Wooden, showing the giant treeman race for the wood spirit's root bone. The sun rises little by little, and the cultivator also goes to the test one by one. From time to time, there will be a genius appearing, causing everyone to admire a sigh of praise. Gian Rongzi counts the last one. She also belongs to the yin attribute, only slightly better than Hua Chenglu. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn, and he walked slowly into the battle, and a vast expanse of water suddenly filled. Yu Zijian sighed. Awesome. Hua Chenglu also said, no wonder he utilized the water attribute flying sword so easy. At the same time, on the two attributes of gold and earth, a weapon and a boulder are condensed. Although it is much rougher than the sword that Yu Zijian condenses, it is already rare. It is also lit with a white light and a small shadow. Interesting. Male teacher smiled slightly and swiped the record. On the water, the gold soil is under the B, the wood sea is in the middle. The fire is under the yang, and the yin is under the yin. If you know the result of Li Qingshan's last test, he won't just feel interesting. At that time, the size of the water wave is only half of this time, and the gold attribute and the wood attribute are also inferior. Innate skill attribute, although not absolutely unchangeable, is extremely difficult. Either it requires the precious spiritual pill immortal herbs, or it takes 10 years and 100 years of painful cultivation. Divine ability, taught by Green Bull, directly turned Li Qingshan into a heterogeneous one, and gradually acquired the innate skills and powers of these heterogeneous talents. Before the water moon plate, there were several patriarchs who paid more attention to Li Qingshan. The crowd is also full of envious eyes. Danj, this is not the person in the Cloud and Rain building. His water attribute innate skill is very good. The white boy dismissed, However, wait for the bottom to let you know what is really powerful. After a while, the teacher shouted, "Chutan!" The white boy rushed to the side of the two girls and smiled, and he stepped onto the formation. His eyes filled with unparalleled confidence. At this point, the test is over, and the sun is about to rise to the highest point. Everyone feels a little embarrassed and no longer concentrates on it. Instead, they chat and talk to each other. They are also ready to pack things, take everyone to dinner, and then prepare. Afternoon exam. Suddenly, the golden blue, red, yellow and yellow brilliance rises to the sky. On the 5 corners of the formation, a sword is exquisite, a big tree stands in the sky, a wave of water, a fire, a hill. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 elements, all showing the pinnacle phase. The square suddenly calmed down. It's on a, no, this form can't be measured. Isn't there a problem with the formation? The screams of the recorded teaching broke the calm. The screams sighed, and everyone's eyes were involuntarily. The collection is in the middle of the formation. The white boy named Chutan. Genius, real genius. Yu Zijian's pure Yang's phase is too rare, and the patriarchs are almost blind, not to mention these chi refining warriors. Yu Zijian stood on the station for a stop, and it quickly came down. Even if someone noticed that there was only light and no darkness, it was only when he was wrong. In the end, I was only taught to evaluate the Yangjia, which is similar to the treatment of Muqi Li Qingshan, far less than the shock brought by Chutan at the moment. Elder brother Ten is very powerful. 2 girls next to Chutan are twinkling, and Chutan smiles at them and seems to say, "How?" 5 elements body. The patriarchs were also shocked. It's too rare to open the trial at this time. First, pure Yang body, then 5 elements body. This is a air in between innate skill that has caused a lot of competition. Li Qingshan was also watching silently, sighing that there is no shortage of genius in the world. Suddenly, the boy named Chutan suddenly looked at him provocatively, making him a bit inexplicable. Chutan stood on it for a while, then slowly walked down. The fan in his hand opened. It looked very handsome. If it was a little more handsome, it would be perfect, but at this moment, no one will care about this little defect. He showed the innate skill that comes out is enough to make up everything. The power is the best coat for men. The rest of the tests, not only Patriarch did not care, even the chi refining warrior was no longer concerned. The square was noisy, only to detect, show the innate skill. Surrounded by many people, some chi refining warrior, who is active in mind, has begun to choose objects for communication. Everyone belongs to the same session. Especially around Chutan, there are dozens of people around the 3rd level outside the 3rd level. No one doubts that this boy will soon fly. Li Qingshan touching the jade thumb ring on my thumb. I don't know how about Little An. The ship that Little An sat was sent to a small island on the outskirts. After all the children were taught innate chi condensation, each person gave a chi condensing pills and started in a hall. Meditate chi refining to find the mysterious sense of anger. Not far away, the female teaches to hold the pointer, sullen face, occasionally glance at Little An, more and more mean. Although Wang Pushi's order has been taught to tell her the truth of the matter, she is angry in her heart, which is clearly deliberately out of her ugly. And the teaching of the rumor also told him that Patriarch was somewhat dissatisfied with her, and that she was both fearful and angry. She could not wait to smoke Little An immediately, but at the same time the messaging taught her that the child was not a civilian child, and may be valued by several patriarchs. She can't get out of her anger, but it doesn't mean she will swallow this breath. But she has made up her mind that she will never let Little An be better, and for a few months, she will not be able to rectify a child without her means. Little An didn't take this hostility in her heart, but focused on refining her spirit. She is no stranger to the innate chi condensation. When Li Qingshan cultivated the cultural technique, she often asked her for advice. The sensation of letting the children blush face did not bother her. In an instant, there was a trace of true chi born and began to rogue. After a few moments of circulation, it has grown several times. The chi condensing pills have long been jokes, but the stock has grown incredibly. Qi refining's way, to say it is refining essence into Qi. The main thing is to take the essence from the body to turn into true Qi. Her little body is refining the flesh and blood of many people, only to condense Cheng, which contains the essence. I do not know how many times stronger than ordinary children. There is neither a limitation of understanding nor a limitation of resources. In a short while, the former third layer of innate Qi condensation is made by her. Then true Qi started to attack Yang linking meridian and passed through the extending vessel without any stagnation, then passed through the caves and passed through Yang heel meridian. For ordinary people, it is easy for her to say that if the meridians are like a river, there is no dam at all above her river. This body, which is condensed by Tao of the beautiful bones, is the perfect state from the beginning. After a while, Little Un stood up. The meticulous female teacher immediately replied, "Who made you stand up?" Little An replied blankly, "The finish is finished." Which is finished? The female teacher suddenly noticed that the breath of Little Un's body was Qi refining third level. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 282 Chapter 19 Heaven Veins Wizards 11 Female teacher has rubbed his eyes and wondered if he is dreaming. But the handsome, but expressionless child in front of you is clearly Qi refining third level. Other teachings were also shocked to seeing Little Un, also like seeing monsters, full of incredible. According to the rules of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Meng Tong will not be tempted in March, and will be expelled. Even if he feels it, he must stay for 3 months, learn some basic things, and must not be in contact with the outside world. Little Anne didn't want to show too many strange things, but when she thought of not seeing him in March, she felt anxious in her heart. It was harder to bear than the fire, and she missed it. So there is only one way to complete the innate Qi condensation and push the cultivation base to the Qi refining third level, which is not difficult for her. The female teacher screamed, "This is impossible." It must be that she has hidden the cultivation base in advance. In the history of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, within 3 months, the genius that filled the innate Qi condensation was there, but how long did she use it? An hour. A few lessons nodded. This is the most logical explanation. After 3 months, the child with the highest cultivation base will get a valuable reward. Since she can have that kind of expensive sound transmission finger, it's no surprise that the spirit artifact is hidden. The person behind her wants to use this method to lighter the reward. But she didn't expect the child's mind to be so simple. The female teacher called, "I am despicable. I said that she kicked the kid. How can I pass my eyes?" This kind of liar should be severely punished and immediately expelled from 100. The vast hall is noisy, and the children who are originally active are very impatient with this lively look. They all open their curious eyes, talk to each other, and even slowly encircle them. Only Little Un was as quiet as ever. But there was a rare anxiety between the eyebrows. He said, "I am leaving. I walked to the temple." Where to escape? The female teacher's face with a stern face reached out, and she took the fierce wind to tell her to suffer. Little Un looks back and clenches his fist. "Stop!" The hand of fat old man took a few steps to grab the hand of the female teacher. Female teacher, "Professor, she." Needless to say, I have heard it. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the training is based on the disciplines that can't afford the tuition fees and want to stay in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. It is not necessarily higher than the various disciplines, like this female tutor, just crossed the Qi refining 6th level. The professor is equivalent to a higher education, and the cultivation base is much higher. The fat old man is the Qi refining 9th level, who manages all the teachings on this island and educates these children. The fat old man is kind and friendly. Seeing that she is so heavy on a cute little girl, she doesn't think so. This matter needs patriarch to deal with it. Then, to Xian and Yan, "Can the little girl take you? Give me the hand." Little Anne nodded. "Loose your fist and raise your hand." The fat old man used 3 fingers to cover her slender wrist and infused a true Qi into it. His face was first confused and then became shocked. This is female teacher, it's just a little liar. The fat old man shouted, "Stop the mouth." The female teachings were scared and trembled. Other teachings rarely saw this so swearing, and they were very surprised. I don't know what he found. The fat old man, regardless of their doubts, untied the jade from the waist and injected true chi. Liu Chenking is arguing with Chu Tan, who is the waist of the jade card. He picks up it and gently clicks it. It tells the fat old man some dry voice, "Patriarch, a child has been repaired to chi refining third level." Liu Chenking frowned. "You are laughing." "No." It seems that the cultivation base is hidden. Liu Chenking's thoughts turned out to be the most reasonable result. However, it is rare to be able to repair the chi refining third level at such a young age. Although it is bad, it is a pity. It's a punishment. It's going to be the fat old man who brought the child, but listen to the fat old man, not at all. Which of you is sitting here is not the ear of the genius, has stopped the dispute, and turned his attention to Liu Chenking. Liu Chenking said with impatience, "What the hell is going on?" "Patriarch, I think." Heaven Veins Wizard's fat old man swallowed his mouth and seemed to believe that he didn't believe it. Liu Chenking bowed and wanted to hold the jade card, but it was too late. The eyes of each patriarch glowed like a wolf. Liu Chenking had to continue to ask, "Are you sure?" All patriarch erected their ears, and they were excited and hopeful. The Heaven Veins Wizards, who have heard of them, have never seen anyone, and they are rarer than pure Yang body, 5 elements body, and the singularity of the 8 meridians, the 12 classics, the sorrows of 100 points, all without one. The fat old man said 16 words, is the most complete summary of the Heaven Veins Wizards. Taoist Sloppy immediately took control of the water moon plate. The picture turned around and showed a small island. Then the island became very big, and it rushed through the golden eaves and landed on the fat old man. His expression serious and solemn. The picture immediately turned to Little Un next to him, losing his voice. It turned out to be her. So there is no more suspicion. Water moon plate just took her, when she did not have any breath of chi refining without any hidden spirit artifact, can pass the eyes of their group foundation establishment cultivator, even if it is there is such a spirit artifact, and it is not a child who can be manipulated by a chi refining third level. Really Heaven Veins Wizards. Everyone's expression changed to Heaven Veins. The natural medians were smooth, true chi was running, unobstructed, and it was easy to get to the chi refining 10th level, or it was like a 10th level chi refining warrior who lost his body. Just inject true chi into it. Most of the cultivators in world have been trapped in chi refining warrior realm for life, even if it is pure Yang body and 5 elements body. It takes a lot of thoughts to break through the bottleneck and step by step, but the Heaven Veins Wizards do not exist. This kind of worry. The problem it faced from the beginning is how to cross the foundation establishment realm. If pure Yang body is more suitable for Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, the scope of adaptation of the 5 elements body is wide, but at least school of Yin Yang does not catch a cold but Heaven Veins. But there will not be any sect or home that is not interested in the world. Fighting Patriarch. You have to pick up your sleeves and prepare to fight for it. At least one foundation establishment cultivator. I finally understand why Kuhei Tang can make such a promise. She deserves a sect, a home, with all resources to support. Liu Chenking said, "You immediately take her to argue for the island and test Yin Yang 5 elements." Yes. And, the woman who is called, she is not suitable to continue teaching Mongolian children. Let her go back to the island and think about it. This time, even Wang Pushi agrees with what kind of pickled woman, Heaven Veins Wizards can you marry? Suddenly my heart turned and I sneaked Liu Chenking. I deliberately said so loudly that it was good to sell the child. No, I have to let Little Hua talk to Li Qingshan. Can you promote Scarlet Wolf? Look at this performance. The exclamation of the female teacher in the adult jade card looked out from the water moon plate. After hearing the words of Liu Chenking, her face was pale. It's just that Little Un is still expressionless, and Liu Chenking is a little disappointed. She suddenly looks up at Wang Pushi, her eyes faintly confronting each patriarch. Watching others' eyes are not good. Dangling, 3 sounds. In the corner of the room, a vulgar old man knocked the ash on the floor with a smoky pot. The old face of the old man's gully is like a smoked yellow, wearing a white scorpion, sitting half squatting on the table, like an old farmer who has been farming for a lifetime. It seems extremely uncoordinated, and suddenly his eyes turn, and the flash aura and wisdom show their true identity. Agriculturist school patriarch. He is the oldest here, so no one knows how old he is. Everyone respects him. 3 points, even if it is the Taoist sloppy. His name is no longer known, only his name is yellow, from his own name. Number. Old Man Huang Tu. You are all destined, a Heaven Veins wizard, and you are shocked by the loss of the head of the family. Old Man Huang Tu said, adding tobacco leaves. The fire is bright and dark, the fragrance is diffused. Whether he saw Yuzijin or Chutan, he did not say a dispute, and he was vicissitudes of life. He seemed to be accustomed to being bearish. Have you seen it? Liu Qingqing respectful way. I have seen one more than 200 years ago. What now? Everyone patriarch erected his ears. Even the coldest Han and Jun couldn't help but listen. The original Heaven Veins wizards. Which step went 200 years later? It's definitely not just the foundation establishment, but if it's high, it's not going to be a silent person, but it's not like this person. Old Man Huang Tu spit a cigarette and said, now, I am sitting here, he has been in the earth for 100 years. He did not elaborate on anything. A nameless deceased is not worth mentioning, no matter what genius he was at the beginning. The patriarchs feel awkward. The innate skill doesn't mean that they can go far, especially when Wang Pushi feels a lot. The same time he was with his chi refining warrior, he was better than his innate skill, and he only counted 10 hands. Come, but in the end he came to this step. Can't help but sigh. Ginger or Old Spicy, old and hard. The water moon plate is still locked on Little An, they will still fight, but the mind is fixed. Finally, the last chi refining warrior was tested. Several teachers yawned and prepared to take the chi refining warrior to eat. Suddenly, a shuttle bus came out of the air. The fat old man came down with Little An, followed by a chilly female teacher. She was very unwilling and dissatisfied. She looked at Little An's eyes like a knife. I can't wait to cut a piece of meat. But the child didn't put her in her eyes from beginning to end. Suddenly I felt a sharp gaze sweeping across my face. She looked up and saw a cold teenager looking at herself with a frown. Her heart was inexplicably cold. Peas, my birthday is usually a lunar calendar, not October 2nd, August 22nd, the day before yesterday. The problem is, my mom genius thinks. And then I was reminded that I remembered it at noon that day. What is it to eat? Half a bowl of salty people, and this is not the first time to go back to the table. It must be the right one, it must be a good match, and it will remind me of the day. Tears. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 283. Chapter 20. 5 Elements. Li Qingshan. How sensitive is the murderous aura hostility? How can she not notice her? If it is to himself, he may not care, but for Little An, it is enough for him to kill. Female teacher Li Qingshan is also chi refining 6th level, not to be outdone, but Li Qingshan's eyes are already on Little An. She did not notice that in the crowd, Qian Rongzi's gentle watery eyes, which does not contain any killing intent and hostility. The female teaching is to see, it will only feel very gentle. Little An, how come you? Li Qingshan asked, suddenly surprised. Hey, chi refining 3rd level. Little An saw Li Qingshan and suddenly smiled and threw himself into his arms. What's wrong? I didn't see it in the morning. How did you become a chi refining 3rd level? Li Qingshan touched her head, and my heart vaguely understood that this is probably the effect of Tao of the beautiful bones. The fat old man had no time to explain, knowing that all the patriarchs were watching, urging, hurry up to detect yin-yang 5 elements. Li Qingshan smiled and said, this is also good, we can get a cultivation, go. In the eyes of the public, Little An went to the formation, and most of the chi-refining warrior felt that it was inexplicable how to finally come out with a child. Or was the professor personally led? Is there any great background? But the age of chi-refining third level is indeed got it. No one thought that she was just an ordinary person in the morning. At least it seemed to be an ordinary person. Even if someone thought of it, it would immediately dispel this ridiculous thought. This is not the child around Li Qingshan. It is called Little An. Isn't she going to participate in the Mengdong test? Han Qiang's strange way. Hua Chengzhen, what is the child's brow? Chi-refining third level. Is it hiding strength? There is no good explanation other than this. And suddenly there is no flash in mind. Elder brother Tan, look at that child, so beautiful. It seems to have seen it somewhere. Chu Tan is moving forward in the crowds of everyone. I also wondered how to go back. There are still people who want to test. It's a waste of time. It's the time to raise the threshold. What kind of cats and dogs can do with him? Little Anne stood in the middle of the formation and looked at the ancient formations on the stone at the foot. I felt very familiar. This familiarity is far more intense than Li Qingshan, but it is so sudden, like a wave without a warning to take some memory residue, was rushed out. I couldn't help but close my eyes. She was standing on such a similar form in a certain month. The voice of surprise came from around. Successful. What succeeded? The formation of a micro-undetectable scream, suddenly lit up, and a quiet time. Everyone bowed, and then a snicker broke out. This kind of innate skill is really rare. Chu Tan laughed loudest. Is this also a 5 elements body? Around the corner of Little An, the 5 corners of the formation sparkled with a golden glow. A tender grass, a drop of crystal water droplets, a dim yellow flames, and the position of the earth line was directly empty and could not be seen. A floating dust, and the faint and darkness of the formation is invisible. Or larding? The teachings responsible for the record frown, should not be said to be lower than Ding, do not have any yin-yang 5 elements innate skill. If Chu Tan is peerless genius, this child is peerless waste wood up. The fat old man sighed and the female teacher laughed and said, this is the Heaven Veins wizards that Patriarch values. I think it is a waste. Li Qingshan gave her a faint look. There is no murderous aura for the dead. There is no need to reveal a vicious gesture. He does not want to know why she is so hostile to Little An. His Little An is a genius that the elder brother Bull has to admire. All the patriarchs were disappointed, and they were still considering the use of yin-yang 5 elements to determine the ownership of Little An, but the yin-yang 5 elements innate skill is also low, that it means she and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth's induction, weak to almost no. Hey! Even if she is in yin-yang 5 elements, any one of them has a Chinese posture. No, even if it is almost no problem, but there is almost no cultivation innate skill chi-refining period. Foundation establishment realm requires communication with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Liu Qingqing shook his head and sighed. This is the so-called misfortune. After Peerless's talent, there is a huge lack of yin-yang 5 elements innate skill. There is no way to make up for it, but the resources needed are precious. I am afraid that only the big sect such as Hidden Sword Palace Profound Yin Sect, or the big family like the Provincial Governor Palace, can bear it. If you have this resource, you can put it on a regular chi-refining warrior. Genius came, why bother to use her? God gave her a bad joke. The patriarch looks at old man Huang Tu again, and some admire his foresight. Genius, not just one side. Old man still smokes slowly, without any disappointment or surprise. Only Grandmaster Yinian, hands clasped together, bowed his head, pretended to be pity. The corner of his mouth overflowed with an unpredictable smile. Everything was Buddha's arrangement. No, the High Crown man whispered, as the school of yin-yang, Ma Buai's understanding of yin-yang 5 elements, the other patriarch, the life between heaven and earth, originally yin-yang 5 elements is made. Even if it's an ordinary person, innate skill shouldn't be so weak. Child, you can come down, said the fat old man. Little Anne is still tightly closed, not moving. A woman's indifferent voice passed from the heart to the ear. Do you understand the usage of this form? Show me, she muttered in a slightly unspeakable voice. Yes, Mother after. What are you talking about? Asked the fat old man. Li Qingshan feels that Little Un's state is a bit wrong. Going forward, I want to hold Little Un. Formation suddenly runs, radiant. The crystal clear water droplets flew to the tender grass, and the grass began to grow. In a twinkling of an eye, it grew into a small tree. When the trees were sprouting and sprouting, the spark fell on it and burned into a raging fire. The small tree is turned into ashes, scattered into millions of dust, and is absorbed by that little dust, turning into a black clod, and a little bit of golden light in the black soil, which is incorporated into the golden light. Then the water droplets are again produced, turning into a trickle of water, which surrounds the dead wood, and the vegetation grows again. Wildfire, in spring. At the same time, the formation is over, the light is darkened 2 points, the convergence is continuous, and the rotation is repeated. Each rotation will grow 1 point. In the blink of an eye, there is a fist size, and the light and the darkness are distinct, but they are combined with each other, no matter from any angle. Looking over, it's like a yin-yang map. Responsible for the teaching of the record, stunned, all attributes have become ding, no, is C. The chi refining warriors around are already stunned. Isn't this a test formation? Can it be used like this? 5 elements is born, yin-yang is long, isn't it possible? Ma Buai's eyes widened and he got up. Liu Chenqing frowned. Heather fellow Taoist, what's going on? Do you know what the full name of this formation is? Ma Buai breathed a little. The patriarchs are all uncomfortable. Based on their knowledge, if they ask some strangely large formations, they will know the name of the test attribute that is in front of the test. But they all feel a bit stunned. This is not the test attribute. Formation? Taoist Sloppy said, but is yin-yang 5 elements? Ma Buai said, exactly. The brothers are very knowledgeable. Then you know what the real function of this form is? Even Taoist Sloppy is a bit dazed. What else can you do besides testing attribute? Ma Buai said, cultivation techniques of ancient cultivators are all yin-yang 5 elements simultaneous cultivation. You always know. The mana that was called in ancient times is a kind of power that combines yin-yang 5 elements. It is free to use any magic spell. The power is huge. The difficulty of cultivation is high, and the requirements for cultivator innate skill are high. It can be imagined by a few people today that only a very small number of people can master it. If the current cultivator is used to meet the current cultivator, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy can be a rare one. In order to compete with the enemy, the ancient cultivators were inspired by their enemies, eccentrics and monster, and continually improved path of cultivation. Today, this attribute true chi cultivation method is refined, although the quality of the cultivator is lowered. The number of cultivators has expanded by 100 times, laying the foundation for human race. Each patriarch nodded. This is the basic history of the cultivation road. Suddenly seems to understand what, looking to the water moon plate. In the formation, an amazing change is taking place. The trees have been burned by fire for more than 10 times, but in the moisture of the water and the soil, it turns into a forest. A river separates the thick soil, passes through the forest, and a little bit of gold sand shines in the river. The existence of Little Un can no longer be seen. Only when the fire is next burned will it show a glimpse of yin and yang, and the yin-yang color has disappeared. They are merged into every fire, every tree. In the shade, the change is long. Yin-yang changes. 5 elements attributes are no longer independent, but a whole, like a living world, as if heaven and earth were first opened. It's all be. The teachings responsible for the record muttered, I don't know what to say, although it's still be, but anyone can see that it's even rarer than Chu Tanzili known, and, yin-yang 5 elements is still growing. Becoming a class has only been a matter of time. Yes, this formation was created by the ancient cultivator for cultivation, and the cultivation of yin-yang 5 elements. It is necessary to realize the change of the phase, which is both a method of cultivation and the most popular between ancient cultivators. A game that has been forgotten. Ma Buai is self-satisfied. looking like a sigh, sighing. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 284 Chapter 20 100 Schools of Thought Contend. Test Yin-Yang 5 Elements Attribute, but the function that comes with formation. But for this cultivator, only this function is left to know a lot of maps and even simplify the original part of the original form. Only the left test part of attribute, the stone carving form on the island, which has thousands of years of history, is a complete form that has been passed down from ancient times. Its complexity and complexity are not what Li Qingshan thought at first, but only able to test various attributes at the same time. Today, Little Un has enabled its already forgotten features. Everyone was stunned. They thought they had seen Peerless's genius today, and their minds would no longer be shocked. What is genius now? Looking at this scene of imagination and understanding, even the heart cannot afford to live at a race. Liu Chenqing asked again, what is her yin-yang 5 elements innate skill measurement? Ma Buai gave him a look, too lazy to answer, and continued to look at the water moon plate, showing some fanaticism. The child used from the beginning is not the formation of the test low-level function, but the bit-by-bit to infer the change of yin-yang 5 elements, so it must start from the tiniest, that is, the grass that originally presented the water droplets as for her innate skill, and seeing that she will push it to that step. Her innate skill is definitely not lower than the realm she deduced, and it is generally much higher, so it can be so easy. What she is showing now is not innate skill, but talent, an unparalleled talent. Ma Buai removes the high crown and goes to the ground. Fellow Taoist, I am Ma Buai. Today, I only ask you for one thing, let this son enter my school of yin-yang, but later I have instructions. Everything is okay. The patriarch is full of surprise. In each patriarch, Ma Buai is not as wild as Taoist sloppy, but its arrogance is also famous. It is like an ancient hidden cultivator, but no one has offended him because he is proficient in divination spell. When anyone asks for his head, when will he see him so humble? It is well known that school of yin-yang is not proud of divination Ma Buai. In ancient times, even though it was a third-class cultivator, it was also a divination. School of yin-yang was the legacy of the ancient cultivator. Cultivator originally is omnipotent and omnipotent. Divination is only one of them. However, compared with the specialized ones, it seems that nothing is good at the result. Only divination is needed. It needs to be based on the yin-yang 5 elements mana, and it becomes the world of school of yin-yang. Whether it is Yu Zijian's pure yang body or Chu Tan's 5 elements body, he can't be so moved, because school of yin-yang needs balance to some extent. The ancient definition of genius, and now with large differences. But if it is this child, it will make school of yin-yang's ancient method play its true brilliance. Patriarch is a child without words. No one can give up. When the trees turn into forests, the creeks become bigger rivers, etc. On the teaching constantly changed his judgment. When he read the word on the top, the scene on the loud rumble formation exploded and sent out 7 different colors, once again returning to the most original yin-yang 5 elements. Only Little Anne stood in the lineup, with a slight confusion and a sense of everything, just like a dream, whether it is for her or for others. Her derivation has reached the pinnacle that this formation can withstand, like a third-order cube. For a senior player, lost the function of the test or game. Li Qingshan quickly went forward. You are okay. Every patriarch, you look at me, I look at you. It is not as simple as hostility, but it is bound to win. No compromise. South no Amitabha has always been silent. Grandmaster Yinian, suddenly screaming at the Buddha, the sound is like a morning bell, drums, thunder, and bright. This son has a relationship with my Buddha. You have to fight with poverty. Hanan Jun Cold Channel. I used to be a proverb of a monk. I saw that she only kicked the fat boy, and it was quite stable. It was quite the charm of my military school. Grandmaster Yinian hurriedly said, this time is really good. When everyone was disappointed by Little Un's innate skill on yin-yang 5 elements, only he was secretly happy. and finally no one had argued with him. What he saw from Little Un was the clear Buddha's aura, which could not be concealed by the yin-yang five elements. He never saw such a clear intelligence root and Buddha nature in the eyes of any child. But this time, the arrangement of Buddha is somewhat unexpected. Women should have been hurricane, and with the poetry and book, how can I go to be a nun, a green light ancient Buddha, or a big soldier, bloody and sweaty? I don't see Confucian school, can't accommodate this talent. Liu Chengqing, it's not a warm-hearted look, a tit-for-tat. Guangdang, Taoist Sloppy kicked a long shot, the wine cup fell to the ground, and the table tennis rang. Who dares to fight Little Un with the Taoist, and must try the means of the Lord first. Grandmaster Yinian slammed open his robes to reveal a strong chest muscle that was not commensurate with his appearance. He said, "Hey, that cow's nose, the poor and forbearing you for a long time. Do you think that my Buddhism does not have divine ability? Hey, bald donkey, the grandfather looks at you badly. I will come to the contest today." The two men opened up the posture, and patriarch of several small homes. This is a self-knowledge that can't compete with those of you. At this time, I can't help but stand up and express my views. The mechanism of Mohist school. One person can be a million division. Hanging the pot, the medical school is the part. If you don't understand music, you are born to be your daughter's house. The original solemnity, suddenly like the vegetable market, outside the pavilion, the trainees on standby, all show horror, if the people inside move their hands, but they want to marry them. Writing novels is not bad. In the corner, a middle-aged man is weak. He sat in the corner from beginning to end, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. The room slammed down, all the patriarch's eyes were gathered on him, stern like a sword, murderous aura brewed like a cloud. The middle-aged man squats and flows cold sweat. I just talked about. The quarrel continued. The middle-aged man took a long breath and lost his face. Grandmaster Yinian has a strong upper body and is Vajra glaring. Taoist Sloppy is provocative. Bald donkey, come, Tao, let you make 3 moves. Frozen Hell Wang Pushy burst into a burst. Every patriarch felt that a cold wind swept over, cold and murderous, and Shenhua was like a prison. I couldn't stop the dispute and looked at Wang Pushy. Please calm down. Don't you miss Patriarch's demeanor? Have you forgotten what old brother Huang said? From beginning to end, only the calm old man, without a word, sitting there safely. All Patriarch are shy. Old brother Huang, you mean? Wang Pussy spoke aloud, sitting there with old man Huang too, who was smoking a smog, and it was just a puppet. He turned his head and looked at the water moon plate. Old man Huang too is standing in front of Little Un with a smile and a smile. He also gives a peanut to her. His mother, the soil is replaced by a body, and the size is reduced. Taoist Sloppy yells. These 2 earth element magic spells, used by old man Huang Tu, are wonderful to the end, and the foundation establishment cultivator, no one is aware, it is old and traitorous. Buy the search bubble book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 285 Chapter 21 Hundreds of schools. Testing the yin-yang 5 elements attribute is just a feature that comes with formation, but for this cultivator, only this feature is known. Many of the maps even simplify the original part of the formation, leaving only the part that tests the attribute. The stone carving form on the island, which has thousands of years of history, is a complete form that has been passed down from ancient times. Its complexity and hugeness are not what Li Qingshan thought at first, but only able to test various attributes at the same time. Today, Little Un has enabled its already forgotten features. Everyone was stunned. They thought they had seen Peerless's genius today, and their minds would no longer be shocked. What is genius now? Looking at this scene beyond the scope of imagination and understanding, even the heart cannot afford to be a trace. Liu Chengqing asked again, what is her yin-yang 5 elements innate skill measurement? Ma Buai gave him a look, too lazy to answer, and continued to look at the water moon plate, showing some fanaticism. The child used from the beginning is not the formation of the test low-level function. but the bit by bit to infer the change of yin-yang 5 elements, so it must start from the tiniest, that is, the grass that originally presented the water droplets as for her innate skill, and seeing that she will push it to that step. Her innate skill is definitely not lower than the realm it deduces, and it's generally much higher, so it's so easy. What she is showing now is not innate skill, but talent, an unparalleled talent. Mabuai removes the high crown and goes to the ground. Fellow Taoist, I am Mabuai. Today, I only ask you for one thing. Let this be my school of yin-yang, but I will be told, and I will do everything. The patriarch is full of surprises. In each patriarch, Mabuai is not as wild as Taoist Sloppy, but its arrogance is also famous. It is like the ancient hidden cultivator, the pride of the world. But no one has offended him because he is proficient in divination spell. When anyone asks for his head, when will he see him so humble? As everyone knows, School of Yin-Yang is good at divination. Mabuai is not proud of it. In ancient times, even if it was a third-class cultivator, it was also a good fortune. School of Yin-Yang is the legacy of the ancient cultivator. The ancient cultivator originally is omnipotent and omnipotent. Divination is only one of them. However, compared with the specialized ones, they are not good at anything. As a result, only divination, based on the yin-yang 5 elements mana, has become the world of School of Yin-Yang, whether it is Yu Zijian's pure yang body. Still, Chutan's 5 elements body can't make him so moved, because School of Yin-Yang needs balance to some extent. The ancient definition of genius is very different from the present. But if it is this child, it will be able to make School of Yin-Yang's ancient method. Give it a real brilliance. Everyone patriarch is speechless. No one of this child can give up. When the trees turn into forests, the creeks become bigger rivers. Etc. The teaching constantly changed his judgment. When he read the word on the word, loud rumble, the scene on the formation exploded and burst into 7 different colors, once again returning to the most original yin-yang 5 elements. Only little Anne stood in the line, and his expression was a little confused, and everything was just like a dream, whether it is for her or for others. Her derivation has reached the pinnacle that this formation can withstand, like a third-order cube. For a senior player, lost the function of testing or game. Li Qingshan quickly went forward. You are all right. Every patriarch, you look at me, I look at you, which is not as simple as hostility, but a determination that must be won and never compromise. There is no Amitabha in the south. The Grand Master Yinian, who has been silent for a long time, suddenly screams at the Buddha's name. His voice is like a morning bell and a drum, a lion's thunder, and a bright voice. This son has a relationship with my Buddha. You must fight against poverty. Hananjun Cold Channel. I used to be a proverb of a monk. I saw that she only kicked the fat boy, and it was quite stable. It was quite the charm of my military school. Grandmaster Yinian hurriedly said, this is really a fate. When everyone was disappointed by Little Un's innate skill on yin-yang 5 elements, only he was secretly happy, and finally no one had argued with him. What he saw from Little Un was the clear Buddha's aura, which could not be concealed by the yin-yang 5 elements. He never saw such a clear intelligence root and Buddha nature in the eyes of any child. But this time, the arrangement of Buddha is somewhat unexpected. Women should have been Hurricane, with the poetry and book. How can I be a nun, a green lamp, or a big soldier, bleeding and sweating? I don't think I can be a Confucian school. Liu Chenqing doesn't regain the appearance of Liang Gongyi. The opposite direction. Guandang, Taoist Sloppy kicked a long shot, the wine cup fell to the ground, and the table tennis rang. Who dares to fight Little Un with the Taoist? And must try the means of the Lord first. Grandmaster Yinian slammed open his robes to reveal a strong chest muscle that was not commensurate with his appearance. He said, hey, that cow's nose, the poor and forbearing you for a long time, do you think that my Buddhism does not have divine ability? Hey, bald donkey, Tao, I'm not good at seeing you, I'll come to the contest today. The two men opened the posture, patriarch of several small homes, This is self-knowledge to fight for those few people. This time cannot help but stand up and talk about it. The mechanism of Mohist school. One person can be a million division. Hanging the pot, the medical school is the part. If you don't understand music, you are born to be your daughter's house. The original solemnity, suddenly noisy like the vegetable market, outside the pavilion, the teachers on standby, all show horror, if the people inside move their hands, but they want to marry them. It's not bad to write novels. In the corner, a middle-aged man was weak. He sat in the corner from beginning to end, and he couldn't help but speak. The room slammed down, and all of Patriarch's gaze gathered on him, stern as a sword, and the murderous aura brewed like a cloud. The middle-aged man squats and flows cold sweat. I just talked about. The quarrel continued, and the middle-aged man took a long breath and lost his face. Grandmaster Yinyan has barely exposed his super-strong upper body and made Vajra glare. Taoist Sloppy is provocative. Bald donkey, come, Tao, let you make 3 moves. Frozen hell. Wang Pushi screamed. Every patriarch felt that a cold wind swept through, cold and murderous, and the gods were like a prison. They could not help but stop the dispute and look to Wang Pushi. Please calm down. Don't you miss Patriarch's demeanor? Have you forgotten what old brother Huang said? From beginning to end, only the calm old man, without a word, sitting there safely. All Patriarch are shy. Old brother Huang, you say? Wang Pussy spoke aloud, sitting there with old man Huang too, who was smoking a smog, and was just a puppet, turned his head and looked at the water moon plate. Old man Huang too was standing in front of Little An with a smile, and he gave me a peanut. His mother, the soil is replaced by a body, and the size is reduced. Taoist Sloppy yelled. These 2 earth element magic spells, used by old man Huang too, are wonderful to the end, and a group of foundation establishment cultivators, no one noticed. It is old and rap. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 286. Chapter 22 has a relationship with Buddha. Little Anne walked out of the formation, and the surrounding scenes lingered, and the sound seemed to come from afar and gradually became clear. She saw the face of Li Qingshan's concern and heard his worried voice. Little An. Gradually, she settled down, and the residue from the depths of memory once again precipitated. There was no sound around me, and envy taught her face pale. She felt that she was in trouble this time. This child seems to be not simple. Chu Tan, who was overshadowed by the limelight, this is a great thing. If I want to do it, I can do the same. Responsible for the teaching of the lead Chi refining warrior, it seems that it should lead everyone to use the meal. A wrinkled veteran appeared out of thin air and said warmly, "You Little An." Li Qingshan has a glimpse of the heart, and feels a kind of earth-like atmosphere from the old man, foundation establishment cultivator. Several trainees quickly greeted. Patriarch adults, how come you? They also saw a lot of genius licking the head when testing yin-yang 5 elements, but that will wait until after the end of the assessment. The competition will be won. At first, no family leader has ever appeared at this time, and it is the most stable old man Huang Tu in the Patriarch. Old man Huang Tu simply ignores others, his eyes only fall on Little An, his face with the unique and sly smile of the elders to the younger generation, the enthusiasm to the extreme, the more satisfied the heart. Come, this is my own kind, try it. The big hand grabbed a handful of hua from 100 treasure pouch and stuffed it into Little An's hand. Han Kaianzi stayed for a while. When I saw this old man so generous, I would like to take out the spirit fruit that has been cultivated for many years in the spirit fruit garden. Little An looked up at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan can also see that the spiritual power contained in this hua life is 10 times stronger than the Dan Yao-like Qi condensing pills. The benefits of a foundation establishment cultivator may not be so easy. Hua Chengzhen is shaking his head with a smile, and old man Huang Tu claims to be an unstoppable earth. He has never seen such an urgent look at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, but it is clear that this child deserves to be done by old man Huang Tu. Although he pretended to be genius, but at this moment, only self-sighing. It is no wonder that Haitang also got her at all costs. This child, what is the child's way? Predecessors. I don't know what I want to do with my family, little Un. Please be blunt. At this time, Old Man Huangtu was like Li Qingshan. Under the glory of peerless genius, other people were not only lost, but even the sense of existence was extremely thin. This is the agriculturist school patriarch Old Man Huangtu. You are not going to do it quickly. A fart. A voice suddenly remembered. The first word is still far away, and the last word has come to the front. Taoist Sloppy screams at Old Man Huangtu. Old brother Huang, the instrument of the head of the family, the opening trial is not over yet. This is not the rule of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Liu Chenqing's faint road, apparently dissatisfied with being played. Old Man Huangtu took a smog. The old man will die. What is the face of the face? As for the rules, it is made by people. Turning his face is a pair of harmonious faces. Children, as long as you enter my agriculturist school, you will eat this fruit in the future. Are you looking good? Agriculturist school? Liu Chenqing smiled and solved a Pisces you pay from the waist. The above aura was actually a top-grade spirit artifact. Although nothing was said, it was ridiculous. At a glance, the poor ghosts rolled away. Scholars are not good at bullying. Old Man Huangtu was also snorted and his nose spurted a smog. But looking at Little Un's eyes, more and more kind and kind. Military school's way, the attack will be gram, the battle will win, the wind and the forest will be invincible. Hananjun made a loud noise every time he fell, and the earthquake shook, and the momentum was like 1,000 horses. If you want to go, it must be an ancient cultivator. The reason is that you listen to me in detail. Ma Buai is very sincere, but anyone will let him elaborate. There is no Amitabha in the south. Children, you have a relationship with my Buddha, really, the monks do not swear. Taoist Sloppy jumps, or laugh at. But at this time, no matter how loud he is, no one will take care of him. In a twinkling of an eye, the patriarchs appeared one after another, or cold, or kind, or violent, all kinds of powerful atmosphere, in the square. The collision, the goal is only one, that is Little Un. Each patriarch continues to compete at a higher price, drawing a more ambitious future. This time, only the top-grade spirit artifact, Li Qingshan saw several pieces, the great deeds of the seniors of each of the predecessors, and also listened to several villages. It is a pity that this kind of peaceful competition has not lasted for too long and soon became a dismantling of each other. The ancient lamp of the blue light, lonely and old, master, you have to misunderstand people for life. Liu Chenqing words sharp. Children, this willow benefactor, there are more than a dozen rooms, and often go to. Taoist Sloppy thinks good words, was spoken by Grandmaster Yinian. Liu Chenqing has a straight eye. What Confucian school is hypocritical? Yin Yang Jia has no use. Agriculturist school is a bandit. Military school twists people. Xing. All kinds of evil words suppressed in the heart, all broke out. For a moment, the eyes of various patriarchs have turned red. Grandmaster Yinian fading the newly weared coat, revealing the upper body of the muscle-ru. Li Qingshan stood beside Little Un and was surrounded by the middle. He felt the scalp numb. Are these patriarchs? Sure enough, one is stronger than one, but this look is too ugly, just like a dog stealing food. He is not even a rival to one of the evil dogs. The relatively close group of chi refining warrior was forced by this breath, and all of them took a few steps back and even fell down to the ground. Everyone is stunned. What the hell is going on? Wu Zhen said. What should we do? The responsibilities of Hua Chengzhen itself maintain the order of the opening trial, but in the face of such a group of people who destroy the order, he only shook his head, cold. Little Un looked at Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan, do you remember me? A chill is urgent. Li Qingshan suddenly turned. Old Commander Wang. Wang pushy steady hands standing not far away, did not participate in this battle, and stepped forward. In Li Qingshan's impression, The Red Eagle commander seems to be less friendly to him. The reason for this is that he is also very clear. Although it is useless, he also raised a few vigilance. Wang Pussy slaps on his shoulder and laughs loudly. Good boy. After a long absence, it is already the Chi refining 6th level. I didn't read it wrong. Li Qingshan snorted. You didn't read me wrong? Going to understand the reason again. You have qualified for the Dark Wolf Guard. As long as you have been practicing at Legalist School for a while, the future Dark Wolf Commander will have a chance. Thank you Commander Wang for your love. I will work hard and live up to Commander's love. Li Qingshan wouldn't have seen the hints. He would have lived so old. Wang Pussy smiled in the heart. This time is my old Wang, taking the lead. The patriarchs reacted suddenly and looked at Li Qingshan together. Oops, how to forget that this kid was brought by this kid. She is so small, she must listen to adults. Taoist Sloppy quickly remedy, you have to think clearly. Grandmaster Yinian said. Exactly. All kinds of ice fell on his body. Li Qingshan suddenly felt the pressure increased. He took a sigh of relief and squatted down. He said to Little An, do you have a home you want to go to? With you. Little An ignored the eyes and whispered. Wang Pussy smiles better. According to the rules, as long as the child makes a decision, others cannot force interference. Even if you want to interfere, you have to ask him. Wang Pussy. Ask Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan smiled and said, this is a bit difficult. You know, I can't read those Buddhist scriptures. He stood up and folded his hands together. Grandmaster Yinian, as you said, Little An has a relationship with Buddha, and let her into Buddhism cultivation. In a sense, Tao of the Beautiful Bones is the Buddha's main divine ability. She has been reading various Buddhist scriptures in order to increase her understanding of this main divine ability. Now, when this opportunity is met, I can't miss it. And the Vajra great strength divine symbol, in her hands, can exert extraordinary power. If it is a more powerful Buddhism technique, what kind of power will it have? Moreover, in the competition of the talents, the conditions and the sincerity expressed by the Grandmaster Yinian are extremely rare. As her guardian, he should choose the most suitable path for her. Grandmaster Yinian glimpsed, followed by revealed ecstasy say, who thought it was impossible to succeed this time. Buddhism is one of the best among the 100 families, but the number of disciplines is far less than that of the Confucian school, Legalist school, etc., which is far worse than the old Taoism. After all, most of the hearts, there are still a variety of, especially young people. A few people are willing to obey the commandments, all four are empty, to comprehend the Buddhist law, let alone Little An is a small envy child. The chance of success is more and more hey. But I did not expect that, in the end, Liu Huiming, but he gave him the wish, with his hands together, bowed his head and bowed, be good and good. Benefactor is really a good arrangement. Li Qingshan said, if Buddha really knows the existence of Little An, I am afraid that I will kill it in the first time. Seeing Little An's eyebrows seems to be a little unhappy, and comforted, don't be like this, all in 100, later some are time to meet. Little An won't disobey him, and he knows that he is good for himself. Gently nod, good. Grandmaster Yinian revealed a smile. The overall situation has been set. Benefactor, you let me win. Wang Pussy's face was cold, turned into an iron surface, and glanced at Li Qingshan with sternness. Li Qingshan knows that it is not easy to be promoted in his life. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 287 Chapter 23, Vajra Beads. Original Chapter 23 Vajra Beads. Every other patriarch has a disappointing color, or a cloud, or emptiness. As soon as it comes, it quickly dissipates and one and original starter. After that, only Ma Buai was left, and a long sigh, said to Little An, you have chosen, I have nothing to say, but the door of School of Yin Yang is always open for you. Hundreds of families are not just contending, it is also a mutual exchange, compatible and packaged. Presumably Grandmaster Yinian will not care. As a fellow Taoist said, the 100 families have their own strengths, and they are not as self-satisfied as the mountain sect. Little An, if you have the heart, You may wish to listen to the teachings of Patriarch, and you will gain something. Grandmaster Yin It also restored the cultivating Chi degree of the weekdays. Little Un entered Buddhism. Even if he learned another way, he was also a learned Buddhism brother. This name has already been set and no one can change. Ma Bui beheaded, looking at Little Un with a reluctance, taking the wind away. Grandmaster Yin showed a slight smile, and the smile gradually expanded. He laughed a few times and said to Little Un, "Child, come with me." Li Qingshan said, "There are exams in the afternoon." Grandmaster Yin waved his hand. "Don't waste this effort, one afternoon. Enough for her to get started with Vajra subduing demon scripture. If there are other Buddhism brothers here, it is sure to give birth to heart and effect cultivation. Vajra subduing demon scripture is the secret of Buddhism, not easy to pass on. It requires not only a very solid foundation of Buddhism, but also a lot of tests. It can be taught. Once you enter Buddhism, you will be able to repair Vajra subduing demon scripture. Hi. The monk does not swear. This Vajra bead is counted as a meeting for you. This item can call Vajra bodyguards, complementing Vajra subduing demon scripture, which will be of great help to your cultivation. Grandmaster Yin took a golden ball from the 100 treasure pouch, and the brilliance of the brilliance, faintly seeing one of the glaring Vajra, watching the aura. It is a true top-grade spirit artifact. He wiped his mark, handed it to Little Un. Everyone is amazed. The value of top-grade spirit artifact. No one does not know. Listening to each patriarch in exchange for top-grade spirit artifact, they have been very excited. Now see Grandmaster Yin really come up with a top-grade spirit artifact. Come, I don't know what to do. Even the cannot be born, the vast majority of Chi refining warrior, the generation cannot get a top-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan is also feeling that choosing this one is really the right one. It is a top-grade spirit artifact. You know that he has only one volume of cursive sword script on hand. Although I can look forward to the development of the coming days, I am afraid that it will not match the effectiveness of this Vajra bead. Little Un took the Vajra bead and moved his mind. Under the vein flesh, a skeleton was condensed with dough of the beautiful bones, and a slight shock was given to the rare Buddhism spirit artifact. Seeing the flash of the aura on Vajra's bead, she immediately floated a Vajra man with a height of 8 feet. Whether it was the crown on the head or the Vajra in the hand, it was extremely fine, and the face was full of anger and life. It makes people feel shocked. Li Qingshan secretly thought, the power of this top-grade spirit artifact is really amazing. Grandmaster Yin has been stunned for a long time. The top-grade spirit artifact needs to be refining. It can be used as soon as it is available. With the cultivation base of Little Un Chi refining 3rd level, it is impossible to do this. Moreover, although he erased the mark he left behind, it was not clean, and there was a hint of insensibility. Little Un also needed to completely eliminate it and be able to run this Vajra bead. However, he clearly felt that Vajra's bead entered the hand of Little Un, and his remaining mark immediately dissipated. As if the celebrity had met the Lord, the beauty had to meet the lover, and immediately dumped his family's wealth and sent his arms for his old master. He abandoned it. Little Un puts Vajra's beads away, and it's a thank you. Grandmaster Yin smiled bitterly. With his cultivation base, facing this child, there was an anxiety that could not be taught and could not be controlled. He said, Li Benefactor, if you are interested, come to my Buddhism cultivation. By Grandmaster, the identity of Yin, talking to Li Qingshan in this way, is already a great courtesy. Li Qingshan smiled and said, thank you for the master, but I don't cultivate good fruits in my life. I love to kill people and set fire. If I enter the Buddhist temple, I am afraid that I will disturb the Buddha's door, or I will find him. His vow is to ride the world, wine in the hand, the beauty is in the arms. Buddhism is innocent, he can't learn, and he doesn't want to learn. Don't repair good fruits, love murder and set fire. Grandmaster Yin frowned and glanced at Li Qingshan. This language is very vulgar at first, but it is like a Zen machine. You have a relationship with my Buddha, you can't realize it today, you can have an audition in the coming day, little Un, let's go. Li Qingshan secretly admire, this language is the flower monk Luzi Deep sitting, said, I do not repair good fruit, love to kill people to set fire, suddenly open the golden rope, here to break the jade lock. Hey, Gyeongsang River on the tide letter, today realized, I am me. He inadvertently returned this way, it seems that there is a mystery, as for the fate, and all along. Little Un took Li Qingshan's sleeves and looked at him reluctantly. He wanted to be cultivation with him. He came here desperately, and how to separate. Li Qingshan was soft in his heart and assured, you followed the Grand Master Yin in cultivation, and I will go looking for you. Little An nodded, loose his sleeves. Grandmaster Yin sees this in his eyes, sighs secretly, learns Buddhists, and getting started is both a monk and a slogan. It is not a good thing to be attached to one person. But I am not worried, she is still a child, and it will be better to grow up, although this boy has some innate skills, but does not stand by her strength. It will not take long for the two people's cultivation base, identity, status, will be completely split, divided into two worlds. This is not anyone's will, is a transfer. In the future, he is just one of her old people. Grandmaster Yin said, poor in debauchery. Pressing his hand on Little Un's shoulder and stepping forward, he disappeared. Li Qingshan turned to the crowd, everyone looked at each other, but this is not because he, even the fool can see, the child named Little Un. The future is limitless, they are so close. They follow and have. Hey, Hua Chengzhen was also immersed in meditation. The one asked him to take care of Li Qingshan a little more, but he didn't expect that the child was amazing. The foundation establishment was just a matter of time. He had to play a good relationship. I was afraid that even she didn't see it. He looked at Yu Zijian, who couldn't see the distance, and looked at Chu Tan in the crowd. It was difficult to get a day in the constant period. This time is 3 times. One is better than the other. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Clear River Prefecture, in the Ruai County 9 Prefectures sect, seems to be a great sight. His former days will also be bleak in their light, and they will feel a deep pressure. Han Qiangzi was impatient and rushed to Li Qingshan. Who is that kid? Li Qingshan proudly said, it is my only relative. No matter what others think, her glory is his glory. At this time, the fat old man seemed to have received any orders, and came to the face of pale, unpredictable female teaching, and said, your temperament is not suitable for the work of teaching. From now on, you are taken out of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, go back and pack up. This order, not from Grandmaster Yin, but from Confucian School Patriarch Liu Chengqing. There is no objection to each patriarch, and there is a peerless stay rising from the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Clear River Prefecture. She can't let her 100. The Philosophical Scriptures Academy produces a slap in the face, and this female lesson must be severely punished. The female teacher's face was white. She originally wanted to find a chance to take Little Un out of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. After she didn't expect it, she became herself. She said, I don't. The fat old man screamed, this is for you. The female teacher is trembled. Although she is mean, she is not stupid. She wants to understand, and does not say that she is defying the patriarch. Just this child, if she gives her a few years to grow, I am afraid I will become uncomfortable. The big man, if you remember the old hate and a little revenge, it may be a disaster for yourself. The good way is to quickly disappear from her vision and expect her to never think of herself again. When the next step, hate and go, the heart said, you give me waiting, I will revenge. But even I feel that there is no hope, and more is to dispel the fear in my heart. Of course, no one knows that except for things related to Li Qingshan. Little Un has no concept of these people, and there is no emotion of anger and hatred. Then, under the leadership of the teaching, everyone came to a building, surrounded by trees, quiet, very far, smelling a strange fragrance. Li Qingshan looked up and wrote the 3 characters of Bailu. I couldn't help but think of it in the Green Vine Mountain. He also had a meal in Bailu. The original source is here. That night I heard that Drifting Cloud Street will be reopened when I open the exam. Now I don't know where it is. Li Qingshan's question was answered very well, because after dining in Bailu, the next stop is to go to Drifting Cloud Street. The close relationship between 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and the city market shows that at least Miscellaneous School will not miss the opportunity to earn spiral stones. The city is located in a beachside open space on the southwest side of the island. Although the location is different, the structure is under the Green Vine Mountain, in front of the city. Teach and clap your hands, fellow Taoist. First, free to move here, consider what you want to take, and prepare for the following exams. Don't leave the market. Then a piece of Jankai I distribute it. The rules must be understood by everyone. Everyone can only report 5, and more will be void. After 2 hours, please come back here to collect. Li Qingshan also got his own color and found that various messages including Yin-Yang 5 elements attribute have been recorded, but left 5 vacancies. Ps. Yesterday came back later than expected. It was harder than 9 o'clock. After sleeping for 12 hours, the spirit was almost restored, but it still took some time to rectify the interrupted thoughts. This chapter is almost 4 hours, but the dream can finally continue. I believe this is not only my dream, but also to recommend tickets and ask for a monthly ticket. Seek the evaluation ticket. Let us go. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 288. Chapter 24, 5 Selections. Chapter 24, 5 Selections. In the afternoon, the sun is slanting into the bookstore, and the dust is floating. Under the book plaque, a few long tables were spread out, and the books were filled with them. Sun Fubai bowed his head, and suddenly his eyes were dark. A teenager, standing at the table, was a strong man. The face of the bronze say was not beautiful. However, it reveals a masculine spirit. What does this fellow Taoist want? Li Qingshan glanced at Sun Fubai. Don't come to the innocent, look down at the book, almost laugh, and put all the books on the Confucian School exam secrets and the Taoism exam 8 laws. It is not expensive, each one only sell a spirit stones. I haven't decided which one to enter. What advice can the old man have? Sun Fubai immediately took out a book about each of the books. Li Qingshan took a look at it and paid a sharp stones, but put the book down. I can't see these things. At this time, there is no guest, not as good as you. Give me some advice. I will buy 5 more books as needed. Li Qingshan is very convinced about Sun Fubai's experience and character. After coming to Drifting Cloud Street, no matter what else, go straight here and want to hear his advice. Sun Fubai glimpsed, such a person is rare, and handed the spiral stones to Li Qingshan, smiled. If you are willing to buy, I will tell you for free. Let me see. After the coloring, I was slightly decapitated. 17 years old, not bad. What can you like to enter? Li Qingshan said. I belong to Eagle Wolf Guard. Legalist School is the first choice. I have studied body refining. Military School seems to be good. Mohist School has an old friend and I am considering it. As for Confucian School, Taoism is a rare person. As if this is enough. Sun Fubai smiled and shook his head. Mohist School is good, but it is not suitable for you. If I look at it, you are repairing 10th water true chi. Li Qingshan said, exactly. Still bought 10th water condensate chi technique. Don't say first, you are not suitable for any family. It is good. Mohist School doesn't say anything. As for Buddhism, it seems that you don't want to be a monk. Confucian School also uses Black Yang True Chi. Of course, 10th water True Chi is okay, but you want to pass the Confucian School exam. There is a need for a little through the ink, at least some foundation, otherwise it is not easy to pass my Confucian School exam secret. Li Qingshan shook his head, and he has not seen a few books since the reincarnation. The Tang poetry of the previous life can still carry a few words, but I also know that this is far from the difference, and he is not good. The official mind seems to be okay. Legalist school is your home, but its core culture technique, to echo infernal path, to be mortal yin Cao Dian, generally with Xuan yin and a 5 elements true qi and cultivation base best. Your black yang is far better than Xuan yin. I am afraid it is not easy. Infernal path. Li Qingshan realized legalist school has this statement. Legalist school is in prison, but there is no prison in any place that can beat hell. If it wasn't for Sun Fubai, he didn't know the men's way. Hua Chengzhen didn't remind him. This is different from Hua Chengzhen, Li Qingshan and the second Qi refining warrior of the second third level. He has already modified 10th water condensate Qi technique to the 6th layer, and does not need to change the cultural technique. If you can repair the foundation establishment realm in the world, have you entered the Tao of cultivation? Are you afraid that there is no suitable culture technique cultivation? At this point, Sun Fubai is not as broad-sighted as Hua Chengzhen. Li Qingshan heart. Anyway, Wang Pushi, the old boy, seeing that he is not pleasing to the eye, if you go to legalist school, look at his face all day, it is not boring. I will not report to legalist school. Wang Pushi said, Yin Yang Jie wants Yin Yang 5 elements basic balance, you have no chance. Look, how much? Taoism, military school, legalist school, miscellaneous school, logicist school, agriculturist school, novel school, medical school, music school. Li Qingshan felt that the idea was much clearer, and then just removed the 3. Sun Fubai said, Taoism, military school is everyone. You must choose. Logicist school and agriculturist school are suitable for 10th water true qi, so you can set 4, and then you can make up for one of the remaining families. That's it. Anyway, based on your qualification, you can choose any of the previous homes. Good. Li Qingshan immediately borrowed ink from Sun Fubai, and filled in the color, the soldiers, the name, the farmer, and the remaining one, and the rest are small and small. Whether it is the cultivation technique is still a resource, far from being able to compare with the previous ones, often the most demanding Qi refining warrior. The last choice. Li Qingshan didn't hesitate too much. He had to fill in a music word. In the lonely light yin in the past, a flute accompanied him for a long time, which made him feel some emotions. When I saw the patriarch, the music school patriarch was a Palliser-style beauty, and the singer-like voice of the jaundice made him impressed. If he entered this home, he might even have a feeling of transcending secular ethics. Of course, this is just the man's bad roots. Sun Fubai stared at the word on Li Qingshan's watering evaluation column. After a long time, I couldn't help but open my mouth. That 10th water true qi is very suitable for novel school. Is it? Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse, followed by a stroke of the pen, filling in the words novel school and taking a photo of the sun. Okay. Anyway, it is also a plus. It doesn't matter what you fill. Now that Qi Refining Warrior has chosen 100, then only need to take the 5 exam, and it is the turn to choose Qi Refining Warrior. If all passed, the option will once again return to the hands of Qi Refining Warrior, almost guaranteeing that everyone has a share, never fail, and the mode of recruiting discipline is very different. Li Qingshan took out 5 spiral stones. Old man, give me the 5 exam books. Sun Fubai seems to be very embarrassed, handing back a spiral stones. Military school is a real battle, no need to use books. Li Qingshan is confident in his actual combat ability. Take 4 books. Hey, don't know what the novel school is, it won't be a story. Somehow, I remembered the bad novel that Sun Fubai gave him. If you compile the story, I am afraid that it will be directly out of the examination room. Sun Fubai is even more upset, and all the spiral stones are stuffed to Li Qingshan. Oh, in fact, with your qualification, you don't need to be prepared at all. As long as you go, each patriarch will definitely pass you. The exam is just a form. Whether it passes, but between Patriarch, with Li Qingshan's 17-year-old Qi refining 6th levels cultivation base, plus the water and qualification, in the past, it has already been the talent for the competition. Innate skill is good enough, such as Little N, to make Patriarch go out of the way without any rules. Even the exams are not necessary. Path of cultivation, the strong is respected, there is no reason to speak. Amount, that's okay. Li Qingshan strange, there is no business. At this time, Qi refining warrior, 3 or 5 groups came here. Sun Fubai blinked, I am coming to the guest, you go. After Li Qingshan left, he suddenly shook his head and smiled. What is so uneasy? Anyway, he can't fall into that situation anymore. The last bit of power. Li Qingshan wandered alone in the unrestrained square, and suddenly heard a cry. Hey, Qingshan, here. Hua Chenglu waved to him, followed by Yu Zijian, with several Hua family children. Li Qingshan made a greeting, naturally, and asked what they reported to each other. Hua Chenglu took out the color plaque, only seeing the above-mentioned legalist school, the rest is simply blank. Anyway, she wants to enter the legalist school, there is no reason, no lang time exam. What are you reporting? Li Qingshan also came up with her own, and Hua Qing was a big frown. Li Qingshan thought she was not happy for not reporting to legalist school, but she saw her pointing her hand at novel school. How did you report this? Li Qingshan said, just report. Hua Chenglu said, forget it, you can't go anyway. Hey, you didn't report to legalist school. Li Qingshan explained a little, but Hua Chenglu did not delve into it. After a few words, he left. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, and he really couldn't take himself seriously. For Hua Chenglu, he was just an acquaintance with several faces. If he was familiar with it, he would not be able to compare with a few Hua's disciple. Although he is not used to, even disgusted with people hunter-gatherer. But as long as it is a person, always hope that he is valued. But think about the secrets of yourself, and sure enough, don't be valued by others. Only a long time can fly high. But one day sooner or later, he will spread his name throughout the world. Unaccount boy. The old man took him out of the ravine, so do not give Lousy face, if not in front of so many Patriarch, I will slap him. Wang Pushi slammed the table. Above something Liu An jumps. Hua Chengzhen knows what he is saying, and he smiles and admonishes, old Wang, you are suffocating, don't know him. The child can get the Vajra beads of Grandmaster Yin immediately. Maybe this time is true. Buddha has a fate, we can't force it. Wang Pushi's anger is hard to beat. I still want to be a Scarlet Wolf, and I want to enter my legalist school. Don't even think about it. Why then? He always comes from our Eagle Wolf Guard, and with his talent, if you don't want it, you can't let it go. Plus the relationship with the child. Hua Chengzhen replied with warm words, and Wang Pussy was a little angry. Well, then wait for him to come to legalist school, then I will pack him. In a twinkling of an eye, 2 hours passed. Li Qingshan gave a teaching to the students, and then passed to the hands of each Patriarch, each with a copy. Wang Pussy pinched Li Qingshan's color. His face was blue, and everyone familiar with him knew that he was an expression of anger. Whoever thought, Li Qingshan didn't report to legalist school at all, and his plans were all empty, and it seemed to be laughed at. As if I heard Li Qingshan saying, you are stronger, I am not a bird, you will not enter your legalist school. You will not take me. Hua Chengzhen can't persuade with a bitter smile, don't fill in legalist school, and can barely explain it with yin yang's 5 elements. It's a good thing to die. You have to fill in novel school, you can fill in a family, I can help you too. Say something. Deceive too much. Wang Pussy screamed, ran across the roof, rushing into the sky, and stunned a flock of birds. Peas, there is still one more tonight, and I will resume 2 more from today. However, the update time has to be adjusted slowly, and strive to restore the original rhythm as soon as possible. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 289 Chapter 25 Mountain Seeking Chapter 25 mountain seeking. The birds pass over the Great Lakes, and on the Dragon Snake Lake at dusk, the blue water is dyed with red and yellow. On the island, the exam has begun in the night. Chi Refining Warrior doesn't need to eat and sleep on time like a mortal. It doesn't matter if you don't sleep all night. The lunch at noon is more about the benefits given by 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. You can taste the delicacies of spicy medicine for free. Once again, everyone boarded the big ship and sailed to a small island in the east. Although the island was not as good as the island, it was much bigger than other islands. In the night mist transpiration, a solemn Taoist tower stands tall on the island hill, not quiet and quiet, but shows the arrogance of the arrogant families. It is rumored that the ancient cultivators, most of them are Taoist priests, are the source of all the methods of heart secret art. Nowadays, the cultivation techniques of their respective cultivations are mostly differentiated by Taoism. Today, Taoism is no longer the only cradle of the cultivator, but it also has the language, Beijia Dao first. Its momentum can be seen. The exams for the 100 schools are in turn, so every time you take the exam, all the Chi Refining Warriors will work together to take advantage of the opportunity to understand the location of the islands. Regardless of where they belong in the future, these islands must be patronized. The spirit of the 100 families, pay attention to the hundreds of families, compatible and package. Each scholastic discipline can go to other schools to learn skills. Of course, if you want to learn the most important part, you have to spend some thoughts and spirit stones. But it is not absolutely impossible. It will not be like cultivation sect, shouting or killing the cultivation base. This is also the most appreciated place for Li Qingshan. Dixia dynasty is able to suppress the cultivation sect by the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Chi Refining Warrior disembarked and walked along a path through a forest to the front of the mountain. A teaching method, reported Taoism, follow me up the mountain. No. Wait under the mountain, can't go far. Li Qingshan found that nearly 1,000 Chi Refining Warrior, most of them followed the mountain. Taoism is not only the best in the world, but also has no requirements for yin-yang 5 elements innate skill. Taoism is known as the 3000 Grand Tao, an infinite trail, and anyone can find a path that suits them. Therefore, in each of the 5 places, almost everyone will be filled with the word Tao and will be the first target. Li Qingshan is also the same. His goal is only between Taoism and military school, but Taoism wants more suitable for some. When I went up the mountain, I just came to the half hillside and the surrounding clouds rose. Li Qingshan found out that everyone had disappeared. On the mountain road, there was only one person left, and he knew that he was caught in the formation. The exam is starting. A voice banged. Li Qingshan is uplifting and moving forward. Just stepping out, the body is suddenly several times heavy, and true chi is completely suppressed by the invisible formation. It is impossible to open 100 treasure pouch, let alone magic spell. It is. At this moment, all the mountaineering Chi Refining Warrior has become ordinary people. This Taoism's mountain defense great formation begins to show its amazing power. Li Qingshan is not the same thing. Step by step, the original wide stone steps suddenly become a narrow and narrow path. The 2 sides are cliffs. I can't see it at the end. I can imagine it. If it falls, even if it's not true, if you fall to death, you will lose your qualification to enter Taoism. At this time, the squally winds, the east and the west, and no orientation. Ah! A scream. A Chi Refining Warrior fell from the mountain road, spinning down to the cliff. Even if you know that there will be nothing, you cannot help but crack. You will fall to the bottom of the cliff. The surrounding scene suddenly twisted and changed. Look again, however, he returned to the foot of the mountain, and a group of Chi Refining Warrior waiting at the foot of the mountain looked at him with contempt. He cried, I am not convinced. I was blown down by the wind. With my cultivation base of Chi Refining 3rd level, how could I have been able to host Taoism's mountain defense great formation? The more chaotic the mind, the bigger the wind. the narrower the road. In the case of knowing that it is illusory, you can't control your own fears. You also fix a fart and hurry. A voice came and came. It is the voice of Daoist Sloppy. Hua Chenglu swears, it is obviously useless. My brother said that if you can calm down and keep your mind, even if you are an ordinary person, you can take this road to the end. Hey, I don't know if Zijin has anything. The Qi refining warrior finally showed a faint color. He was born into a small family with his cultivation base. He was already a genius in the family. He was treated as a baby. He had never experienced any sinisterness before he was shocked. Only fell and fell. But this principle, in Li Qingshan, seems to be less fulfilling. His eyes are calm and his footsteps are steady. After so many life and death battles, this road does not allow him to give birth to any fear. But the road is still getting thinner and the wind is getting more and more the bigger, the more and more chaotic. He still does not move, his body sways with every change of the wind, his footsteps are not fast or slow, and he admires the rare sights on both sides. Leisurely as like a mountaineering tourist. Later, he seemed to be walking on a narrow wall with a height of tens of thousands of feet, but there was still Yu, left and right, and the heart. The test of Taoism was really difficult. Daoist Sloppy put this scene in the eye, coldly snort, kid, see how long you can hold. As soon as I heard the thoughts, Li Qingshan had heavy rain falling on the top of the head. The road became more and more slippery and difficult. The thunder and thunder slammed, and the near-like seemed to be on the top of the head. The ordinary people stood on the ground and felt scared. Daoist Sloppy smiled and turned his eyes away and landed on another person. Yu Zijin's nose is sweating, remembering Hua Chenglu's reminder, eyes staring at the road ahead, not looking to both sides. Suddenly a gust of wind hit her, her body shape followed. Because of the sake of holding the sword, the figure is not balanced, and it will fall off the cliff. Daoist Sloppy hooked her finger and a soft breeze came from the other side. Master, this is not so good. A young eyebrow with a fine eyebrows, always watching, seeing Daoist Sloppy so thick and thin, could not help but export. He is dressed in Tsing Yi, wearing a crown, waist wound silk, hanging a waistcard, engraved with a 1, is the symbol of the chief discipline. Its cultivation base is also Qi refining 10th level. Daoist Sloppy is red, facing beloved disciple, and doesn't seem to be as arrogant as the patriarch, but has some explanation. Chenzi, little girl, it's normal to be afraid of height. No one is born. Fear. The heart of this thing can be slowly tempered. For men, you must lick a little, treasure sword edge from grinding out. Master, this sword is still there. Chenzi pointed his hand. Daoist Sloppy took a look at it. No matter whether it is wind or rain, it can't make Li Qingshan's eyes shake. The footsteps are faster, and they are galloping in the wind and rain. He may not be smart enough, perhaps not as strong as an 8th skill, but with ambition and courage that is hard to reach. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 290 Chapter 26 The 1000 Days of Drunk. Daoist Sloppy is also amazed, so hard-hearted. He is also very appreciative, and it is rare that innate skill is also good. If in the past, he would have to persuade him to stay in Taoism. Li Qingshan, if you let little and go to another house, it's Buddhism. It's so ridiculous that it's really unbearable. Suddenly the eyes turned, the big sleeves rose, the wind, sweeping away. The moonlight fell on Li Qingshan. He was surprised to find that the road in front of the original restored the width. A true Qi is no longer suppressed. The stars shine in the sky, and the Taoist temple is not far from the front. He didn't dare to care about it. He slowed down and came to the Taoist temple. He saw a young, eye-catching young man waiting to be there. He said, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist. You are the first one." Li Qingshan turned back and went on the mountain road. Now there are only 200 or 300 refining warriors left in the tough, some staggering, and as soon as they lose balance, they are immediately sent to the foot of the mountain. Someone broke out. It was Li Qingshan, a Qi refining warrior called Hua Chenglu strangely said, How could it break in the middle? Gian Ronzi is sitting in the grass pavilion not far away, looking indifferently, smiling at the corner of his mouth. That guy is afraid of this time. Like Hua Chenglu, she only reported that the legalist school had been in the hospital before the trial. She used Wu Zhen and Fang Anshang to carefully understand the temperament of each patriarch. Taoism patriarch is the strongest, foundation establishment late stage, not far from golden core, and the most temperamental. It is not used to Buddhism, but even if it is dissatisfied with Li Qingshan's choice, or self-identity, or regarding little An, or cherishing talents, most of them will not come out. But old Taoist is different. He has a temper and dares to swear at each patriarch. Li Qingshan can break out in the middle, so it must be weird. In Li Qingshan, I don't know how to call it. Li Qingshan turned his head. Although the archway is peaceful, the cultivation base of Qi refining 10th level is obviously not slow. Chenzi, fellow Taoist, please come with me. Chenzi took Li Qingshan to the main hall and went to the front of the temple. Chenzi gave Li Qingshan a self-seeking blessing. Let him go in. In the hall of Novo, it is empty, only the map on the ground, emitting a slight flash. A Taoist sloppy sitting in front of the statue of the horns has been white, but the spirit is stunned. The eyes are stunned. Men said, Li Qingshan, can you still know me? The words are exported, such as thunder, bursting, reverberating. That is nature. In each patriarch, the most powerful and terrifying feeling for Li Qingshan is this Taoist sloppy. Taoist sloppy said, then you dare to come. Li Qingshan asked, why don't you dare? My Taoism is no better than Buddhism. You can tell me clearly. Li Qingshan, suddenly, I understand why the mountain road is so difficult. It is clear that this Taoist sloppy has moved his hands and feet, and his heart is also angry. How? Can't you answer it? Li Qingshan said, I didn't expect the patriarch to be so small. If you don't want me to enter Taoism, I will go down the mountain without saying much. When you turn around, you have to leave. Stay in Taoism. Always wear small shoes. Who can get it? Anyway, military school is also good, and there are no more agriculturist school and logicist school. Chenzi's sleeves stand outside the temple, looking at the sky, smiling and shaking his head. Give me a stop. Set Taoist sloppy road. Li Qingshan immediately felt that the body was stiff and could not move. His right foot was still suspended in the air, and he had no time to put it away. This is a spell. Taoist sloppy said, are you blaming me for being unfair? Li Qingshan did not answer. Binocular contempt gathered all the body. True Qi surged, blood muscles arrogant, his right foot hanging in the air, actually a little bit down. Loud rumble, stepping on the ground, turning back road, yes, eyes burning, like a wolf. Taoist sloppy was taken aback. Although he was not good at cursing, the mantra was just a mouthful, but with the cultivation base of Li Qingshan Qi refining 6th level, he was able to forcibly break through, and it was really incredible. More than strength, and absolute willpower. Okay, then I will give you a chance, let's gamble. Li Qingshan said. What are you gambling? Nature is what you are good at, drinking. Taoist sloppy suddenly had a jar of wine in his hand, patted the mud, and a direct light came out, and the wine overflowed the entire hall. What is the bet? If you drink this also without drunk, I will take you into Taoism, and in the past everything will never matter. If you are drunk, you will roll down the mountain yourself. If I don't gamble, I don't gamble. I will pass you this exam. But don't think about entering Taoism. I have a way to clean up your kid. Li Qingshan said, well, I will gamble with you. With his demon body fierce, and then to eliminate alcohol with true Qi, I don't believe it will be drunk, and the effect of this spirit of spiral wine is probably worth 1,000 Qi condensing pills. Taoist sloppy throws the jar of wine. Li Qingshan takes it, and takes a sip. It feels like a fire, but it is very happy. However, swing back and booze. There will be no drop of a jar of wine, and the jar will be on the ground. Throw. How? Taoist sloppy is laughing, suddenly split into two, divided into four 4 divided into 8. Li Qingshan feels like a whirlwind, secretly thought is not good, who believes that the stamina of this wine is so great. The entire hall is twisting and changing. Down Taoist Sloppy dragged along sound and read it. Loud rumble, Li Qingshan drunk on the ground, screaming. Taoist Sloppy stepped forward and kicked Li Qingshan with a kick. He smiled and said, "Let you be a ghost. Drink 1,000 days of drunkenness." Taoist Sloppy has a good drink all his life, but with his cultivation base, he wants to get drunk. But it is not easy. In the concept of drinking is not drunk and not drinking. He rummaged through the books and brewed himself for thousands of days. He can get drunk when he drinks, let alone a little chi refining warrior. Taoist Sloppy waved again. A golden armor deity appeared, picked Li Qingshan and took it to the back hall. When I was proud, I suddenly remembered something and said, "Bad." Busy looking at the mountain road, I saw that he was always cared for. Chu Tan, who has the 5 elements body, has fallen from the mountain road. He can't help but regret that Yu Zijian is still walking on it, only to let go of his heart. Pure Yang body for him, it's more important than the 5 elements body. Yu Zijian no longer holds the hilt tightly. Instead, she slanted her sword behind her, and taught her lightness art as a child. Once again, she appeared in her mind. Don't be afraid, steady. Looking up again, a majestic back. If the great hero Bull is here, I will not be afraid that she has never seen him show this emotion, even when she turns to demons rampant subterranean world. Are really useless. If you are useless, why should I save you? I want to help you. When you wait for divine art big accomplishment, her gaze is gradually firm, and he has lost his life to save. It is not a useless person. If he fails here, he will talk about what can help him and talk about revenge for him. Her footsteps gradually accelerated, ignoring the abyss on both sides, her eyes only staring at the front, chasing a phantom. Taoist Sloppy was full of praise, and said to Chenzi, "Look, I am right, just give her a chance." Chenzi can only say, "Master Ying Ming." At the end of the mountain, there are only less than 200 people left. The more the mountain road goes, the more serious the test is, especially for those who lack innate skill. Don't complain about injustice. Since there is no peerless talent, you have to have peerless's will, otherwise why should you compete with these genius? When everyone got on the top of the mountain, they saw Taoist Sloppy, and after seeing Patriarch Taoist Sloppy is no nonsense. Your exam passed, I have left a record, I can go down the mountain and go to another home exam. Suddenly and Yu Zijian said to Yu Zijian, "Your name is Zizijian." Yu Zijian is busy, yes. Taoist Sloppy said, "You can stay." Yu Zijian said, "But I have other exams." Taoist Sloppy waved his hand and said, "You don't have to take part. As long as you don't take another exam, Yu Zijian can only enter Taoism." Chenzi whispered, "Master, this is not the rule." Taoist Sloppy said, "The rules of the fart can be directly intercepted by the thief. Even the exam is not necessary. I cannot keep people." Chenzi's heart, "The cut is also with you." See Yu Zijian hesitating, Taoist Sloppy said, "With your pure Yang body, there is no better place than my Taoism. Only here, you can fully play your innate skill. As for medicine pill spirit medicine, although it is called poor, it is also richer than poor. If you like sword, this 9-yang sword is a meeting." A bright sword was thrown out and inserted in front of Yu Zijian. It was also a top-grade spirit artifact. The original is a discipline with innate skill. In an introduction, it is impossible to directly give such a spirit artifact. This is mostly to side with Buddhism. Yu Zijian closed his eyes, took a deep breath. No hesitation, in the eyes of everyone envious, grab the 9-yang sword hilt. Taoist Sloppy showed a happy smile. "This time, I opened the hospital and tried the most dazzling 3 genius. One of them has fallen into his hands. As long as he is well behaved, he will not be worse than the sinister discrimination." As a result, many chi refining warriors expressed their willingness to stay. Except for a few chi refining warriors who only reported Taoism, others were rushed down the mountain by Taoist Sloppy. If they are really intercepted here, I am afraid that they will be irritated. The ship sailed again. No one noticed Li Qingshan, even if he noticed it, only when he was left directly in Taoism. This night, Li Qingshan made an absurd dream, dreaming that she had returned to previous life, became a student, overslept, missed an important exam. Wake up! Chenzi put a medicine pill into the mouth of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan spits out a sip of alcohol, wakes up faintly. The sky is faint, the morning bird is clear. Cry. Not a dream. Baidu search Bubble Book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 291. Chapter 27. Illusory Cloud Island. Chapter 27. Illusory Cloud Island. Li Qingshan is coming up. Now, when is it? Chenzi seems to have expected that he would ask. The exams for each family are over. Li Qingshan lay down on the ground again, letting the nose of the cow play. The wine is too weird. In this way, the 100 families are no longer without his place. Chenzi said, fellow Taoist doesn't have to worry too much, you have one more to go. Where? Chenzi pointed to the foot. Here. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. I can gamble that I have lost. Your master can't understand me. Chenzi smiled and said, you have passed the Taoism test. Although my master is tempered, but also has a love heart, you know that the altar you drink is 1,000 years of drunk value? Usually he is not enough to drink himself. If you just want to harm you, how can you come up with it? Just ask him and ask him to get his face back. He will definitely accept you. Li Qingshan said, seeking how to ask. Is it only if he has a face? I have no face. Chenzi said, what do you think? Li Qingshan sighed heavily and stood up. Face is earned by strength, not by mouth. A chi-refining warrior can be compared with a foundation establishment cultivator. Chenzi said, come with me, master. Preaching the new discipline in front. Li Qingshan had no choice but to follow up. Chenzi education rode along the way. No matter how the master humiliates you, you endure it. On the mountain road, you have to overcome fear. Now you have to overcome the glory and humiliation. Only when you endure, you can become gold. Li Qingshan just went to the front hall. Taoist Sloppy sat high on it, and the new disciple column sat in the temple, where Yu Zijian sat nearby. When I saw Li Qingshan, everyone looked at them. The voice of Taoist Sloppy did not stop, but it was not heard. Li Qingshan leaned forward and said, this bet is that I lost. Taoist Sloppy said, if you know that you lost, you still don't roll down the mountain. Li Qingshan violently raised the head, but he saw Chenzi standing behind Taoist Sloppy, and said a forbearance and clenched his fist. Taoist Sloppy sneered, why? What are you dissatisfied with? So in front of everyone, Li Qingshan sneered and screamed. Everyone is exposed to the sorrowful color, letting you out of the limelight, and someone comes to pick you up. Yu Zijian couldn't bear it, and said, master. Chenzi visually said, Zijian. He knows the master's temper. The more people persuade, the more they can't. Taoist Sloppy is more and more proud. Looking at you is just a waste. I am lucky to be on the mountain. Now I am kneeling down. I have 3 heads. I am. Stop. Li Qingshan screamed and interrupted Taoist Sloppy's words. There was silence in the temple. He dared to speak to a patriarch and was the most powerful Taoist patriarch. Taoist Sloppy's face changed, and the kid had to beat and let him know who Taoism had the final say. Li Qingshan said, if you lose, I lose. Li Qingshan, and I will accept the gambling. If you have a cow nose, why should you chatter and talk like a fart? It's not smelly. What about Taoism? I don't want to. Say, lift your legs and go. Chenzi sighs, fellow Taoist, Hugh, nonverbal. Master. Taoist Sloppy's face is blue, let him roll. Li Qingshan was not obstructed. He walked down the mountain in one breath, and his anger was slightly flat. He jumped into the air, drifted into the fog, and flew toward Dragon Snake Lake. He was a bit stunned at the moment, and he did not know where to go. If he is alone, it is easy to do, or you can find a sect to vote, or even go to another house, into the other 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, The world is big, I am afraid that there is no place for him. But now that little N has entered Buddhism, he can't stay away. If you don't want to ask for the Grand Master Yin, then when monk forgets, this Buddha's edge is too fast. But when I think about it, I don't want to ask for help, but I am willing to ask for it. People may not be willing to accept it. If he accepts him, he will really suffer from Taoist sloppy. At this time, he suddenly felt a move. Maybe there is a test, not finished yet. Last night on the big ship, the teaching basically explained the order of the examinations. Taoism was the first stop, and then the islands were patrolled in a clockwise order, and did not specifically put everyone in front. Li Qingshan couldn't help but ask, is it missing a family? Which novel school? You reported to novel school? The teacher looked at him with incredible gaze, and the other chi refining warrior looked at the same. Yes. The teacher pointed his hand on the mind map. Well, here, the last stop. You will be there when you go. Shouldn't it be in the fourth stop in order? And why is it my own? These questions, Li Qingshan did not think deeply. He did not put this novel school in mind. After a few moments, Li Qingshan set foot on this secluded little deserted island. Here is the illusory Cloud Island where novel school is located. Although it was a whole night, the exam at the last novel school may not be over. However, he guessed wrong. Li Qingshan walked along a cobblestone path through a bamboo forest and saw a quaint courtyard. The leaves in the courtyard were filled with land. It was like no one had cleaned it for a long time. It seemed that no one was living at all. It seems that there was a woman moan coming. He frowned, knocked at the door and screamed, "Someone!" Deep in the courtyard, a lazy voice came out. "Who is this?" Li Qingshan said, "I am coming to the exam." The voice fell, the call, the wind blew the fallen leaves. A middle-aged man rushed out of the courtyard, came to Li Qingshan, could not talk about the handsome face, with two beards, all over his clothes, with a touch of aroma, face. There are several lip prints on the neck, and there are clear bite marks on the neck, combined with the sound of them moan. "I know what he is doing." "Is it you?" Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that he had had a relationship with this person in the Cloud and Rain building the day before. "It's you." Middle-aged man also remembered Li Qingshan. All kinds of messages emerged in the heart. Water attribute A, 17-year-old chi refining 6th level. Genius, genius. Excited thinking, senior brother did not lie to me, senior brother did not lie to me. You are the teaching of novel school? Li Qingshan is definitely not a discipline. As for the possibility of patriarch, he never thought about it. He has seen every patriarch, and he has a temperament, even if it is that Taoist sloppy, who made his hateful teeth itch, also owns the head of the family. The middle-aged man was busy with the whole shirt, wiped the lip print, coughed twice, and held his hand. "I am novel school patriarch, Liu Kunfeng." Li Qingshan stayed for a while and turned around and wanted to leave. No wonder no one reported to novel school. I wonder, the most important thing now is to find a place to live, and to bear the temperament. I don't know how to test the exam. Write an essay. Liu Kunfeng scratched his head and seemed to be more awkward than Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan feels more and more unreliable. Is it difficult that the exam is over? Liu Kunfeng suddenly stunned and grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. You passed. You passed. What? Li Qingshan is indeed guessing wrong. The exam at novel school is not without end. But the route is not originally started. Liu Kunfeng, the next thing is to let Li Qingshan be struck by lightning. From today, you are the chief discipline of my novel school. Speaking, from 100 treasure pouch, take a new word waist card and personally Li Qingshan hung on the waist. I don't ask Li Qingshan to choose anyone, I just want to make a name for me. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and asked softly, novel school? No. There is only one discipline for me. It must not be like this, it must not be like this. Okay. It is as expected. Li Qingshan unrecognized the waist card, forced to throw. The waist card disappeared in the bamboo forest. He turned and left. Liu Kunfeng screamed behind him, "Give me a stop." Li Qingshan suddenly stood alert, but saw Liu Kunfeng not doing anything. but took a thing from the 100 treasure pouch and fell in front of Li Qingshan. As long as you enter my novel school, this special cloud pen is yours. Li Qingshan didn't expect that when he was also used by Spirit Artifact. His heart twitched and bowed his head. Middle grade Spirit Artifact, and his heart was like a stagnant water. 100 pieces of this stuff add up, and I am afraid that I can't change a top grade Spirit Artifact. This is not so much a buy-in, it is a shame. Li Qingshan didn't say much, just silently took 10 middle grade Spirit Artifact from 100 treasure pouch, then took it back, arched his hand and left. Liu Kunfing sighed, fellow Taoist. Just beg you. Li Qingshan stood still, sighing and sighing. Being asked is better than asking for help. The most important thing is to have a place to stay. It is so deserted. Perhaps it is suitable for him to cultivate. Turned and reached out. What waste? Li Qingshan heard the chief discipline, walked among the 100 homes, and had many privileges. He was able to freely enter and leave places where ordinary disciples could not get in and out, so that Li Qingshan would come to study at home. Liu Kunfing was overjoyed. I didn't expect Li Qingshan to promise. Suddenly waved his hand. A puppy appeared out of thin air. Wang Wang cried, rushing to the depths of the bamboo forest. After a while, holding a waste card back, Li Qingshan took it. The puppy disappeared, as if it had never been seen before, and could not help but be surprised. Is this? Liu Kunfing proudly said. The secret skills of my novel school can be imagined by non-ordinary generations. Li Qingshan was keenly aware that Liu Kunfing's face was a kiss mark, and I didn't know when it disappeared. Even the aroma of the powder was missing. Perhaps, novel school really has some extraordinary abilities. Liu Kunfing invited Li Qingshan into the room. This is a bamboo wood suspended bamboo house. The ink smells in the dark room. The low table covered with paper is messy and has a lot of text on it. Liu Kunfing pulled out the paper and exposed the table. Please Li Qingshan sit down and pour the tea attentively. Li Qingshan then picked up a piece of paper and asked, is this all written by you? Liu Kunfing proudly said, yes. You can call me the Master of the Wind. That is my pen name. Good, familiar, really familiar, must have heard of it. Li Qingshan suddenly flashed in the mind. Sun Fubai quietly stuffed the book to him. The name of the author above is not the word of the Wind Moon Master. He suddenly became very open. Why Sun Fubai had such performance, and why no one reported to novel school. Huoran got up and kicked the low table in front of him. Go to your mother to write a novel. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 292. Chapter 28, Fiction Disciples. Liu Kunfing also took the film. Kid, I think you are a personal talent, only let you 3 points. You don't lick your nose. You can insult me, but you can't insult the novel. I am insulting you. The novel you wrote is rubbish, rubbish. Li Qingshan clenched his fist and shouted, You. Liu Kunfing said. Li Qingshan, angry. The sky is full of wind and clouds, and the clouds cover it. The sun is no longer in the house, and some of the bamboo buildings are dim. Li Qingshan felt that a strange true chi, rising in Liu Kunfing, and the pressure from 10th level chi refining warrior, has only begun to appear. Come. Let me see what the novel school has. Li Qingshan, you will be locked by the shackles, the beast's spite, and now regret it is still too late to admit. Liu Kunfing body true chi violently released, the ink fragrance is more and more heavy. Li Qingshan said, you, small, say, yes, garbage, garbage. Rebel disciple. Liu Kunfing left the anger, holding a brush and slamming it with a bang. The long chain flew up and wrapped around Li Qingshan. Kaka, a pair of rafts clasped Li Qingshan's neck. The beasts are ringing. Liu Kunfing said, fierce tiger, bear cub, lion, wolf, snake. All kinds of fierce beasts, bravely come out, send out horror, and rush to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wrinkled her eyebrows, but she was not afraid, but disappointed. Shocked, arms spread out, broke the iron lock, grabbed the raft, and shredded. At this time, the ferocious beast rushed to his eyes, and his mind was moved, and a clear voice, Clear Greek sword flew up, smashed, turned into a blue light, and then turned into a vertical and horizontal. The beast died. The shackles are just ordinary shackles, and the beasts are just ordinary beasts, used to deal with ordinary people, to deal with Chi refining warrior, or his warrior. It's just an idiotic dream. He is standing here, letting these beasts bite. Can they break his body, true Chi, and bite his skin? Spelling like a sword. One finger Liu Quanfeng, not enough. Clear Greek sword blinked into the eyes of Liu Quanfeng. Liu Quanfeng is busy. Bigfoot monk, come out. Li Qingshan was in the heart because he was in the book that Sun Fubai gave him. I have read this name and it is a very powerful character. If you describe it in the middle, he will never win. Can you summon the Chinese characters? Novel school knows. Finally have to come up with real strength. A fat big monk with a bare chest, appearing out of thin air. The most conspicuous is the following big feat. One foot kicked Clear Greek sword. Then I stepped on Li Qingshan's chest. The mammoth, destroying the cracked stone, far from being comparable to the beasts. Li Qingshan is trying to avoid Kaifeng. Suddenly, her feet are sluggish. I don't know when the floor has turned into a mud. This little mud, naturally can't hold him, retorted his fighting intent. Well, I will try your best. And I will throw my heart out and hit it on the soul of the Bigfoot monk. The result was unexpected. I only heard a loud bang, and the bigger leg monk flew back faster than it came, and disappeared in the air. Liu Quanfeng felt that the back of the neck was cool, and Clear Greek sword spurred and rushed the true Chi body. But this is only Li Qingshan's voice hitting the west. He smashed into the murderous aura, stepping forward to the front of Liu Quanfeng, palm of his hand. And hard to break his body, true Chi! Exclamation mark. Liu Quanfeng shouted, good man spares. I saw that the knife stopped in front of him. Li Qingshan put away the hand, recalled Clear Greek's sword, put the low table that was kicked down again, sat down, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea for himself, and poured a cup of Liu Quanfeng. The sky is over, the sun is shining. And the sun is shining in the mist. Liu Quanfeng took a trip and came to the low table and sat down cross-legged. Li Qingshan reached out with one hand. Although the world didn't have a handshake, Liu Quanfeng took a moment to wake up and hold his hand. Li Qingshan shakes his hand. I will get along well in the future. This island is for us two people. It is estimated that there will be no one coming. If you are not using the strength of Novel School, you can use the status of a 10th level Chi refining warrior to display some normal magic spell. Li Qingshan, if you don't use the swords of the grass, it will be difficult to win. The gap between the layers of Chi refining, even with the powerful body refining, the opponent has no fighting will. It is difficult to make up. He wants to see the power of Novel School, and Liu Quanfeng wants to show the power of Novel School. The result is very pessimistic. No. It directly erases Li Qingshan's last hope. At this time, he can see it. Now, there is no longer any angry emotions. Anyway, he is not lacking the cultivation law, and 10th water condensate Chi technique is enough to support the foundation establishment realm. At that time, I was not afraid to find a better cultural technique. The most important thing about 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is to learn the techniques of concocting pill, refining, and formation. This is where you can learn, and the identity of the chief discipline can provide a lot of convenience. One of them is that you can be free access to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy without the permission of anyone. In other families, in order to compete for such an identity, I don't know how much competition to experience, so it's as easy as it is at Novel School. Not being valued, not paying attention. It is not necessarily a bad thing, just meditation. Liu Quanfeng was sitting in front of Li Qingshan. She was very cautious. This time, the Novel School really took a very indispensable discipline. Looking at Li Qingshan, she didn't dare to bother. After a while, listen to Li Qingshan and ask for a breath. When are we starting to practice the means of my Novel School? You have only seen it, it can be described as endless. Li Qingshan listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Novel School's ability is very special. It can be faked, made out of nothing, and turned fantasy into reality. It is said that the origin of Novel School is that a cultivator in ancient times traveled to a place. He heard that there is a ghost in the local area that is specially tempted by children. The children who are captured by him will shrink and die, and the people in the city will be guilty. Be scared at the mere mention of. But the cultivator has never heard of such a monster existence. After careful review, it was discovered that it was not a ghost, but a strange disease, because all the well water in the city was contaminated by a special spirit stones or vein of subterranean world. The child's system is poor and can't resist, but the adult is not. He used his power to purify the water, healed the child, and everything was solved. Then just when it is ready to leave, I saw the ghost with my own eyes, and it was exactly the same as the legend. The ghost that does not exist, actually appeared in this world. Because people believe in its existence, strong beliefs converge into a force. But this is not enough. It still needs some kind of opportunity. He found Suberian world's polluted waters of the stones or vein, forming a wonderful loop. Similar to some kind of rune formation, it provides the existence of this opportunity. He began to think, can his mana provide such an opportunity? A brand new cultivation road was opened, initially recording the folk street talks and quirky legends. Turn it into a story rumor, passed on by people. After a generation of inheritance and innovation, especially the Mohist school produced the mechanism of printing, which finally formed today's Novel School. Lies say that 1,000 times is true, making legends with pen and ink, making yourself an opportunity, and illusion is resurrected in their hands, including myriad forms. Everything is there. If it is interesting, probably no one can compare to Novel School. However, Li Qingshan has already seen the actual combat effect of the genius. Unfortunately, it is just fun. It is interesting to win the enemy. Write a novel that people believe in, and laugh and cry for the characters in the middle. The difficulty is probably much greater than the governance of a city. Anyway, the cultivator is not short of money. As long as you ask a few masters who are in charge of the ruling, and then smash millions of tals of silver, you can prosper the prosperity of local governance. Li Qingshan, although she has seen a lot of good novels in previous life, he doesn't mind doing a copy of the text. But after more than a decade, I forgot to go to the Java country. In comparison, I still honestly repaired myself. 10th water condensate chi technique. In the face of Liu Kunfing's long-awaited eyes, Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. Thank you. No, where is my room? Liu Kunfing was disappointed and smiled. There is a big here. Just stay. Li Qingshan leaned out and walked out. He turned around inside and outside the courtyard and found that although it was smaller than the size of the Taoism Taoist Palace, it was not too small. The overhead bamboo and wood buildings form a winding path of the cloister. When you step on the ground, there will be a hollow and resounding echo. The spring breeze will sway and the bamboo forest will sway, bringing coolness. With the footsteps, the water ripples gradually swayed under the bamboo building, and the water waves gradually deepened. They came to the backyard, separated the bamboo doors, a small green lake, and reflected the blue sky and bamboo. The scenery was beautiful. A bamboo rocking chair, quietly lying under the porch. Li Qingshan lay down to the surface, screaming, gently shaking, "It seems that you can pass the life. Wash away the dust." He lay down for a while, then stood up and smiled. Finally got a place to live. Here, you don't have to worry about being murdered, you don't have to think about killing, you can slowly cultivation. Now, let's go see Little An. When I came to the front hall, Liu Kunfing had no idea where to go. A set of green shirts was neatly stacked and placed in front of the door, with a cloud-filled pen resting on it. Li Qingshan changed clothes, picked up the pen, took the waist card, drove the clouds, and flew to Buddhism's Flawless Island. Fully known as the Three Flawless Island, it is the Buddhism term, ring, set, and wisdom. There are clouds in the Buddhist scriptures. The heart is the ring, because the life is fixed, because of the life and wisdom. It is called the three without missing. Also known as the Three Islands, or the Dinghu Island. When I came to the island, I saw that the pagoda was standing, the treasure was solemn, and there was a vague sing of the Buddha. The scale was no longer under the island of Taoism, and little Anne was among them. Drifting Cloud Street, in the sea shop, Liu Kunfing came to the door. As soon as he entered the door, Sun Fubai said in his heart, "Junior brother, what are you doing? Is it novel school is abolished? The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is not fixed. Every house has some differences. Apart from the 9 homes, the music school, medical school and other small homes are not available in many places. The same is true of the survival of the fittest. The novel school has no discipline for many years. The Patriarch has already joined the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Ruai County to erase the stains of the Clear River Prefecture. If novel school is not one of the 9 streams of Saint Ancestor Emperor, it has already been answered. Even so, the ultimatum, if Liu Kunfing Patriarch cannot become a foundation establishment cultivator, or receive a discipline, it will abolish the novel school in Clear River Prefecture, and withdraw the illusory Cloud Island for use by other families. Sun Fubai was born in novel school. I couldn't bear to see this happening. I couldn't help but see a bit of innate skills. Chi refining warrior. I have to give it a try. It is nothing but a hope. But there is no hope. Liu Kunfing shook his head sharply. Thank you for the senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. I have a successor at novel school. Don't worry about being abolished. Who is it? Sun Fubai's eyes wide open. Who is so unlucky? Li Qingshan. Although he is not very good-tempered, he still refuses to learn the secrets of novel school. But he is still the real chief disciple of novel school. Sun Fubai took a long while and his eyes were a little red, and his efforts finally paid off. Junior brother, senior brother, boss, what is the cultural technique? After a moment, a Chi refining warrior walked in, just to see Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai looking at the tears, and they were speechless, shocked and hurried back. After Li Qingshan left, Taoist Sloppy talked about Taoist magic for a while, letting everyone disperse and asked Chenzi, where did the bastard go? Chenzi said, Master, it seems. What are you hesitant to say? If you have something to say, do you want to go to the thief, or go to Liu Chengqing and want to make up the exam? Chenzi said, no, he went to illusory Cloud Island. Taoist Sloppy said, what? Why didn't you tell me early? Chenzi said, I want to tell you just now. Just say Li Qingshan, you will let me shut up. Taoist Sloppy took a thigh. He might as well go to the thief as a monk. You go let him roll me back. I collect him into Taoism. Chenzi said, it is too late. Liu Patriarch submitted the roster for the first time. Li Qingshan is already a novel school disciple and is the chief. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has the rules of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, no matter what the competition is when you open the exam, but which one is the difference, which is unchangeable, otherwise 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has been chaotic into a group. Taoist Sloppy regrets Li Qingshan's perseverance. This is very suitable for his appetite. Dare to rush to the foundation establishment cultivator, the head of the family yells. Others may be considered rude. However, he was anxious, but he also had some appreciation. He thought that when he was young, he was also famous for his arrogance and arrogance. Because of this stench, he did not know how much he suffered. Master, you have to say a few words, and what you said later is too insulting personality. No wonder he is mad. You mean the master is wrong? Disciple doesn't dare. Taoist Sloppy is angrily said, someone doesn't do it. Write a novel, I see what kind of virtue he can mix into. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 293 Chapter 28 Flawless Temple. Is that kid in novel school? Wang Pussy was surprised and wondered if he had got it wrong. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said the truth of the matter. Gu Yanying wanted him to take care of 1 or 2, but he took care of novel school. But I don't know how to explain it next time. Wang Pussy put out a long breath. Zitong has overplayed this time. but this is his life. You told the kid that he would dare to learn Liu Kun thing to write those bad things, and I will cut him out of Eagle Wolf Guard. Hua Chengzhen said, Patriarch Liu has invited all Patriarch to go to the island to discuss this matter. You are still going, you are still going. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Chengzhen turned to the door, and nearly 100 new legalist school disciples in the hall were sitting in danger. Hua Chengzhen put a few hands on the palm. You don't have to be nervous. It's not Confucian school. There aren't so many etiquette rules. After that, everyone is a senior brother. I am your eldest senior brother, Hua Chengzhen. The temperament is easygoing and graceful, and it is a sight to behold. Everyone quickly returned to the ceremony. They felt a lot easier. Hua Chenglu is even brighter. This is her brother. Hua Chengzhen also said, Legalist school does not have so many red tapes, but there are rules. This rule is the law. Your speech at Confucian school is not ceremonial and will be blamed, but here, only punishment. I may tell you that the trial of Legalist school has been tried several times. I have a stick, a penalty, a whipping, a gauntlet, a dungeon, a black prison, a fire, and it feels good. Among them, I solemnly you recommend whipping. If it is a female discipline, I will consider implementing it myself. Hua Chengzhen squeezed his eyes and attracted a lot of laughter. The depressing atmosphere was swept away. The man smiled and laughed. Although the woman was ashamed, she also gave birth to a hint of anger. Who made the fame of the famous impressive, so elegant and elegant, chief disciples, among the various families? It plays a very important position, and in many cases is a substitute for patriarch. Li Qingshan lowered the cloud head. Coming to Talon, 2 grey robes screamed out. Who are you? What are you doing? Li Qingshan self-reported. The TD comes to mind. However, when he claimed to be novel school chief disciple, the 2 monks first looked at each other and looked at him, like watching a rare animal, showing a weird smile. Until I heard the name Littleton, they suddenly became more inspiring. Although they did not leave Flawless Island, they also heard about what happened in the disputed island. The Littleton junior sister, in the heart of the master, is not ordinary. I am afraid even the eldest senior brother can't compare. Please come with me. The older monks on the left, hands clasped together. The monks took Li Qingshan through Talon, came outside an independent Buddhist temple, then let Li Qingshan wait outside and enter the temple to whisper in front of the meditation hall. Eldest senior brother, there is a road called Li Qingshan, who calls himself the whiner of novel school and comes to see little and junior sister. Even if the reputation of novel school is no worse, the identity of the chief disciplinary can't be stopped. In addition to the Grand Master Yinyan, it is the chief disciple of Buddhism. The gates in the meditation hall are separated. Go out of a fat monk, with a smile like a Maitreya Buddha. I heard the words of Littleton, but there was a cold flash in the middle of the shackles. I ignored the monks. I walked out of the temple and saw Li Qingshan waiting outside the door. I asked, You are Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan took a ritual. Below, ask senior brother Dharma name. Zhao Xin looked at Li Qingshan and saw him as a chi refining 6th level. It showed a little contempt. Just rely on your cultivation base, and dare to call himself the chief, and I am on an equal footing with me. The cold road, Zhao Xin. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, wondering where he had offended him, and patiently said, I don't know where Littleton is. Please introduce it to senior brother. The master went to argue with the island and the patriarch. Before the trip, Littleton junior sister was retreating. No one should bother to disturb. Please come back. Zhao Xin heard the words Littleton, chest. The unnamed fire of the stock has risen again, and the words are more and more polite. Yesterday I heard that Grand Master Yinyan not only gave top-grade spirit artifact Vajra beads, but also kissed Vajra subduing demon art. Zhao Xin was quite uncomfortable in his heart. Vajra beads are his long-awaited. His chief discipline is not in his hands. Top-grade spirit artifact, and Vajra subduing demon art. In Buddhism, only his chief disciplinary qualification is cultivating, and it feels a great threat. I couldn't help but say a few words to Grand Master Yinyan. but I was reprimanded by Grandmaster Yinian. Let him be a good example of eldest senior brother. Don't rely on foreign objects, and worry about it. He dared to argue, on the surface of regret, and went back to the wall to think about it, only to be recognized by Grandmaster Yinian. But he was so angry that he was even more angry. He knew that it was impossible to retaliate against Little An. Otherwise, Grandmaster Yinian would not spare him. Now Li Qingshan is coming to the door and is very familiar with Little An. He is also a teacher. If you don't want to let go of this opportunity, you have to breathe a sigh of relief. You don't take me, I will go find it. Li Qingshan is too lazy to talk to him. Little An, even if there is a big thing, will not see him. Even if you want to close the cultivation, you must know him. Zhao Xin looked heavy and shook his body in front of Li Qingshan. You didn't hear what I said. The clean place of Buddhism. Can you let me chaos? Li Qingshan is annoyed. I am the chief disciple. Even if I go to various islands, I can walk freely. What is the conversation? The bald head. I look at the Grandmaster Yinian. Give you a thin face, don't give your face. Zhao Xin has not seen a new discipline, dare to yell at him. He is the chief disciple of Buddhism. He is a high-ranking person. He is not in the Huachengzhen and the other, but how can the next person be disobedient? Don't say what the novel school chief discipline is, the Nov school master Liu Qunfeng, and he is not in the I have never heard of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. You have this character. Who knows if this dress is stolen? Come to my Buddhism lot. I am the chief of Buddhism. I am obeying the teacher. For Little An junior sister, protect her. If you want to see her, you have to pass me. Take out a handy, easy to shovel and lie in front of you. Among the 100 schools, in addition to military school, Buddhism has many body refining techniques, and the body is dual cultivation, known as the monk. This is a set of postures, very rule-making, imposing manners, stirring the wind, the leaves fall and fall. Li Qingshan feels a strong sense of oppression. In Huizong Yiyuan, Buddhism is compassionate, but it does not lack the means to demon and demon. It is also the chi refining 10th level. It is not the cloud and rain sect. This is not a battle-based sect. But Li Qingshan's most fearless thing is oppression. The thick eyebrows are picking up, just about to attack. But after thinking about it, this is the site of Buddhism. Little An will have to undergo cultivation here, and he will offend this Buddhism chief discipline. If she is not good, she will receive true chi again. Zhao Xin see Li Qingshan, I am afraid, more and more contemptuous. I thought you dare to do it with me. It turned out to be a pretending bag. Pure Land, the place where you can scatter the wild school. You can if you are interested. You will leave quickly and you will not come again. Li Qingshan bit his teeth, raised his hand and tapped his finger, saying, Little An, where are you? Among them, the voice of Little An's surprise came immediately. The two said a few words. It turned out that Little An was not in the Flawless Temple. The temple was a cultivation place. There was a net moon in the south of Flawless Temple. The old man is the Lord, responsible for teaching the woman. Li Qingshan said, if you want to cultivate, you will be cultivation. I will come back to you in a few days. Little An only said, wait for me. Li Qingshan said to Zhao Xin, you don't let me go to find her. She came to me and you never have to say anything. Zhao Xin, two eyebrows, erected, a fat and rich face, immediately showed a 3-point squat, the handful heavy shovel in the hand, squatting, smash the obstacle, get out of me. On the island of Zhengming, the patriarchs temporarily put down the matter at hand, and once again gathered to discuss the situation of Novel School. In the second room, the light seemed to be darker and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Liu Chengqing is the most upset. Confucian School pursues self-cultivation, family harmony, governance, and the world. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is the default. Confucian School Patriarch is the default. All the things are called for the abolition of Novel School. He took the lead. Liu Qunfeng knows insulting and inferior novels have long made him intolerable. Novel School fell to the point where even the chief discipline couldn't receive it. Of course, he also made a lot of effort. After seeing this opening test, novel school will be abolished. Whoever thinks that such a change has occurred. He has promised illusory Cloud Island to others, together with the identity of a painter, patriarch, and the future painter patriarch has promised many benefits that will make him feel good. Now the wishful thinking, all lost. The heart cannot tell the annoyance, could not help but complain about the Taoist Sloppy. Taoist Sloppy's words. The patriarchs have long been quite vocal, and this opportunity broke out, all accusing him. Taoist Sloppy was a man of anger. He immediately came to a slap in the face and stirred up a good meeting. When he got up, he stepped on the case and picked up his sleeves. Where come and come, which one is not convinced? Together, if you are afraid of you, you will be bald donkey. Amitabha, the nose of the cow. This time I didn't talk, you are less irritated. Grandmaster Yinian said nothing about this matter. For the novel school, it is a waste. He does not care, he is concerned about only Little An. At this moment, the Grandmaster Yinian heard a message from his waist. Abbot, it's not good, it's playing. Who is it? Eldest senior brother and Li Qingshan. Every patriarch listened to the name of Li Qingshan, and the spirit was alive. Now he is the origin of all problems, and it is the key to solving the problem of novel school. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 294. Chapter 29, Vajravolt. Liu Qingqing immediately took out the water moon plate and saw the shadow. He saw the convenient shovel in the hands of Zhao Xin, wrapped in true qi, turned into a stormy wave, and forced Li Qingshan to step back. However, Li Qingshan is like a boat in the storm, with the ups and downs, not going to overturn. Wang Pushi said, this kid is really a good thing. Grandmaster Yinian also showed an unpleasant color after listening to the incident. Little An is currently working on Vajra subduing demon art, and I can be disturbed. Li Qingshan is too uninteresting. Vajra subduing demon art is the secret of Buddhism. Originally in Buddhism only chief disciple Zhao Xin cultivation. This is not his unfairness, prefer Zhao Xin. But because Vajra subduing demon art is too difficult, need cultivator has a very high foundation and understanding. This is not just a matter of innate skill, it requires a deep foundation of cultivation and an understanding of Buddhism. This is not a cultivation of a new discipline. Those foundation-based Buddhism disciplines are not in the minority for a few years. The reason why Grandmaster Yinian arranged this was to separate Li Qingshan from Little An, especially after she knew that she had met Li Qingshan for a year and had no blood relationship. This is also for Little An. As a Buddhist discipline, if there are too many distractions, it will affect the cultivation base. As long as she is separated for a while, time will fade everything. Another purpose is to eliminate Little An's arrogance and let her know her own insufficiency in front of this uncontrollable Buddhism. Even if she is an innate skill wizard, she does not understand Buddhism quintessence, and she cannot ruin her cultivation. Not a good one. Yesterday, dusk, outside the flawless temple, the net moon was in the middle. Little An changed her grey robes and calmed the Buddha. Grandmaster Yinian picked up the knife and had to personally shave her to complete the ancient ceremony. When the snowy shaving knife fell on her long black hair, accompanied by the quiet moon, the master of the leaves, I felt that I had already been dried well without a ripple. Actually, I couldn't bear it. This knife went down, it was the ancient Buddha. Broken dust edge. Little An leaned back and looked at the jade Buddha in the Buddha's shrine. One leaf teacher discovered that the pair of black scorpions were more like the old well than her heart, and immediately laughed. But it's a child. Which girl has such a beautiful long hair, can't give up? Because her incredible innate skill. My heart is not fixed. Hands together. Singing the Buddha, a blue hair, 3,000 troubles, sorrow is a worry, you have to reluctantly, there is a room to have. I don't know, in Little An's heart, there is no hair, no body. But it is a beautiful skeleton, she doesn't care. This is a blue thread, 3,000 troubles, this is for him, how can it be easily cut off? Grandmaster Yinian said, the shaving is the result of my Buddhism. The necessary ritual means to remove all the concerns. Single-minded cultivation. If you only have this level, You can't be my Buddhism disciple. Little Un said nothing, took out the Vajra beads and placed them in front of the Buddha. No need to say anything. Top-grade spirit artifact is not a pity. Grandmaster Yin was silent for a long time, and she sighed. She gave her cultivation in the Jinyu, but she made up her mind that she could not make a Li King Shan, which influenced the peerless genius, which was rare in the past century. I am compassionate, perhaps it is time to let him eat a little bitter, and retreat. In a twinkling of an eye, Li King Shan has been forced by Zhao Xin under the rock wall. Zhao Xin, a Vajra-angered golden body avatar, holding a golden translucent shovel in his hand and slamming down. Hey! A loud noise. Li King Shan set up the wind-stitching blade, blocking the convenient shovel, shaking his arms, and smashing his mouth. The power from Zhao Xin is far more powerful than the Vajra Great Strength Divine symbol. The wind-stitching blade immediately showed a gap, which caused a painful moan and twisted deformation under the power of the shovel. A glaucoma picked up, clear Greek sword slid out of Li King Shan's sleeve, stabbed Zhao Xin's eyebrows, slammed and slammed out, and the golden body had no scars. Yushu, don't roll it for me. Zhao Xin will be easy to shovel. Li King Shan secretly thought Buddhism cultural technique, even if it is not obvious, to break this first-level golden body, you must use the grass sword. Suddenly, my eyes lit up and smiled. It seems that I don't have to. A petite figure is coming over the wall and the blue silk is dancing. He didn't think so much, just thought that there was still hair looking pretty. Grandmaster Yin also saw this scene and immediately asked the Yi Master, Junior Sister, I did not say, do not complete the Vajra subduing demon art first layer. Do not allow her to go out. Why do you let her go? He set up a ban at Little Un's retreat. Not only can the outsiders not bother to disturb, but if he can't make Vajra subduing demon art, even Little Un can't go out. Apart from him, only one leaf teacher can put her to come out. He left her a lot of diet, as well as precious spirit medicine, enough for her cultivation for a while. In front of that opened door, the inner leaf teacher stood too tall and did not answer. He only muttered, this is impossible. Grandmaster Yin also quickly understood the reason. On the water moon plate, Little Un was already a chi refining 6th level. With her own flesh and blood, and the spirit medicine left by Grandmaster Yin, she added one night in the afternoon and pushed the cultivation base up to the 3rd level. As for the chi high that gave the countless chi refining warrior headaches, as she taught Li King Shan, she did not know where the difficulty was. Seeing Xiao Xin, she has always been expressionless, her face is rare and there is a trace of anger, and she is golden. Bodhisattva low eyebrows, compassionate 6 paths. Vajra glared and surrendered to the 4 demons. Vajra squats high and changes shape in the air, eventually turning into a golden giant sword, and a sword squats behind Zhao Xin. If there is any doubt in Grandmaster Yin's heart, I am finally convinced that she did reconstruct the first layer of Vajra subduing demon art. It is impossible to achieve such a change by Vajra beads alone. Zhao Xin sensed the danger and would make it easier for the shovel to swing backwards. 2 huge forces collided, and it was a deafening loud noise. Zhao Xin looked incredulously at the incarnation of Vajra, and stepped back against the rock wall behind him. The rock wall trembled and the gravel fell. Little An took advantage of the leap and resolved this huge force. The 2 Vajra glared at each other and saw the Vajra incarnation of Little An. Although the figure was smaller, the golden body had the essence, and with the support of Vajra beads, it was no longer under Zhao Xin. All the onlookers are stunned. Is this really Little and Junior Sister? It's just that they are the same. Even Grandmaster Yin is the same. For the first time in his life, he is not happy with the progress of the discipline, but he is born with such a complicated fear. This is a fearful innate skill. Vajra subduing demon art. Grandmaster Yin, so, the secret of Buddhism that Little Un can't easily comprehend is more difficult than the Tao of the beautiful bones, from the Buddha to the supreme divine ability of skeleton Bodhisattva. But under the guidance of Green Bull, she was born in the state of ghosts, learned the divine ability, and then read the Buddhist scriptures, and continued to deepen and comprehend. Vajra subduing demon art is just like the Buddhist scriptures she has seen, just to give her a deeper understanding of the quintessence of Tao of the beautiful bones and to begin to produce a kind of secretive change, since the Buddha can degenerate. What about Vajra? Taoist Sloppy Zatong, for the first time, felt that having such a discipline is not necessarily a good thing, because maybe you will retreat for a few months and come out and find that the discipline has become stronger than you. For you Zijian to surpass Little An, there is no hope. In fact, if Little An goes to Taoism, even with the excellent innate skill, the speed of improvement is at best amazing. Grandmaster Yinian is a good sight. She does have a relationship with the Buddha, but it is not a disciple of the Buddha, but an enemy of the Buddha. There is a saying that this world, only the enemy is the person who knows you the most. What she has to do is Buddha's foe, and this will alone goes beyond the ordinary. The room is full of silence, and each of the patriarchs is not well informed. I know a lot about this Vajra subduing demon art, and the shock in my heart is not much less than the Grandmaster Yinian. Taoist Sloppy asked Grandmaster Yinian, how long have you been using the Vajra subduing demon art first layer? Grandmaster Yinian said, I entered Buddhism at the age of 7, while chi refining, while closed-door cultivation Buddhist law, at the age of 25, repaired to chi refining 9th level and got my master, that is, the recognition of Patriarch Ziming, the transfer Vajra subduing demon art, enlightened a year later, to become a first layer. How long did she use? Grandmaster Yinian said in a difficult voice, 1 night. And he changed Vajra subduing demon art at chi refining 9th level than Little An at chi refining 3rd level, based on innate chi condensation. The difficulty is 10 times different. This is not the scope of genius, but the monstrous talent, which is a monster. Taoist Sloppy patted the shoulders of Grandmaster Yinian. Liu Chenking sighs. He originally wanted to make some means to force Li Qingshan to withdraw from novel school. Of course, it is impossible to transfer to other homes. Staying at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will break the rules of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He can give him some benefits and recommend him to go somewhere else. As the ruler of the land of a house, this will not let him have any psychological burden, and the big ones will be informal. But now, this plan has to be reconsidered. At least the word force is changed to persuasion. In the heart of this child, Li Qingshan obviously occupies a very important position. Although time has wiped out everything, but she has reached her own height and can't use much time. He didn't want to, and probably didn't think about it, to bear the hostility of such a person. In Flawless Temple, Little An is in a fierce competition with Jiao Xin. Vajra sword and the convenient shovel, constant collision, and the vibration caused by the nearby big bells, also trembled. Such a wonder, even if it is the old man in the temple, has never seen it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 295 Chapter 30 Will defeat. Little An can't expose the power of Tao of the beautiful bones, and it is impossible to compete with Jiao Xin of Chi refining 10th level. The top-grade spirit artifact Vajra beads, which was updated by Grandmaster Yinian, played a vital role at this time. Top-grade spirit artifact is not something that Chi refining warrior can fully control. Only the foundation establishment cultivator can really exert its power. But this Vajra bead can be used in the hands of Little An. When she built the Vajra subduing demon art first layer, she fully exerted its effect. And the power is not in the hands of Grandmaster Yinian. In the hands of Li Qingshan, the grass sword that barely counts top-grade spirit artifact is like sway in the case of not completely refining, and a real top-grade spirit artifact is fully played. And the Vajra sword, in the hands of Little An, is like an embroidery needle, applied to the pinnacle, picking up the smash. When I was in the eyes of Li Qingshan, I couldn't help but think of the thick color of the sword of the grass. When sweeping, there is a sense of interruption. Just like the gentle and random cross of sword in the grass, the sword intent contained in the 3 volumes of Curtain Sword will be integrated, and Vajra will become a golden sword. Many of the patriarchs are familiar with sword technique, and Liu Chenqing is one of the best. Now he has a long sword at his waist. This is not an ornament, but a real killing weapon. This world's Confucian school disciple is not the kind of ruin that has no power. In addition to poetry and etiquette, sword technique is a compulsory subject. In many formal occasions, saber is in the body and is a ceremonial specification. He stared into the water moon plate, subconsciously holding the hilt. The sword intent that floated in the clouds and the stunned dragon made him feel a horror. Suddenly he noticed that Patriarch's eyes were gathered into him, and he lost his sense of temper and smiled. This is by no means a sword technique that a child should have. She is only 10 years old. Why do you experience such an esoteric sword Dao? Even if she is still a sword Dao genius. But what is the explanation for the strong and amazing violent killing? Although Zhao Xin is also familiar with martial arts, how can she compete with her, and her practical experience is far less than that of her, and she is playing a little lower than her own cultivation base. Cannot take the slightest wind. The more you play, the more shocked. Why? Why? How is this going? There is no Amitabha in the south, and there is no Amitabha in the south. Is it definitely wrong? Li Qingshan wanted to help Little An, but when I saw this situation, I let go of my heart and simply stood by and watched the battle. In the past battles, when he teamed up with Little An, she mostly played the role of an assassin, who attracted the attention of the enemy in the frontal battlefield. Create opportunities. She will seize the opportunity. One hit will kill, not shot. It is necessary to seriously hurt the opponent. Such a near-known fair duel. It is rare. This is a rare opportunity for her to practice her own sword technique. In the absence of Li Qingshan, Little An naturally changed the strategy. Instead of pursuing the sword of killing that maximizes power, it is like law to write to law. In an orderly manner, a few strokes form a word, and 100 words form a famous post. Little An can progress to this level. Even Li Qingshan feels very surprised. She is happy for her, but she is a bit embarrassed. I think that Bull Demon, Tiger Demon and Spirit Turtle add up. It seems that there is no Tao of the beautiful bones. So smart. To say that he is not high enough, he has not played the power of these three cultural techniques. But Little An has not even completed the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones. Now it is barely an inter-level exploration stage. The future entry is simply unimaginable. It seems that this time I went back. I really tried to cultivate, and I couldn't give it to her. Even if it was a man's fragile self-respect, he wanted to be able to take care of her. What is the arrangement of the elder brother Bull? He didn't understand. Maybe only the moment to open the spatial ring. There is an answer. The kid's sword will be formed, and Zhao Xin will lose. Han Anjun said that his understanding of sword Dao is not as deep as Liu Chenqing, but he is extremely sensitive to the military. Yes, it is the military. The two fight. In his eyes, it is like a confrontation between the two armies. Although the number of the army led by Zhao Xin is huge, the army is unstable and has lost ground. On the other hand, Little An is step by step, and after a full-scale storm, sneak attack, and ambush, morale is changing. Zhao Xin the army is gradually getting tired. Although the angles are different, the final result is the same ending. When the famous post is completed, it is the ambush and the law. Little An raised his hand, but Vajra sword slowed down, like a sudden increase in the weight of the millennium. Every move of an inch, have to pause, one move and one quiet, leaving a clear sword shadow visible to the naked eye, and the power of Vajra subduing demon art, the sword of the grass to the pinnacle. Seemingly very slow, Zhao Xin felt that he was in a desperate situation and had nowhere to escape. With so many people's attention, how could he endure such an ending? And suddenly burst into a bang. Vajra avatar also burst. In the temple, the bells were loud and easy to shovel the layers of golden light. For the first time, he played the role of spirit artifact itself. The speed was several times faster and he squatted down. I killed you, this monster. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. Did not expect this Buddhism chief counterattack, so amazing. Grandmaster Yinian said, not good. The figure disappeared. However, The two of them were too late to rescue. Little An's shocked figure was slightly stagnation, and he could not escape a shovel. It was still expressionless. Vajra Avatar. His expression changed slightly, and it suddenly became difficult. Resentment of words. Vajra is glaring for the demon and demons, and the anger is the wrath of righteousness and majesty. But Vajra Avatar, who appeared in Little An, is angry with the horror, and hates not destroying all creatures. What an anger! In order to make a few of the Bodhisattva fruit of the Buddha's door, create Tao of the beautiful bones, vowed to kill all the gods and gods. She felt the first time. Vajra sword shines, creating a change that no one notices. Under this trend of infinite anger, from the bottom, swaying and roaring bells, mixed with a sharp sound, Vajra is easy to shovel, was cut off by life, turned into a fascinating dissipated. Zhao Xin looked at him, wondering if he was in a dream. He was the Vajra convenient shovel, which is based on the spirit artifact, can be cut off unless it is possible for the master to come. He couldn't help but look around and look for the Grand Master Yinian, but only saw the front, Vajra Avatar back to the rising sun of the east, like a golden light, holding Vajra sword high. Little An whispered, "Dead." Vajra screamed, "Death!" One Dao Jin Guang, condensed in Vajra sword, fell to Zhao Xin's eyebrows. Grandmaster Yinian has come to Flawless Island. This is to rescue Little An, but somehow, his chief eldest disciple, in a flash, is in a desperate situation. He wants to rescue, but it is too late. Big in the air cried. Little An stops. But his voice, how can it be faster than Vajra sword? Little An will never stop, even if she hears it. She is the violent rage of the great power of the Buddha in Tao of the beautiful bones. Golden light flashes, the crowd stunned. Time seemed to stop flowing, and the entire Flawless temple calmed down until the appearance of a crack, with the tip of Vajra sword as a point, extending straight to a few dozen feet. A horrible black crack appeared, and the Zhao Xin temple, which was in the crack, was opened by a sword, and the central cultivation hall was still stunned. After standing for a moment, it collapsed. Zhao Xin fell to the side. The golden body had disappeared, and the fat face was full of fear. Looking at Li Qingshan in front of her eyes, Li Qingshan kicked him away, only to escape alive, otherwise he would end his life. It is like the general hall of this cultivation. Grandmaster Yinian descended from the sky. Little An knew, but didn't know what to say. Little An dissipated the golden body and smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan. "You are here." Li Qingshan erected a big thumb. "Great." 4 silences. New discipline. The second day into the temple, the battle with the chief disciples will not fall. It is beyond the imagination of all monk, and she really defeated the chief discipline. Everyone's brain is a piece blank. Wonder if you are dreaming. Grandmaster Yinian angrily said, "Zhao Xin, what the hell is going on? You can tell me clearly." Li Qingshan frowned. This bald head was afraid to talk nonsense again. Zhao Xin climbed up from the ground and kneels in front of Grandmaster Yinian. Dong 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 slammed 3 heads and said, "Master Fujian, this matter is disciple wrong, because the master loves Little An junior sister. He is self-proclaimed the heart, thus making it difficult for Li Qingshan, and made another squabble. First issued a shot to Li Qingshan, and asked the master to sin. Li Qingshan thought that this Zhao Xin would complain to the wicked, prepared a word of defense, and could not export. Grandmaster Yinian is also amazed. "Zhao Xin, I would like to resign from the position of Buddhism, let Little An junior sister serve, and ask junior sister forgiveness." Zhao Xin said to Li Qingshan, "Thank you for your help." Zhao Xin is pale and has no light. But there is no longer any hatred, and it is not a hidden forbearance. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will retreat and seek revenge, confident that one day he will be able to revenge. But now, the enemy he faces is a child who started chi refining warrior yesterday and beat him today. He can walk to the chief position of Buddhism step by step, and there will be no cleverness, but he is desperate because he is smart enough. Little Un's sword, though not smashing him, shattered his arrogance, heart and anger, and was forced to realize his enlightenment. Zhao Xin said, I thought of the cliff wall for 3 years, please ask Master Fu. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 296 Chapter 31 Death separates us. The so-called face wall is both a cultivation method of Buddhism and a way of punishment. After 3 years of face, it is to be confined for 3 years. In the past 3 years, I can't communicate with people, I can't move around, I can't have any entertainment. It's more horrible than going to jail. Dull is enough to make an ordinary person crazy, and for Buddhism disciple, it is also a great test of mind. This innate skill is different, but the heart is somewhat impetuous. It has always been Grand Master Yinyan's favorite discipline. If he used to propose to go to the cliff cave, he would be very happy, but at this time, I am afraid he has to give up. The more the idea, the more genius generation. Once it is hit, it is easier to depreciate than ordinary people. Do you really think about it? Yes. Zhao Xin put his head deep in the ground, recalling his years at Flawless Temple, all his pride and status, all with the word vanishing, endless loss, sadness, tears, and crying. Grandmaster Yinyan caressed his head. Mo cry, don't cry, this may be a good thing for you. Master, I am humiliating you. Zhao Xin hugged the legs of Grandmaster Yinyan, as if he had been a child who was feeling wrong, and returned to the first Flawless Temple. He was still a little shaman. No, you have always been the best discipline for the division, you have to cheer up. Grandmaster Yinyan cannot help but redden the eyes. The monks in the temple also shed tears. Although eldest senior brother has many problems, they are also taking care of them. Now they have to go to the wall for 3 years, and they feel sad. Li Qingshan licks his nose and says, how do you feel that I am a bad person with Little Un? After Zhao Xin cried, it seemed to be a lot easier. Don't let the master and the junior brother go to the cliff cultivation. From beginning to end, I didn't look at Little Un. The child made him feel scared. This fear was not from Little Un who almost killed him. Instead, cut Vajra to shovel the sword. Although it was only a short moment, I felt a deep cold, restraining his strength and mind. His indestructible Vajra is a convenient shovel, which is broken under the force or the idea. Grandmaster Yinyan watched Zhao Xin leave and turned his head, looking at Little Un, open mouth, but I don't know what to say. Should I reprimand? Is this compliment? But no matter which one, it seems to be wrong. Only one thing is very positive. His time as a master of this child will not be too long. You developed Vajra subduing demon art first layer. Yes, master. Surrounded by sorrows, the monks looked at each other and saw what they are now. Hatred subduing demon art at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and has been considered a powerful culture technique. At the highest point, you can form Vajrasarira, like Taoism's golden core realm. Little Un suddenly asked, Master, are you afraid? Grandmaster Yinyan's eyes twitched and sang the Buddha number for a long time, and the chief disciple's waist card, put it in Little Un palm. From today on, you are the chief disciple of my Buddhism, sitting in this position. It is not just by force, but also the doubts of the Buddhist law, and the question of the junior brother junior sister. Little Un said, yes, Master. Grandmaster Yinyan still wants to educate a few more words, and turned into a sigh. Do not forget to follow the Buddha's purpose. Love the same door. Your sword should not be used for the same door. He didn't want to let Little Un be the chief position now, but now in Flawless Temple, who has the ability to replace Zhao Xin's position. Even if it can be replaced, how long can he sit in that position? Half a year or 3 months. So, Little Un became the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the youngest chief discipline ever, if not because of Li Qingshan, or the lowest chief discipline of the cultivation base ever. Little Un wants to refute. Li Qingshan holds her shoulder and makes a look. Grandmaster Yinyan is right. Thank you, Master. Little Un said, thank you, Master. Grandmaster Yinian wrinkled his brow and said harshly, Li Qingshan, little un, before I made the first layer of Vajra subduing demon art, no one was bothered. It was my command. Why are you entangled? Beloved disciple lost his identity as the chief dissipity and went to jail in the face. He was so annoyed that he couldn't attack little un, and naturally he found Li Qingshan. Grandmaster Yinian, 100 deciles, with the same breath, and rest. He can't find someone on Flawless Island. Li Qingshan hasn't spoken yet. A voice rang from the direction of Talon. When I turned around, I saw Liu Kunfeng riding a huge white crane. The wind came from the wind. He and Sun Fubai took a tearful look and took out the wine. Come, have a few drinks together. After getting the news, I was shocked and rushed to come. Now Li Qingshan is his golden plaque. If it is smashed, Novel School can't escape the end of the game. When he even cries, he can't find a place. Master, Zhao Xin humiliated my Novel School in public, damaging the friendship between my family. If I don't agree, I have to hurt people. Why should I blame us? Liu Kunfeng leapt from Bay Mountain and landed in Li. In front of King Shan, a hand is handed. Li Qingshan saw his sleeves welcoming the wind, and Kinyi was floating. It really showed a bit of chic, and he changed him a little for the first time. Grandmaster Yinian was unable to get out of the fire. She saw Liu Kunfeng, who was timid and shrinking in the past, and dared to come to him and yell at him. He had to look at Vajra Avatar without a show of great majesty. Liu Kunfeng said deeply, sorry, thousands of mistakes are the fault of my Novel School. Please forgive the master, rebel disciple. Don't give the master a penalty. Li Qingshan licked his mouth and forced the impulse to pump his mouth. There is such a patriarch. Why is Novel School not abolished? In the end, things are gone. Li Qingshan took Little Anne back to Illusory Cloud Island. On the way, Liu Kunfeng wanted to come together several times. He avoided it and wanted Little Anne to be influenced by this sky. Back to Illusory Cloud Island, the bamboo forest courtyard, I saw where people are waiting. Confucian School Patriarch Liu Chenking, he held his hands and eyes closed. He listened to Lin Haitao's voice. He only opened his eyes for a moment. For many years, the scenery here is still so beautiful, but it is a pity. Liu Kunfeng naturally knows what he said is a pity, but he can only laugh and salute. Patriarch Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Liu Chenking didn't seem to see him. He was open and honest to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, what conditions do you want to leave the Novel School? Let's listen. Liu Kunfeng was not seen at all, but he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. He turned to Li Qingshan for help. His expression was almost pleading. Li Qingshan did not look at him. He did not humble to Liu Chenking. Liu Daran, withdraw from Novel School. Can you enter another house? Liu Kunfeng's face was grey. Liu Chenking shook his head. No, you can only quit as Novel School disciple, but I can recommend you a very good sect cultivation, Danhushan Songtaoyuan, which is famous throughout Verdant Province. 2 times of Heavenly Tribulation's Golden Core expert, more promising than the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Clear River Prefecture. Liu Kunfeng is desperate, and no one can refuse such a good thing. Li Qingshan said, sorry, thank you Patriarch, good intentions, but please accept it. Liu Chenking said, what conditions do you have? You can do it. Li Qingshan smiled at Little Anne and shook her hand. No matter what the conditions, I will not accept it. We can't separate. Liu Chenking said, you know that there is a saying, it's better to forget Jiang Hu. It's just a banquet in the world. Separation is only a matter of time. You stay here, and with the speed of her cultivation, you will soon be thrown behind you. How do you get yourself? When you go to Songtaoyuan, you can see you again in the coming days. Or do you want to borrow her to benefit for yourself? Or follow the temptation, or ingenuity? Liu Chenking every sentence hit the vital point. Li Qingshan's smile on his face could not be maintained. Finally he sighed. Maybe you are right. Little Anne has a tight heart and Liu Chenking smiles. But, this world's grand Tao, I have heard too much. Now, I just want to do it with my heart. My heart tells me, I want to join her. To be honest, I don't believe what is forever, but the longer the better. He shrugged his shoulders easily. Until death will separate us. The wind is rustling, the bamboo forest is total, and the light and shadow are swaying. Liu Qingqing has already left. He believes that he knows the people, but when such a man says such a thing, it means his belief, rock solid, unshakable. Liu Qingfing excited sigh, thank you, thank you. Novel School escaped. Li Qingshan said, I am not for you. Liu Qingfing said, thanks. Thank you. I am going to prepare lunch and celebrate your formal participation in Novel School. Li Qingshan said, now is the time. But Liu Qingfing has sung in the bamboo building, but sees tears rolling in little Anne's big eyes. What are you moving? I am for myself. Have you not heard people say, I am using you, stupid? Li Qingshan stared at her little head. Little Anne wiped her tears and took a golden medicine pill from her 100 treasure pouch and handed it to Li Qingshan. This is the Grand Master Yinyan, handed over to Little Anne's Buddha medicine, and its aura is even worse than the spiritual pill, which is not Tao Element's pill. Li Qingshan smiled. I will talk about it, you still keep it yourself. Little Anne insists that if you don't accept it, I will cry. Li Qingshan licks his nose and has to accept it. It feels weird. Putting these thoughts away, go, take you to a good place. Deep in the courtyard, the lake pavilion. The rocking chair swayed gently. Li Qingshan embraced her, sniffing the faint sandalwood of her body, stroking her silky hair and looking at the lake. She closed her eyes and seemed to be asleep. I am for myself. He did not lie in this sentence. What he had in his heart was not just the noble thought of taking care of her and protecting her. When she was around, he could finally be alone. Quietly writing, quietly asking for a monthly ticket. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 297 Chapter 32 Goodbye Hao Pinyin. On Dragon Snake Lake, a shuttle slid over the water and came outside Illusory Cloud Island. 3 people, headed by a rotten man with a beard, on the left is a young man with a dark face, and on the right is a young man with hair long, swelled eye. They all wore clothes in navy blue, and a black ink was engraved on the waist. It was the first time that Li Qingshan entered the Jiangxi cave and killed Taoist Jiangxi's Hao Pinyin. Hao Pinyin put away the shuttle and looked at the silent Illusory Cloud Island, which was like a deserted island. He frowned and asked, you didn't get it wrong, did he really enter Novel School? Zhang Lanqing said, yes, here, he is now famous at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He Yishi said, it's a famous fool. I dare to insult Taoism patriarch, it's just alive. Hao Pinyin blinked, Zhang Lanqing busy, Yishi, how can you talk like this? Qingshan saved us. He Yishi squinted, he just uses us to complete the task. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't enter Subterranean World, and Jin Yuan Jinbao wouldn't die. What are you doing here? Don't you go back? Hao Pinyin shouted. He came back from Jiangxi Cave and he felt that He Yishi was a villain and alienated him. This time, Zhang Lanqing persuaded that when he first took risks with him, he called him together. He Yishi will be the first to hook, no longer speak, but full of face. Hao Pinyin coldly snort, striding forward. Zhang Lanqing sighed and followed. He Yishi has also moved. He did not come to thank Li Qingshan for his life-saving grace. But looking at the horrors of Li Qingshan, Novel School is really a laughing man. Qingshan! Qingshan! The familiar snoring, with true chi, passed through the bamboo forest and was introduced into Li Qingshan's ear. Li Qingshan walked out of the courtyard, and Hao Pinyin was coming from the bamboo forest. When he saw him, he was revealed and surprised. He walked up and slammed Li Qingshan's shoulder. Happy said, you are really here. Li Qingshan said, brother Hao, I haven't seen you for a long time. There are Zhang brother, he brother. Hey, Chi refining 6th level. How did your kit practice? It's less than a year. Hao Pinyin's current cultivation base is the same as the original, but also the Chi refining 6th level. The last 4 veins of the singular rate meridians, cultivation base up is very slow and difficult. He heard that Li Qingshan went to Novel School in Illusory Cloud Island and rushed to find him. But he did not know that he is now Chi refining 6th level. Jiang Lanking is also surprised that he is now the same as the original, but also Chi refining 5th level, is preparing to condense Chi C, breaking the Chi refining 6th level. The speed of Li Qingshan cultivation. It is really amazing. The most surprising thing is He Yishi. After he returned from Jiangxi Cave, the cultivation has made a breakthrough and reached the Chi refining 5th level. Seeing Li Qingshan is also full of enthusiasm, ready to condescend to appreciate his desolate look and find a balance. When I thought of the original 2nd level Chi refining warrior, in less than a year, I broke through the 4th level realm. After reaching the Chi refining 6th level, my heart is more and more difficult to balance. Hao Pinyin in a blink of an eye, see Little An standing quietly under the eaves, and he was impressed by this beautiful child. This is not Little An. I didn't read it wrong. How did Little An become the Chi refining 6th level? Jiang Lanking said, "Senior brother, you are only busy making cannons in the workshop. Didn't you even hear about this? Little An is a Heaven Veins wizard, and he has been repaired to Chi refining 3rd level at 2 hours. At the time, it attracted more patriarch to compete. It's just now becoming the Chi refining 6th level. Is it rumored to be wrong?" Li Qingshan slightly talked about the matter. Hao Pinyin and Jiang Lanking didn't know what to say. One night, they became the first layer of Vajra subduing demon art and beat the chief of the Buddhism, Zhao Xin. If this is not from the mouth of Li Qingshan, they will never believe it. Suspiciously looking at Little An, I saw her waist hanging the waist of the Buddhism chief disciple. Hao Pinyin snorted, "It seems that I have met a person who can't be a character. Can I have a gift?" The ordinary disciples, when they meet the chiefs, have to pay tribute to them, saying that the senior brother, let alone the Buddhism. Everyone. Jiang Lanking in memory. The chief of the Buddhism, Zhao Xin monk, is an arrogant figure. It is impossible to connect the chief of Buddhism with the Little An in front of him. Li Qingshan said, "Brother Hao is laughing. Don't stand here, please come inside." When I came to the hall, I asked the three to sit down. Little An went to find the tea set and came up with the tea. The three people quickly got up and took it. The tea of the chief of Buddhism, Hao Pinyin, is more informal. It is better. Jiang Lanking and He Yishi feel that flattered. Look at Li Qingshan, but it is a Nuo Xiaoan after the tea, sitting beside him. As always, He Yishi is frustrated, Li Qingshan or Little An, and he has already gone to a higher position than him. He has a bonfire in his heart, and he is unfair in heaven. He has been pouring cultivation for many years and can't compare with Li Qingshan 1 year, Little An 1 day and 1 night. Slightly speaking, Jiang Lanking couldn't help but sigh. Buddhism is nothing. A good place to go. Qingshan, with your talent, into the novel school. It is a pity. Li Qingshan tasted the tea and didn't care. Nothing is wrong with novel school. Hao Pinyin loud, "Yeah, what's wrong? The environment here is suitable for cultivation. If you enter novel school, you have to learn the law of novel school. With Qingshan, your qualification will definitely reach the foundation establishment realm. Good culture technique can't find it." Brother Hao said that it is reasonable. Li Qingshan smiled, and Hao Pinyin seemed to be rude, but in fact it was as meticulous as it was, and this concern encouraged and moved. Jiang Lanking is also a steady old man. Only He Yishi, Xing strange, squinting. I don't know what to think. Hao Pinyin transferred the topic. Can you choose a course? Li Qingshan said, "Not yet. I heard that there are many courses, and I don't have a clue now." From 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there will be lectures from Zhengming Island to various islands, from refining concocting pill to history episodes, all-inclusive, and other disciplines can be heard. However, the general new discipline, just entering the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, will focus on learning their own methods. Li Qingshan is not willing to learn the methods of novel school. These courses are extremely important and his purpose. Hao Pinyin said, "That's just right, we will help you choose one. There are a lot of doorways in it." Lanking, "Do you have a lesson on your body?" Lanking was busy taking out a piece of paper from 100 treasure pouch, which was printed with many small prints. each of which was full of work, the same size, apparently from the machine, not the human hand. Li Qingshan looked down and saw the name of the lesson, What Bu and Spirit Grass Identification, Second Wooden Life Chi Secrets, etc., arranged by date, and discharged for more than 10 days. The time and place of the lecture are marked with the teaching and the name of the professor. In addition to these subjects directly related to cultivation, there are also courses that teach poetry etiquette, or even enjoy the piano music. There are countless others. These are the most needed knowledge of Li Qingshan to help him understand everything about the cultivation. He is also anxious to learn, but if he chooses so many courses, he really doesn't know how to choose. And he noticed that after some courses, the price is also marked. For example, in several courses of music school, you have to pay a few spiral stones to go. Hao Pinyin said, some courses can be regarded as secrets, naturally cannot be taught to others, and then professors have to eat. But you are the chief disciples, this is easy to do. This course can be free to learn. Is there any mystery in the curriculum of the music school? Is it also the spirit stones? Li Qingshan asked strangely. Hao Pinyin laughed and said, music school is mostly a female discipline. If you don't want spiral stones, there will be a lot of men in the past. Li Qingshan squeezes his eyes, if you have time, you can go to, maybe you can still have a good relationship. Anyway, don't spire stones, it's really awkward. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Chi refining warrior still lacks a woman. Where can't I find it outside? I came to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for cultivation, not a blind date. Hao Pinyin said, this is a mistake. How can a mortal woman compare to the charm of the female cultivator? Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of Gu Yanying and found that Hao Pinyin said that it was really good. According to the words, who is not a twin mother, a facial features, so many, Gu Yanying has not seen the face of the woman, but in a smile, but it is really touching. This has nothing to do with charm technique. It is said that there is a change of heart, there are all within, and it must be shaped outside. The word temperament is no longer illusory, at least this chi is real. However, Li Qingshan did not agree with Hao Pinyin's proposal. Is it a qualified cultivator to spend all my thoughts on women? Hao Pinyin said, the cultivation road is long, one person is alone, not lonely. If you have a dual cultivation companion, the music is in harmony, you may be able to go far. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there are many such Tao companion, like this one next to you. Li Qingshan looked at Zhang Lanqing, but he didn't expect him to have Tao companion. Zhang Lanqing's dark face, with some embarrassing blush, Hao Pinyin said, let's go out and have fun. This guy never followed, people just look at him. Hey, honest people don't suffer. Brother Hao, aren't you? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. The temperament is also suitable for male crossing. Hao Pinyin is not a handsome man, but he is bold and generous. Zhang Lanqing immediately said, there have been people who have seen the senior brother, but he is free on weekdays. They are all spent in the workshop. When they leave the hospital, they will spend their days. Who can afford it? Hao Pinyin haha smiled. My business is still too busy. How can I cope with them? Then you still persuade me? Li Qingshan dumbfounded. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is somewhat similar to the University of Previous Life. Freedom and openness, it's over. It's okay if you don't want to go to a class. Just say hello to your own patriarch. If you want to go out and travel for a few months, no one will care about you. Just give the spirit stones every year. Can these 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy disciple, and not the previous life, are the true pride of the students. Today. The afternoon suddenly hurts, a little uncomfortable. Is it a so-called occupational disease? It should be okay to sleep! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 298 Chapter 33, Choices and Tasks. Hao Pinyin said, even without this thought, listening to their music is also a very rare enjoyment. Two men look at each other and laugh. Zhang Lanqing said, don't say it, there are children here. Hurry up and take classes. Is the cultivation technique of your cultivation decided? Li Qingshan nod. Well, 10th water condensate chi technique, it won't change. That's good. What do you like, talisman, formation, or concocting pill refining? Which one do you want to learn? I want to know all about Jiang Sun. Li Qingshan only saw that there are more than a dozen related to concocting pill in that subject. The name of each lesson is different. I don't know how to do it. What to choose? Hao Pinyin said, you can ask the right person. These courses, Lanking almost all have heard. He is notoriously diligent and eager to learn. Jiang Lanking smiled humbly. I am not good at bow, but I should understand it. Although it is an external way, it is good for cultivation. It is also good for cultivation, but it is not too distracting. It is best to specialize one, at most two. Once it is too much, it is not good. If I can, I want to learn all of them, but I am not in a hurry. Now, I want to focus on the pill concocting technique, supplemented by formation or refining. Li Qingshan laughed. He will have a long way to go. Naturally be prepared. Jiang Lanking agrees, the pill concocting technique is indeed the best. Almost all of them have lectures by pill concocting technique. They are different in depth and focus, but the best are the professors of Taoism and medical school. Qingshan, what foundation can you have? Li Qingshan honestly said, I only learned a few qi condensing pills with people, and the effect is average. Jiang Lanking said, it seems that I still have to learn from the basics. I just opened the hospital and just finished it. This kind of lecture has been opened a lot. Then Jiang Lanking recommended several courses related to concocting pill to Li Qingshan, detailing the pros and cons of it, even including which professor is anxious. The teaching speed is very fast. If the brain is slow, it is easy to keep up. Which professor is slow, likes to drag time, and so on. Finally, a course of medical school was finalized. The name is called Basic Pill Concocting Technique. Every few days, once for several months. This is in line with Li Qingshan's mind. He just fell out with Taoist patriarch. Now he is going to class. Even if Taoist sloppy can accommodate him, he is afraid to find trouble with his discipline. He only wanted to quietly cultivation at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and improve his cultivation base instead of competing with others. Jiang Lanking also helped Li Qingshan to select a few courses on talisman, formation, and refining. They all briefly understand the history and common sense of these cloud and rain sects, and then decide their interests and directions. Among them, Hao Pinyin is specially recommended to refining course from Mohist School, when he took Li Qingshan to visit Divine Machine Island of Mohist School. After selecting these course subjects, Li Qingshan found that the time is still very relaxed. You can choose some subjects to be filled, such as going to the music school to listen to the little songs. Besides these, what else should I pay attention to? Jiang Lanking said, there is a choice of tasks. Task? Hao Pinyin said, the last time we went to kill Taoist Jiangxi was a mission. After returning, I got a lot of spirit stones rewards. Originally in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, although I have to eat and drink, I have to disciple myself to find a way. In addition to a few excellent disciplines, medicine pill for cultivation have to find their own way, not as easy as in sect. But it doesn't arbitrarily drive the discipline like sect, but to do it. But in the Eagle Wolf Guard, it is directly priced, and if you are willing to do it, you can earn it with Spiral Stones medicine pill. I don't really like the Spirit Stones medicine pill now. Li Qingshan's resources at Subterranean World are only a small part of it, and I don't want to waste this time. Jiang Lanking shook his head. These tasks, but closely related to your cultivation, are not just for earning spirit stones. How to http 1.10 OK. Date, Tuesday, 23 October 12th 11:25, GMT. Server, Lightpt 1.4.25. Question mark 5th. Duckip. Adabed. Question mark. Question mark. Exclamation mark 1 x coxcac question mark hash br $3 c% 2 xcox 1 x cox R hash R question mark dollar? Question mark ZH equals 9? Ulm? J? Number 2 question mark M question mark at diff? Question mark DZ? W at question mark NQA? L7 Lausch? Question mark DN? LT? U question mark 6 question mark Bo? Colon 85Z? F3 question mark vertical bar RC underscore U dollar question mark R, HN, 4? Xcox? Question mark XBH? Question mark C? Xcox? Question mark 7 S? D? Xcox percent? Question mark S4 semicolon Y? 1J? O? Question mark E8 YB? V vertical bar. O plus 5 caret? Question mark C? M? Or wo? Question mark F? G? N dot ZR? Question mark M? I8? Z? MV question mark V? Is? KRL? Question mark H? 4 so %, XACXI hash question mark 4L? S? 20 question mark Ojet at 16 question mark N? Percent? Question mark MT? Question mark vertical bar A0? GRZ? HW? Question mark NW4 question mark XACX plus? Equals J? Ohms caret S, V? At R4P? Question mark R semicolon L plus $99 question mark S? XRX underscore JCDG? WVDRW? Question mark semicolon, Fuvro? Caret question mark 702? 8 question mark Ukes shucks equals N vertical bar KJ5? Q? Question mark Legend of the Great Saint chapter 299 chapter 34, 2 ants. It's all trails. Liu Kunfing was unaware, but proudly, and Li Qingshan glanced at him. He was surprised and looked at the beautiful women. He was more happy. His purpose was to introducing Li Qingshan to novel school is not on Grand Dao. Li Qingshan is really looking at the couples who have turned out to be illusory, and their Fengru Fat Tun does have the ability to make every man pay attention. But he looked at it more than this. I saw that the women had a smile on their faces, but they were dull and lifeless, like the kind of computer that was created by previous life. The beauty, or some kind of exquisite doll. But if you have a fart, you might as well find a brothel chew pavilion to be a happy one, at least for the living. Li Qingshan felt a deep sorrow. It's no wonder that novel school was so despised, and used the ability of novel school to do this low-level thing all day long. He decided to give him 2 punches. Not to mention Little Un is still curious to watch. Li Qingshan's voice is low. Liu Kunfing, you give me the right thing. Liu Kunfing is also annoyed. He dared to face himself as a rude person in the face of an outsider. Is it true that his patriarch is a fake? But a pair of Li Qingshan's pair of angry eyes remembered this morning the palm of his knife, and then shrunk down. Shouted, we are all reading people. Can you say something? Look at what you are like, make Hua Commander a joke, hurry to eat. Li Qingshan was accustomed to a disagreement, turning his face and hands, and seeing Liu Kunfing like this, I felt very uncomfortable, as if I had done something wrong. He was bullying and not bullying, like Tenchu level of Liu Kunfing. Refining warrior, I am afraid that I can't find a few under the sun. Hua Chengzhen shook his head, and patriarch, mixed with this step, is considered rare. It happened that Sun Fubai came in from the door. When I saw the couple of illusionists, I frowned. Junior brother, what are you doing? Liu Kunfing open-mouth rode, it's really noisy, I'm not going to pick up magic spell. Sun Fubai's 2 white eyebrows wrinkled, and the junior brother's cultivation was considered a personal talent. In the case of novel school's decline, Hichi refining 10th level, it is already very difficult, but sometimes, the brain is too ignorant, do not know the scene of attention. Liu Kunfing hurriedly dissipated the illusion of the woman, the table tennis squeaking, The tableware in their hands fell to the ground. He quickly picked it up, clarified the flow of water, rinsed it, placed his own tableware, frowned, and covered his mouth, like a little wrong fu that was feeling wrong. Hua Chengzhen Gong Dao, old son, long time no see. The words are more intimate and sincere. What old son? Call me Fu Bai. Sun Fu Bai grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. Young people, we met again. I didn't expect you to come here. I didn't think there was no advertising window. No advertising. Fu Bai, you are a novel school. Li Qingshan, if you have any indications, this old man's plan is really deep enough. Sun Fu Bai said, hey, you have seen the situation. Novel school is currently in a downturn. I asked you to fill in these 3 words. You won't blame me. Li Qingshan said, where? If it is not Fu Bai, I am afraid that there is nowhere to go. Although it is lonely, it is quiet and suitable for cultivation. You can eat. Liu Qunfeng whispered. Sun Fu Bai raised his hand. Please. On the banquet, I tried to cross each other and push the cup. Little and didn't talk. Liu Qunfeng couldn't insert it. But Hua Chengzhen and Sun Fu Bai were not cold, and they were also the guests. Have fun. In the afternoon, Li Qingshan came to Dragon Snake Lake with Hua Chengzhen. The vastness of the smoke bow, endless. Hua Chengzhen organized the language and euphemistically informed Li Qingshan, Wang Pussy's warning, euphemistically to Li Qingshan. If he did not listen to the words, he thought that Wang Pussy was encouraging himself. Li Qingshan said, he just doesn't say, I won't waste time doing this, right? He Yishi is going on. Hua Chengzhen clarified the matter. How he Yishi asked in the question. Li Qingshan is the murderer. Li Qingshan listened to the anger. A good generation of rats. I am 3 times to save his life. He not only does not know grateful, but even dare to bite a bite. No wonder he dare not talk to me. He is not a magnanimous person. Their other hatred is not his xing. I will find the opportunity to give a good lesson to this he Yishi, the solution to the hatred of the heart. Hua Chengzhen reminded, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, you can't move a knife, you kill people here, no one can keep you. Li Qingshan said, give him a pocket on his head and slap him a gas. Get clean, don't leave a handle. Hua Chengzhen smiled. Li Qingshan also laughed. This is not like what the legalist school disciple should say. Li Qingshan, I informed you as Clear Prefecture Scarlet Wolf Commander that you were arrested and prepared to be sanctioned by criminal law. Hua Chengzhen looked like a face, and suddenly smiled and said, is it like this? The expression changed, as if the time of the horror, the great lake ice cracked, the soft spring water flooded up, and unconsciously, melted the ice and turned it into a lake. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of the words that previous life had seen. There is no girl in the world who can resist Jiang Feng's slight smile, and no hero can resist Yan Nanshan's gentle sword. Hua Chengzhen has the legendary Jiang Feng's demeanor. Looking at yourself, you can only develop towards the strength of Yan Nanshan. Hey! There are only a few women in the world who can resist your charm. No wonder that Sect Master Ku is infatuated with you. Hua Chengzhen smiled. We are only friends. Li Qingshan said, don't care if you are a friend. If she is interested in me, I will not refuse. Hua Chengzhen said, if you are heartless, you will be dependent on each other, and you will only increase your loneliness. Li Qingshan said, I think it is full. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, okay. Li Qingshan couldn't help him with his temper. He thought about it and said, but you don't hesitate to offend your friends and help me. It's a special hobby. Hua Chengzhen said very seriously, you are overestimating yourself. Li Qingshan chuckled, looking up and down him, I can't make it. Hua Chengzhen also can't stand it. Is someone asking me to take care of you? Li Qingshan said, finally tell the truth. Is Gu Yanying right? Suddenly listening to people calling her name, Hua Chengzhen stunned a little, even annoyed, but the cultivation was extremely deep, and it was not revealed, just asked, how do you know? Li Qingshan said, I am not smart, but at least it is generally smart. I can take care of you. It is definitely not Wang. He hates that I am too late. Commander hates it. but you have to take care of it and explain the identity of that person. The status is higher, even Wang Boda has to listen to him. Such a big man? I have only seen one Guyanning. Hua Chengzhen said, smart people. The analysis is good. Li Qingshan said, and, I dare to conclude that you are interesting to her. Oh why? Li Qingshan said, peerless stunners like sect master who can sit still and don't like men's style. It only shows that you have another love, can win the sect master who's woman in charm. I have only seen one. And I would like to take care of great commander. I will not treat my Li Qingshan as a personal thing. I will take care of me. I am afraid that I will just talk about it. If you just say it, you will be able to make you as good as you. This is more than just loyalty to the boss. Hua Chengzhen said, you are too modest, you are not generally smart, but extremely smart. Li Qingshan said, then you shouldn't take care of me. Why? Li Qingshan grinned. Then we are rivals. Rao is Hua Chengzhen also stunned for a while, burst into a burst of laughter, and smiled to hold the knee. Well, you Li Qingshan, I haven't laughed so long, I'm so happy. Oh, love, ha 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 ha, that's so interesting. Li Qingshan smiled at him, and the firmness was like a stone in a ravine. Obviously it was not a joke. Hua Chengzhen also put away a smile and smiled on his face. Do you know what we are like? Like what? Like two ants, fighting for a mountain, feeding, walking away. This is my territory, and I can't move even a stone. Li Qingshan said, even if it is an ant, just climb hard and climb to the top of the mountain. Climbing the mountain? Do you know? The mountain is constantly getting higher. You just climbed a small step, it will be 10 times higher. Wake up. Li Qingshan said with confidence. You are too underestimating me. Hua Chengzhen said, well, then I must take care of you more and see how long you can climb. Li Qingshan was surprised. Of course, until you die, you will not pursue a woman as the whole of life. He set himself a lofty goal and worked hard, but did not regard these goals as the ultimate meaning of adult life, whether it was Guyanning or going to above the 9 heavens. If you work hard in half, the middle road collapses and you get rid of it. Then you only shrugged your shoulders and said sorry to the elder brother bull. This is a mark of the previous life, but also a profound experience in this life. The hunger and bitterness in the cowshed makes the cows want to wear cotton and only want to eat meat. Today, his goal is only equivalent to a bigger cotton coat and more delicious meat. He knows the preciousness of these two things better than anyone else. The warmth of the cotton coat can warm the heart, and the taste of the meat is better than everything about spiritual pill, but they are not sacred, and they can be obtained with these hands. I am full, but this feeling, you will not understand. Hua Chengzhen smiled! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 300 Chapter 35 Cloud Tips 7 Signs Chapter 35 Cloud Tips 7 Signs Li Qingshan said seriously, you will regret it when you get there. Hua Chengzhen stared at Li Qingshan, and gradually, the corner of the mouth could not be controlled, and could not help but laugh. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, you laughed enough. Hua Chengzhen held Li Qingshan's shoulder, sorry, I really can't hold back. Smile for a while, I will take care of you, not only because of her account, but you are really interesting. If you regenerate it's not so good, it's not a good thing. The original words were returned. Li Qingshan was a bit cold. Hua Chengzhen laughed and took the wind and flew to the sky. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and muttered to himself, is it regret? Li Qingshan turned back to the courtyard and saw Liu Qunfeng holding the jar and pouring it into his mouth. Sun Fubai seemed to be advising. Liu Qunfeng didn't listen, and replayed the wine jar and said, I am preparing for this table, but I am paying for it. Other patriarchs go to Bela to eat, and the treasurer's shoes are greeted. No matter what you eat, you don't accept a spirit. I just have to pay the bills honestly. If you want to talk about the price, you have to be blinded. What is it for? This is not to let you recognize Novel School and learn the law of Novel School. Sun Fubai said, Junior brother, you can say less, little and go. Li Qingshan spoke by Liu Qunfeng, as if he hadn't seen him. Little An jumped up and followed him to the depths of the bamboo pole. Liu Kunfing stunned and slammed the jar of wine on the ground. Let's go, let's go. Anyway, you are all the same. Look down on me. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and did not return. Liu Kunfing, please pay attention to yourself. Maybe I can still get a little respect, but if you only know how to drink alcohol, it is really not worthy of respect. Novel School has fallen into this situation, and you still think about where the source of this is. Liu Kunfing, speechless, say well. A man with a high crown, coming slowly, he described the thin old man. It is the school of Yin-Yang Patriarch Ma Buai. Sun Fubai thought, today's illusory Cloud Island is really an unprecedented excitement. It is him who brought this anger, but how long can it keep this anger? Li Qingshan said. Li Qingshan has seen patriarch adults. I don't know why adults come here. Why? Sure enough, Ma Buai's eyes fell on Little An, and his eyes were full of surprises and expectations. I came for Little An. Have you heard of Cloud Tip's 7 signs? Li Qingshan shook his head, but Sun Fubai was shocked. Is it the school of Yin-Yang's mysterious secret Cloud Tip's 7 signs? Sun Fubai explained that Li Qingshan realized that Cloud Tip's 7 signs was originally an ancient method that was passed down from ancient times. Its value is higher than that of Buddhism's Vajra subduing demon art. The cultivation is also extremely difficult. Not only does it have a very high sense of Yin-Yang 5 elements, but it also has to transport Yin-Yang 5 elements. Even in ancient times, few people can make it. But once it is built, it is very powerful. If you are willing to learn, you can use almost all of today's 5 elements Yin-Yang magic spell. The most powerful thing about Cloud Tip's 7 signs is not the battle, but the divination, which can do the 7 signs, knowing the past and the future. Little An is the best passer of this secret. Ma Buai's eyes are bright and I can't wait to see the effect of Little An cultivation's school of Yin-Yang. Li Qingshan said, Little An is a Buddhism disciple after all, which is probably not something we can decide. Ma Buai said, I have negotiated with Grandmaster Yin and he agreed. Does the two conflict? Li Qingshan was surprised. I didn't expect the Grandmaster Yin to be so generous. I would let my chief disciple spend time and energy to repair my home. You don't know, there are many differences between the ancient methods and the current cultivation method, especially the Buddhism's cultural technique, which is not in conflict with Vajra subduing demon art. But the speed of cultivation will also slow down. Li Qingshan saw the most critical point of the problem. Grandmaster Yin is willing to promise Ma Buai, and because of this, Little An's cultivation is too fast, which makes him feel a little bit inexplicable. He never knew the pledges made in Tao of the Beautiful Bones. It was only from a monk instinct. Yes, but I think it's worth it. Little An with the Heaven Veins Wizards, during the Qi refining period, or the smooth sailing, without any hindrance. But once you reach the foundation establishment realm, this advantage does not exist, and then go up going, every step is even more difficult, and the foundation is particularly important. Why not use this period of advantage to make the foundation more secure? Li Qingshan felt a little reasonable and asked Little An, what do you mean? Little An is like an adult, bowing his head and pondering for a moment, looking at Li Qingshan. Nod answered. See, Little An promised. Ma Buai showed a smile. He was a 7-year-old man, watching his situation, thinking, this Li Qingshan is really important to her, she wants to slow down the cultivation, wait for him. However, Little An's purpose is not the same as that of Ma Buai, and it is not the same as that predicted by Grandmaster Yin and even the Patriarch. It is even the opposite. She is worried about separating 2 worlds from him, but she is afraid that she is the one behind. On that day, Green Bull once told her that his road would be extremely dangerous. You must try your best to keep up with his footsteps. If you feel that you can't stick to it, give up Tao of the Beautiful Bones. How could she give up Vajra subduing demon art, Cloud Tip's 7 signs, compared with Tao of the Beautiful Bones? like the difference between stone and mountain. Her cultivation speed is actually not fast compared to Li Qingshan demonic incarnation. Her cultivation base is still inferior, because Tao of the Beautiful Bones is really too difficult, even with her innate skill savvy. Every step is very difficult. It is only based on Tao of the Beautiful Bones, and then it is a mortal appearance to create a miracle that reaches the Qi refining 6th level day and night. This body, which was condensed by Tao of the Beautiful Bones, may be amazed by the Heaven Veins wizards, but for her, it is just a phantom form, water moon mirror, compared with Li Qingshan simultaneous cultivation human Tao and Tao of monster. Although she seems to have two faces, there is actually only one road. There is Tao of the Beautiful Bones, and of course she can also leave this road aside. Only repairing Vajra subduing demon art, with the scent of divine ability, it is not difficult to repair it into the foundation establishment realm. But the requirements of cultivator in Tao of the Beautiful Bones are not only in the innate skill, but also in mind. Once the pursuit of beautiful form surpasses the essence of skeleton, the emphasis on the Buddhist law exceeds the culture technique itself. When you want to go back and repair this divine ability, the difficulty of cultivation will increase greatly. At least in this world, no one can overcome this difficulty, even if Little Un's innate skills savvy can't reopen this closed door. She also wants to accompany Li Qingshan to above the 9 heavens. How can she give up a mountain for a stone? On Ice Sword Cliff, the moment that Green Bull shot, she also saw it with her own eyes. The shock in her heart is no less than that of Li Qingshan. If Green Bull is looking forward to one day, Li Qingshan can compare with him, then what should she do? Follow him next to him? Vajra subduing demon art or cloud tips 7 signs. Don't laugh. Tao of the Beautiful Bones is her only choice. So even if there is no Mabuai, she will slow down the cultivation, which just gives her a good excuse. And observing the stones also helps to understand the mountains. She is very interested in the divination spell of the ancient cultivators, because in Tao of the Beautiful Bones, there is also such a method, but her current cultivation base is too low to be reached, and now it is only from simple let me know in advance and prepare for the future. Mabuai said, this is not a place to pass the far, you will go with me to Bog Island. Little Un looked at Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan smiled and said, go ahead, follow the patriarch cultivation. Just in the afternoon I have to meditate. After sending away Little Un, Li Qingshan is about to return to the room for medication cultivation. Liu Kunfing suddenly stood up and said, I have a good cultivation here. Oh? Liu Kunfing took Li Qingshan to the depths of the courtyard. In the almost center of the huge courtyard, there was an open space. The surrounding area was closed. Li Qingshan was not found in the morning. The formation was drawn on the open space, similar to the gathering spirit formation that Li Qingshan saw in the Eagle Wolf Guard's retreat. But it was much more complicated and the upper grooves were filled with spirit stones. And it doesn't seem to be ordinary variant grades spirit stones. Li Qingshan just reached out and was resisted by a powerful force. He couldn't get close to the formation step. He felt that even his demonic incarnation could not break this power. Liu Kunfing took out the waist card of his own novel school. The patriarch waist shape is different from the ordinary discipline. The shape is very delicate. Half of it is the ups and downs of the clouds. In the mist, there are various characters, plants, birds and beasts, each of which is as fine as mustard. But it is nuanced. Liu Kunfing raised his waist and the formation flashed a little, humming, like what mechanics started. Liu Kunfing gestured to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan walked to the formation. This time, no hindrance. As soon as he walked into the formation, Li Qingshan felt a very powerful force, far more powerful than the closing room of the Eagle Wolf Guard. And he also felt that the formation was not just for the convergence of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also echoed with a larger and more complex system. Li Qingshan feels good. It is the entire array of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The formation on Illusory Cloud Island is one of formation's eyes. Dragon Snake Lake can be selected as the residence of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Originally a rare blessed land, the road chosen by Julie Ushijia is a blessed land in the blessed land. The islands are connected by subterranean world spirit vein. Where the construction is built, it is the eye. After the formation of the synthesis, spiritual chi is rich to an incredible degree, is a rare cultivation sacred place, but only the patriarch is eligible to be cultivation here. Even the chief discipline does not have this qualification. But Novel School has fallen to this point, and various rules are in vain. Liu Qunfeng also saw Li Qingshan's financial resources, and he couldn't think of anything else that would touch him. In the formation, Li Qingshan feels more and more wealth, companions, techniques, and land. The importance of this place. Here cultivation, even chi refining warrior cannot attract spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its effect it is also 10 times stronger than outside. Moreover, he can attract spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his chi refining will have a qualitative upgrade. Although he can't fully understand the value of this formation, he knows that according to the rules of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, any facility that uses aspiring stones is waiting to be asked. Liu Qunfeng said, "You are cultivation." Then he turned and left. He wanted to use a drink, to spit out the mantra and touch Li Qingshan, but he didn't expect it to be counterproductive. Do not report hope, such a character, if you go to repair the law of Novel School. It is really a waste. Looking at Liu Qunfeng's lonely back, Li Qingshan said, "Wait." Liu Qunfeng turned around and Li Qingshan said sincerely, "Thank you." Liu Qunfeng said with a strong smile, "You are welcome. You are the only discipline of our Novel School. But I am very sorry." Li Qingshan grievances is clear. This repays, but cannot waste precious time, to cultivation a promising method to repay. Liu Qunfeng said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. I won't force you anymore." Li Qingshan said, "Why do you have to write that kind of book?" Liu Qunfeng bowed his head and clenched his fist. "I don't want to write that kind of thing. I know that the novel I wrote is rubbish. But what I seriously write, no one wants to see it. No one reads. The convergence does not come to the power of faith. Then why don't you just give up the Novel School's method, and with your chi refining 10th levels cultivation base, work hard? The foundation establishment is promising." In that case, I became a normal cultivator. The way of Novel School, it was really cut off. The last Novel School patriarch, my master, took my hand before the end. Let me put novel the way of the school is passed down. Although you look down on me, whether you can afford to look at me or look down on me, I am a Novel School. After saying this, Liu Qunfeng seemed to be relieved, and looked up and muttered, "Master, I have tried my best. It is not impossible to revitalize the Novel School." At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly said. Liu Qunfeng turned sharply. "Would you like to repair my Novel School?" Li Qingshan said, "I didn't say that." "Then you? But I may be able to help you, but there is a condition to take back and destroy your novels." Liu Qunfeng instinctively wants to refuse. The garbage is his only treasure. "Don't worry, we don't have time. You have time to think about it, 10 days, 100 days. I will wait for your reply." Li Qingshan finished, went to the center of formation, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed,